Han City. At the exit of the train station. Freshmen this way for Han City University registration. Science department juniors look here. No, look here junior sisters. Senior brothers are here to pick you up. All kinds of welcoming shouts rise and fall, young faces brimming with anticipation and excitement for the future. Yang Yu dragged his suitcase, blending into the crowd. Today was supposed to be the day for freshman registration, marking a complete farewell to the grueling senior year of high school and preparing to embrace college life. College life was supposed to be wonderful. It should have been a joyful thing. But he simply couldn't feel happy. Because his high school grades were not ideal. The gap between his ideal university and this one was not just 100,000 miles. It was like an impassable chasm. In the end, he had no choice but to attend this ordinary second-tier college. An ordinary school would have been tolerable, but the worst part was that he was transferred to the journalism major. Journalism. It sounded decent enough, quite free. Yang Yu wasn't averse to it. But not long ago, while idly scrolling through short videos, he happened to catch a clip of Teacher Zhang's, "Your child wants to study journalism. Knock him out. You must knock him out." In the video, Teacher Zhang's anguished expression was etched deeply in Yang Yu's memory. At that moment, darkness seemed to engulf him. He nearly fainted. Sigh. Yang Yu let out a sigh, his eyes filled with confusion and dejection. His family background was modest, everything depended on himself. How could he find a job with this lousy major? The thought of a bleak future weighed heavily on him. Forget it, it is what it is. Might as well think positively. He had heard that journalism had one major advantage. The male-to-female ratio was severely imbalanced in a class of 30, maybe only 3 to 5 were boys, the rest girls. Thinking of this, a glimmer of light returned to Yang Yu's dim eyes. This major, though hard for future job hunting, should make finding a girlfriend during 4 years of college quite easy. After all, wolves are few and meat is plentiful. He wasn't a jaw-droppingly handsome guy, but cleaned up he was passable. With such a large pool of girls, solving personal matters shouldn't be hard. Thinking this college life suddenly seemed to hold. That's the plan. Fall in love. Young and full of vigor, relying on one's own hands was no way to live. Just as Yang Yu's mood slightly improved, a crisp mechanical voice rang out in his mind without warning. Ding. Detected host experiencing joy and happiness. Binding conditions met. Happy godly tycoon system is binding. 150. 100. Ding. System bound successfully. This system has no messy tasks or flashy requirements. As long as the host feels happy, rewards will be granted. What the hell? Yang Yu shuddered, nearly dropping his suitcase. He abruptly stopped, staring around in astonishment. The people around him hurried on, completely oblivious to his anomaly. A system, and a tycoon system. As a seasoned reader of trashy web novels, Yang Yu immediately understood what this was. A golden finger arriving. His heart thumped wildly. An indescribable ecstasy surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. As long as I'm happy, I get rewards. Yang Yu murmured in his mind, his breathing becoming rapid. That would mean. He suddenly thought of his lousy journalism major. Wait, if he had the system, did he still need to worry about making money? No need at all. A tycoon system never lacks money. This being the case, journalism is great. Journalism is a major with many girls, few classes, and plenty of free time. No need to consider employment, just enjoy life, and this was a perfect match. A blessing in disguise. The ancients never lied. The more Yang Yu thought, the happier he became, his mouth uncontrollably curving upward. Finally, he broke into a wide grin, revealing a row of white teeth. All his previous dejection and confusion vanished at that moment. In its place was endless excitement and anticipation for the future. Ding. Detected host's emotions soaring, extreme pleasure. Congratulations, host, for receiving cash reward 10,000 yuan. The system prompt sounded again. Before Yang Yu could savor it, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He fumbled for his phone and unlocked the screen. His original balance was 1500 yuan, just 1 month's living expenses. But now the number had turned into 11500. Hiss. No way, for real. Yang Yu stared at the number for a full 10 seconds. Then he clenched the phone fiercely. Awesome. The word burst from him. At that moment he felt as if he had downed a large gulp of ice-cold cola on a scorching summer day, a refreshing coolness spreading through every pore. 10,000 yuan. Others didn't even have that much for a month's living expenses. And he just like that casually earned a 10th of Sanda Yuan reward. Screw the lousy major, screw the uncertain future. From today, I don't eat beef. Yang Yu, immersed in great joy, laughed for a full minute before calming down. Phew, calm down, calm down. After a few deep breaths, he leaned against the railing, watching the endless stream of people before him, feeling as if the whole world had changed. The sky was bluer. The wind carried a hint of coolness. Even the stray dogs by the roadside seemed more handsome. To double-check, he tentatively muttered in his mind. System, are you there? His voice carried a hint of nervousness and hope. Yang Yu feared everything just now was nothing but an unrealistic daydream. The next second, the familiar mechanical voice gently responded, I'm here. I've always been here. A short sentence, yet it gave Yang Yu an unprecedented sense of security and reassurance. This feeling, it was truly wonderful. The corner of his mouth involuntarily curled into a satisfied smile. Ding. Detected host obtaining immense security and happiness, mood joyful. Congratulations, host, for receiving special reward, appearance preservation pill. Appearance preservation pill optimizes genes, enhances appearance. Item stored in system space, host can retrieve and use at any time. Appearance preservation pill. Yang Yes' eyes went wide. Holy crap. Besides money there were such good things. Boost appearance. Retrieve. Retrieve now. Yang Yu gave the order without hesitation in his mind. The moment the words fell he felt a weight in his palm, and a pill resembling a MM materialized out of thin air. Without a second thought Yang Yu grabbed the pill and swallowed it instantly. One gulp down. He felt a warm sensation spreading through his body, a slight tingling on his skin, as if countless tiny ants were crawling. Obviously his body was undergoing some wonderful change. The entire process lasted only a few seconds. When the warm current completely merged into his body, Yang Yu eagerly opened the front camera. On the screen appeared a face that was both familiar and strange. The features that were originally only delicate were now exquisitely sculpted in three-dimensional sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, a straight nose bridge, and a more defined chiseled jawline. His skin was amazingly clear. The acne scars and dark circles left by late-night gaming had vanished without. His whole temperament had transformed from the naive, foolish college kid into a sunny, handsome heartthrob. If he had to use one phrase to describe it, it was, "Pay attention, this man was called handsome." This is too incredible. Yang Yu stared at his reflection in the camera, almost dropping his phone. With a face like this, would finding a girlfriend in the journalism department be a problem? He was afraid they'd line up all the way to France. All the gloom from his college entrance exam failure and major issues had been completely swept away. What replaced it was full confidence and high spirits. Yang Yu straightened his back. He put away his phone, grabbed the suitcase handle, and strode toward the exit with a confident smile. But he had barely taken a few steps when he felt something soft crash into his arms. A milky fragrance instantly filled his nostrils. Then a delicate gasp followed. "Aunt." Yang Yu subconsciously reached out and steadied her. The touch from his palm was warm, smooth, and astonishingly silky. Very smooth. That was Yang Ye's first impression. He steadied himself and looked down. In his arms was a very beautiful girl. Her jet-black silky hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail. She wore the simplest white short-sleeve shirt and light blue slim-fit denim trousers. The hem of the white shirt was neatly tucked into the waistband of her trousers, outlining a waist so slender it could be encircled with a single hand. The jeans perfectly accentuated her straight, slender legs. Though covered completely, they stirred more imagination than girls in short skirts or hot pants. Her skin was as fair as jade, and her delicate features were flawless. She was definitely at the level of a campus belle. Ding. Detected that the host has spotted a beautiful girl, mood uplifted. Congratulations, host. You have received a cash reward, 10,000 yuan. What the hell? Another 10,000. Yang Yu felt a surge of exhilaration in his heart. At this moment, the girl finally reacted. Sorry. I was replying to a message and wasn't watching where I was going. Did I hurt you? I'm so sorry. Qin Yun steadied herself and quickly stepped back. Her fair face was full of apology, and she kept bowing her head to apologize. It's okay. Yang Yu released his hand, his tone calm. Qin Yun's tense expression eased slightly. However, the moment her eyes met Yang, yes, she froze. Handsome. So handsome. Sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a high nose bridge, and lips with perfect curvature. His whole face was flawless. Qin Yun could swear she had never seen a boy this handsome in her life. He could practically debut as a celebrity right on the spot. Qin Yun felt her cheeks heating up at a visible rate. She quickly averted her gaze and nervously smoothed her stray hair. Ahem. Qin Yun cleared her throat, and her eyes fell on the suitcase beside Yang Yu. Classmate, you're a freshman, right? Yang Yu nodded. If it were before encountering a campus belle, like Qin Yun would have made him somewhat shy. He would want to look, but fear disgust from her. But now he has the system. Yang Yu became confident, his gaze openly and calmly resting on Qin Yun without any evasion. This candid gaze inexplicably made Qin Yun feel even more favorable towards him. As one of the school's recognized campus belles. Usually boys either dared not meet her eyes or had an uncomfortable, lecherous look in them. She had never seen someone like Yang Yu who admired purely yet remained confident and composed. Which school are you from? Qin Yun's voice unconsciously softened. University of Finance. Qin Yun's eyes instantly brightened. I'm from finance too. By all rights you should call me senior. Yang Yu glanced at her, but said nothing. Come on, call me senior. Seeing Yang Yu completely ignore her, Qin Yun couldn't help repeating herself. She didn't even notice that despite meeting for the first time, she unconsciously revealed the lively side she usually only showed to friends. No. Yang Yu refused without thinking. Huh. Qin Yun was stunned, her beautiful big eyes filled with This script is all wrong. In the past, whenever she made a request, those boys would immediately agree. But what's this guy's deal? Qin Yun was a bit frustrated, her cheeks puffing slightly. Why not? Yang Yu looked at her adorable pout, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Why should I? To outsiders, the two of them now looked like a bickering couple. Quite a few people around had already noticed the scene. After all, Qin Yun was quite famous on campus, and many veteran students picking up freshmen recognized her. Damn, how is she chatting with a freshman? And laughing so happily. Fuck, who's that freshman? He's way too handsome, right? Not even a celebrity is this exaggerated. Comparison is infuriating. I've been here all morning welcoming new students till my voice is hoarse, and not a single pretty freshman has come to ask directions. Meanwhile, he stands there doing nothing, and the campus belle just sticks to him. Brothers, is there really no strategy that doesn't rely on appearance? There is. Wealth also works. Yang Yu naturally felt the whispers and envious glances from around him, but he didn't care at all. He just found this blushing senior quite amusing. Now Qin Yun was completely at a loss. She realized that in front of this guy her proud looks and campus belle aura seemed completely ineffective. Looking at Yang Ye's half-smiling face, Qin Yun gritted her teeth and decided to up the ante. How about this? If you call me senior, I won't let it be for nothing. I can treat you to a meal, and since you're new to Hanqing, you must be unfamiliar with the place. I can take you to check in and show you around the school. To add conviction, she even puffed out her chest, a look of you've hit the jackpot on her face. With her movement, her full rounded bust momentarily strained the shirt into a curve as full as a full moon. Yang Yu looked at her earnest self-promotion and finally couldn't help but chuckle, softly nodding. All right, I can call you senior, but I have one condition. Condition? What condition? Qin Yun's fair pretty face showed surprise. Real surprise. After all, she was very aware of how pretty she was, which made it all the more astonishing. She had already offered to treat him to a meal, and yet Yang Yu still wouldn't call her senior. Instead, he countered with a request. Qin Yun couldn't help but doubt her own charm. Could it be that I didn't put on makeup today? Qin Yun thought to herself, secretly glancing at a nearby glass window, seeing her own delicate fair face. It's simple. I just started school and have a lot of things to buy, like clothes for instance. I wonder if senior could help me pick them out. Yang Yu pretended not to notice her little movements and said with a smile. He really did need to buy things. Now that he had money, apart from clothes, he should also replace his phone, computer, and such. But shopping alone would be a bit boring. If he could go with a beauty like Qin Yun, even if nothing happened, it would be a very pleasant experience. Sure, no problem. Qin Yun agreed almost instantly. In fact, deep down, she also wanted to spend a bit more time with Yang Yu. Besides, in her eyes, Yang Ye's current outfit, while not shabby, was far from high-end. It simply didn't match his handsome face. Deep within, a fighting spirit arose. Qin Yun clenched her small fists. I swear I will turn you into the most handsome freshman this year. Then thank you, senior. Yang Yu smiled and spoke. The two walked to the roadside and Yang Yu took out his phone, skillfully opening the ride-hailing app. Qin Yun stood by and casually asked, have you decided where to go shopping, Junior? The largest shopping center in Han City, what was it called again? Yang Yu pondered while scrolling the screen. Dream Era Plaza? Qin Yun instinctively responded. Yes, that's it. Yang Yu found the destination and tapped on it. Qin Yun watched his actions, but her heart was filled with doubts. Dream Era Plaza. It was the most upscale and luxurious shopping haven in all of Han City. Even a single piece of clothing inside would cost a typical student several months' worth of living expenses. What was Yang Yu going there for? She surveyed his plain attire once more. He didn't seem like a wealthy second generation, did he? With such clothing, she would believe he bought it for $9.99 with free shipping. Now he was heading to the most upscale shopping center. Just as she was puzzled, Yang Yu had already selected the vehicle type and confirmed the ride request. It was almost instantly accepted. Qin Yun casually glanced at Yang Ye's phone screen. BB Express Business 6-seater at your service. Black Buick GL8, 800 meters away, expected to arrive in 2 minutes. Business 6-seater. Qin Yun's pupils slightly contracted. She occasionally used the ride-hailing app herself and naturally knew what this option meant. That was the most expensive vehicle type on the platform, with a base fare several times that of a regular ride. This Yang Yu. Qin Yun couldn't help but furrow her brows. First he wanted to go to Dream Era Plaza, and now he even chose the most expensive business car for the ride. What did it? A thought suddenly sprang up from the depths of Qin Yun's heart. Pretending to be rich. He must be showing off in front of me, deliberately pretending to be wealthy. Upon thinking this, a sense of disappointment surged within Qin Yun. She had seen many boys like this. Clearly not having much money, but desperately trying to maintain a facade of wealth in front of girls, due to a pathetic sense they would save up for months just to treat a girl to a fine dinner or buy her a designer handbag. Did they really think this would win a girl's heart? Little did they know, to love someone else, one must first love oneself. As she pondered, the black Buick GL8 smoothly stopped in front of them. The driver was dressed in a crisp white shirt and black vest, wearing white gloves. After getting out, he quickly walked to the back, opened the sliding door, and made a standard gesture inviting Yang Yu and Qin Yun inside. Good afternoon, sir. BB Express at your service. Please get in the car. This service attitude. One could tell it was indeed the most expensive BB Express. Yang Yu calmly handed his suitcase to the driver and took the lead in sitting inside. Qin Yun hesitated for a moment, but eventually pursed her lips and bent down to get in. The interior was spacious with soft leather seats and a hint of a luxurious fragrance. After placing the luggage, the driver thoughtfully offered 2 bottles of chilled Evian mineral water, smiling throughout, providing impeccable service. Sir, please fasten your seatbelt. We will depart immediately. The car started smoothly and merged into the traffic flow. However, the atmosphere in the car became somewhat subtle. Yang Yu leaned back against the comfortable seat, closing his eyes to rest, enjoying the convenience that wealth brought. Beside him, Qin Yun remained silent, turning her head to watch the rapidly retreating street scenes, feeling a mix of This ride would cost at least a couple of hundred yuan, right? Everyone was a student using their parents' money. What was the point? The more she thought about it, the more disappointed she felt, and she lost interest in the upcoming shopping trip. The store attendant's gaze lingered on Yang Yu and Qin Yun for a moment. Although she was somewhat surprised by Yang Ye's simple attire, she did not show any unusual expression. After all, her ability to work here was a result of rigorous training and selection. She wouldn't casually mock customers like those in the short skits. Moreover, some wealthy individuals these days have strange quirks. Despite having substantial wealth, they prefer to dress rather unremarkably. In short, anyone who can enter the store is a potential customer deserving of attention. Could you please introduce me to your latest and most high-end men's clothing? Yang Yu spoke calmly. Certainly, sir, please follow me. Although the female attendant felt surprised, she maintained a perfect smile and elegantly gestured for him to proceed. Qin Yun followed behind her, heart racing. What does he intend to do? Is he really going to look at the highest-end item? Does he even realize that just one piece of clothing here could cost them several months' worth of living expenses as university students? Qin Yun's palms began to sweat slightly as her mind raced. This can't continue, otherwise how would they wrap things up later? What excuse should she find to leave with Yang Yu gracefully? Sir, our highlighted items for this season are all here. The attendant's voice pulled Qin Yun back to reality. Especially this piece in front of you, a limited edition by our chief designer from Italy, with fewer than 100 in existence nationwide. The attendant presented a black jacket that was simply designed, yet exuded quality. Yang Yu took a quick glance, and indeed found it appealing in line with his taste. How much is this? He casually inquired. Sir, you truly have an eye for quality. The attendant's smile grew sweeter. This is our limited edition priced at 36,800 yuan. 36,008. Upon hearing that number, Qin Yun's pupils widened in shock. Mamma mia, that's too expensive. Instinctively, she reached out to tug Yang Ye's sleeve, wanting him to reconsider. But when she looked closely, Yang Ye's expression remained calm, causing her outstretched hand to freeze in midair. Not bad. Yang Yu nodded. 36,008. In the past, he would have cursed at such a price at least 10 times. But now he only felt it was indeed pricey, yet completely affordable. After all, he had the system's assistance. What was there to fear? If he liked something, he should just buy it. He then took the jacket and confidently walked toward the fitting room. Watching his carefree silhouette, Qin Yun felt her brain almost crashing. Bushko, are you really trying it on? Planning to try it on, and then find some excuse not to buy it. Soon the fitting room door opened. Yang Yu stepped out. When he reappeared before them, Qin Yun's beautiful eyes widened in an instant. He looked so handsome. It truly is said that clothes make the man. This jacket, worth over 30,000, elevated Yang Ye's aura several notches. How does it look? Yang Yu walked to the fitting mirror, casually adjusting the collar. He then turned to the stunned Qin Yun, a smile playing at the corner. Very handsome. Qin Yun instinctively replied, her face slightly flushed with excitement. Yang Yu now was flawless in appearance, temperament, and physique. The female attendant also regained her composure and quickly spoke up. Sir, this outfit suits you perfectly. It's as if it was tailor-made for you. Ding. Detected that the host received genuine praise from the senior sister, and the attendant mood extremely pleasant. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward, 50,000 yuan. A prompt echoed in his mind. Yang Ye's smile widened. He hadn't even spent that 36,000 yet, and had already earned 50,000. The system is amazing. He nodded in satisfaction and decisively uttered 2 words, charge it. Of course, sir. Huh. The female attendant blinked in surprise. Did she hear correctly? Charge it. Just like that, it was settled. But that was 36,008. Shouldn't he consider it a bit longer? Usually those customers would deliberate for a long time, choosing and re-choosing. They might struggle for quite a while, and even then they might not buy. She never expected that the seemingly unremarkable Yang Yu would be so straightforward with his purchases. If only she could find a boyfriend as young, handsome, and wealthy as Yang Yu. She'd be willing to live 20 more years. Lost in thought, a faint blush crept onto the attendant's face. Qin Yun beside her was also stunned. She had already imagined 1,000 possibilities. For instance, Yang Yu might say the size wasn't right, or the color wasn't to his liking, or he would simply say he needed to think it over. But she never expected Yang Yu to actually want to buy it. While both were in a state of extreme shock, Yang Yu had already pulled out his bank card, raising an eyebrow slightly. What? Is there a... No problem. Of course not. The female attendant jolted back to her senses. Sir, please wait a moment. They'll get the POS machine for you right away. Yang Yu, with an unchanging expression, took the POS machine, entered the password, and confirmed. Beep. A crisp sound. The payment receipt was slowly printed out. Yang Yu looked at the words, payment successful, and felt a wave of happiness. Indeed, for a man, the greatest success was to achieve payment success. Ding. Detected that the host has purchased their desired clothing. Mood pleasant. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward, 30,000 yuan. Sir, your card. The female attendant unobtrusively unbuttoned one button and bent down, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. With both hands, she respectfully returned the bank card to Yang Yu, not forgetting to sincerely exclaim, Sir, you are truly the fastest man I have ever seen. Yang Ye's gaze first landed on her ample curves, then his brows furrowed. What do you mean? The fastest man? No, not that. The female attendant instantly realized she had misspoken. I meant, you are the most straightforward male customer I've ever seen. Yes, that's it. Yang Yu couldn't be bothered to nitpick with the store attendant. He glanced around the store again. Can you help me match a few pairs of pants and shoes? Of course, sir. The female attendant nodded excitedly. A 30,000 yuan order was no small matter, and Yang Yu was still willing to buy more. She felt like she was about to faint from happiness. 2 beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings swayed enticingly, As she quickly walked toward the area with pants and Yang Yu turned to look at Qin Yun, who was standing nearby, completely stunned. Senior sister. Yang Yu waved his hand in front of Qin Yun. Only then did Qin Yun seem to awaken from her dream. She looked at Yang Yu with a complex gaze. 36,008. Did it really cost that much? Just casually buying a piece of clothing. Even some well-off second-generation rich kids would think twice, or at least inform their families. But what about Yang Yu? From entering the store to swiping the card, the whole process flowed smoothly, as if he were buying a cabbage by the roadside. Thinking back to her earlier thoughts, Qin Yun felt her face burning. She had thought Yang Yu was just putting on a show, feeling he was immature and vain. But in the end, she was the one being pursued. I'm sorry, Junior. Qin Yun bit her lip. I need to apologize to you. Actually, earlier. I always thought you were wasting money deliberately pretending to be wealthy in front of me. I even thought you were quite hypocritical disregarding your financial situation for that bit of vanity. I didn't expect. I was wrong. I shouldn't have judged you based on my preconceived notions. I'm really sorry. I hope you don't. While saying this, Qin Yun had already prepared herself for Yang Yu to get angry or even mock her a few times. After all, no one would feel good being misunderstood like that. To her surprise, after hearing this, Yang Yu simply smiled. It's fine. The fact that you senior sister are willing to speak up and apologize is already quite commendable. At least it shows that senior sister is a very sincere person. I forgive you. Seeing Yang Yu being so magnanimous, the feeling of shame in Qin Yun's heart grew even stronger, along with an inexplicable fondness. Young and wealthy, and what's more, his character is so good. It's really hard not to be moved. Qin Yun doesn't discriminate against the poor, but she's not foolish either. As a seasoned student nearing graduation, she knows better than anyone how important money is. Ding. Detected that the host has received a sincere apology and high regard from senior sister, feeling delighted. Congratulations, host, you've received a cash reward of 70,000. Yang Yu listened to the prompt in his mind, feeling another 70,000. This senior sister Qin Yun is truly his lucky star. Spending time with her, he didn't even know how much he had swiped. At this moment, Qin Yun's curiosity was also piqued to its peak. She wanted to know where Yang Yu got all this money from. What does his family do? She leaned in a little and lowered her voice to ask, Can I ask you a question? Yang Yu turned his head, a hint of a mysterious smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, senior sister, no need to ask. I'm currently single. Qin Yun was stunned for a second, then quickly reacted. You. Her cheeks instantly flushed red, and feeling embarrassed and angry, she lightly punched Yang Yu's shoulder. Who wants to ask you about that? I was asking you a serious question. Despite saying that, Qin Yun's heartbeat couldn't help but a tingling sensation spread throughout her body, and her heart felt a little sweet. If it were any other guy who dared to speak to her like this, she would have left with a cold face. But the one speaking was Yang Yu. Looking at his confident smile, Qin Yun couldn't help but ponder. When he said he was single, was he hinting at something? Could it be? He has feelings for me too. In fact, Qin Yun has never lacked suitors at school. But to be honest, she didn't think much of those people. They were far from Yang Yu. After all, in terms of money, looks, and temperament, Yang Yu completely stood out from being just a student. Sir, the pants and shoes you requested have been brought over. The female salesperson wore a somewhat flattering smile. These 2 pairs of suit trousers are this year's new styles with excellent breathability. And these 2 pairs of leather shoes, handmade, you can try them on. Yang Yu didn't waste words and took the items into the fitting room. The next half an hour turned into Yang Yu's personal fashion show. He changed into fitted suit trousers paired with a limited edition jacket and wore a pair of high-quality leather shoes. Every time he pushed the door open to walk out, both Qin Yun and the salesperson felt a sense of being awed. They'll take this set, and this pair, and this shirt. Yang Yu was swift in his actions. In less than a while, he had spent nearly 100,000 in the store. The female salesperson smiled widely, even forgetting to button her clothes properly. While busily packing, she gazed at Yang Yu with starry eyes. Qin Yun, standing aside, went from shock at first to gradually becoming numb. His spending power. She even proactively stepped forward to help Yang Yu adjust his collar or suggest he try a different color tie. The interaction between the two became increasingly natural. To an outside observer, they looked just like a young couple from a wealthy family out shopping together. Ding. Detected that the host is enjoying the confidence boost from the full set of high-end outfits, feeling delighted. Congratulations, host, you've received a cash reward of 80,000. Yang Yu felt secretly pleased. This isn't spending money at all. It's simply making more and more. There's no end to it. After finishing his own purchases, Yang Yu didn't leave immediately. He turned his head, his gaze landing on a row of women's clothing displays not far away. Senior sister, do you have any clothes you like? Since you've spent so long accompanying me today, let me buy you something. Qin Yun's face instantly turned bright red. To be honest, she had actually thought that Yang Yu, having bought so many things, might buy her something. But now that it had really come to this, she felt nervous. They had only known each other for a short time. If she just accepted such an expensive gift, it would feel a bit inappropriate. Yang Yu may have money, but no one's money comes from thin air. Spending so much just to buy a piece of clothing. Her long-held habit of being thrifty made it hard for her to accept. More importantly, she didn't want to leave a bad impression on Yang Yu. No, absolutely not. The clothes here are too expensive, I can't accept. Yang Yu ignored Qin Yun's refusal and directly pointed at a nearby dress, that white dress. Get an S size so she can try it on. No. Qin Yun panicked, quickly grabbing Yang Yu's arm. I said I don't want it, really don't want it. I just came along to help you shop. However, the female salesperson rushed to Qin Yun's side enthusiastically advising, "Oh miss, just try it on. It won't hurt to try, and with your great figure and fair skin, you'll definitely look stunning in that white dress. Your boyfriend genuinely wants to give it to you, so just make him happy." Qin Yun was left somewhat speechless. If they were truly a couple, it would be one thing, though she could still convince herself. But the problem is they weren't even that, and had only known each other for a few hours. How could she feel comfortable accepting it? Yang Yu then spoke up, "Senior sister, if you refuse again, it would be too much of a formality. Or do you think the gift from your boyfriend is unworthy of you?" When he said the words boyfriend, Yang Yu deliberately emphasized them, a playful smile appearing on his face. At that moment, Qin Yun's charming face was almost flushed to the point of bleeding, and she hurriedly retorted, I didn't mean that. Then why not give it a try, eh? Yang Yu patted her hand. "Just consider it a favor for me to see how this dress looks on a real person." With the conversation reaching this point, Qin Yun felt that continuing to refuse would be overly pretentious. She sighed internally and made a private decision. "Then I'll give it a try, but after that I'll find an excuse to say it doesn't fit, and I absolutely cannot accept it." "Well, okay, I'll just try it on." Qin Yun reluctantly nodded. "Great. This way, please." The saleswoman was overjoyed and quickly took down the dress, eagerly leading Qin Yun to the fitting room. As the door to the fitting room closed, the atmosphere became somewhat subtle at that moment. The saleswoman pretended to tidy up the nearby clothing rack, while stealing glances at Yang Yu with the corners of her eyes. The man before her was young, handsome, and spent money like water, simply the dream lover of all women. She had worked here for 2.5 years and had seen all kinds of wealthy people. There were middle-aged, greasy men with big bellies and arrogant, rich second-generation kids, but someone like Yang Yu who was clean-cut and generous was a first for her. A thought wildly sprouted in her heart. The saleswoman straightened her chest, subtly intentionally accentuating her already alluring curves. Walking up to Yang Yu, she exhaled softly, "Sir, you are truly good to your girlfriend." Yang Yu leaned back on the sofa, chuckling lightly. A good girl must be cherished, of course. This sentence had a second half, but he didn't say it. He felt that the saleswoman should be able to understand. Frankly, anyone who could work here couldn't be lacking in looks. Though she couldn't compare to Qin Yun, she had her own unique charm. Especially that peach-like backside. The saleswoman was taken aback at his words. Yet instead of feeling insulted, she seemed to be encouraged, her courage growing a bit bolder. After all, she never truly thought she could become Yang Yu's girlfriend. As long as she could maintain a lover's relationship, she would be very satisfied. The saleswoman bent down to arrange the magazines on the table in front of Yang Yu. As she moved, the collar of her shirt opened wide, revealing a deep and alluring cleavage right before Yang Yu's eyes. "Sir, actually, a man like you is the most attractive. Unlike some men who only talk big when it comes to spending money, they become. You being so straightforward are what a true man is." Yang Yu's gaze lingered on her for 2 seconds, the corner of his mouth curling into a playful arc. He certainly understood what this woman meant. If something is offered on a silver platter, why not take it? After all, a bad girl shouldn't go to waste. Just as Yang Yu was considering whether something should happen, the saleswoman, seeing he didn't explicitly refuse, grew bolder. She moved even closer, almost pressing herself against Yang Yu, her voice lowered to a whisper. "Speaking of big talk, I actually have my own unique insights. Sir, how about I take you to the restroom to take a look? Could you help me keep an eye on it?" As soon as these words came out, Yang Yu's smile instantly faded. The glint of amusement and interest in his eyes vanished without a trace. If a drain had no basic manhole cover, it must have been crossed by numerous people. He simply couldn't muster any interest. "No need." Yang Yu subtly leaned back, creating distance. The saleswoman's expression stiffened. She hadn't expected Yang Yu's attitude to change so quickly. Just as she felt awkward. Click. The door to the fitting room opened. Qin Yun walked out from inside. She had changed into a pure white dress that seemed tailor-made for her. The simple square neckline perfectly showcased her delicate and beautiful collarbone, as well as a small patch of. The upper part of the dress was fitted and perfectly wrapped around her, exquisitely outlining her slender waist. Meanwhile, the area around her chest was supported by a full yet understated perfect curve, embodying both the innocence of a girl and the sensuality of a woman. The skirt flared naturally from the waist, reaching just above her knees, revealing her straight and proportionate calves. Detected that the host has successfully dressed as a stunning senior sister, generating a strong visual enjoyment and sense of achievement, mood extremely joyful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash reward, 100,000 yuan. Qin Yun seemed a bit shy, her fair and delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, her moist red lips slightly pursed, her gaze carrying a hint of shyness. Nervously gripping the hem of her dress, she quietly asked, How does it look?" "Very beautiful." Yang Yu sincerely. The saleswoman quickly adjusted her attitude as if nothing had happened before, her face once again filled with a professional smile. Since she couldn't grasp Yang Yu's heart, she had to earn more commission. She immediately moved closer, joining in the praise. Yes. Miss, you look absolutely stunning in that dress. I've sold so many dresses and I've never seen anyone look more fitting than you." She glanced at Yang Yu, adding with a hint of jealousy, "Your boyfriend has great taste. This dress on you is simply like a fairy descending to earth." The mention of boyfriend made Qin Yun's cheeks even redder. Yang Yu stood up and took out his bank card. "All right, just this one." Card swipe. Seeing Yang Yu really about to make a payment, Qin Yun's body instantly tensed. She had seen the price tag of this dress in the fitting room, $58,000. Her entire annual living expenses didn't even amount to that. For her to accept such an expensive item, she truly couldn't do it. However, she worried about directly refusing Yang Yu, fearing he might get upset. After contemplating, Qin Yun hurriedly stepped forward, her tone serious. Wait. Junior, I really can't accept this. Yang Yu raised an eyebrow. Why? He genuinely thought that the dress looked great on Qin Yun. Besides, the emotional value Qin Yun brought him had already earned him quite a few system rewards. He could afford this amount of money. It's too expensive. Qin Yun bit her lip, looking at him earnestly. We just met you. I can't accept something so valuable from you. Although for you this price may not be much, but I really find it hard to accept. Qin Yun took a deep breath, pointing to a silk scarf in the accessory section nearby. If you really want to give me something as a thank you for accompanying you shopping today, how about giving me that silk scarf? Yang Yu followed her gaze. It was a Gucci scarf with elegant floral patterns priced at 880 yuan. Although this was still not a small amount for Qin Yun, it was the most acceptable price within her line of sight. Yang Yu never expected that before even reporting to school he had already drawn a golden card. What a good girl. He had to admit that his fondness for Qin Yun increased several-fold at this moment. Alright, I'll respect your choice. Yang Yu smiled, choosing to honor her decision. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun let out a huge sigh of relief, her face displaying a genuine smile. Although she did indeed like that dress, what mattered more was the impression it left in Yang Ye's heart. She felt she had made the right choice. However, the joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate with each other. Compared to Qin Yun's ease, the shop assistant's expression visibly darkened. Her commission. Just when it was within reach, it flew away. Is this girl foolish? Refusing a gift that was handed to her. If it were her, she would have thoroughly emptied Yang Ye's pockets. Despite this thought in her mind, the shop assistant still forced a smile. Sir, that will be 880 yuan. After Yang Yu paid promptly, he took the gift box, but did not hand it directly to Qin Yun. Instead, he opened it and took out the silky scarf inside. Shall I help you put it on? Sure. Qin Yun was taken aback for a moment, then her body tensed up, as if compelled. She nodded slightly. Yang Yu stepped in front of her, their distance suddenly narrowing. Qin Yun shyly lowered her head, unable to meet Yang Ye's gaze. From her elevated position, Yang Yu had to admit the skin of the senior was truly fair. So delicate it seemed breakable. The rosy hue of her small lips was exceptionally captivating. He wondered what it would taste like. But there was no rush. They had just met not long ago. He didn't want to scare her off. He had enough patience for that. Moreover, he wasn't the type of person who urgently needed to vent. Had he been, that shop assistant would have surely been overwhelmed. Back to the present, Yang Yu held the scarf, his fingers gently gliding over Qin Yun's exquisite collarbone, tying. The scarf complemented her snowy white skin, adding a touch of gentle and charming grace. He took half a step back, satisfied, and admired his masterpiece. All done. Upon hearing his voice, Qin Yun instinctively looked up, her gaze meeting Yang Ye's eyes, filled with warmth. Their eyes locked, and an ambiguous atmosphere quickly enveloped them. Qin Yun felt her cheeks rapidly warming, a lovely shade of pink creeping up her neck. She hurriedly looked away, but was at a loss as to where to gaze. After a few turns of her gaze, she mustered the courage to speak. How is it? Does it look good? It suits. Yang Yu sincerely praised. Thank you. Qin Yun's voice was as soft as a whisper, and she lowered her head again, not daring to look at Yang Yu. Yang Yu naturally extended a hand. Let's go, senior sister. Qin Yun looked at that clean, slender hand, hesitating, but soon she placed her small hand on it. Yang Yu grasped it firmly, their fingers interlocking. Qin Yun instantly felt as if she had been electrocuted, instinctively wanting to withdraw her hand. However, Yang Yu held on tightly, showing no signs of letting go. After struggling briefly, Qin Yun gave in. Yang Yu turned to look at her, a hint of playful amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. Qin Yun's cheeks flushed even more. Thus she surrendered to the pull. Allowing Yang Yu to lead her hand, they walked side by side through the bustling mall. Though her heart was somewhat shy, she felt sweetly exhilarated. Yang Yu felt the astonishing sensation in his hand, his mood lifting even more. Ding. Detected a breakthrough in the relationship between the host and the senior sister, mood extremely elated. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward, a Porsche Cayenne Coupe Turbo GT4 0T. The vehicle paperwork has been completed, and it is parked in the parking lot, available for you to view at any time. What the hell? A Cayenne. And the top configuration Turbo GT4 0T. This thing's market price is at least 2 million. An ordinary person would take a lifetime to afford one. And he just started his freshman year, and he already owns one. Yang Yu touched the extra keys in his pocket, feeling a surge of joy. This system is too flashy. However, there is a small issue. He hasn't had the chance to learn to drive yet. Does that mean he has to hire a driver? Just as he was pondering this, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding. Detected that the host does not have a driver's license and cannot experience the top-tier vehicle. To enhance the host experience, the host is now rewarded with master-level driving skills. As soon as the words left the system, a torrent of information surged into Yang Ye's mind. From starting a civilian front-wheel drive vehicle, to extreme drifting and rally racing. From casual parking on ideal roads to being leaps ahead in hybrid race. Countless driving knowledge and muscle memory were integrated by Yang Yu within mere seconds. He instantly felt as if he had transformed into a top-tier novice. He could even go and challenge Muchin 100 for a bit of fun. This feeling was simply exhilarating. He couldn't wait to try. Holding Qin Yun's hand, he walked faster unconsciously. Qin Yun, of course, sensed this change in emotion. Curiously, she asked, "What's going on? Why are you in such a hurry all of a sudden?" "My new car has arrived, let's go." A car?" Qin Yun was taken aback. She almost blurted out to ask, "You just started your freshman year, and you bought a car." But she swallowed the words back. Thinking it over, it did make sense. Yang Yu had no hesitation spending tens of thousands on clothes. Buying a car now. After the initial shock, a deep curiosity followed. She shook their hands and couldn't help but ask, "What kind of car did you buy, Junior?" Yang Yu just smiled mysteriously. "You'll know when we get there." The two arrived at the underground parking lot. As soon as they exited the elevator, they saw a small crowd gathered nearby. They were pointing and exclaiming at a parking space, occasionally gasping. Some had already taken out cameras for selfies. "Wow, is that a Kian? Look at those rims and brakes. It can't be the top-tier turbo GT, can it?" "Absolutely. This car must be over 2 million when it hits the market. Which top-tier rich second generation in Han City parked their ride here?" "No bro, I'm begging you. What kind of... With an entire fleet of new energy cars, you could trade stocks, throw a lavish wedding, and have 2 chubby kids afterwards. Wouldn't that be a lovely life?" Yang Yu observed everything without saying much. He politely addressed the few people blocking the car. "Excuse me, could you please move aside?" The crowd turned to see Yang Yu and Qin Yun, initially stunned by their striking appearance. However, they quickly returned their attention to their phones, continuing their activities. The bold girl who had spoken up remarked, "What are you talking about? Is this road yours? Don't you understand the order of arrival? It's ridiculous. Get lost. Don't waste my time with selfies." Yang Yu pulled out his car key from his pocket and pressed the button. The headlights of the Kian flashed in a fierce manner, immediately emitting a crisp response. Beep beep. The previously arrogant girl widened her eyes in disbelief. She had thought that someone who could drive such a luxury car must be a man in his 30s or 40s, someone with the financial means. She never expected him to be so young. This was truly fantastic. Compared to the overweight, greasy, middle-aged men, a young, handsome, and wealthy man like him was her ideal target. After all, every time she was with those old men, they behaved like delivery guys, simply dropping off things at the door and considering their job done. It was truly frustrating. The woman reined in her thoughts, displaying a flattering smile, her voice sweetening. "Oh, handsome, so you're the owner of this car. It was a misunderstanding earlier. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I wonder if I could have the honor of getting in the car to take a... By the way, speaking of photos, I have many beautiful private pictures. I wonder if you're interested." Faced with the girl's blatant desire and her almost seductive gaze, Yang Yu truly felt the extent to which women could be proactive when a man had money. However, he smiled indifferently. "What are you doing? Get lost." With that, he opened the car door and sat inside. The girl, upon hearing this, not only did not get angry, but her expression turned even more eager. "No, handsome. Let me explain. I can do backflips too. I can do many difficult moves. Please let me in." Bang! The car door slammed shut, cutting off all external. Qin Yun in the passenger seat felt her cheeks flush slightly. She spat at the girl outside. "Vixen. Bah. Shameless." Yang Yu smiled at Qin Yun's still angry face. "Are you jealous, senior?" "Who's jealous?" "I'm not." Qin Yun sounded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her voice raised a few pitches. She turned her head, looking out the window, stubbornly stating, "I simply look down on women who are so fickle, willing to give up everything for a little money. And saying things like cats can do backflips, how cheap." Listening to her lengthy rant, Yang Yu did not refute. "All right, senior is right, we won't stoop to their level." As Yang Yu spoke, his gaze unintentionally drifted to a certain spot. He noticed the seatbelt crossing the valley, accentuating the curvaceous peaks. They moved gracefully with each breath. Goodness, senior's assets are indeed impressive. It seemed that Qin Yun sensed Yang Yu's gaze and felt somewhat uneasy. If anyone else dared to look at her like that, she would have slapped them. But for some reason, being looked at by Yang Yu made her feel shy and yet strangely delighted. What is this self-admiration? Taking too long. Shouldn't it be over now? Qin Yun cleared her throat a couple of times. "Ahem, let's get going, shall we?" "All right." Yang Yu retracted his gaze, maintaining a calm expression as if nothing had happened. His right hand skillfully shifted gears and pressed the accelerator. Roar! The 4.0T twin-turbocharged engine erupted with a wild roar. The sound was filled with a metallic tension. For a man, it was simply the most wonderful symphony in the world. The feeling of being pushed back hit him instantly. The car shot out of the parking lot like a bolt of black lightning. "Aunt!" Qin Yun screamed in fright, pressing her delicate body tightly against the leather seat. "Junior, slow down. It's too fast, I can't handle it." Yang Yu remained silent, his gaze calm. His masterful driving skills brought him to the peak of unity with the car. Overtaking lane, changing, accelerating. Among the ceaseless flow of traffic, the Kian glided smoothly like a fish in water. The adrenaline rush made Yang Yu feel exhilarated. With another push on the accelerator, Qin Yun felt her breath momentarily halt. But soon the thrill of the speed, watching the scenery on both sides blur into shadows. Qin Yun's initial fright turned into excitement. She rolled down the window a bit. The wild wind rushed in immediately. Qin Yun couldn't help but shout out, "Wow! So fast! So thrilling!" She turned to Yang Yu, her big eyes filled with admiration and fervor. "Junior, your driving skills are amazing. You're such a pro. I love it," Yang Yu replied with a smile. At that moment, Qin Yun had completely let go. She shifted her body into the most comfortable position, her gaze lingering on Yang Ye's profile. A serious man is the most handsome, especially one who is already quite good-looking and driving a Kian. It's really hard not to be moved. Yang Yu stole a glance. Qin Yun's high ponytail fluttered in the wind, highlighting the youthful vitality unique to her age. Her full rounded hips were tightly encased in jeans, and her beautiful legs crossed enticingly, appearing particularly alluring. He couldn't help but smile slightly. His left hand was steady on the steering wheel, while his right hand casually rested on Qin Yun's thigh. Hiss! Qin Yun instantly tensed up as if struck by lightning. Her heart began to race. She glanced down at Yang Ye's large hand, her voice trembling slightly. What are you doing? Yang Yu smirked. Doing? Qin Yun was stunned for a second before realizing her pretty face suddenly flushed. You jerk! Pervert! She reached out to push Yang Ye's hand away, but his hand remained steady, unmoving. Qin Yun puffed her cheeks in annoyance. Junior, if you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. Really? Yang Yu spoke again, his tone carrying a hint of disappointment. I thought Senior liked me too. No. It can't be. Qin Yun wanted to say something, but for a moment, she didn't know how to express herself. The suffocating ambiguity was spreading wildly. Her heart felt like it was about to leap out of her chest, and her mind was blank. How was she supposed to respond to that? Not liking him. She feared it would hurt Yang Ye's feelings, and it wouldn't be beneficial for the development of their relationship. But to say she liked him, wouldn't that be too soon? They had only known each other for half a day. There were plenty of boys at school who had pursued her for years. Yet she had never given any of them a good look. And now with Yang Yu. Qin Yun's peripheral vision caught Yang Yu, and her heart was in turmoil. Actually, by her standards for a partner, Yang Yu was completely acceptable. After all, in terms of looks, wealth, and eloquence, so why not? Qin Yun simply closed her eyes, ceasing her struggle. Like you. Humph. A harsh screech of brakes echoed. The car casually stopped by the roadside. Yang Yu turned around, his right hand gripping the back of Qin Yun's head. Before Qin Yun could react, he directly kissed her rosy lips. Qin Yun's eyes widened in shock. She had merely uttered that she liked him. How did it escalate from a casual touch to a kiss? This was her first kiss. The strong scent of a man instantly engulfed her mouth. Qin Yun instinctively wanted to struggle. She reached out her hands, attempting to push Yang Yu away. But he remained immovable, one hand firmly pressed on the back of her head, while the other encircled her slender waist. It felt incredibly domineering. Gradually, Qin Yun sensed her body softening, her strength fading away. She quietly opened her eyes. Yang Ye's perfect profile was mere inches away. His sharp features appeared exceptionally focused. This. Qin Yun steeled her heart. Since she couldn't resist, she might as well enjoy it. Her little hand transitioned from resistance to tightly gripping the collar of Yang Ye's shirt, albeit clumsily. Yet she tried her best to respond. After all, this was her first kiss. She didn't want to appear too inadequate, fearing it would leave her with unpleasant memories. After a long moment, their lips parted. A strand of glimmer broke in the air. Qin Yun was panting heavily, her eyes dazed, her face reddened to the point of nearly bleeding. She leaned against Yang Yu, feeling as though she had just been pulled from water, soft and powerless. Ding. Host detected to have claimed the first kiss of a stunning senior, feeling joyful and highly elated. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of 300,000 yuan. Awesome. Not only did he get the senior's first kiss, but he also received a reward of 300,000 in one go. This amount was far more than any previous cash rewards. Yang Yu looked at Qin Yun in his arms, feeling a wave of satisfaction. Senior, your skills need improvement. Qin Yun, still stunned, widened her eyes upon hearing this. You. What do you mean? Who taught you this? Honestly, how many have you been with? Yang Yu restarted the car, casting her a teasing glance. What senior are you trying to check my credentials? Who wants to check on you? Full of yourself. Qin Yun pouted playfully, but her heart was a tangled mess. Damn. Although she had quite a bit of affection for Yang Yu, this was progressing too fast. They had only known each other for a few hours. How did it escalate to this point? But thinking back to that heart-pounding sensation, just now she found herself savoring it a bit. Qin Yun, oh, you are the school beauty, where's your restraint? Has it been eaten by a dog? While she was lost in thought, Yang Ye's right hand slid down again, precisely landing on her thigh, gently squeezing. Senior, how about we practice again? Qin Yun's body stiffened. Although her mind told her not to agree, her body on another round of intimacy ensued. This time Yang Yu held her waist with one hand while the other did not press on the back of her head. Instead, it glided along her waist, slowly climbing upward, feeling the incredible texture of Qin Yun's skin while trying to explore higher peaks. Just as victory seemed within reach, suddenly Qin Yun mustered all her strength and pushed Yang Yu away. Junior. This is too fast. I'm scared. Qin Yun's eyes were filled with worry and tension. For her, this pace was indeed terrifying. No matter how much she liked Yang Yu, she couldn't engage in such intimate actions after just a few hours of knowing each other. Kissing was already the limit. Besides, she didn't want Yang Yu to think of her as an easy person. Qin Yun bit her silver teeth, her voice trembling slightly. Junior, can you give me a little more time? This really isn't okay. Alright. Yang Yu smiled casually, showing no signs of awkwardness from being pushed away. He realized he might have rushed things a bit. It's fine, let's take it slow. After all, from the kiss earlier, it was clear that Qin Yun was still an unrefined blank slate. Such speed was indeed too fast. For him, being able to obtain Qin Yun's first kiss and a reward of 300,000 within a few hours was already satisfactory. Seeing Yang Yu being so understanding, Qin Yun's feelings for him rose significantly. As she fluttered her eyelashes, she leaned forward. Junior, you're really nice. In an instant, a bright red lip print appeared on Yang Ye's face. He was caught off guard by this sudden ambush, momentarily stunned, and then couldn't suppress the smile forming at the corners of his mouth. After all, his initiative and Qin Yun's initiative held completely different meanings. If given the chance, he certainly hoped to lie back and earn money comfortably without moving. Ding. Host detected to have received a kiss from a stunning senior, feeling joyful. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Suddenly, ding 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 ding. A series of urgent phone rings broke the intimate atmosphere in the car. Qin Yun pulled out her phone and saw the caller ID on the screen. Her face changed immediately. Oh no. The call connected. Before Qin Yun could say anything, a sultry voice came from the other end, loud enough for Yang Yu to hear clearly. Qin, the school beauty. My Yun darling. Where have you been? We arrived long ago, just waiting for you. Hurry up, if you don't come soon, I'll be devoured alive by this pack of hungry wolves. Damn it, these muscle-bound guys from the sports department are like hormone-injected stallions, their eyes almost stripping me of my clothes. If you don't come to save me soon, you'll only see me in the domestic area tomorrow. Qin Yun's cheeks suddenly flushed bright red. She hurriedly turned the volume of her phone down to the lowest setting and urgently whispered into the microphone, Su Xiao, shut up. I'll be there soon. Hanging up. After saying that, Qin Yun hung up the phone, as if fleeing, lowering her head and not daring to glance at Yang Yu. Yang Yu suppressed his laughter. Senior sister, your friend is quite something. Qin Yun's toes dug into the floor. That dead girl Su Xiao. It was okay for her to be unrestrained on normal days, but to say such things at this moment. What if Yang Yu misunderstood? She took a deep breath and quickly explained, Junior brother, actually it's not what you think. Su Xiao, my best friend, she tends to speak a bit boldly, but she's really a good person. Qin Yun wasn't wrong in saying this. She and Su Xiao had played together since childhood, and they were each other's best friends. Whenever Qin Yun encountered those persistent boys and didn't know how to deal with them, it was always Su Xiao who stepped in. Her method was quite simple: ask for money. In her words, my best friend is so beautiful, if you want to pursue her, you should at least show some real effort, right? How about a betrothal gift of 3/8 of a row? This tactic proved to be quite effective. Most boys would flee in disarray upon hearing that. The only negative consequence was that although Su Xiao was also one of the campus beauties, she earned the title of a gold digger. However, she didn't care and was rather pleased with it. She even publicly declared that love was nonsense, and only money and six-pack abs were the truth. Back to the present. Qin Yun shifted her tone. Junior brother, I'm sorry, but I promised to treat you to a meal. I really forgot, as Xiao invited me to a dinner today. How about tomorrow? I'll definitely. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Yang Yu. No problem. Just right, I'm hungry too. You don't mind me tagging along, do you? Hearing this, Qin Yun's heart warmed, and her gaze towards Yang Yu softened even more. Handsome, domineering, and considerate. He was simply perfect. She nodded. Of course I don't mind. Then let's go. Yang Yu stepped on the gas. At you on hot pot. When the two arrived, Yang Yu circled around for quite a while, but couldn't find a parking spot. In the end, he simply parked the car at the entrance of the parking lot, completely blocking it. Qin Yun looked at this ideal parking method with some worry. Junior brother, is it okay to block the entrance like this? What could happen? Yang Yu turned off the engine, unbuckled his seatbelt, and appeared relaxed. As soon as he finished speaking, a hostess in a cheapao walked over quickly in high heels. Sir, sorry, this is the entrance. The hostess wore a smile, but her tone carried a hint of urgency. Yang Yu didn't say a word. Instead, he simply pulled out 2 red 100 yuan bills and handed them over. I know. Just keep an eye on it for me. When there's a spot inside, call me, and I'll come down to move it. This. The hostess looked at the 200 yuan bills. She worked hard all day for about this amount. Now she just had to keep an eye on the parking spot and make a call. Without any hesitation. The hostess's face instantly filled with smiles, her eyes full of gratitude as she said to Yang Yu. Okay, sir. You can rest assured. I guarantee I'll get the job done. Yang Yu waved his hand indifferently. 200 yuan. If it were in the past, he would definitely hesitate to spend this, but now it was just a bit of cash. Ding. Detected that the host is enjoying the privileges and conveniences brought by money, feeling happy. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward 100,000 yuan. Spending 200 and earning 100,000 in return. This deal is certainly worth it. Yang Yu's mood instantly improved, and he took Qin Yun's hand, leading her directly into the hot pot restaurant. On the second floor at the end of the private room. As soon as the two pushed the door open, a wave of hot pot aroma rushed toward them. Yang Yu's gaze swept slightly, and was immediately locked onto a figure. With winered wavy long hair, cascading casually over her shoulders, her small face appeared even more exquisite. The upper half of her outfit was an orange tie crop top that perfectly outlined her ample curves and slender waist. The lower half was a pair of black hot pants that revealed 2 straight long legs. What was most striking were her socks. The left leg had black and white striped knee-high socks, while the right leg wore an orange towel sock. This rather odd, asymmetrical outfit. At this moment, it brought out a kind of wild sensuality to the utmost. Yang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, this beauty could rival Qin Yun." And the two had their own unique charms. If Qin Yun represented purity and vivacity, then this lady embodied hotness and rebelliousness. At this moment, all eyes in the private room were focused on the entrance. To be precise, they were focused on the tightly held hands of Yang Yu and Qin Yun. After a brief silence, the entire private room erupted. What the hell? What's going on? Am I seeing things? Our university's most aloof beauty actually holding hands with a man. Who is this guy? So impressive. Cheers and whistles rang out. Qin Yun's face flushed, but she didn't let go. Instead, she held on even tighter. Before coming, she had envisioned this scene. Although shy, she was not timid. Taking a deep breath, she faced everyone's gaze and spoke confidently. Let me introduce you all. This is my boyfriend Yang Yu. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the noise was even greater than before. Everyone in the private room wore looks of disbelief. Especially that whinered wavy-haired girl Su Xiaoxiao. Or rather, she could also be called Su Dada. At this moment, her breaths were rapid and her chest rose and fell. Her gaze scanned Yang Yu like a radar, trying to see who this brave man was to have conquered Qin Yun in just one day. As a well-known gold digger in the university, Su Xiaoxiao certainly had a keen eye for luxury brands. With a glance, she concluded that Yang Yu's entire outfit cost at least over 200,000. Damn, a top-tier rich guy, and he's so handsome. No wonder that dead girl Yin Yun fell for him so quickly. Su Xiaoxiao stood up and extended her jade hand. Hello Yang Yu, I'm Qin Yun's best friend Su Xiaoxiao. Yang Yu held Su Xiaoxiao's hand. The touch was incredibly smooth like a piece of warm jade. However, his mind was clearly not entirely focused on her hand, but rather his gaze swept over her tight-fitting outfit. No wonder she dares to call herself Su Dada. This scale must be at least indeed substantial. Hello senior sister Su. Yang Yu smiled politely, their hands parting immediately. Don't call me senior sister, just call me Xiaoxiao, or Dada, it sounds more familiar. Su Xiaoxiao cast a flirtatious glance. As she spoke, her body leaned slightly forward, and a rich scent of perfume wafted toward him. Qin Yun quickly pulled Yang Yu aside. Su Xiaoxiao, rein in your charms. This is my boyfriend, not one of the fish in your pond. Oh, are you feeling heartbroken, Yin Yun? Su Xiaoxiao teased, pulling both of them to sit down. Just as they sat down, a boy across the table wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking refined spoke up. His name was Zhou Zheng, the president of the school football club. He had once pursued Qin Yun for a while, but ultimately chose to give up when he saw no progress. At this moment, Zhou Zheng's expression was somewhat gloomy. This brother Yang Yu looks a bit unfamiliar. Is he from our school? Yang Yu replied blandly. I'm a freshman in the journalism department, just arrived at school today. Zhou Zheng was taken aback and his gloomy expression deepened. A freshman? Just reported. In other words, this kid had just met Qin Yun today and managed to take her down, someone he had failed to win over for years. Zhou Zheng adjusted his glasses, his voice tinged with envy. Junior, your efficiency is truly something that leads. Everyone knows that the line of people pursuing Qin Yun could stretch from the school gate to France, but I've never heard of anyone passing Su Xiaoxiao's test. Su Xiaoxiao, didn't you stop this? Letting Qin Yun be pushed like this? Su Xiaoxiao snorted coldly. Zhou Zheng, do you even know how to speak? If you didn't win her over back, then that's your problem, not mine. What do you mean by helping to block? I was just protecting you, filtering out those who are clueless and financially challenged. As for Junior Yang Yu, Su Xiaoxiao turned to Yang Yu, a glimmer of unusual light flashing in her eyes. Handsome to the point of being jaw-dropping, dressed extravagantly. Such a gem made her heart race a bit, let alone someone like Qin Yun who had never been in a relationship. With a junior like Yang Yu being so outstanding, of course I won't stand in the way. Su Xiaoxiao added, her tone carrying a hint of envy. She didn't even notice herself. Alright, let's order first. Junior, here's the menu for you. Tonight I'm treating, so don't hold back. Su Xiaoxiao directly shoved the tablet into Yang Yu's hands. She did it intentionally, just to see if Yang Yu was truly extravagant or merely pretending with his attire. After all, having money is one aspect, but if he was too stingy, then having any amount of money would be useless. She wanted to test what kind of person Yang Yu really was. Yang Yu didn't decline. After taking the menu, he glanced around. Does anyone have any dietary restrictions? Everyone shook their heads. Yang Yu nodded and swiftly swiped his fingers across the screen. Then he'll just order freely. Let's have 2 portions of top-grade Wagyu beef, 3 portions of black truffle shrimp paste, and a bit of caviar, 1 can for each. Su Xiaoxiao stared, feeling her heart race. Who knew this Yang Yu was really not holding back? Everything he ordered was the most expensive. How could she handle it later? Were they going to leave her selling her skills here? Oh, I see you have wine here. Bordeaux's Petrus red wine, a bottle. Let's go with this one. Su Xiaoxiao was truly unable to sit still now, her eyes wide. Wait, Junior Yang Yu, that's too harsh. If this meal is really going to be this extravagant, even if I squeeze the fish pond dry, I still won't be able to fill this hole. Yang Yu closed the menu and smiled. No worries, this meal is on me. He took Qin Yun's hand, his gaze gentle. Just consider this as treating everyone to witness the love between me and senior sister. That's great. Brother Yang is generous. Brother Yang, I toast to you. A few boys who had previously been somewhat envious and jealous of Yang Yu now felt relieved. They were just saying how Qin Yun could fall so quickly. Now it was clear. This freshman not only looked handsome, but was also extraordinarily talented. Everything made sense now. You can't eat someone's food without feeling indebted. Once the several thousand yuan wine arrives, who still cares? Anyway, just envying others doesn't help, but it's better to enjoy a lavish meal. Only Zhou Zheng sat at the table muttering with a sarcastic tone. Tisk, so what if he has some money? What's so great about it? At that moment a boy by the window suddenly stood up and shouted outside, "Damn! Guys, look below. What car is that?" The attention of the table of boys was instantly diverted. Everyone rushed to the window. Porsche, and a Black Warrior Edition Cayenne. Damn, so cool. Those rims, those calipers, absolutely stunning. Whose car is this? It's so extravagant, parked right in front of the entrance, blocking the door. Damn, competing with these rich people, how did the security not lock the car? This car must cost over $1 million, right? Everyone was discussing animatedly, their eyes full of envy. Zhou pushed up his glasses and walked over, casually picking up the conversation. Alright, if you don't understand, don't babble here. That isn't an ordinary Cayenne. Look at its sleek back shape and the rear spoiler. This is the Cayenne Coupe Turbo GT4 0T, currently the pinnacle of the Cayenne series. An ordinary Cayenne costs over $1 million, but this car with options and on-road prices is at least over $2 million. Zhou spoke confidently, leaving several boys around him stunned. Damn, brother Zheng, you know so much. No wonder your family runs a repair shop, you're truly professional. Zhou, hearing the flattery, finally regained a bit of balance. He glanced sideways at Yang Yu, who was still sitting, and sneered. What does Junior Yang Yu think? Hearing this, Yang Yu raised an eyebrow, too lazy to say much. Senior, Zhou knows a lot, I'm impressed. Qin Yin, listening to their conversation, nearly burst out laughing. This Junior is quite mischievous. However, she liked it. At this moment, Zhou heard this and became more vigorous. Lighting up a cigarette, he took a deep puff and continued. It's alright, I have a bit of knowledge. Actually, this type of car is not only expensive for its power, but also for the top-tier SUV handling experience. In comparison, what G-Class or Land Rover can even hold a candle to it. Actually, my dream car is this one. It's just a pity that my family isn't willing to buy it for me, yet I'll have to wait a few more years. The boys around also started to express their thoughts. A car like this, I guess I have no hope in this lifetime. Brother Zheng, when you get it in the future, can I borrow it to drive? I want to experience it too. Sure. Zhou exhaled a puff of smoke, a look of pride on his face. Just then the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. The hostess walked in. She looked flustered, quickly scanning the room, and finally landed her gaze on Yang Yu. Sir, I'm truly sorry to interrupt. There's a guest in the parking lot who needs to leave urgently, and your car is blocking the entrance. Could you please move your car? The entire venue fell into an instant silence. Zhou's eyes were somewhat vacant. What on earth is this? Move the car. Ask Yang Yu to move the car. Could it be that $2 million Cayenne belongs to Yang Yu? He recalled how he had just been showing off, analyzing the Cayenne with great confidence, feeling quite pleased with himself. It was just like the king and joker in a deck of cards. Damn it. Who would have thought that car actually belonged to Yang Yu? What would a freshman like him need such a car for? Zhou clenched his fists tightly, his expression shifting. He had thought his family was doing fairly well. Usually he drove his own BYD worth $100,000. Although he was often mistaken for a ride-hailing driver, as one of the rare car owners among university students, he still felt quite remarkable. Yang Yu. It was just about dressing a bit better. Even if there was a gap between them, it should not have been that big. But now he realized that the difference was not small, they were worlds apart. What kind of family would provide such an expensive luxury car for their child just as they entered their freshman year? How much real wealth must they have? He had previously boasted about buying a Cayenne upon graduation, but that was just a casual remark. He had to plead with his family to buy him the current BYD. How could they possibly afford to buy him a top-tier Cayenne right after graduation? Zhou's mind was in a jumble. At that moment, he no longer felt like competing with Yang Yu, but rather felt deeply impressed. After all, the greatest watershed in life is the amniotic fluid. He couldn't compare to Yang Yu, and he accepted that. Not long after Yang Yu pushed the door open and entered, he instantly attracted everyone's attention, especially Su Xiaoxiao. Her fox-like eyes were filled with unabashed enthusiasm, and her tone was filled with curiosity. Yang Yu Jr., is that top-tier Cayenne really yours? Yang Yu nodded yes. Su Xiaoxiao continued, her tone laced with excitement. Over $2 million. About that, Yang Yu remained unfazed. However, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled even brighter. From the way Yang Yu was dressed, she could tell he was wealthy. But she hadn't expected him to be this rich. Wow. Driving a top-tier Cayenne as a freshman. What kind of family? Su Xiaoxiao subtly shifted her chair closer to Yang Yu. The curves beneath her orange-fitted outfit nearly pressed against. She exhaled softly, alluringly, batting her eyelashes. Junior, let me ask you this. You're so handsome and so wealthy. Do you know how many women you could charm just by being like this? As she spoke, she deliberately leaned closer to Yang. Yang Yu instantly felt a soft, warm pressure on his arm. Wow. Su Xiaoxiao was really bold. Qin Yun was watching from the side. As her good friend, how could she be so daring? Yang Yu glanced at Qin Yun from the corner of his eye. To his surprise, Qin Yun's expression was calm, seemingly unconcerned or jealous at all. She even made eye contact with Yang Yu for a brief moment before looking away. Her gaze carried an indescribable meaning, as if she tacitly accepted Su Xiaoxiao's actions. Yang Yu couldn't help but feel puzzled. The incident with the lady who did a backflip was enough to show that Qin Yun could get jealous. But now Su Xiaoxiao's actions were bolder by far. Yet Qin Yun showed no reaction. That was quite strange. However, it was clearly not the time to ask questions. Soon the ordered dishes began to arrive one after another. Served with a top-grade Wagyu beef with perfect fat marbling, springy and delicious black truffle shrimp, dumplings, individual cans of caviar, and a bottle of red wine worth over 80,000, fragrant and smooth. The luxury of this table was something everyone had never experienced before. Zhou Zheng sat in a corner watching Yang Yu laughing and chatting as he was surrounded by people feeling a mix of emotions. He wanted to say something several times, but ultimately closed his mouth helplessly. Amidst the clinking of glasses, Yang Yu had clearly become the center of this hot pot gathering. The calls of Brother Yang echoed repeatedly, making him feel extremely pleasant. Yang Yu welcomed everyone, responding to both those he knew and those he did not. His demeanor of enjoying life with others naturally won him a lot of goodwill. During the meal, Su Xiaoxiao and Qin Yun were eagerly serving him food. Junior, try this wagyu. The taste is absolutely amazing. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled. Yang Yu, eat more shrimp dumplings, don't just drink wine. Qin Yun spoke gently. The two flower-like beauties, one hot and the other pure, hovered around him, making other boys feel both silent and envious. The meal quickly approached its end. The steam from the hot pot made the private room a bit hazy, and everyone's faces showed signs of drunkenness. In fact, Su Xiaoxiao had originally planned a second round of karaoke, but everyone tacitly chose not to mention it. The boys felt somewhat inferior facing a figure like Yang Yu. Even though Yang Yu was so easygoing, they still couldn't fully relax. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao and Qin Yun were eager for a chance to be alone with Yang Yu. When it was time to settle the bill, Yang Yu readily pulled out his card. A meal cost over 100,000. Ding. The system detected that the host enjoyed high-end delicacies accompanied by two beauties and is in a good mood. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash reward 600,000. Yang Yu felt a surge of joy. This money truly seems to grow the more he spends. Moreover, the emotional value of this meal was also maximized. It can be considered the most enjoyable meal he had ever had. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, the night fell and the lights came on. There was a slight chill in the air, but it couldn't dispel the drunkenness that lingered on everyone. The boys, with arms around each other's shoulders, chatted about drunken nonsense as they gradually dispersed. Only Yang Yu, Qin Yun, and Su Xiaoxiao remained. Su Xiaoxiao's tone was filled with anticipation. Yang Jr., do you have any plans next? It's still early. How about a stroll? After all, I haven't ridden in a top-tier Qian yet. Can you take me for a ride? Su Xiaoxiao threw Yang Yu a flirtatious glance. Qin Yun felt a bit helpless. She had actually planned to return to the dorm. But since Su Xiaoxiao had said that she couldn't do anything but tacitly agree with her idea, Yang Yu smiled. Su Xiaoxiao was really a great helper. After all, it was already getting late. If they wandered around a bit longer, who knows what might happen later. Without any reason to refuse, Yang Yu nodded. All right, then I'll call a driver. He had just activated the system and didn't want to fall into a steady job. He understood the rules: no drinking and driving. After calling for a ride, the three of them walked to the parking lot. As they approached, Su Xiaoxiao let out a surprised exclamation and quickly jogged towards the car. Wow. This big Qian, oh my. Su Xiaoxiao excitedly touched the car body, then leaned on the car window to look at the interior. Wow, this interior, this material, indeed, luxury cars are just different. The space is so big too. The back seat could probably fit 3 people to sleep right. Before Yang Yu could speak, Qin Yun couldn't help but interject. Su Xiaoxiao, behave yourself. Su Xiaoxiao chuckled. Hey Yun Yun, you just don't get it, do you? A good horse deserves a good saddle, a good car deserves a beautiful woman. Let me tell you, with this car, I would gladly sleep in the back seat every day. At least it's much better than the shabby dormitory at school. As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her chest, making her voluptuous figure in the orange bodysuit all the more eye-catching. Yang Yu watched all this silently, giving her a thumbs up. To be honest, he was becoming increasingly interested in Su Xiaoxiao. This personality, this figure, this appeal. It was completely different from the feeling he had with Qin Yun. While the three chatted casually, the designated driver arrived on his bicycle. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and immediately spotted the three of them. The boy in the middle was tall and handsome, exuding charm. The two girls beside him were top-notch beauties, laughing and chatting with the boy. Seeing their intimate demeanor made the designated driver nearly grind his back teeth in frustration. Damn it. It's always the droughts that cause the floods, and the floods that cause droughts. I've worked hard all night, and now I have to become a part of your wealthy people's play. He felt a bit sour inside. But when he thought of home, where Lu Rian was waiting for him to gather 30,000 in betrothal gifts for their wedding, he forced himself to swallow his resentment. Damn it. It's not easy for anyone. The young man forced a professional smile and approached. Hello, boss. BB Drive is at your service. However, the next moment, when his gaze fell upon the all-black Porsche Cayenne, his smile instantly froze. Boss, this car, I can't drive it. The designated driver's face turned pale as he repeatedly shook his head. Yang Yu raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Boss, this car is worth at least 1 to 2 million, right? I only earn about 100 to 200 a night. If I accidentally scratch or dent it, even if you sold me, I couldn't afford it. Yang Yu looked at his nervous expression and suddenly slapped his forehead, almost forgetting about this. But it was easy to solve. Yang Yu waved his hand. It's fine, just drive it. Any problems will be on me. The designated driver hesitated for a moment, but shook his head and refused. Bro, I really can't do it. I have a colleague who took a job with a Porsche 911 last time, but when he was backing up, he didn't pay attention and bumped the rear. Just like that, the 4S shop estimated it at over 100,000. Now that guy delivers food during the day, drives at night, and works 2 jobs to pay off the debt. His wife and kids are nearly unmanageable. Yang Yu nodded. In fact, these designated drivers were just trying to earn some hard-earned money. It was understandable that they wouldn't want to drive luxury cars. However, he quickly thought of a solution. How about this, take out your phone. Don't worry, I'm not going to help you borrow money online. Turn on the recording. I Yang Yu license plate Han A6B666 will voluntarily let you drive my Porsche Cayenne. Any scratches or collisions occurring during the drive, I will take full responsibility and you will not be implicated. After seeing the designated driver record nervously, Yang Yu then changed the subject and took out 300 yuan bills. Additionally, bro, it's not easy for you to be out driving late at night. Take this 300 as a token for your hard work. The designated driver was momentarily stunned. He looked at the recording in his hand, then at the 3 red bills, and was torn in. He had been a designated driver for over a year and had never met anyone as generous as Yang Yu. Usually there were bosses who said, just drive, any problems will be on me. But in the end, once something went wrong, those people would deny it. Yet Yang Yu not only actively cooperated to let him record, but even handed him 300 for his trouble. Bro, this. Just take it, stop stalling. Yang Yu directly stuffed the money into the designated driver. The designated driver finally broke into a radiant smile. Thank you, bro. Thank you. He carefully put away his folding bicycle and opened the driver's side door. Where to, bro? Dreamtime Square. Yang Yu stated the address and glanced at the 2 girls. I rushed this afternoon and didn't buy everything, so let's go shopping again. Su Xiaoxiao sat in the back seat looking at Yang Yu with excitement. Wow, this is the charm of money. This little trick. A casual 300. Anyone stingy wouldn't play like this. She couldn't help but start looking forward to the upcoming Qin Yun also looked at her boyfriend with admiration. She was increasingly fond of Yang Yu. The designated driver held the steering wheel tightly, not daring to breathe. After cautiously giving it some gas, the Cayenne let out a low growl and smoothly merged into the traffic. Initially, the designated driver was very nervous, only daring to keep the speed around 40. But soon the top-notch driving experience allowed him to relax gradually. The sound insulation of this car was outstanding. He couldn't hear even the slightest external noise. The steering wheel was light and precise, the gas pedal responded quickly, and the comfort of the seats was unparalleled. This wasn't just driving, it was pure enjoyment. The designated driver slowly relaxed. Bro, your car is truly amazing. This is the coolest car I've ever driven. Yang Yu chuckled. It's alright. Just keep practicing, and you'll drive one yourself in the future. The designated driver let out a bitter smile and shook his head. Me? I don't expect anything. If I can save enough for the betrothal gifts, he'll be grateful. He said this with a hint of happiness on his face. Betrothal gifts. Su Xiaoxiao immediately became interested. Oh, little brother, do you have a girlfriend? We're about to get married. Mentioning his girlfriend, the designated driver's eyes brightened. Her name is Lu Rian. We are high school classmates. She's incredibly beautiful, the class flower back in our day. Her family wants 30,000 in betrothal gifts, and I'm still short over 10,000. But she said she'd help me gather it, so I don't have to strain myself too much. Look, she just sent me a message telling me to come home early and left me some supper. The designated driver said as he showed his phone to Su Xiaoxiao in the back seat. On the screen was a WeChat message from a girl named like smoke in a dream. Hubby, don't be too late. I've made you some white fungus soup. Remember to drink it when you get back. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the heart emoji, her expression a bit complicated. Qin Yun leaned over to take a look and sincerely said, your girlfriend is really nice. The designated driver wore a proud and happy expression. Let me tell you, our Rian, although her family is average, she's truly beautiful and has a kind heart. Many people pursue her, but she only has eyes for me. She said she likes me for being down-to-earth and hardworking. Yang Yu looked at the designated driver's face, which was filled with happiness, and felt a bit touched. He thought of himself who once believed he was a pure love warrior. Now after gaining the system, he realized that he was not pure love at all, but simply pure poverty. Now facing 2 beauties, Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao, he was already struggling to keep his composure, beginning to drift toward the scoundrel path. After all, none of them could say they weren't scoundrels given their systems. Bro, we've arrived at Dreamtime Square. The designated driver's voice interrupted Yang Yu's thoughts. He unbuckled his seatbelt, looking reluctant to leave. Thank you, bro, driving this car was really enjoyable. Here you go. Yang Yu thought for a moment and took out 5 more 100 yuan bills from his wallet, handing them over. You've worked hard on this trip. Go home early and don't keep your girlfriend waiting. The designated driver stared at the 500 yuan, utterly stunned. Bro, this is too much. I can't accept this. It was supposed to be 300. How did it become 500? Just take it as my contribution towards you and your girlfriend's wedding. Wishing you both happiness in advance. Yang Yu forcefully stuffed the money into his hand. Not for any other reason. After all, he wasn't lacking in money right now. He just wanted to do what felt good, simply to enjoy himself. Ding. Detected that the host is generously spending, feeling pleased. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash reward of 200,000 yuan. The driver stared at the 500 yuan in his hand, his eyes reddening with excitement. What kind of generous boss is this? Not only is he lavish, but he casually hands out hundreds. And all this for someone else's love story. What do you call this? This is called perspective. He bowed deeply to Yang Yu, his voice choked with emotion. Bro, I really don't know what to say. I wish you and both sisters-in-law a harmonious union, and may you have children soon. Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao. This little blessing I've really never heard before, it's quite unique. Both of them. Su Xiaoxiao looked back at the calm Yang Yu beside her gaze complex. Earlier at the hot pot restaurant, although she was shocked by Yang Yes' wealth, she still regarded him as a superior ATM in her heart. She was merely coveting his money, but now she truly had to admit that she felt somewhat cheap. She had developed a faint affection for this person Yang Yu. As for Qin Yun, at this moment her gaze towards Yang Yu was filled with tenderness and pride. He truly is the man I have my eyes on. Though young and accomplished, he is not at all arrogant, instead retaining a childlike innocence. In her eyes, Yang Yes' generosity this time touched her heart more than the previous extravagant displays of wealth. After all, she had seen too many stories of rich young masters like Wang Gongzi who, despite being wealthy, invested little emotion and were merely playing around. Yang Yes' actions this time proved that he was not like Wang Gongzi, a cold and indifferent rich second generation corrupted by money. Instead, he retained a sense of kindness and empathy within. Night. Dream Era Plaza was still ablaze with lights, bustling with people. Yang Yu was flanked by Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao. This super high-value combination instantly attracted countless gazes the moment they stepped into the mall. Wow, look at those two girls, they're absolutely stunning. Damn, if I could have one of them, I'd be willing to win the lottery right here and now. Who is that guy in the middle? Did he save the galaxy in his past life? A pure school beauty, a sexy goddess. Damn brothers, I admit I'm jealous. Don't be jealous, just look at that guy's attire. Oh, we're not even in the same world as him. Various envious and jealous glances and discussions did not affect the three. Yang Yu had unknowingly gotten used to the feeling of being the center of attention. As for Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao being the campus beauties of the finance department, they had grown up under such scrutiny. Let's buy some shoes first. Yang Yu pulled the two of them straight to the sports and trendy section on the third floor. Although he had bought a full outfit at Gucci in the afternoon, he still felt it lacked something. A full suit may be handsome, but for a freshman about to start university life, a casual, sporty style suit's better. AJ Yeezy's Balenciaga. Yang Yu hardly looked at the prices, as long as it was the latest style, he directed the staff to pack them up. This pair, and this pair size 46, oh, one of each. By the way, do you have these two women's shoes in sizes 37 and 38? Pack those as well. Qin Yun instinctively wanted to refuse. Little did she know that Yang Yu had already spoken first. Senior, you let it go before, but now we're boyfriend and girlfriend. Are you going to refuse the first pair of shoes your boyfriend is giving you? Hearing this, Qin Yun felt both shy and delighted. After a brief moment of hesitation, she obediently nodded, signaling her approval of Yang Yes' actions. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao pointed at herself, her eyes lighting up. Do I get a share too? Yang Yu smiled. Since you're Qin Yun's best friend, you're one of us. It's only right to give you a welcome gift. Su Xiaoxiao's face lit up with joy. Then I shall graciously accept. Thank you, Yang Yu. After buying the shoes, the three headed straight to the electronics section. The latest Sony noise-canceling headphones, a top-tier Alienware gaming laptop, the latest iPhone. Yang Yes' shopping style was simple and straightforward. He wanted everything and bought 3 sets. One for himself, one for Qin Yun, and one for Su Xiaoxiao. No, this is too expensive, I can't accept. When Yang Yu was about to hand over the Alienware laptop, worth over 50,000 yuan to Qin Yun, she repeatedly, Yang Yu smiled again. Senior, are you going to refuse the first laptop your boyfriend is giving you? Besides, without a good laptop, if I play games in the future, and you miss me, how will you duo with me? Qin Yun's face flushed. She glanced at Su Xiaoxiao, who was grinning like a mother nearby. Ultimately, she still blushed, and silently accepted Yang Yes' actions. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao was already overjoyed inside. She had initially just wanted to tag along with the two, hoping to snag some small rewards. Little did she expect Yang Yu to be so generous. All had turned into a market. This refreshing feeling. It's incredible. After a crazy shopping spree, all three of them were laden with shopping bags. Finally, they randomly found a bench on the street to sit and rest. Ding. Detected that the host is shopping freely and is in a good mood. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward, strength pill. Strength pill, it refines the essence of one's being, significantly enhancing physical constitution upon consumption. Would you like to take it now? Yang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then felt an overwhelming joy inside. Enhance physical constitution. This is great. After all, he wasn't really worried about money anymore. And health is the foundation of everything. He was prepared to walk the path of a scoundrel. Without a strong physique, how could he succeed? Without hesitation, he chose to take it. Yang Yu felt as if he was experiencing the effects of a rejuvenating pill for the first time, a familiar warmth surging through him. Clearly his body was undergoing some marvelous transformation. Moments later, he felt an endless strength surging through his limbs. Yang Yu moved his body a bit. He felt that now he could take on 10 opponents. Back to the present. At this moment, Qin Yun suddenly spoke up. I'm a bit thirsty, I want to buy a cup of milk tea. Okay, do you want me to go with you? Yang Yu asked. No need, you guys wait for me here, I'll be back soon. After Qin Yun finished speaking, she quickly walked towards the nearby milk tea shop. Watching Qin Yun's departing figure, Su Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. She knew the opportunity had come. Su Xiaoxiao shifted her body closer to Yang Yu. Her enchanting fox-like eyes fixed intently on Yang Yu. Yang Yu, today, you spent quite a bit on me. It's nothing, just a small amount. Yang Yu replied nonchalantly. After all, he couldn't possibly spend all his money. In fact, the more he spent, the more he had, and the numbers no longer mattered. Su Xiaoxiao smiled, suddenly leaning in closer, almost pressing against Yang Yu. She whispered in his ear, just saying thank you feels insincere. Yang Ye's heart momentarily fluttered. This Su Xiaoxiao truly had a bold spirit. It is worth noting that Qin Yun had not gone far yet. He truly enjoyed the thrill. Yang Yu pretended not to understand, and continued to ask, Wang Laoji, what is Wang Lao? Su Xiaoxiao shot a reproachful glance at Yang Yu. Then she stood up, wrapping her delicate arms around his neck. Yang Yu immediately felt a bit breathless as a rich fragrance of milk wafted into his nostrils. With a playful laugh, Su Xiaoxiao pointed towards the nearby restroom. Go there, and you'll find out. After saying that, she shot Yang Yu a flirtatious glance. Then she swayed her hips and walked towards the restroom first. Yang Yu watched her alluring figure and the asymmetrical stockings she wore. Damn, is this a test for me? Who can withstand such a test? He hardly hesitated and followed her. 15 minutes later, Yang Yu walked out of the restroom with a relaxed expression. Ding. Detected a significant decrease in host's frustration mood, extremely cheerful. Congratulations, host has received a cash reward 1 million yuan. What? 1 million? Yang Yu felt that this system was somewhat inappropriate. Why is the reward so generous for such matters? However, if that's the case, it suggests that he indeed had some potential to be a scoundrel. Leaning against the wall, Yang Yu pondered, thinking. How should he put it? It was a bit unexpected. Although Su Xiaoxiao appeared to be incredibly bold and experienced, her technique just now was surprisingly clumsy. Completely a pure novice. The awkward movements and nervous breath. It was nothing like the seasoned veteran she portrayed. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao also tidied up her clothes and walked out. Her cheeks were flushed with an unnatural redness, and she even felt a bit nauseous. This Yang Yu was too fierce. She felt she wouldn't want to eat anything in the coming days, at most just some thin porridge or soy milk. Ahem. Yang Yu cleared his throat and teased deliberately, Su Senior, your technique needs improvement. What do you mean by that? Su Xiaoxiao was initially somewhat shy. At that moment she didn't know why, but she suddenly flared up and glared fiercely at Yang Yu. What more do you want? I gave you my first reward and you're still not satisfied. First? Yang Yu feigned a shocked expression. Is that not acceptable? Su Xiaoxiao's voice was a bit irritated. Although to outsiders, she seemed like a gold digger flitting between many men. Only she knew. She had always protected herself quite well. She hadn't even allowed a man to hold her hand. Yet now, having given so much, she was treated like this by Yang Yu. Su Xiaoxiao's emotions suddenly surged, her eyes glistening with tears as she struggled to hold them back. Yang Yu noticed and felt a bit uncomfortable inside. He had gone too far with the joke. He originally thought a girl with Su Xiaoxiao's personality could handle jokes, but he didn't expect her heart to be so sensitive. Yang Yu stepped closer. Alright, don't cry anymore. I was just joking, trying to tease you, don't take it seriously. As the saying goes, laughter cures all ailments. How about I buy you a bag later? Upon hearing this, the sense of grievance and anger in Su Xiaoxiao's heart dissipated significantly. However, it wasn't because of the bag. It was because Yang Yu said it was just a joke. She lightly punched Yang Yu's chest, her tone carrying a hint of charming reproach. Who needs your bag? Alright, don't be angry anymore. Yang Yu reached out to help her tidy up her slightly messy hair, revealing a hint of a mischievous smile. Well, you shouldn't be so tense in the future and practice your technique more. Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks instantly flushed again. She shot a fierce glare at Yang Yu and said, well, you have to give me the opportunity to practice. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Xiaoxiao herself was stunned. What the hell? What am I saying? Su Xiaoxiao, can you be a bit more reserved? Why am I saying everything out loud? Yang Yu looked at her cute expression of shyness and anger, and his smile grew even wider. He reached out and gently squeezed Su Xiaoxiao's cheek. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities. As long as you are willing. Humph. Su Xiaoxiao puffed out her ample chest and shot a glare at Yang Yu. As long as you're not afraid of getting hurt. Just then Qin Yun's voice came from nearby, breaking the flirtation between the two. I was wondering where you two were. Why did you run to the restroom? Yang Yu maintained a calm expression as if nothing had just happened, and answered naturally, nothing, nature calls. Qin Yun didn't think much of it, and handed them the milk tea. Yang Yu took the milk tea and took a sip. It's sweet. However, Su Xiaoxiao's way of drinking milk tea seemed a bit strange. She fiddled with the straw for a while before starting to suck, and she was sucking particularly hard. Qin Yun observed everything, and asked curiously, Xiaoxiao, what's wrong? Not feeling well. Why are you struggling with? Su Xiaoxiao's body stiffened, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, two beauties drinking milk tea. 3 young men in flowered shirts wearing big gold chains, and with hair dyed in various colors approached. They were smoking and brazenly scanning Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao. The leader with yellow hair directly walked in front of Su Xiaoxiao, revealing a self-proclaimed handsome smile. Beauty, looking so pretty, aren't you bored alone? How about Big Brother keeps you company, guaranteeing you won't be lonely tonight? The yellow-haired guy reached out to touch Su Xiaoxiao's face. Su Xiaoxiao's expression immediately darkened. Although she usually spoke frivolously, she wasn't genuinely like. She swatted the yellow-haired guy's hand away with a slap, her disgust evident on her face. Where did this fly come from? Really disgusting. Get lost. The yellow-haired guy was momentarily stunned, then his smile grew even wider. Whoa, you have quite a temper. I like taming wild horses like you. Damn, with how you're dressed, aren't you just trying to entice men? If you want to lose face, I can help you with that. The yellow-haired guy rolled up his sleeves and suddenly exerted force with his hands. However, just as his fist swung through the air, it was firmly grasped by a hand. Yang Yu firmly gripped the wrist of the blonde-haired youth with one hand, his gaze cold and indifferent. He simply couldn't understand. This guy in front of him was barely over 5 feet tall, as thin as a drying rack, and probably weighed less than 100 pounds. A complete weakling. Where did he find the courage to tease his woman in front of him? Had he watched too many gangster movies? Let go. Do you know who I am? The blonde youth, though clearly in a disadvantageous position, showed no decrease in courage and continued to shout recklessly. Yang Yu couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. With a cold glance, he suddenly lifted his knee and followed up with a powerful kick. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The blonde youth flew backward like a kite, with a severed string crashing into a trash can and sliding down to the ground. He felt as if he hadn't just received a kick, it was as if he had collided with a heavy truck. The force was simply overwhelming. Alt. Sorry Lang. Sorry Lang. The blonde youth screamed in agony, his face turning as pale as a ghost. Yang Yu retracted his leg, his brow slightly furrowed. To be honest, he wasn't sure how strong he had become after taking the strength pill. Was this just a casual kick and this skinny guy was about to faint? He still had to hold back a bit. He couldn't let this guy end up like a Chaozhou beef ball. Damn. How dare you touch my brother? Get him. The other two energetic youths rushed in upon seeing this. Although feeling a bit nervous, they relied on their numbers and youthful bravado, shouting curses as they charged forward. One aimed a kick at Yang Yu's waist while the other swung a fist directly at his face. Yang Yu stood still, not moving an inch. Just as the kick came from the side, he slightly shifted his body and delivered a slap. This slap was powerful and heavy. The little brother instantly spun like a top, rapidly rotating. 2 of his molars flew out, stained with blood. He ultimately crashed to the ground with a thud, feeling dizzy. In his daze, he seemed to see his great-grandmother. The remaining bald-headed youth froze in place, hitting the brakes. He glanced at the fallen blonde youth. Then he looked at his companion, who was foolishly grinning and intermittently shouting, "Great-grandma! Great-grandma!" Finally, his gaze fell on Yang Yu's expressionless eyes. Cold sweat instantly broke out. Was this even human? Beating his 2 brothers was as casual as kicking a wild dog by the roadside. In the 36 strategies, retreating is the best option. The bald-headed youth wasted no time and turned to flee. The blonde youth immediately panicked and pleaded weakly from the ground, "Help me, help me." The bald-headed youth didn't look back, running while cursing, "I'm not saving you. Don't think I don't know about your little affair with Huey, damn it. I can't be bothered with you guys. By the way, your tea sweet is very refreshing." After saying this, he disregarded the fiery glare from the blonde youth behind him. He rushed towards the roadside motorcycle with agile speed, his movements extremely practiced, and it seemed he was about to escape. Yang Yu chuckled coldly. "Wanna leave?" He pushed off the ground, darting out like a leopard. The bald-headed youth hadn't even had the chance to start the motorcycle when a large hand firmly grabbed the back of his collar. He felt as if he had ascended to heaven. He was lifted straight off the motorcycle by a tremendous force, suspended in midair. "Brother, big brother, I was wrong." The bald-headed youth was instantly terrified, his legs flailing wildly in the air. "Weren't you so tough?" Yang Yu lifted him, his hand moving in a sweeping motion. "Teasing my friend in front of me. Don't you want to know if you're lonely tonight?" "I don't want to know, brother. I'm lonely, my whole family is lonely. Please spare me." The bald-headed youth pleaded repeatedly, tears and snot streaming down his face. Yang Yu was just about to give him a couple more hits to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, "Watch out!" Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao screamed in terror almost simultaneously. At that moment, while begging for mercy, the bald-headed youth had somehow pulled out a fruit knife from somewhere and lunged it towards Yang Yu's abdomen. A cold glint flashed. Yang Yu's pupils constricted sharply. His muscles instinctively tensed as he narrowly dodged by half an inch the moment the knife's tip sliced through his shirt. Rip! His expensive Gucci jacket worth tens of thousands was instantly slashed open with a large tear. Yang Yu's fury erupted in an instant. He snatched away the knife and threw it to the ground. Then he grabbed the little brother by the hair and swung away. Slap! 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 Damn! You guys are bold enough to carry a knife with you. Alright, that's impressive. The crisp sound of slaps resonated through the street. The bald-headed youth cried out in agony. "It hurts. Brother, it hurts. Stop hitting me." But Yang Yu showed no mercy, his gaze icy. "Does it hurt? If it didn't hurt, would I waste my energy hitting you, eh? It's good that it hurts, it means you are building muscle." At this moment, a large crowd had gathered around, watching the scene unfold. Alright, young man, stop hitting him, or someone will get killed. What are you afraid of? Keep hitting. These little brats, always loafing around making noise on their broken motorcycles, someone should teach them a lesson. After a while of slapping, Yang Yu also felt a bit bored, so he released his grip. The bald-headed youth lay on the ground like a pile of mush, ignoring his pain, and the motorcycle crawling and wriggling away as fast as he could. As for the fallen blonde youth and his other companion, they helped each other and disappeared around the corner. Yang Yu casually tossed the torn Gucci jacket into the trash, revealing the white shirt underneath. The pure white fitted shirt subtly outlined his broad shoulders and narrow waist. There was no exaggerated muscle bulk, but the smooth lines radiated a striking sense of power. The collar was slightly open, exuding a masculine aura. Qin Yun initially felt a bit pained by the ruined Gucci jacket. It cost several tens of thousands. How could he just throw it away? But when she saw Yang Yu in the white shirt, she swallowed back the words she was about to say. He looked good. Really damn good. A white shirt was the most challenging thing to carry. Most ordinary boys wearing one either looked like real estate agents or insurance salesmen. But on Yang Yu, he looked clean, cool, and carried an inexplicable aura of restraint. Qin Yun gazed at Yang Yu with dreamy eyes. Just moments ago he had stood up and fiercely beaten those energetic youths, and the image lingered in her mind. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of happiness surged within her. Her body felt slightly weak. She realized unknowingly she seemed to have completely relied on Yang Yu. Are you? I'm fine. Yang Yu walked over and ruffled Qin Yun's hair. Her face turned bright red, almost as if it was bleeding. Before Yang Yu could continue to comfort her, a pair of snow-white arms suddenly reached out from the side, tightly wrapping around his waist. Su Xiaoxiao pounced on him like an octopus, her whole body pressed against Yang Yu. Yang Yu, you're so handsome. Su Xiaoxiao's voice was slightly flirtatious, even carrying a hint of an excited sob. In my whole life, it's the first time I've seen such a handsome man fighting. She was genuinely a bit jealous of Qin Yun. Where did this divine boyfriend come from? Not only was he rich, but he was also so skilled. Even if he was just a lover, she would accept it. Ding. Detected that the host violently beat the energetic youths, gaining the praise and affection of two beauties. Mood greatly improved. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward, 8,000 yuan. What the hell? How delightful. Losing a Gucci bag, yet instantly earning 800,000 yuan. Moreover, this incident dramatically elevated both women's affection toward him. Exhilarating. Alright, senior sister Su, there are too many people watching. Behave yourself. Though Yang Yu spoke those words, his hands remained utterly still, allowing Su Xiaoxiao to rub against him freely. No way. I absolutely refuse. Su Xiaoxiao lifted her head and turned toward Qin Yun beside her. Yun, my dearest best friend, would you mind lending brother Yang to me for just one night? I'll return him first thing tomorrow morning. Qin Yun blinked in surprise, then shot her a sharp, exasperated glance. Absolutely not. If you're truly restless, go buy yourself a cucumber. Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson as she reluctantly slid off Yang Yu. Humph, stingy little thing. She flashed Qin Yun a playful grimace, then turned to Yang Yu with coquettish charm. Brother, look, she's bullying me. Yang Yu felt an irresistible itch stirred deep within him. Yet they were still standing on a public street. Enough, stop teasing. He gently patted Su Xiaoxiao's back, then glanced at Qin Yun beside him, her face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. What's next on the agenda? Qin Yun pulled out her phone to check the time, speaking with gentle hesitation. It's getting late. I'd like to head back to the dormitory. Curfew will begin soon. If we don't leave now, we'll be locked out. Today had been overwhelming for her, from holding Yang Yu's hand to their first kiss in the car to officially confirming their relationship. Truly, she was exhausted, but more than fatigued, she feared what might happen if she stayed any longer. Though she'd imagined that moment before, she still hadn't mustered the inner resolve to embrace it. Go back. Why? Su Xiaoxiao seized the moment to intervene. I haven't even finished exploring yet. It's so rare to go out like this. We can't possibly return so early. Besides, Brother Yang's clothes tore earlier. He'll need new ones. Shouldn't we accompany him to buy some? Qin Yun's stance, however, remained unwavering. We can always shop tomorrow instead. It really is late. I've never spent a night outside before. Her voice was soft, yet her expression radiated quiet determination. Though she worried Yang Yu might grow upset, she refused to surrender so easily. Her affection for him had already surged. Precisely because of that, she needed to uphold her final boundary. They'd only met today. If she followed him to a hotel tonight without hesitation, what would that make her? She didn't want Yang Yu to perceive her as frivolous or unreserved. Watching Qin Yun's resolute expression, Yang Yu understood instantly. Patience was essential. He reached out and gently tapped her nose, his voice tender. Very well, I'll follow your lead. Let's go. I'll escort you both back to the dormitory. Hearing his thoughtful consideration, Qin Yun's last lingering doubt dissolved completely. Her gaze upon him softened further, brimming with tenderness. What ancestral blessings had she accumulated to encounter such an exceptional man as Yang Yu? Not only was he strikingly handsome and remarkably accomplished, but he also honored her wishes. Unlike certain arrogant heirs of wealth who instantly scowled the moment a girl suggested returning home. Beside them, Su Xiaoxiao reluctantly acquiesced when Yang Yu spoke, but her eyes gleamed mischievously. She quietly withdrew her phone, turned her back to Qin Yun, and swiftly sent Yang Yu a WeChat message. Su Xiaoxiao, brother, don't fret. She may go back, but I certainly won't. Su Xiaoxiao, tonight big sister still wants to refine her skills thoroughly. Yang Yu felt his pocket vibrate faintly. He discreetly retrieved his phone and glanced at the screen. Instantly his blood surged with heat. Good heavens! Su Xiaoxiao truly was a bewitching enchantress. Did she genuinely intend to strip him bare? Yet perhaps this was for the best. He'd already activated his system. If he spent the night alone, how absurd that would seem. The three began walking toward the parking lot. A black Porsche Cayenne stood out boldly among the other vehicles. Yang Yu opened the door, preparing to usher the two women inside, when suddenly, "Big brother, it's them." A venomous guttural shout echoed from afar. The bleached-haired youth who'd fled earlier now led 7 or 8 rough-looking men, wielding iron pipes and cleavers, charging forward with menacing fury. At their front strode a bald, burly man, fingers idly spinning a string of Buddhist prayer beads, his massive shoulder adorned with a ferocious dragon tattoo, his coarse, scarred face unmistakably that of a hardened thug. Damn it! Damn it! Cursing fiercely, the bald leader marched forward with heavy, deliberate strides. Yang Yu immediately stepped forward, shielding both women behind him. Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao grasped the gravity of the situation, quietly pulling out their phones to dial for help. Yet, just as the bald leader raised his hand to intimidate Yang Yu, his peripheral vision caught sight of the black port. His stride faltered violently. He nearly lost his balance. What the? A top-tier Kian. License plate, HA6B666. This vehicle, this registration. Bloody hell. Could he possibly dare provoke someone like this? Ordinarily his gang preyed upon ordinary citizens, but men like Yang Yu, absolutely untouchable. If Yang Yu turned out to be some high-ranking official, the fallout would be catastrophic. News reports would ignite immediate intervention from the Culture and Tourism Bureau, Public Security Bureau, and Judicial Bureau alike. Even with 10 lives, they wouldn't suffice to atone for such folly. He recalled a recent case. 4 reckless youths had murdered a nationally treasured scientist in broad daylight, plunging an entire city into irreversible decline. He merely sought to scrape by, not to become a criminal condemned by history. The more he pondered, the colder his dread grew. A chill raced up his spine, drenching him in icy sweat. Without another word, he whirled around and swung his iron pipe downward with brutal force. Thud. Smashing it squarely onto the bleached-haired youth's back. I told you to cause trouble. I told you, damn you, to cause trouble for me. Thud. 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 Fury blazed within him. The pipe rained down relentlessly as though it cost nothing. Are your eyes blind? Huh? Has your arrogance grown so vast? Or have I truly lost my edge? You dare provoke anyone. Today I'll beat you to death, you worthless, sightless dog. The bleached-haired youth lay stunned on the ground, wailing. His underlings stood frozen in shock, still bewildered by what had transpired, when the bald leader sprinted to Yang Yu, bowed deeply at 90 degrees, and stammered, Senior brother, I beg your forgiveness. My discipline has failed. I take full blame for my ignorant subordinate's insolence toward you. Please, magnanimous sir, don't hold this foolish rabble against me. Yang Yu watched coldly, silent and unmoved. Apparently the psychological impact of this elite automobile far surpassed his expectations. Fortunately, this leader possessed discernment. Had he been as reckless as those delinquent youths, blind to prestige beyond electric scooters and Audis, then today's outcome would have been far less certain. Though he'd ingested a strength-enhancing pill, Yang Yu wasn't a brute. He preferred resolution without violence whenever possible. Behind him, Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao stared speechless. Astonished yet profoundly relieved, their emergency calls remained unmade. Seeing Yang Yu's continued silence, the bald leader's anxiety spiked. Gritting his teeth, he spun around and bellowed at his stunned men. What are you waiting for? Kneel and apologize, now. A group of people immediately knelt down, creating an incredibly spectacular scene. Big brother, what do you think? Is this all right? The bald leader forced a smile. Yang Yu remained silent, merely observing him quietly. The bald leader wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and mustered the courage to speak. Well, that is. Big brother, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave and not disturb you and the 2 sisters. Wishing you eternal. Did I let you go? Yang Yu finally spoke, his tone calm. He didn't have much to say to this ragtag group. In his view, these people were a waste of public resources. If today it wasn't him being blocked, but someone else, would they be so? At this moment, the bald leader stiffened, the smile on his face more sorrowful than crying. Brother, big brother, what can we do to appease you? As long as I can do it, I will not hesitate. Yang Yu's lips curled into a playful arc. Aren't you all quite impressive and intimidating? How about this, you sing me a song, and if I'm satisfied, I'll let you go. Just sing, dare to ask where the road is. What a... The bald leader was stunned, a flicker of humiliation and anger crossing his face. To make him sing such a song in front of his subordinates. This was worse than being killed. After all, these people valued their face above all else. One of his subordinates couldn't help but speak up. Big brother, this. Shut up. The bald leader turned and slapped him. He looked into Yang Yu's unfathomable eyes, a fierce glint flashing by. However, he ultimately chose to submit. Thus an extremely bizarre scene unfolded on the street in the dead of night. 7 to 8 young men sang a song in a mournful tone. You carry the burden, I lead the horse. Welcoming the sunrise, bidding farewell to the evening glow. Dare to ask where the road is underfoot. The singing was as unpleasant as could be, as tragic as it could get. Many bystanders were left dumbfounded. Even the windows of the nearby houses showed heads popping out, with people taking out their phones to record. Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao, seeing this ridiculous scene, almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Yang Yu leaned against the car door, quietly enjoying this farce. It was only after a song ended that he opened the car door and said to the 2 dazed women, "Get in, the show is over, it's time to go home." Ding. Detected that the host enjoyed the splendid song and dance performance. Mood pleasant. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash reward, 500,000. Inside the car, Qin Yun, who had been all smiles, glanced at her phone and her heart raced. This delay might not be the worst part. The problem is, at this hour the dormitory has a curfew. We can't go back. Does this mean? Beside her, Su Xiaoxiao was beaming with joy, happier than if they had succeeded in hosting the Olympics. Yang Yu, we can't go back to school because of the curfew. How about you take us to stay at a hotel? This. Yang Yu appeared conflicted on the surface, but felt delighted and what a spirited guy. Not only did he treat him to a wave of cash, provide plenty of amusement, but he also made him waste time. Suddenly this night seemed to become interesting. Yang Yu looked at Qin Yun. Senior, what do you think? Hearing Yang Yu's question, Qin Yun's face immediately flushed red. They can't go back to the dormitory. Sleeping on the street. Absolutely not. The only choice left seems to be going to a hotel. But to go to a hotel. Qin Yun bit her lip, struggling internally. She stole a glance at Yang Yu beside her, then looked at Su Xiaoxiao, who was excited and restless. Senior, if you don't want to, we can just make do in the car for a night. Yang Yu said deliberately, seeing her indecisive expression. Sure, I agree. Su Xiaoxiao was the first to jump out in support. After all, the space in this car was much more cramped than in a hotel. And much easier for something to happen. Physical contact. Qin Yun took a deep breath, finally making up her mind. At this point, being coy was pointless. Letting her sleep in the car was not as good as going to a hotel. Let's go to the hotel. After Qin Yun finished speaking, as if afraid Yang Yu would misunderstand, she quickly added a warning look. But I will share a room with Xiaoxiao and you. You sleep in a separate room. Yang Yu seemed to have anticipated this situation. Anyway, it was important to get them into the hotel first. Even if he couldn't end up with Qin Yun this night, Su Xiaoxiao, that little demon, would definitely not sleep soundly. Yang Yu nodded, displaying a smile that seemed only natural, of course. Otherwise, what are you thinking, senior? Qin Yun's face turned crimson, and she remained silent. But seeing how readily Yang Yu agreed, her fondness for him increased several notches. Yang Yu started the car. The Porsche Cayenne drew a graceful curve in the night and headed towards the most prosperous area. 20 minutes later, the car slowly stopped in front of a brilliantly lit building resembling a palace. Wanjingyun Ting Hotel. The top-tier and most luxurious hotel in Han City. At the entrance, 2 rows of reception ladies in kipeos, each with exquisite makeup, standard smiles, slim waists, and standing straight. The exterior wall, illuminated by lights, radiated a dazzling golden glow. Just the grandeur of this entrance was enough to make 99% of people hesitate. Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao looked through the car window at the hotel that was comparable to a royal palace, both of them slightly dumbfounded. Yang Yu, are we really going to stay here? Qin Yun asked uncertainly, her voice trembling slightly. Actually, any budget hotel would be fine. This place is just too extravagant, right? Although she had never been here, she had heard of the great reputation of Wanjingyun Ting. It was said that the cheapest room here started at 4 figures per night. That won't do. Yang Yu unbuckled his seatbelt, turned his head, and looked at her gently. This is our first time staying out, so we should of course stay at the best. Besides, if I book 2 separate rooms, I would worry about you encountering any danger at night. A slightly upscale hotel, we can just book a suite directly. Be obedient. After all, his money was just increasing. When he was broke, he could make do, but now that he had money, he naturally wanted to enjoy the best of everything. Moreover, he was also hoping something would happen tonight. If they stayed at a cheap hotel, not only would hygiene be a concern, but it would also spoil his mood. Who knows, they might inadvertently stumble into something. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's cheeks instantly flushed with 2 shades of red, and she obediently nodded. He really treats me so well, so thoughtfully. He even considered safety. I really love him so much. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao in the back seat could no longer contain her excitement. She leaned on the seat back, her eyes filled with enthusiasm. She couldn't wait to jump out of the car and kiss the bronze lion at the entrance. Wow, Yin Ting Hotel. This grandeur, this dirty yet luxurious feel. Yang Gu is amazing. Yang Gu is generous. The 3 of them got out of the car and had just walked a few steps when 2 rows of welcoming hostesses bowed in unison, revealing large areas of their snow-white skin. Welcome to Wanjingyun Ting. Faced with such top-notch service, Yang Yu instantly felt elated. Ding. Detected that the host is enjoying top-tier service, mood elevated. Congratulations, the host has received a cash reward, 200,000 yuan. They walked into the hotel. The opulence of the lobby once again reshaped their perceptions. The floor was paved with a single massive slab of Han white jade polished to a mirror finish. Above them hung a gigantic crystal chandelier, made of tens of thousands of crystals, exuding an unparalleled sense of luxury. The air was suffused with a refreshing custom fragrance, pleasant, yet not overpowering. There were few people in the lobby, but each one was elegantly dressed and exuded extraordinary charm. Yang Yu walked directly to the front desk. The receptionist was a young lady in an exquisitely tailored business suit, strikingly beautiful, with a warm smile. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? I would like to book a room. Yang Yu replied succinctly. Certainly, sir. What type of room would you like? What is the best suite you have here? The receptionist's smile faltered slightly, but she maintained her professionalism. Sir, our best room is the Yunjing Presidential Suite, located on the top floor, featuring 360-degree panoramic, floor-to-ceiling windows, a private sky garden, and a temperature-controlled swimming pool. Yang Yu nodded. He'll take that. The receptionist looked uncertainly at Yang Yu, then glanced at the equally young Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao behind him. I'm sorry, sir, but I need to confirm with you. The price for one night in the Yunjing Presidential Suite is 88,888 yuan. She deliberately slowed her speech when announcing the price. After all, she had been working here for 2.5 years and had seen all types of wealthy guests. But this was the first time she encountered someone as young as Yang Yu who immediately requested the presidential suite. She had to be cautious as many guests turned away disappointed upon hearing the price. I understand. Yang Yu smiled and directly pulled out his bank card. Just this, please swipe it. The receptionist respectfully accepted the card with both hands. However, at that moment, a disgruntled voice came from the side. Hey, what's going on with your hotel? Didn't you say there were no rooms when I asked earlier? A young man in a Versace t-shirt with his internet celebrity companion questioned the front desk with an annoyed expression. How come they can book a room? The receptionist replied politely with a smile. I apologize, sir, but all our standard rooms are indeed fully booked. This gentleman has reserved our presidential suite. Presidential suite. The young man was taken aback for a moment then scoffed. Why didn't you mention there was a presidential suite when I asked? Do you think I can't afford it? Damn it. A hint of displeasure flashed in the receptionist's eyes, but it quickly faded. Still smiling, she explained, Sir, when you asked, you inquired about the group purchase price for the ordinary rooms. Our presidential suite is not included in that deal, I'm afraid. If you need a presidential suite, I can help you keep an eye on the availability for tomorrow. Would that be all right? The young man snorted coldly. For tomorrow. What about tonight? Damn it, don't explain so much, just get your manager over here. His internet celebrity companion chimed in sarcastically. You look down on people with your dog eyes. Yang Yu observed all this and couldn't be bothered to intervene. After all, not all wealthy individuals maintained a certain level of basic decency. Even students from top universities like Qingbei could be expelled. It was not uncommon for a few foolish people to appear in such high-end hotels. However, Su Xiao couldn't stand it any longer and launched a verbal assault on the young man. Are you deaf, or can't you understand human language? Why are you acting all high and mighty here? Do you know how much the presidential suite costs per night? Can you even afford it? Hearing her voice, the young man turned around in anger. However, upon seeing Su Xiao and Qin Yun beside her, his expression turned into a smile. Hey, beautiful, you're wrong about that. How do you know I can't afford it? If I could afford it, how about you and your friend join me for dinner tomorrow? Su Xiao spat out a mouthful of saliva. Dinner? Go home and have dinner with your mom. The presidential suite is $88,888 a night. Even if you cover the month, I wouldn't care to have dinner with you. The young man's smile instantly vanished, his face alternating between blue and white. $88,888 a night. And he was expected to cover the month. How could that even be possible? He had spent a painful amount on this outfit. It took a lot of effort to impress this internet. He had only intended to show off a little. Who knew the room would be this expensive? At this moment, the receptionist spoke up just at the right time. Sir, you still haven't answered me. $88,888 a night. Do you need me to help you book a room for tomorrow? The young man fell completely silent, feeling all eyes around him piercing into him like needles. Ahem. I was just asking casually. My grandma's about to get out of school. I need to go pick her up. After saying this, he turned to leave without even looking back at the internet celebrity. He walked away in disgrace, not daring to look back. The receptionist looked gratefully at Su Xiao and sincerely said, Thank you. Su Xiao flipped her red hair and smiled. It's nothing, I just can't stand those pretentious people who have no money and still try to act tough. The receptionist covered her mouth and chuckled, casting a furtive glance at Yang Yu nearby. Compared to that young man, Yang Yu indeed exuded a more dignified aura. Not only was he handsome, but the two girls beside him were also stunningly beautiful. The key point was when faced with the over 80,000 room fee, Yang Yu didn't even blink. The receptionist took a deep breath. Sir, as a token of our gratitude, and as a welcome gift for your first stay at Wanjing Yunting, I've arranged a small discount for you. The room fee of 88,888 yuan will be rounded down to 88,000 even. Yang Yu smiled. A discount. Although he wasn't short on that, 800 yuan a free discount was always welcome. The emotional value of this gesture was worth far more than a few hundred yuan. Alright, the young lady knows how to handle things well. Not only is she smart, but she's also beautiful. The receptionist's cheeks flushed as she shyly lowered her head. Ding. Detected that the host received a discount. Mood elevated. Congratulations, the host has received a special reward, rubber fruit. Rubber fruit, after consumption, it can randomly extend a certain body part by 5 centimeters. Yang Ye's heart skipped a beat. What the hell? System, are you serious? Randomly extending by 5 centimeters. If this is added to the legs or arms, it would be fine. If it's added to tisk, this system understands art. Clearly this isn't the time to take it, as suddenly growing 5 centimeters isn't easy to explain to others. Yang Yu chose to temporarily store the fruit in the system space, planning to deal with it later. Sir, here is your bank card and the exclusive key card for the presidential suite. Please keep it safe. The young lady respectfully handed the card to Yang Yu with both hands. Wishing you a pleasant evening. Yang Yu took the key. The three of them swaggered towards the exclusive elevator under the amazed and envious gazes of the crowd. It was different from the ordinary room elevators. At the entrance stood a young lady, preventing any guests with ulterior motives. The floor was covered with thick Persian. As the three approached, the young lady pressed the button. Ding. The elevator doors opened in a wave of high-end fruit. When Qin Yun and Su Xiao saw the interior space, their eyes instantly reflected deep shock. This isn't an elevator at all, it's simply a moving small lounge. In the space of about 20 square meters, there was a small fridge in the corner filled with various drinks. Against the wall there was a genuine leather sofa. The most extravagant feature was the huge 4K curved screen in front, currently playing breathtaking natural scenery from around the world, accompanied by beautiful music that instantly relaxed people. My goodness, even sitting in an elevator requires a sofa and a TV, yeah. Su Xiaoxiao plopped down on the sofa, deliberately bouncing a few times, her legs crossed, revealing a large expanse of white skin at the hem of her shorts. What were those elevators I used to sit in? Prison. Rich people really know how to enjoy. Qin Yun sat somewhat awkwardly on the other side, her beautiful face full of surprise. This kind of place is really too extravagant. Yang Yu casually picked up a bottle of mineral water and sat between the two, saying, "This is called the logic of luxury. We spent so much money, we naturally deserve the top-notch service. If everything were the same as others, how could they charge over 80,000 a night?" Su Xiaoxiao gave a thumbs up. Makes sense. The elevator ran smoothly, barely feeling any vibrations of rising or falling, only the floor numbers changing rapidly. 18th floor. Ding. The elevator doors slowly slid open. This floor had no lengthy corridors and no dense rooms. Right outside the elevator was the foyer. This meant that this entire floor was a private area for the presidential suites. The first thing that caught the eye was the super large living room, about 200 square meters. Three sides had panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows extending from the floor to the ceiling. Outside the window, the neon lights flickered and the traffic flowed like a dragon. From this height, it felt as if the entire city was beneath their feet. Wow! Qin Yun quickly walked to the window, pressing her hands against the glass, her eyes dreamy. Such a beautiful... I never realized Han City could be so beautiful. Su Xiaoxiao, being more practical, dashed straight to the half-moon-shaped private bar. Matai Lafite whiskey. Hiss. Are the drinks here all free? Yang Yu smiled, pointing at a warm reminder on the wall. Except for some priced options, everything else is complimentary. Su Xiaoxiao had already gone wild. After crossing the bar, she rushed into the bedroom, throwing herself onto the large bed and rolling around twice. So comfortable. So comfortable. Damn, I suddenly feel like the last 20 years of my life were wasted. Yang Yu couldn't care less about the two girls who were excitedly running around. After pouring himself a glass of red wine, he walked to the window. The evening breeze was gentle with the river sparkling. Beneath him was the bustling city, teeming with life. Above the silent starry sky. This sense of control, the feeling of being above everything, deeply intoxicated. When he had no money, it was called survival. Now that he had money, this is what life is. Ding. Detecting a transformation in the host's mindset, mood, pleasant. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward 1 million yuan. The balance in the card jumped again. But Yang Yu had become somewhat numb to it. In other words, he had no interest in money. After all, it can't be spent, it's just a number anyway. Yang Yu turned around, looking at the two joyful girls. Qin Yun sat by the huge floor-to-ceiling window, illuminated by the moonlight and neon lights, looking pure, like a spirit fallen into the mortal world. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao had already taken off her mismatched stockings, running barefoot on the thick carpet, the curves accentuated by her orange bodysuit undulating fiercely with her movements, making her seem particularly alluring. What a beautiful scene. Yang Yu took out the rubber fruit from the system space, intending to consume it right away. After all, there were no outsiders now. He was eager to know if the system's randomness was as he thought. The fruit was small, about the size of a pink cherry. Yang Yu poured it into the wine and drank it all at once. The fruit melted in his mouth, carrying a strange fragrance that slid down his throat into his stomach. The richness of the wine intertwined with the sweetness of the fruit. Yang Yu smacked his lips, finding the taste quite pleasant. He closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the changes in his body. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. Why is there no feeling at all? Yang Yu was feeling perplexed. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke up. Hey, I was a bit tired earlier, but now this room has stimulated me, and I feel so energetic. This costs over 80,000 a night. It feels a bit regrettable to just sleep through it. How about we play some little game? Qin Yun also looked a bit excited. Yeah, me too, I feel like I can't sleep at all now. What should we play? The two of them unconsciously turned their gaze to Yang Yu. Just as they were about to ask for his opinion, they suddenly saw Yang Yu frown tightly. Something's wrong. There's a change. A tingling sensation surged up from his lower abdomen. Yang Yu's breath hitched. He lowered his head, his gaze sweeping across his black trousers. What the hell? Although they were dark trousers, that unusual outline stood out. Compared to before, it was already completely... Yang Yu's heart leaped with joy. This is really random to this extent. Moreover, the visual impact is genuinely a bit beyond expectations. The two girls were initially waiting for Yang Yu to respond. However, when Qin Yun caught a glimpse of something beneath Yang Yu's waist from the corner of her eye, she instantly felt her heart race. A flush of crimson immediately spread from her neck to her forehead. What is this? A monster. This is too... Qin Yun lowered her head in a fluster. Although she was not familiar with such matters, she felt that this was far too outrageous. Oh, what am I thinking? Qin Yun forced herself to look away and tried to stop the strange thoughts swirling in her mind. Yet her face turned even redder. Even her ears were blushing in an unbecoming manner. Su Xiaoxiao was not in a much better state. Her brows were knitted in shock, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. What the hell? Just a few hours have passed. Why does she feel like it was never this outrageous before? She even told Yang Yu that they would have specialized training tonight. How can they train now? She was looking forward to trying the breakfast at the top hotel tomorrow. She hoped she wouldn't gag and have no appetite. By the time Yang Yu noticed the change in the girls' expressions, they had already averted their gazes and lowered their heads. Yang Yu couldn't help but feel puzzled. Senior sister Qin, why is your face so red? No. Qin shuddered and didn't dare to look up. Could it be the heat? Yang Yu frowned. Was the air conditioning in this hotel really? He quickly adjusted the central air conditioning to 16 degrees. Maybe. Qin nodded. Yang Yu looked at Qin suspiciously. He felt that something was off about this situation, and it seemed unrelated to the temperature. Instead, there was a kind of indescribable allure. His gaze turned to Su Xiaoxiao. Yang Yu noticed that she was also avoiding his gaze. Forget it. He was too lazy to guess what they were thinking and spoke up. By the way, what were you guys saying earlier about playing games? Upon mentioning the game again, Qin waved her hands repeatedly. No, we are not playing anymore. I suddenly feel really tired. We should rest early. Yes, I'm tired too. Su Xiaoxiao chimed in, nodding along, but her gaze unconsciously darted to a certain place on Yang Yu before she quickly looked away. Yang Yu shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. Resting early is fine. He himself felt a slight heat as well. After all, the effects of the rubber fruit were indeed a bit overwhelming. Alright then, we've all had a long day. Yang Yu waved his hand. You guys choose a room, they'll take a break too. Qin immediately felt a sense of relief and hurriedly walked towards a bedroom. Su Xiaoxiao followed closely behind. However, just before she entered the room, she turned back and stared meaningfully at Yang Yu for a few seconds. In her eyes there was both anticipation and fear. Bang! As the door closed, Qin leaned against the door, her chest heaving heavily. Su Xiaoxiao casually took off her headband, letting her long waves cascade down, which made her delicate face appear even more wild. The two exchanged a glance, and the air froze for a few seconds. Yun, Su Xiaoxiao broke the silence first. You have to honestly tell me, how far have you and Yang Yu? What do you mean by develop? We are just dating. Qin eyes darted away. Stop pretending with me. Su Xiaoxiao revealed a mischievous smile, leaning closer to Qin ear and lowering her voice. Is there? Fatty. She even gestured with two fingers in an ambiguous manner. Qin's face instantly turned beet red. Images from the living room earlier involuntarily flashed through her mind. No, really not. Qin hurriedly waved her hands. Phew. Su Xiaoxiao let out a long breath, patting her full chest. You scared me. I knew it couldn't have progressed so quick. She paused for a moment, her eyes spinning as her expression turned strange. But Yin, didn't you notice something just now? Yang Yu, can you handle it? Qin fell silent. She recalled the earlier scene, feeling a wave of First she shook her head, then hesitantly nodded. I am actually a bit scared too. But things have already progressed to this point. I can't just break up with him over this, can I? That's true. Su Xiaoxiao nodded. He's handsome, rich, and generous. Where can you find another man like that? Yin, to be honest, I really envy you. Su Xiaoxiao's tone carried a hint of sourness. After all, Qin was the one officially recognized as his girlfriend. And for her the future was still uncertain. Hearing this, Qin felt a slight twinge in her heart. She turned to look at Su Xiaoxiao, and suddenly rolled her eyes at her. Don't think I didn't notice. Su Xiaoxiao, honestly, do you also have feelings for Yang Yu? Su Xiaoxiao froze in place. She did not expect the usually gentle Qin to be so direct this time. How should she respond? Deny it. Perhaps she could temporarily muddle through, but it wouldn't be a long-term solution. After all, paper can't contain fire. At that point, would Yang Yu still choose to abandon her? But their friendship would definitely face serious problems. What about admitting it directly? That would be like prying open her best friend's corner. Wouldn't that be too cruel for Qin? Su Xiaoxiao felt herself. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth. Yes. Yin, I really like him. I know this isn't right, but I can't help it. Yang Yu is just too outstanding, and I can't control myself. If it bothers you, I can promise. Before she could finish, Qin sighed softly. Xiaoxiao, don't be nervous. Did you forget? We promised each other when we were kids that we would marry the same man when we grew up. Su Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned. They did indeed have such an agreement. But who would really take the words of children seriously? She had almost forgotten about this. So what Qin meant was that she could pursue Yang Yu openly without worrying about them. Su Xiaoxiao felt a surge of joy inside, her eyes widening. Yin, are you serious? You don't mind? I do mind. There will definitely be some feelings. Who would want to share their man with another woman? Qin stood up, her expression somewhat helpless. But I'm not foolish. Yang Yu, do you think I can handle him alone? Even without you, Su Xiaoxiao, I feel like his future partners will only increase. Qin paused before continuing. So I can only think this way. Rather than letting him find those untrustworthy, scheming women outside in the future, it's better if it's you. At least we know each other well, and can keep each other company, so we won't have a place to cry if someone bullies us in the future. Su Xiaoxiao listened dumbfounded. She truly did not expect that the usually simple-minded Qin had thought so much behind the scenes. Although her thoughts were somewhat astonishing, yet she found it strangely reasonable. After all, Yang Yu, if one were to point out any flaws, it might just be that he had the common flaw of many men being fickle. But that's not surprising. If Su Xiaoxiao were that wealthy, to be honest, she would also want to experience different boyfriends. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but sigh. Yin, if Yang Yu knew you thought this way, he would probably be over the moon. You're just too understanding. Qin gave a bitter smile. Actually, this isn't purely about being understanding. To be honest, with that noise Yang Yu made earlier, I really can't handle it alone. Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. Well, Qin, you usually seem pure, but it turns out your mind is full of these thoughts. Don't say that. The two were rolling around on the bed. The previously tense atmosphere had now completely dissipated. Meanwhile, Yang Yu lay sprawled across the broad bed, idly scrolling through his phone. On the screen, a young woman danced with energetic flair. Yet to him it all felt hollow and uninspiring. All artificial beauty filters and digital enhancements. Even with such magical augmentation, these livestream hosts paled beside Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao. Truly unengaging. Not even a flicker of desire to send gifts. Yang Yu browsed countless live rooms, yet found not a single one that satisfied him. Instead, weariness deepened with every glance. Though he repeatedly reminded himself of tonight's scheduled special training, his eyelids grew heavy, until at last he sank into slumber. How long had passed? Dazed and half asleep, Yang Yu frowned, faintly sensing something softly rubbing against his waist. Instinctively, he rolled over. A rustling, squirming sound stirred beneath the covers, and then abruptly he snapped. When his gaze fell upon the intoxicating scene before him, drowsiness vanished entirely. His mind sharpened in an instant. Good heavens! Beneath the quilt, an exaggerated arc swelled upward. Someone was hidden there, moving, breathing, alive. As Yang Yu reached to lift the covers, a face of exquisite beauty emerged from beneath, gazing up at him with playful delight. Awake! Su Xiaoxiao slipped out from under the quilt and tapped the bedside lamp alight. In the soft, dim glow, she wore only an oversized white shirt, just long enough to cover her hips. Her long, snow-pale legs stood bare and unshielded in the air. Her winered hair was swept high into a neat coil, revealing a smooth forehead and an elegant, slender neck. Her already enchanting features now shimmered with heightened allure. She teased, mischief dancing in her eyes. Then she rose and settled astride his thighs, winding her arms around his neck, her gaze hazy with longing. Senior brother Yang, you, didn't we agree on tonight's special training? Why did you fall asleep? Are you truly uninterested in your senior sister? Warm breath laced with the delicate fragrance unique to youth washed over him. Yang Yu stared. This living vision of sensuality ignited a fierce heat low in his abdomen. Damn it. This was beyond exhilarating. Su Xiaoxiao, the siren, knew exactly how to play. Training was the last thing on his mind. His expression darkened. In one swift motion, he seized her slender wrist and applied gentle pressure. Up. She gasped, balance lost, tumbling headlong into his embrace. Senior brother Yang Yu, what are you doing? Pressed against his firm chest, she felt the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, and her cheeks flushed warm. He leaned close to her ear, grazing her lobe with his teeth. Training is dreadfully dull. How about something more practical application? Her face flared crimson. Truth be told, she'd anticipated this moment. From the moment she'd slipped into his room at midnight, her resolve had been set. Yet now, standing at the precipice, she realized her own naivety. Her heart hammered wildly, threatening to leap from her throat. Joy and trepidation warred within her. Watching her, tense yet yearning, Yang Yu curved his lips into a wry, knowing smile. Well, afraid. The words ignited her pride like wildfire. Snap. Su Xiaoxiao had never known the meaning of fear, not once in her life. She lifted her chin defiantly, meeting his fiercely possessive gaze. Her hand slid up to encircle his neck, eyes blazing with challenge. Who's afraid of whom? Prove it. Keep me better than today. Yang Yu gave a cool, quiet laugh and flipped her beneath him in one fluid. Their positions reversed instantly. Her earlier bravado dissolved into silence. Blinking wide-eyed, she lowered. I've never done this before. Senior brother Yang Yu, please, be gentle. He cupped her smooth chin, lifting it firmly. Truth is, I preferred you just moments ago, fierce, untamed, utterly. Shall we restore that spirit? Dawn broke the next morning. Sunlight streamed through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the entire room in golden light. Yang Yu opened his eyes, refreshed, invigorated. He glanced beside him. Su Xiaoxiao clung to him like an octopus, limbs entwined, breathing deeply in peaceful slumber. A faint tear traced her cheek, but her lips curved in serene, contented repose. Yang Yu chuckled softly, tapping her supple hip. Time to wake up. Senior sister Xiaoxiao, surely you wouldn't want Qin Yun to rise and find you missing. Huh? Still immersed in dreams, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes flew open wide. She attempted a somersault, only to falter midair and collapse back onto the bed. Last night's intensity had left her limbs trembling, her body utterly spent. She shot Yang Yu an exasperated glare, yet he remained still, watching her with quiet amusement, a faint smile playing on his lips. Su Xiaoxiao could bear it no longer. Gritting her teeth, she hissed, Yang Yu, you wretched scoundrel. I told you it was my first time. He shrugged, feigning innocence. You were the one who dared me to leave you unable to rise from this bed. In truth, he had lost himself last night. Faced with Su Xiaoxiao's breathtaking presence, he'd vowed to treat her tenderly. But the moment passion ignited, restraint evaporated. He'd surrendered wholly, to the rhythm, the heat, the relentless drive. Enough, he murmured, and swept her into a regal bridal carry. Oh, she cried out, instinctively locking her arms around his neck. Pressed against his broad, solid chest, inhaling the rich, masculine aura, her fingers drifted, tracing the defined contours of his eight-pack abs. This physique. Recalling last night's fervor, her pulse quickened anew. Moi. He looked down, eyes gleaming with amusement. Shall we train again? Won't Qin Yun notice your absence when she wakes? Let her notice, Su Xiaoxiao scoffed, tilting her nose upward. What's there to fear? Truth is, Qin Yun already knows. My. Yang Yu paused mid-step, eyebrows lifting in surprise. What do you mean? Su Xiaoxiao withheld nothing, spilling their whispered confidences like beans from a jar. Qin Yun's shy admission, their pact of sisterhood. Her candid confession that she couldn't handle him alone, and even childhood vows to marry the same man. Yang Yu stood stunned. Good heavens, this revelation carried staggering weight. He'd expected delicate diplomacy between two women, even braced himself for a stormy love triangle. Yet instead, no fire erupted behind the scenes. Qin Yun rather had quietly sanctioned it all. Senior sister Qin Yun, truly extraordinary in her grace and understanding. A surge of elation flooded Yang Yu's heart. Ding. Host has completed his first real-world combat encounter. Congratulations. Cash reward 100000 awarded. Ding. Host has discerned senior sister Qin Yun's genuine feelings and experienced profound emotional satisfaction. Congratulations. Cash reward 100000 awarded. Yang Yu listened to a series of system prompt sounds, and his mouth almost split open with joy. It felt amazing. This was simply a case of hitting 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only did he win the charming Su Xiaoxiao, but he also made a cool 2 million in cash. Most importantly, he could now embrace both sides openly without worrying about any backlash. Perhaps there would be even more opportunities. Yang Yu looked at Su Xiaoxiao in his arms, feeling a wave of comfort. Xiaoxiao, your information is quite valuable. Yang Yu directly took out his phone, his fingers flying across the screen. Ding dong, Su Xiaoxiao's phone chimed. She was taken aback. What sound is that? It's your reward, Yang Yu smiled. Su Xiaoxiao curiously leaned over to look at Yang Yu's phone screen. In the next moment she froze. Transfer 5000000 yuan. Message: you worked hard, take care of yourself. 50,000. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Although she had seen Yang Yu's generosity before, this casual transfer of 50,000 still filled her with deep joy. After all, since she met Yang Yu, she had received quite a few gifts. But this direct transfer was truly a first. This amount was even more than her living expenses for an entire semester. The fatigue and soreness in her body vanished without a trace in the face of this 50,000 yuan. Su Xiaoxiao bit her lip, her eyes sparkling. Then she kissed Yang Yu's cheek without holding back her joy. Thank you, Yang Yu. Moi. Yang Yu playfully scratched her nose, still calling me Junior. Su Xiaoxiao blushed and finally parted her red lips. Thank you, dear. Yang Yu looked at the obedient and shy Su Xiaoxiao, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Having money is truly wonderful. With just a casual gesture, he had brought such a stunning beauty into his embrace. He carried Su Xiaoxiao to the door of Qin Yun's room and gently set her down. All right, go back in and pretend to be asleep. The moment Su Xiaoxiao touched the ground, she winced in pain. Hiss. She limped slightly as she moved inside, but her heart was full of sweetness. Yang Yu watched her comical figure and shook his head with a smile. After calling the front desk to order breakfast, he hummed a little tune as he entered the bathroom. Looking at himself in the mirror, he was taken aback. His neck, face, chest, and even waist were covered in countless lips. All of them hinted at the wildness of last night. Yang Yu had only intended to wash up briefly, but he now had to turn on the shower to rinse off. After everything was settled, Yang Yu changed into a soft white bathrobe and sat by the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Not long after, ding dong, the doorbell rang. The waiter pushed in a food cart. The cart was filled with a dazzling array of delicacies, almost covering every flavor one could find in the world. The Kobe beef was cut evenly, its marbling as beautiful as marble. The French foie gras was pan-fried to a crisp outside and tender inside, topped with gold leaf. There was Italian black truffle risotto with a rich aroma that could be detected with a gentle sniff. And a whole Boston lobster with claws thicker than a child's arm. A variety of freshly baked European-style breads. Even more unique dishes like hot dry noodles, spicy soup, crab yellow soup dumplings, and sour and spicy noodles were all present. It could be said that any Blue Star person could not possibly lack their favorite food. Sir, your breakfast is ready, please. And the waiter respectfully stepped back and closed the door. Yang Yu didn't wait for the two girls and sat down by himself, picking up a knife and fork to cut a piece of beef and shove it into his mouth. The juices burst forth and the taste was exceptional. Ding. Detected host eating top-tier delicacies, mood pleasant. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash reward 300,000 yuan. At the same time the system prompt sounded, the bedroom door creaked open. Qin Yun appeared with a flushed complexion and a spirited demeanor, clearly having rested well last night. In contrast, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with fatigue and resentment. Yang Yu waved awake. Come eat breakfast. The two girls stared at the extravagant spread before them, momentarily stunned. This? So much? Qin Yun exclaimed in surprise, covering her small mouth. I didn't know what you both liked, so I ordered everything. Yang Yu casually replied. It's all free anyway. Free? Qin Yun blinked her big eyes, clearly once again shocked by the revelation. When she used to travel with her parents, not to mention free breakfast, most of the time those hotels didn't even have paid breakfast. She had to find ways to solve her meals or order takeout. Being with Yang Yu truly brought surprises every moment. Looking at the lavish spread, Qin Yun couldn't help but lick her lips, no longer holding back, and sat down next to Yang Yu. Su Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, dragged her weary body to sit on the other side of Yang Yu. To be honest, this table full of delicacies was indeed impeccable, but she simply couldn't muster any interest. After all, last night had been too intense, leaving her throat a bit uncomfortable. After forcing herself to pick up a piece of foie gras and putting it into her mouth, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes instantly brightened. This foie gras is absolutely amazing. This is my first time trying foie gras. Is it really this delicious? Yin Yang, you guys should try it too. While eating, Su Xiaoxiao felt grateful for her choice. Being with Yang Yu truly was the real deal in life. No matter what it was, she could enjoy the best resources, no longer needing to worry about life. After breakfast, the three of Yang Yu took the two girls directly to the parking lot. Although he wanted to play a bit longer, yesterday had already been a day wasted, and today was the last day for new student registration. He had to attend college. Even though he now had money that could never be spent, he still had to honor the years of hard study. After all, it was all about where to have fun, right? There were still many girls in the journalism department. It would be hard to find these youthful and beautiful female students once they were outside. On the other hand, if he suddenly didn't go to school, it would be hard to explain to his father at home. As for his mother, she ran off with a wealthy man when he was little. After so many years, he couldn't even remember what his mother looked like, and it didn't matter anymore. He only thought that he would find an excuse to send some money to his father soon. After all, his father had raised him alone, which was no easy task. Yang Yu started the car, and the engine let out a deep rumble as he sped towards the university. Finance University. A sea of people, vibrant, bustling, alive with anticipation. Countless freshmen stepped onto campus today, hearts brimming with dreams. Some admittedly carried more romantic fantasies. Li Jiahao wore a black Givenchy t-shirt and slim-fit jeans. The Mercedes-Benz key dangling from his waist gleamed conspicuously among the fresh-faced newcomers. Several well-dressed lackeys clustered around him, chattering animatedly, their faces alight with excitement. Brother Jiahao, are you really going all out on day one? Going straight for the campus queen? One underling asked, voice trembling between exhilaration and apprehension. Upon hearing this, Li Jiahao's lips curled into a faint self-assured smile. Slowly he reached into his pocket, withdrew a pack of Huanghe Lu soft treasure cigarettes, flicked one out, and placed it between his lips. An underling instantly leaned forward, lighter in hand. Click! A sharp spark flared. Li Jiahao inhaled deeply, then spoke with deliberate calm. So what else would I do? After holding back all these years, I finally entered university. Should I chase the campus prince instead? Or perhaps... The underling instinctively stepped back a few paces, chuckling nervously. Heh, Brother Jiahao, you're joking again. We're not from Chengdu after all. Still, you're absolutely right. You are, after all, the pride of our county. The Li family runs several factories. What's wrong with pursuing the campus? It's an honor for them. Li Jiahao nodded, clearly pleased. He tapped ash from his cigarette, eyes glinting with quiet ambition. Actually, I've already done my research. Finance University has 3 reigning beauties, Qin Yun, Su Xiaoxiao, and Jiang Chuwei. And crucially, all 3 remain unattached. As he spoke, Li Jiahao pulled out his latest model fruit smartphone and opened the photo album. There unmistakably were portraits of the 3 campus queens painstakingly gathered. One showed Qin Yun's self-portrait in the library, serene, pure, exuding quiet grace. Another captured Su Xiaoxiao mid-rehearsal in the dance studio, voluptuous, fierce, radiating untamed allure. The final image was Jiang Chuwei at a debate competition. Though petite and seemingly delicate, a soft, doll-like charm, she stood small yet commanding. Yet on that podium her gaze sharpened like a blade, piercing, incisive, electrifying in its stark contrast. Damn, Brother Jiahao, this is unbelievable. The underlings crowded closer, eyes wide and fixed. Qin Yun is so ethereal. I'm sold. Su Xiaoxiao, absolutely scorching. That leg, phew. Nonsense. A petite beauty is perfection. I'm claiming Jiang Chuwei. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Snap. Li Jiahao rapped the last underling's forehead. You actually, heh. The underling rubbed the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. My mistake. They'll all be sisters-in-law soon. By the way, Brother Jiahao, have you decided who to pursue first? All 3 are extraordinary. Tough choice. Li Jiahao let out a cold, knowing laugh. That depends entirely on which one earns the privilege of appearing before me first. His entourage instantly grasped his meaning, and chorused effusively, Brother Jiahao, legendary. Brother Jiahao, unstoppable. Li Jiahao waved dismissively, enough flattery. Have you prepared everything? Relax, Brother Jiahao, I handle things. You can rest easy. One underling snapped his fingers. From afar, several delivery staff in garish uniforms wheeled forward a cart piled high with flowers, and atop it a colossal heart-shaped bouquet, crafted from 999 premium red roses. Simultaneously, a drone released its grip, and a massive banner descended emblazoned with bold characters. Become my girlfriend Jiang Chuwei, and I shall grant you a lifetime of glory. The spectacle instantly seized every gaze across the plaza. Who was that? What kind of entrance? 999 roses, and that drone. How much did this cost? At least several thousand yuan. Look at his clothes, and that Mercedes key, which young tycoon just rolled into our... Way too flashy. Whispers swirled like wine through leaves. Many female students fluttered their lashes, hearts skipping. A freshman arriving with a car. A rare, dazzling specimen indeed. Soon a stylish, fair-skinned girl summoned her courage and approached. Handsome sir, may I enter your... could we exchange WeChat IDs? Li Jiahao glanced at her. Unremarkable features, thick rim, nowhere near the caliber of the 3 queens. He offered a practiced gentle smile and pulled up his QR code, of course. Her face lit up as she scanned eagerly, then blushed as she murmured, "Thank you." Li Jiahao accepted her friend request without hesitation. Then with effortless precision, he muted her notifications. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, routine, refined, rehearsed. After all, such appearances held no allure for him whatsoever. Yet he couldn't disappoint them outright. So this was the compromise. Just as Li Jiahao pondered this, a deep, throaty engine roar tore through the air from afar. Vroom, vroom. All heads turned instinctively. There, cutting through the plaza like a panther unleashed, raced a sleek obsidian silhouette. The plaza erupted. Holy hell, it's a Kian. Top-tier spec. Must cost over 2 million yuan. My god, who's this princeling driving that to registration? Check that license plate. 6B666. Li Jiahao's smile froze, cracked, brittle, gone. Damn it. A top-spec Kian. His family was affluent, but modestly so. A Mercedes C-Class. Yes, a Tumul Yinyuan Kian. Only possible if he arranged something clever for Qingming Festival. For his father. Otherwise, utterly unthinkable. A surge of raw jealousy and existential threat flooded his chest. The girls who'd hovered around him now drifted away, drawn magnetically toward the Kian. Wow, what an epic. The guy behind the wheel must be stunning too. This fresh grass might just be worth tasting. Oh dear, I think I'm falling in love. Dozens pulled out phones, snapping photos of the Kian. Others slipped discreetly into corners, powder compacts in hand, waiting for their moment to shine. Male reactions ran deeper, more conflicted. Damn, money does open doors. Hell yeah, I'll grind hard after graduation and buy one myself. Brothers, I think I just bent. Amid the murmur of voices, the Kian's door swung open, slow, deliberate, under the weight of 1,000 watching eyes. Yang Yu took a step forward. The limited edition Gucci shirt he wore showcased his tall and upright figure. His three-dimensional and deep side profile, combined with a clear gaze that held a hint of playfulness, left a striking impression. He exuded an air of innate nobility from head to toe, completely unlike a typical university student. What a model! Which celebrity has come to school? Oh my, a Gucci limited edition. That outfit must cost at least tens of thousands. So handsome. Incredible. The murmurs rose like a tide. However, this time the attention was not on Li Jiahao, but entire. Li Jiahao's eyes briefly flashed with surprise, quickly replaced by strong jealousy and dissatisfaction. Damn it. After all his careful preparation, he was suddenly overshadowed. Isn't this directly challenging him? He silently tucked his Mercedes key back into his pocket. It's fine. Not a big deal. Even if the other party is better looking and richer, so what? His goal was not to compete with this man before him, but to pursue the campus goddess. No matter how excellent this man was, could he possibly win over 3 campus goddesses at once? Surely there was a chance for Li Jiahao as well. While Li Jiahao was lost in thought, the rear door of the Kian slowly opened. What first caught his eye was a pair of long, straight, fair legs as white as jade. Following that, Qin Yan stepped out of the car. She wore a pure white long dress today, and as the breeze blew, the hem fluttered gently, making her seem like a fairy stepping out of a painting. With a pure face tinged with a hint of shyness, her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Qin Yun's exquisite and ethereal aura, causing breaths to quicken. What? That's Qin Yun. Oh my, senior Qin Yun. How could she step out of this car? What is her relationship with that handsome guy? The students erupted in chatter, gasps ringing out everywhere. Li Jiahao's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped, as if he could fit an egg in it. Qin Yun, one of his targets just like that, was gone. Li Jiahao felt a tightness in his chest. Just as he was reassuring himself that it was okay, after all there were still 2 left. Creak. The other rear door of the Kian also opened. Following that, a pair of even more alluring and fiery long legs stepped out. Su Xiaoxiao. Today she wore a tight black knitted miniskirt that perfectly accentuated her explosive figure. With loose, large, wavy hair, her flirtatious gaze was filled with wild charm. As soon as she got out of the car, Su Xiaoxiao walked over to Yang Yu, affectionately linking her arm with his, nearly pressing herself against him. The students in the square were completely stunned. What? Su Xiaoxiao. She's also with him. And linking arms. Is this a sci-fi movie? 2 campus goddesses are flocking around one guy. Senior Qin Yan, senior Su Xiaoxiao. I give up. This is a lifetime of surrender. Everyone felt their worldview shaken like never before. 2 of the 3 campus goddesses were now appearing beside one guy, and their intimacy was shocking. Slap. The rose in Li Jiahao's hand fell to the ground, shattered to pieces. Are you kidding me? 3 targets, and before he even started, 2 had declared their end. He stared fiercely at Yang Yu, then glanced at Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao beside him. Damn, he just couldn't understand. Where did he lose out? Isn't Yang Yu just a bit taller, a bit more handsome, and a bit wealthier? Setting those aside, their differences weren't that great. Li Jiahao felt that since he had prepared the roses and banners, he couldn't just give up. Besides, what if? Even if the 2 had just gotten out of the same car as Yang Yu. But what if they were just friends? And to be honest, among the 3 campus goddesses, he preferred the pure type, like Qin Yan the most. After all, such girls were more easily moved by genuine feelings rather than being tempted by material possessions. Moreover, from another perspective, Su Xiaoxiao's affectionate actions were evidently more challenging. Qin Yun would be easier to win over. Li Jiahao took a deep breath, picked up the rose, and held it in his hands. He revealed a charming smile, striding toward Yang Yu and the others. Hello, classmate Qin Yun. I am a freshman from the finance department, Li Jiahao. The first time I saw you, I was deeply You are like the wild colors in the kingdom of rock, black and white contrasting beautifully, making it hard to look away. You are the girl of my dreams. Please be my girlfriend. I will promise you a lifetime of glory, giving you everything you desire. As Li Jiahao spoke, he extended the rose, his gaze filled with deep affection. Qin Yun was initially taken aback, her small face instantly turning bright red. Clearly she was completely unprepared for all of this. How could she defend against such a surprise attack? Qin Yun instinctively shrank behind Yang Yu. Then she raised her head and softly said, I'm sorry, classmate Li Jiahao. I already have a boyfriend. Perhaps to affirm the truth of her words, or perhaps to use this opportunity to After Qin Yun spoke, she took the initiative to link her other arm with Yang Yu right in front of everyone. Boom. This sentence, along with Qin Yun's action, was like a thunderclap instantly exploding in the crowd. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wow, I guessed right. They are indeed a couple. But what about Su Xiaoxiao? What's up with their actions? Sigh. Brothers of VIP on the rooftop. What the heck? Goddess Qin Yun, you're making a mistake. What about Yangzhen? He's so suave, he loves you so much. Who is Yangzhen? I am just a minus. Li Jiahao's smile instantly vanished, his face alternating between green and red. To be rejected in front of so many people. And so bluntly. He felt as if he could just disappear into the ground. Embarrassing. So embarrassing. Wait. Li Jiahao's eyes twinkled as a thought suddenly struck him. He remembered a short drama he had seen. On the wedding day, because the bride hiked up her price, the male lead confessed to the bridesmaid instead, and it worked. Though it wasn't a wedding, it seemed like it could be referenced. After all, Su Xiaoxiao was also an enticing beauty. If he couldn't win over Qin Yun, securing Su Xiaoxiao would still be a decent outcome. Li Jiahao discreetly glanced at Su Xiaoxiao from the corner of his eye. Looking at her snow-white skin and alluring figure, he instinctively swallowed. He held the rose in his hands once more. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his courage and walked towards Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao was initially enjoying the good show. However, looking at the scene before her, an ominous premonition suddenly struck her. He wouldn't. In the next moment, Li Jiahao was already standing in front of her. Su Xiaoxiao. Actually, the person I've always liked is. You like your phone like a fool. Before Li Jiahao could finish his sentence, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Su Xiaoxiao. Yang Yu was also somewhat surprised. Last night, Su Xiaoxiao had been so compliant that he nearly forgot she had such a But, what a good scolding. Yang Yu silently gave Su Xiaoxiao a thumbs up in his heart. Meanwhile, Li Jiahao was completely dumbfounded. This script doesn't make sense. It's completely different from the short drama, isn't it? He had considered that Su Xiaoxiao, yet he never expected her to be so decisive. She even resorted to cursing in public. However, for Su Xiaoxiao, this was far from enough to vent her anger. What is this? Just after confessing to Qin Yun and being rejected, he turns around to find her. What does he take Su Xiao? A backup. She had always treated others as backups. How could she ever become someone else's backup? More importantly, she had just begun to enjoy the various benefits of being with Yang Yu, whether it was the luxurious experience of a top hotel or the extravagant ease of spending 50,000. Now she was fully devoted to Yang Yu. This fool was confessing to her in front of Yang Yu. Wasn't he just intentionally making her uncomfortable? What if Yang Yu got unhappy and kicked her away? Where would she find a man as outstanding as Yang Yu? Thinking about this, Su Xiaoxiao's anger intensified. She put her hands on her hips and opened fire. Are you out of your mind? Just confessed to Qin Yun and immediately came to find me. What? Since they don't want you, you come to me to pick up the scraps. Do you think I'm a trash recycling station? What kind of rubbish do I accept? And you expect eternal glory? With that broken Benz of yours, I wouldn't even bother to sit in it. Get lost. Don't block my view here. Li Jiahao's face instantly turned the color of liver. He had originally planned to make a big splash on the first day of school to win over a school beauty. Now he had indeed made a big splash. But it was being rejected by two school beauties in succession and receiving a harsh scolding. Li Jiahao looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. He wanted to return to Gotham. Ha ha ha. The surrounding students could no longer hold back, bursting into laughter. Laughing to death. This new student, you're quite brave to provoke Su Xiaoxiao. Damn. I have to say, senior Su Xiaoxiao is too fierce. Her combat power is simply off the charts. Jiahao, Batman said he won't kill you anymore, just go back. Countless mocking voices completely drowned Li Jiahao. His lips trembled, wanting to say something, but found he couldn't utter a word. All he felt was a wave of darkness before his eyes and a heart full of bitterness. Forget about the three major school beauties. If this incident spreads, his university life would find it hard to find an ordinary girlfriend. The right to choose a partner was completely lost. Li Jiahao looked at the three of them with resentment and unwillingness. Then he turned and fled the square in disgrace. The surrounding students saw his fleeing figure and erupted into another round of hearty laughter. Ding. Detected that the host witnessed a good show and received public support from two senior sisters, feeling happy. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward: mastery of all languages. Mastery of all languages. You will learn all the currently circulating languages on Blue Star and achieve the highest level in all of them. Ah, the special reward has arrived. Yang Yu felt a surge of joy inside. After a brief moment of dizziness, countless chaotic languages suddenly popped into his mind. Eagle language, fuck language, Korean language. Even some languages he had never heard of like Swan language and Tiaba language. Even various local dialects were firmly etched in his mind. And they weren't jumbled at all, as if he had been born knowing. Yang Yu couldn't help but smile. Yoshi, this feels great. In the future, if he goes traveling, he wouldn't even need to bring a train. He looked at Su Xiaoxiao beside him, his eyes filled with a hint of approval. Well done. Su Xiaoxiao immediately dropped her fierce demeanor from earlier. Instead, she replaced it with a demure smile, affectionately rubbing Yang Yes' arm. Of course, I am your person. Qin Yun watched from the side, her cheeks slightly flushed. Although she had already acknowledged Su Xiaoxiao and Yang Yes' relationship, she couldn't help but feel a surge of competitiveness. After all, in terms of timing, she was the first. How could she bear to watch the two of them be intimate? Qin Yun mustered her courage, leaned in close to Yang Yes' ear, and whispered, Junior, I am also your person. Don't worry, no matter who it is, it won't change our relationship. Ding. Detected that the host received loyalty declarations from two senior sisters, feeling delighted. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash reward, 500,000. Feels good. Another 500,000 in the account. Yang Yu smiled, wrapping one arm around Qin Yun and the other around Su Xiaoxiao. Alright ladies, let's go register. The two girls replied in unison. The three of them became the center of attention again, walking toward the registration office under countless envious and jealous gazes. After that commotion, the subsequent registration process went exceptionally smoothly. No one dared to provoke them any. Regardless of which window they approached, as soon as they saw the three of them, someone would immediately step aside to make way. Soon the three of them received their campus cards, dormitory keys, and a thick stack of textbooks. Yang Yu Jr., there are so many textbooks. Are they heavy? Should I help you carry them? Su Xiaoxiao said with some concern as she looked at the professional books. Yeah, how could you do this heavy lifting all by yourself? I'll help you. Qin Yun also chimed in upon seeing this scene. After the two girls spoke, they reached for the books in Yang Yes' hands. Yang Yu smiled and didn't refuse. Thus a peculiar scene appeared on the campus of the Finance University. Yang Yu walked leisurely in front, empty-handed. Behind him, Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao each carried a hefty stack of. Although fine beads of sweat had appeared on their foreheads, their faces were beaming with happiness. This scene once again broke many boys' hearts. Damn. Is there any justice in this world? Why should I have to carry textbooks all by myself, struggling like a dog, while he has two school beauties as his laborers? Brothers, suddenly I want to get my ears pierced. Should I use 5, 56, or 7, 62? Under the boys' dormitory, Qin Yun looked up at the building and curiously asked, Yang Yu, which floor is your dorm on? The 8th floor, room 801. Qin Yun instinctively gasped, a hint of hesitation appearing on her face. To be honest, her arms were already a bit sore from the walk. Now carrying this huge pile of textbooks up to the 8th floor. It should be noted that there is no elevator. She had never done much physical labor since she was young. This was clearly a considerable challenge. Just as Qin Yun hesitated, her gaze inadvertently glanced towards Su Xiaoxiao, who was full of fighting spirit. No worries, Yang Yu Sr., we'll help you carry your things up. The top floor. If it's just you, who knows how many trips it will take. Qin Yun gritted her teeth and echoed, yes, let's do it together. Yang Yu looked at the two girls' eager expressions, smiled lightly, and then said, there's no need to go through so much trouble. With that, he took out a pack of 1916 from his pocket. However, it wasn't for himself to smoke or to offer the girls a cigarette. It was to clear the way at this moment. Although he himself did not smoke, he had to admit, though, that this thing was indeed quite useful at certain times. Yang Yu walked towards the window of the dormitory security office and handed over the cigarette. Hey, wanna smoke? The security guard, a sturdy man in his 30s, was originally scrolling through his phone, but when he looked up and saw the Huangala 1916, his eyes instantly brightened. However, he didn't take it immediately, but looked at Yang Yu with great interest. Oh, this cigarette isn't cheap. I usually don't even get a pack when I'm eating out. A friend gave it to me, you should give it a try. Yang Yu appeared neither humble nor arrogant. The security guard grinned and accepted the cigarette. Smart kid. Alright, what's up? If I can help, I will. Yang Yu gave a thumbs up. You're a straightforward brother. Since that's the case, I won't be polite either. There's no elevator on the 8th floor, and I'll have to make several trips by myself. Do you think you can lend a hand and help me get it up? Afterward, I'll treat you to a meal at the little restaurant downstairs. The security guard felt a rush of blood when he heard this. He had recognized Yang Yu's outfit, which was clearly from a wealthy background. That's why he hesitated to take the cigarette at first. After all, he had encountered similar situations before where a few rich kids would hand him cigarettes, treating him like a lackey. Not only did they act all high and mighty, but they also spoke without any courtesy. It frustrated him. If it weren't for the fact that they were students, he would have wanted to hit them on the spot. After all, good cigarettes were something he desired. But if it meant losing face, he absolutely refused to do so. It's not like he couldn't smoke Hongtao Mountain. Now looking at Yang Yu, who had no airs and spoke so politely, made him feel a bit embarrassed. The security guard stood up, waved his hand. What meal? It's no big deal. Do you look down on me, old bro? Wait here, I'll go get a cart. In less than 30 seconds, the security guard pushed a small flatbed cart from the duty room and quickly loaded all the luggage onto it. Let's go. Yang Yu helped steady the other side of the cart, and the two walked towards the stairwell, one in front of the other. Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao were dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. Can it be done this way? As naive and foolish college students, they never even thought about borrowing external help. Their admiration and awe for Yang Yu increased several-fold. Inside the dormitory, as everyone walked, many passing boys widened their eyes at this scene. Not only were the two campus beauties following Yang Yu, but there was also a security guard helping to carry things. They had all exerted great effort to move their luggage back to the dormitory. Some even didn't lift a finger, relying entirely on their parents for help. At this moment, they felt a mix of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Damn, the gap between people is really bigger than between people and dogs. We're all freshmen. Why is your situation completely different from ours? Having beautiful girls around is one thing, but now a security guard is helping. Exactly, just now when my parents helped me move things, that security guard didn't have this good of an attitude. He almost cursed me. That's what you should be scolded for. The security guard actually felt a bit envious of Yang Yu while appreciating him. Having worked here for several years, he certainly knew Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao. These two campus beauties had never been approached by anyone. Who would have thought that this new student would hit it off with them so quickly? He really had some skills. The security guard shook his head and withdrew his thoughts. Forget it, he was doing well himself. Although he had never had a girlfriend, it was somewhat of a pity. But thinking about the various pressures outside and the exorbitant betrothal gifts, he was still quite satisfied with his current life. After all, he had avoided many detours in his life. In no time, everyone arrived at the dormitory entrance. After the security guard left, Yang Yu pushed open the door. A rush of youthful hormones mixed with the smells of smoke, foot odor, and instant noodles instantly hit him. Inside the dormitory, three boys were crowded in front of the computer gaming. Bot Lane, can't you stop feeding? Are you the designated feeder? What about Jungle? Can't you help out? They've been pushing the lane for 10 minutes, and you're not coming to gank. Damn, they're all pooping all over my jungle. Where are you guys? Upon hearing the door open, none of the three turned back, thinking it was the delivery person. Put the delivery on the table, thanks bro. Yang Yu didn't say anything, just slowly surveyed his three roommates. Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao were politely standing to the side. One of the boys wearing glasses turned around to look during a death interval in the game. Just one glance, and he was completely this. He poked his nearby roommate. What's wrong? The roommate turned around and was equally astonished. Holy crap, is this our last roommate? So awesome. On the first day of reporting, he brought two beautiful girls to the dormitory. Welcome bro. The boy with glasses was the first to react, his face breaking into a warm smile. I'm Lu Wei, and these two are Wang Chong and Li Bo. As he spoke, Lu Wei enthusiastically took out a pack of cigarettes, pulled one out. Bro, we'll be roommates from now on. Let's take care of each other during our 4 years of university. Yang Yu took the cigarette, tucked it behind his ear, and smiled. Of course, it's only right. We're all in the same dormitory. Lu Wei paused this. These two beauties are. Su Xiaoxiao immediately linked arms with Yang Yu and unabashedly announced. The dormitory fell silent in an instant. Lu Wei, Wang Chong, and Li Bo were left with their mouths agape, their eyes filled with astonishment. Just moments ago, they had been playing games while chatting, thinking about experiencing a sweet romance during their college years. The three of them, Xiao Chuanan, shared their various pickups. Little did they expect. The master was right beside me. What the hell? Wang Chong gasped, pointing at Yang Yu with disbelief. Wait, brother, two girlfriends. Yang Yu smiled calmly. It's just luck. Luck? Do you think you're Xiao Yan? Is this really just a matter of luck? This is strength. The three admired Yang Yu and the two well-behaved girls behind him, secretly calculating in their minds. They must thoroughly interrogate their new roommate about how he managed to attract such exceptional girls right at the start of school. At this moment, the two girls were not idle either. They immediately began to get busy. Su Xiaoxiao squatted down and opened her suitcase. Then she reached in and pulled out a valuable Alienware 18 gaming laptop, placing it on Yang Yu's desk. This is an Alienware. Wang Chong, who was closest, stretched his neck in disbelief, his eyes fixated on the large Alienware logo. This was his dream laptop. Anyone who plays games would wish to operate on an Alienware. Is it still the M18, the Topophthalene version? Lu Wei, unable to contain himself, swallowed hard. As a deep electronic enthusiast, he knew the value of this computer all too well. Its market price is at least 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Finally, Li Bo cautiously looked at Yang Yu, his eyes filled with a hint of desire. Brother Yang, this thing. Since it's just sitting here, could we? Yang Yu smiled. As a former computer gaming enthusiast, he actually understood the mindset of the three. After all, for many people, this is no different than having a stunning campus beauty living next door. Who wouldn't want to get a taste of that? But now, with the system activated, his love for games had drastically diminished. After all, in reality, there were still tons of fresh experiences yet to be explored. How could he always think about games? This laptop worth tens of thousands was nothing to him. Besides, so far he found these three roommates quite pleasant and easygoing. Yang Yu appeared very generous. No worries. When I'm not in the dormitory, feel free to use it. Just don't break it. Wow. Lu Wei instantly became so excited, he almost jumped up. Brother Yang is magnificent. Brother Yang is generous. From now on, you are my real brother. Don't worry, I'll take good care of the laptop. Ooh, I absolutely won't break it. The other two were also filled with excitement and enthusiasm. They would be living in this university for 4 years. Initially, they worried about encountering a troublesome roommate, leading to unpleasant experiences or even life-threatening situations. Now, seeing Yang Yu was both wealthy and so generous, these 4 years would surely be enjoyable. Yang Yu waved his hand. To him, it was just a laptop worth tens of thousands, which could buy him a harmonious dormitory environment. It was quite worth it. But the dormitory was ultimately inconvenient. He was also considering whether he should take some time to buy an apartment. After all, being someone with 2 girlfriends living in a dormitory or hotel every day was inherently inconvenient. On the other side, after placing the laptop down, Su Xiaoxiao began to take out various items from her suitcase: body wash, shampoo, facial cleanser. Each item was neatly arranged on the sink, creating an orderly appearance. Qin Yun was also busy taking out bed sheets and blankets, climbing up the small ladder to the upper bunk. To make the bed, she had to lower her body, her hips slightly raised. An extremely tempting full curve formed. The trio who had been focused on the laptop suddenly had their gazes stolen away. This figure, this scene. The 3 stared wide-eyed, their throats feeling a bit dry, until Yang Yu cleared his throat. Ahem. Huh. The 3 finally snapped back to reality, their faces turning crimson. They quickly looked down, pretending to focus on the floor, their hearts filled with embarrassment. They were the promising youth of the new era. How could they be associated with outdated sentiments? However, Brother Yang's luck with the ladies was indeed remarkable. Not only did he have 2 girlfriends, but both had alluring figures that could easily debut. Damn, they were also freshmen. Oh, why did they only know how to huddle in the dormitory playing games? While envious, the trio still had a healthy sense of self-awareness. Knowing they couldn't compete with such a wealthy brother like Yang Yu, it would be foolish to offend him. It was better to leave a good impression. In the future, they could still ride on Yang Ye's coattails. Qin Yun completely ignored all of this and continued busying herself with making the bed, until Su Xiaoxiao below frowned and spoke up. Oh no, why is the floor so dusty? And there are cigarette butts. How can we live here? It's filthy. Qin Yun also paused her work, looking at the dust-covered windowsill. Indeed, the sanitary conditions are terrible. Wait here, Junior, I'll help you clean it up. Saying this, the 2 girls picked up towels and brooms, ready to do a thorough. The 3 roommates felt a bit embarrassed watching this scene. After all, this dormitory belonged to them. How could they let 2 outsiders clean it? Moreover, Yang Yu had been so generous earlier. They had to show some appreciation. Wang Chong snatched the broom. Well, ladies, let me sweep the floor. Li Bo took a cloth. I'll wipe the table. You 2 can rest. Lu Wei rushed to take out the trash. Now the 3 took over all the chores and tools, leaving Yang Yu and the 2 girls standing to the side, just watching. The 3 felt a bit awkward, until Qin Yun spoke up. Junior, I have a meeting with the student council later. If there's nothing else, I'll head out first. I have to go too. How about we contact each other later this evening? Yang Yu nodded. All right, let me see you off. When Yang Yu returned to the dormitory, the entire place had been transformed. Not only were the desks and windows shining clean, but there were also water stains on the floor. Ding. Detected that the host found a clean and tidy dormitory mood pleasant. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of 6,000 yuan. As Yang Yu was enjoying the system notification, he suddenly saw the 3 of them close the door, then unceremoniously pushed him into a chair. What the hell? Are there Chengdu people? Just when Yang Yu was feeling apprehensive, the 3 also made their move. One pulled out a cigarette to light for him, another pressed down on his shoulder, while the last one wore a mischievous grin and threatened Brother Yang. Confess honestly, how did you do it? On the first day? The first day, and you managed to win over 2 such exceptional senior sisters. Quickly hand over the secret. Yang Yu looked at the somewhat comical trio and smiled, just as he was about to say something. Knock, knock, knock. The dormitory door was knocked on. Who is it? Wang Chong went to open the door. Outside stood a delivery guy in an ugly uniform holding a heavy thermos bag. 801 right. Your meal has arrived. Great, just put it on the table, thank you. Yang Yu nodded. The delivery guy came and placed it on the table and turned to leave. Before the few could react, knock, knock, knock. Another one came. Hello, your takeaway is here. A minute later, knock, knock, knock. Hello, your delivery is here. The originally empty table was now crammed full. Yang Yu looked at the stunned trio. While opening one of the bags, he scolded with a laugh. What are you staring at? Help me open this. Today is our first day meeting. We're all brothers. Let's eat together. Once the contents of the bag were completely taken out, the 3 looked at the table dumbfounded. A variety of marinated dishes emitted an enticing aroma. 3 perfectly roasted ducks, golden and crispy, along with a small mountain of Australian lobster fried chicken and dozens of skewers still steaming hot. In the corner of the table, there were also 2 bottles of Moutai liquor and a 1916 vintage. The 3 exchanged shocked glances. What good deeds did they do in their past life to deserve such a heavenly roommate? No, this is not just a roommate. This is a foster father. On the very first day they met, such a grand scene unfolded. Take photos. They must take photos. For social media, for the Big Blue Book, for a certain app. They shared everything online, announcing it to the world. Let all the new freshmen who started today take a good look. Who else could? Yang Yu didn't stop them, letting the 3 laugh foolishly while taking photos. After they finished, they finally sat down satisfied. Just as Yang Yu raised his glass ready to make a toast, suddenly Lu Wei slammed the table and looked at Yang Yu seriously. Brother Yang, from today onwards, I won't say much else. I will take care of all your attendance for every class. Brother Yang, you can relax and enjoy. Lu Wei will always be your strongest support. After saying this, Lu Wei raised his glass and shouted loudly. His face flushed him in. This seemed to ignite the whole. Wang Chong was not to be outdone. He clasped his hands towards Yang Yu and spoke I Wang Chong have drifted through life only to regret not meeting a wise lord. If you don't mind, I wish to take you as my foster father. After saying this, he was about to bow to Yang Yu, but Yang Yu pressed him down. Get lost. Foster father. What a load of nonsense. Yang Yu laughed and scolded him. At this moment Li Bo, who had been mostly silent, came back to his senses. His eyes were dazed, but his face was full of determination as he softly spoke, Go ahead, brother Yang. Who do you want to kill? Yang Yu was taken aback. Li Bo looked righteous and continued, as long as you say the word, no matter who it is, even if it's a teacher or the principal, I can arrange everything for you clearly. Yang Yu was amused by these three jokers and waved his hands. No, we live in a civilized society, a society governed by laws. Killing and fighting, what kind of conduct is that? All right. Drink up, for the rest of the time. The four of them ate and drank thoroughly, enjoying themselves. Unknowingly, they had already become brothers who could pick up soap together in a joking manner. Ding. Detected that the host and roommates are drinking and having a good time, feeling happy. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash reward of 7,000 yuan. Yang Yu felt a surge of joy. In fact, he was quite surprised by this first meeting. After all, having a divine roommate is rare each year. He didn't want to encounter any poisoners. From the looks of it, everyone was easy to get along with. However, despite this, he didn't plan to stay in the dormitory for long. He glanced at his bank card. Now he had several million. Enough to buy a decent house in Han City. But if this had been before, he would have been very happy. But after getting the system, how should he put it? His desires had also grown. Yang Yu now just wanted a large villa, preferably the best kind that would be so comfortable. While lost in thought and exchanging drinks, all four of them soon passed out. When they woke up again, the sunset had already streamed through the window, casting light on the messy dormitory. Lu Wei, Wang Chong, and Li Bo were all sprawled across their beds, sleeping like dead pigs, snoring in unison. Yang Yu rubbed his temples and slowly sat up. Thanks to the system's transformation, hangovers were non-existent for him. He felt refreshed and full of energy. However, since he could stay in bed, why get up right away? Just as Yang Yu took out his phone, ready to play for a while. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp knocking sound rang out. Who could it be? Could it really be Qin Yun and Su Xiao? Yang Yu walked to the door in confusion and turned the doorknob. Outside stood a girl. The moment he saw her face, Yang Ye's heart skipped a beat. Her jet black hair, skin as smooth as jade, and beautiful eyes sparkled. Her delicate face was lightly made up, making her already stunning features even more enchanting. The girl wore a Japanese JK uniform with a short-sleeved shirt tied with a red bow on her chest and a burgundy plaid, paired with brown leather shoes and white thigh-high socks. Her long, straight, fair legs were extremely alluring. She had a petite and exquisite figure, truly a little lowly. Jiang Chuwei, one of the three campus beauties at the University of Finance. Yang Yu immediately recognized her. He didn't know Jiang Chuwei at all. Why was she here? Before Yang Yu could ask, Jiang Chuwei's watery big eyes had already filled with mist, looking at him pitifully. Yang Yu, can you help me? What's the matter? Yang Yu was taken aback. Jiang Chuwei seemed a bit embarrassed and pointed outside. Yang Yu, can we talk? Sure. Yang Yu nodded. He still had that much patience. He wanted to see what Jiang Chuwei wanted from him. As soon as they reached the corner of the hallway, tears streamed down Jiang Chuwei's face. While sobbing, she spoke. My brother got into a fight outside and seriously injured someone, and now he's been arrested. The other party is relentless, demanding 4,000 yuan in compensation, or else my brother will rot in jail. Yang Yu frowned. Wait, Jiang, classmate. It wasn't me who fought with your brother. Why are you? Moreover, you just told a long story. What does it have to do with me? Jiang Chuwei looked up in disbelief. This. Didn't I hint clearly enough? We simply can't come up with that much money. My mom even said that if it doesn't work out, she'll let me go out to do that kind of work. Anyway, I'm quite pretty. Yang Yu's heart jolted. What the hell? What kind of mother is that? What kind of person would let their daughter do that for her brother? This kind of son preference has reached an outrageous level. Jiang Yu, I don't want to do that. I haven't even graduated yet, and am still thinking about finding a good job and living well in the future. As she spoke, Jiang Chuwei could no longer hold back. She squatted down on the ground, holding her head and crying. Her small shoulders trembled, looking utterly helpless. Yang Yu looked down at everything and straightforwardly said, So what you mean is you want me to support you? The weeping suddenly ceased. Jiang Chuwei abruptly raised her head, her tear-streaked face filled with shock and a hint of humiliation. She quickly stood up, wiped her tears, and anxiously explained, Classmate Yang Yu, I didn't mean that. I heard you are very wealthy. So I wanted to borrow some money. Borrow money? Yang Yu raised an eyebrow and responded, Sure. How much do you want to borrow? Jiang Chuwei seemed taken aback by his promptness, pausing for a moment before quietly saying, I've saved up a little myself and can borrow a bit more. So I still need 300,000. 300,000. Yang Yu chuckled, saying, That could work, but I want to ask you something. As a student who hasn't graduated, yet how do you plan to repay this? And how long do you intend to take to pay it back? Jiang Chuwei was caught off guard. She bit her lip, gripping her clothes tightly, and after a while managed to say, I will work hard. I will get a job, do part-time work. Not interested. Yang Yu interrupted her mercilessly. Although he had plenty of money, 300,000 was just a reward from the system. But at the very least, he wanted to spend it willingly. Jiang Chuwei, having just met him, dared to ask for 300,000. What did she think he was? Did she believe he was the kind of fool with more money than sense? Yang Yu scoffed. and turned to leave. Jiang Shuwei immediately panicked and grabbed Yang Ye's arm saying, "Wait." Yang Yu turned back to glance at her saying, "What have you thought it through?" Jiang Shuwei felt a bit flustered by the question. However, she still mustered her courage, raised her head, and looked directly into Yang Ye's eyes. The man before her was tall and handsome. Not to mention he outclassed other boys her age by a mile. He could be said to beat 99 of the males in the school. Moreover, aside from her, the other two campus beauties, Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao, seemed to have already become his girlfriends. What about herself? Being his kept woman didn't seem so hard to accept. Jiang Shuwei felt a slight shift. She took a deep breath as if making a significant decision and said in a voice barely above a whisper, How about I marry you?" Yang Yu was stunned. Then with a look of disbelief he stared at Jiang Shuwei saying, "No way, classmate Jiang, is that polite? I thought you looked small and cute, but didn't expect your thoughts to be so malicious. Why would I marry you when we have no grievances or enmity? What good do you think this is, eh?" Jiang Shuwei's face instantly turned a shade of deep crimson. She never expected that after gathering the courage to say marry him, she would receive such mockery in return. Clearly, she wasn't bad-looking with a curvy figure and fair skin. Sure, she might be a bit shorter, but she was still a campus beauty. Many boys pursued her. Why did it seem to Yang Yu that wanting to marry him was akin to a toad wanting to eat swan meat? "Am I not worthy of you?" "Worthy?" Yang Yu smiled and shook his head saying, "Your motives are impure. I want love while you want money." Jiang Shuwei was momentarily at a loss for words. But soon she would not back down and retorted, "So your motives are pure. Don't think I don't know you just want to sleep with me." Yang Yu nodded in agreement, his face honest. "Yes, you're right. However, I am very clear about my price. I offer—" He extended a finger waving it in front of Jiang Shuwei. 1 month, 100,000. "Isn't that better than your mother's idea? Moreover, if you perform well and satisfy me, there will be small rewards." Jiang Shuwei stared blankly at Yang Yu. Her delicate face was filled with shock and disbelief. "Wait. Did you just admit it so openly? Even offered 100,000 a month. But there is indeed some reasoning behind it. 100,000 a month." Jiang Shuwei, who grew up in a poor family, understood this deeply. This amount meant something significant to most people. Let alone after she graduates, how long would it take her to earn 100,000 without eating or drinking? Just based on the bridal prices in Han City, 100,000 was already enough to marry an ordinary girl. Jiang Shuwei had to admit this. Her heart was in turmoil. Looking at Yang Ye's strikingly handsome face, she suddenly realized that she seemed to not dislike him that much. In fact, there was even a twinge of attraction. But agreeing to him so easily felt too. After all, Yang Yu was known to be a flirt. There were still Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao ahead of her. If Jiang Shuwei were to yield to Yang Yu in such a manner, she could hardly avoid being oppressed in the future. They were both campus beauties. How could she be willing to play second fiddle? Jiang Shuwei bit her lip, her mind in a fierce internal struggle. Yang Yu did not rush her, simply watching quietly. After a long while, Jiang Shuwei lifted her head, her gaze complex as she looked at Yang Yu. "I can't just agree to you like this. If it's about dating, then that's fine. But being kept, that's not going to work." Upon hearing this, Yang Yu immediately turned around and walked away without a shred of reluctance. What a joke. Dating. What right does Jiang Shuwei have? After all, when Qin Yun first met him, she still maintained when shopping with him, she would not only feel sorry for his money. When faced with expensive gifts while their relationship was still undefined, she would refuse them. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao would take the initiative. And this Jiang Shuwei, trying to take money and flirt without having put in anything. What a pipe dream. Yang Yu might be lustful, but he wasn't completely controlled by women. After all, in this world, even if one unwilling Jiang Shuwei was gone, there would still be plenty of willing Lin Shuwei. In the face of wealth, beautiful women are not a scarce resource. Watching Yang Yu leave without looking back, Jiang Shuwei felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort arise. She felt as if she had unintentionally missed something. Back in the dormitory, Yang Yu pushed open the door. His 3 roommates huddled behind the door stumbled and nearly fell. The 3 of them chuckled, awkwardly attempting to mask the embarrassing scene. "Brother Yang, you're amazing." Lu Wei was the first to give a thumbs up, his face filled with admiration. "Tsk tisk, Jiang Shuwei campus beauty." In my brother Yang's eyes, she's still nothing to mention. "Want to get something for free? Dream on." Li Bo chimed in with praise. "This is why he's called Brother Yang. If it were me, even if I had to mortgage my house, I would still help her." Wang Chong had a sycophantic look. 100,000 a month. "Brother Yang, to be honest, I get lost." Yang Yu cursed lightly. Then he glanced at his phone, realizing it was already close to 5 in the afternoon. "Alright guys, tonight is the first class meeting. Who knows, they might even elect a class leader." The 3 lively ones followed Yang Yu out of the dormitory. As they walked, they joked and teased. "Our dormitory has a comrade who bears the heavy responsibility of developing the dormitory, but instead of focusing on the task at hand, he runs around trying to attract campus beauties. If they elect a class leader today, I will vote for him. What a good comrade, he's a master at courting campus beauties. Want to choose a decision maker? I vote for Brother Yang. Who agrees? Who opposes? I oppose. I oppose this marriage proposal." In the financial department of Kaida Classroom 1. At this moment, quite a few people were already seated in the classroom, gathering in small groups and engaging in quiet conversations. When Yang Yu and his 3 friends pushed the door open, the previously somewhat noisy classroom instantly quieted down. All eyes turned toward the entrance. More precisely, they focused on Yang Yu himself. Especially the girls in the class, their eyes lit up at once. Wow, so handsome. Is he a classmate of ours? Guys, who understands? On the first day of school, I already want to fall in love. Sisters, I'll put in $5 and no one is allowed to snatch him from me. Even some of the bolder girls had already begun to whisper among themselves, discussing how to ask Yang Yu for his contact information. However, in the corner of the classroom, a boy named Shui Wang scoffed disdainfully, a bunch of superficial girls. His voice wasn't loud, but it was not deliberately lowered either. Yang Yu and his three friends who had just entered heard him clearly. Yang Yu managed to restrain himself, merely furrowing his brow. But Lu Wei, Wang Chong, and Li Bo exploded on the spot. Hey, you little punk, what are you saying? Wang Chong glared at Shui Wang, rolling up his sleeves ready to fight. Lu Wei crossed his arms and sneered, superficial. What the hell do you mean by superficial? Are you saying that just because you're ugly we can't let our Yang Gu be handsome? What kind of reasoning is that? Are you just a sour loser? Li Bo was even more direct, pointing at Shui Wang's nose and firing back. Just say you're jealous, don't act all weird like a girl. Shui Wang's face turned a mix of green and white from the trio's accusations. He adjusted his glasses and sneered, haha, childish. What good is being handsome? Can it be eaten? Saying this, he stood up. He looked around at his classmates, a high and mighty expression on his face. Now everyone, focus your attention on me. Listen to me, everyone. My name is Shui Wang, I'm from Ningqing, and I'm very happy to make friends. If we're voting for class president later, I hope everyone will vote for me. If I get elected, I'll treat everyone to honey snow. However, as soon as he finished speaking, there was no applause or cheers from everyone. Instead, Wang Chong couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Honey snow. Dude, you really live up to your title. Though I admit honey snow is not only tasty, but also cheap. Even I blame my stomach issues when I drink too much of it. But how did you manage to talk about this stuff like it's a luxury? Anyone would think you're talking about some high-end tea set. While you're trying to be fresh and unique. Lu Wei and Li Bo joined in the laughter. Shui Wang's smile immediately vanished, replaced by a face full of shame and anger. He pointed at Wang Chong, furiously shouting, "You! What do you all know? What's wrong with honey snow? It's still money. Do you guys have money? Have you ever had honey snow? This is a big offline brand." Wang Chong got even more excited. "Oh yeah, you're so rich. Damn, our Yang Gu on our first meet, it was all about braised dishes, fried chicken, and Australian lobster. And you already mentioned honey snow. Let me tell you. The words hadn't even finished before they abruptly stopped. The door was suddenly pushed open. A man in his 30s walked in through the front door of the classroom. He was wearing a plaid shirt with neat hair and a warm smile on his face. "Hello everyone, I'm your counselor. My name is Chun Cohen. Of course, you can also call me Chun Liangyanbin. During these 4 years of university, I hope we can get along well together." Chun Cohen stood on the podium with a smiling face, looking completely unpretentious. As a result, the previously tense atmosphere in the class relaxed significantly. Everyone's attention shifted from the earlier conflict to Chun Cohen. "Teacher, is the counselor the same as the class teacher?" "Yes, teacher, what is a counselor?" Some students who weren't used to being in university curiously asked. Chun Cohen patiently explained, "In university, there are no class teachers. However, you can think of the counselor as a class teacher. Of course, I would prefer you to see me as a good friend. After all, we're in university now, so you can rest assured that I won't be as strict as high school teachers." Chun Cohen paused, scanning the class with his gaze before continuing. "All right, everyone, let's get to the point. Since this is our first class meeting, let's each come up and briefly introduce ourselves, starting from the first row here." As soon as Chun Cohen finished speaking, the girl at the end of the first row stood up. She looked small and thin, wearing black-framed glasses, and appeared quite nervous. But she still walked to the center of the podium. "Hello, everyone, my name is Hu Jingjing. I'm from the local haunt city. I like watching variety shows and reading novels, and I don't have any special skills. I hope to get along well with everyone in the future." After finishing, Hu Jingjing hurriedly left the podium, her face as red as a tomato. Scattered applause erupted below. Chun Cohen stood to the side, his gaze sharp. He understood well that the job of a university counselor is both light and heavy. If he could select an effective class president to help him share some of the mundane tasks, his 4 years would be much easier. Thus, this choice was crucial. He scanned each student in the class, observing their words and actions, trying to find the most suitable candidate. However, after looking at several, all he saw were faces full of youth and innocence. Chun Cohen couldn't help but suddenly, just as his gaze passed over Yang Yu, his eyes lit up. Compared to the excitement and nervousness of the surrounding classmates, Yang Yu maintained a faint smile on his face. His demeanor appeared calm and confident, far surpassing his peers. Just one glance, and Chun Cohen had a thought. Just appoint Yang Yu as the class president. After all, he never intended to hold any voting. Voting can be tricky. What if the outcome isn't what he hoped? As a counselor, he would find it hard to refuse. It's better if he directly proposes it, making it an internal decision. As Chun Cohen pondered this, he watched as each student took the stage to introduce themselves. Soon it was Yang Yu's turn. Yang Yu stood up from his seat and walked slowly to the podium. "Hello everyone, my name is Yang Yu, and I am glad to meet you all." After speaking, he turned around and left. Clearly, he had no intention of saying anything more. Nevertheless, his straightforward and simple introduction sparked a round of enthusiastic applause. Amidst the applause, a few bold girls directly spoke up, their faces showing clear shyness and anticipation. "Yang Yu, do you have a girlfriend?" Yes, what type of girl do you prefer? Yang Yu smiled politely. It's personal privacy, not convenient to disclose. After saying that, he went straight back to his seat. Chen Kuan stood nearby, a glint of admiration flashing in his eyes. One should not underestimate the self-introduction segment. It can reveal a lot. For example, many students who go on stage are either overly submissive or trying too hard to show off. Yang Yu's approach, introducing himself, and then leaving without any hesitation, made him appear very calm and confident. Perhaps he truly was a good candidate for class monitor. The next to take the stage was Shui Wang. Remembering what had just happened and Yang Yu's aloof introduction, he felt a surge of anger, wanting to overshadow Yang Yu in terms of presence. He wanted everyone to see what true Shui Wang confidently walked to the podium, taking a deep breath. However, just as he was about to eloquently speak, he noticed dozens of eyes fixed on him. He immediately froze, feeling his mind go blank. All the words he had prepared vanished. After a long pause, he managed to squeeze out, My name is Shui Wang. The classroom fell silent for a few seconds, then a boy shouted, and then Shui Wang's face turned red as he stammered. I come from Ningcheng. Shui Wang, don't be nervous, just speak boldly, Chen Kuan said with a gentle smile, though a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He had heard a bit about the classroom disputes when he came through the hallway. He had originally wanted to see how Shui Wang would perform, but now it seemed that compared to Yang Yu, he was indeed far behind. He couldn't even articulate his thoughts clearly. At this moment, Shui Wang continued, My family runs a factory, and the annual profit is about. Before Shui Wang could finish, he was interrupted by Chen Kuan. Shui Wang, you don't need to go into such detail about personal matters. Alright, you can go down now. Next one. Although Shui Wang felt somewhat confused, he still felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly left the podium. Sitting back down, he was completely dazed. It was all over. Not only had he failed to mention the crucial profit, but he had also stumbled through the entire process, utterly humiliated. Surely the whole class would be laughing at me now. Shui Wang tentatively raised his head, scanning his surroundings. He suddenly felt that everyone was looking at him with strange eyes. He immediately lowered his head again, not daring to look up. In reality, no one was paying him any more attention. Everyone's gaze had already shifted to the next student introducing themselves. Soon everyone had finished their introductions. Chen Kuan clapped his hands, signaling for silence, then spoke. It's natural to feel unfamiliar since we just met. We will have 4 years together, so I hope we can get along well. Now I have an announcement to make. Starting tomorrow, we will have military training for 1 week, all on campus. Military training. Upon hearing this news, the classroom erupted into cries of despair. What? Military training? We still have to do military training? Oh no, under this blazing sun, after a week won't I turn into a chief? Now I finally understand why people are so afraid of military service. Yang Yu frowned as well. No student would enjoy military training, and he was no exception. After all, he hadn't had enough fun yet, with plenty of things to take care of. How could he waste precious time on this? And it was a week of sun exposure. However, for now, there was no good solution. Yang Yu remained calm, silently pondering. He still needed to find some reason or opportunity to see if he could get out of the military training. Chen Kuan pressed his hands down, ignoring the complaints from below, and continued. There's one more thing. I will appoint a class monitor to assist me in managing class affairs. Of course, if the appointed class monitor is unsatisfactory to everyone, we can hold a new election after military training. As soon as he finished speaking, many students' eyes in the class lit up. Class monitor. Although it was just a temporary appointment and might be subject to re-election later, the idea of assisting in managing class affairs was enticing. Who wouldn't want to be the class monitor? This was blatant power. Many students immediately sat up straight, their eyes filled. Shui Wang also recovered from the earlier blow, standing tall and proud. He had never held any position of authority before, and he was eagerly anticipating this chance. However, the next moment, Chen Kuan's gaze directly passed over the crowd and landed on Yang Yu in the back row. With a beaming smile, he said, Come on, Yang Yu. Are you interested in being the class monitor? Instantly, all eyes in the classroom focused on Yang Yu. Wang Chong, Lu Wei, and Li Bo were nearly bursting with excitement. After all, if Yang Yu became the class monitor, they as his roommates would surely reap countless benefits. Yet the joys and sorrows of people do not resonate with each other. At that moment, Shui Wang felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Why? Just because of a self-introduction he had been rejected. He had merely stuttered a little. Or was it really that serious? Shui Wang clenched his fists, looking at Yang Yu with resentment. Yang Yu still appeared to be calm and indifferent, but inside, he was somewhat conflicted. Although the position of class monitor came with some power, it also came with its fair share of troubles. Seeing that Yang Yu had not spoken for a while, his 3 roommates became anxious and softly urged him. Yang Gu, agree. Yes, Yang Gu, being class monitor is a form of leadership. What's there to hesitate about? Yang Yu glanced at them. The 3 lively characters immediately quieted down. Chen Kuan stood on the podium, noticing that Yang Yu had not responded, and asked again, Yang Yu, how are you considering it? Yang Yu raised his eyes, scanning the classroom. Shui Wang was staring at him intensely, with eyes filled with both envy and resentment. Yang Yu suddenly smiled. Initially, he thought it didn't matter whether he accepted or not, but now since you want it so badly, I will take it. As soon as the words fell, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted in the hall. After all, compared to Shui Wang, Yang Yu was truly the one who had earned the trust of the crowd. At this moment, Yang Yu pressed his hand down to signal everyone to be quiet. He then continued, since everyone is giving me such face tonight, I will treat everyone to barbecue. Order whatever you like, don't hold back. Tonight's expenses will all be on me. The classroom erupted into cheers once. Wow, Yonggu is so generous. Order whatever for barbecue. Great, I'm finally in my element. Long live the class monitor. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. If Chen Kuan hadn't been present, someone would have likely rushed over to ask for contact. Only Shui Wang in the corner quietly left the classroom. He had no intention of joining this barbecue. It was just a meal. What was so special about it? What was wrong with him? As Shui Wang walked, he opened Doubao to ask. He exited the classroom. A group of people marched towards the small barbecue place outside the school. Since Yang Yu had specifically invited them, Chen Kuan, he deliberately slowed his pace to walk alongside Yang Yu while keeping a distance from the other classmates. Yang Yu, Chen Kuan wore a warm smile. From now on, please put more effort into class management. If you encounter any difficulties, just approach the teacher. I will definitely support you fully. By the way, we haven't exchanged contact information yet. Should I scan you? No, teacher Chen, let me scan you instead. Yang Yu took out his phone. Beep, and a friend request was sent. After Chen Kuan accepted it in an instant, he casually clicked on Yang Yu's profile picture, intending to observe him more and learn about his character. However, as soon as he clicked in, he was momentarily stunned. Yang Yu's profile picture was a photo taken in front of Dream Era Plaza featuring a Porsche Cayenne. In the photo, Yang Yu leaned against the car, gazing into the distance, appearing exceptionally handsome. What the hell? Chen Kuan was suddenly taken aback. A freshman with a Porsche Cayenne. These two things seemed utterly unrelated. After working as a counselor for several years, what kind of rich second generation hadn't he seen? But a fully loaded Cayenne. He truly had never seen one. Chen Kuan, perplexed, clicked on Yang Yu's moment. After casually browsing through a few posts, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. They were all ordinary daily life posts with no signs of luxury watches or hotels appearing out of nowhere. Combining this with the recent buzz about chat timage 2, Chen Kuan suddenly had a bold guess. He patted Yang Yu on the shoulder and said with a smile, Yang Yu, your profile picture. It's pretty interesting. It's AI generated, right? The technology these days is impressive. It looks just like the real thing. Yang Yu was stunned for a second. He then smiled and didn't explain. AI generated. He looked down on using something that even dogs wouldn't bother with. He had always had the habit of reading online novels. But ever since AI became popular, he found that every time he opened a foreign novel, he was engrossed at the beginning, frowning in the middle. It was only at the end that he realized it was just an AI-generated piece of trash. A complete waste of time. As a result, he now didn't even like reading new novels. He preferred flipping through the handcrafted versions of old artists. Seeing Yang Yu's silence, Chen Kuan thought he had guessed right and patted his shoulder earnestly. Actually, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. I as a teacher have also generated ambiguous photos with me using AI. Besides, every man should have dreams. That's a good thing. Back in my college days, I even had a Ferrari poster on my bedside. After all, who doesn't like luxury cars? As Chen Kuan spoke, his tone also carried a hint of nostalgia. To be honest, I like the Cayenne too. The coupe version with its sleek design just looks exhilarating. I dream of driving one someday. Yang Yu, if you really buy this car in the future, don't forget about your teacher. Yang Yu smiled and replied, definitely. The two continued to chat as they walked. Just as they reached the school gate, a beautiful female voice called out, Yang Yu. He turned around. Not far away, Qin Yun and Su Xiao were walking over from another direction. Clearly the two girls had dressed up specially for tonight. Qin Yun wore a milk-white square-neck dress, the hem just above her knees revealing a slender fair leg. The neckline slightly exposed her delicate collarbone, and a small part of her chest exuding a hint of feminine charm amidst her purity. A thin pearl buckle belt cinched her waist just right. Her long hair wasn't tied up in a ponytail, but fell loosely over her shoulders, the ends slightly curled, making her look like someone who stepped out of a painting as the wind blew. Su Xiao, on the other hand, presented a completely different style. In a black strapless mini dress, the fabric clung to her body, accentuating her alluring curves. The skirt was absurdly short, exposing most of her thighs, and she wore black and white striped over-thinny socks paired with orange towel socks in an asymmetrical fashion. Her winered wavy hair cascaded down, adorned with a shiny butterfly bow hairpin. Her lips painted a striking red, particularly eye-catching under the streetlights. One pure as jade, the other fiery and passionate. Together their impact was doubled. The two girls rushed towards Yang Yu, their faces flushed and breathless. Their eyes filled with grievance. Yang Yu, you didn't reply to our messages or answer our calls. We looked for you for so. Yang Yu took out his phone to check. Oh boy, 3 missed calls and over 20 messages. He sheepishly rubbed his nose. Sorry, I was in a class meeting earlier and my phone was on silent. Chen Kuan stood beside them, watching this visually pleasing scene. With one on the left and one on the right, 2 stunning campus flowers, it was truly a delight. He couldn't help but cough lightly, lowering his voice with a hint of teasing. Yang Yu, aren't you going to introduce your teacher to them? Before Yang Yu could say anything, Qin Yun naturally linked her arm with Yang Yu's left. I'm his girlfriend, Qin Yun. Su Xiao saw this and similarly locked onto Yang Yu's right arm, leaning against his shoulder. I'm also his girlfriend, Su Xiao. Chen Kuan was taken aback. Not 2 girlfriends. And both were campus beauties. Yang Yu was indeed deserving of the class monitor he had chosen. Their level of flirtation was even greater than what he had experienced during his university days. Counselor Chun Kuan chuckled, awkwardly nodded, and considered it a greeting. At this moment Qin Yun turned to Yang Yu, her brow slightly furrowed. Yang Yu, we searched for you for quite a while. From the dormitory to the teaching building, then we went to the library over there, and my legs are sore from all the running. Su Xiao directly pouted and lightly punched Yang Yu's chest, complaining in a spoiled tone. Exactly, we were thinking of having you drive us, but we couldn't find you, so we had to walk over ourselves. You tell us, how are you going to make it up to us? As soon as she finished speaking, the air fell into a brief silence. Chun Kuan's ears perked up at the mention of driving. Driving? Yang Yu, does he have a car? Could it be? Chun Kuan suddenly recalled the WeChat profile picture he had just seen, Yang Yu leaning against the Qian. Could it be? That wasn't AI generated, but real. No. Absolutely impossible. How could a freshman like Yang Yu drive a car like a Qian? Especially a fully loaded version. Besides, when they talked about AI generation earlier, Yang Yu didn't refute it. Perhaps what Su Xiao meant by driving was just an ordinary car. It could even be a shared bicycle. Chun Kuan thought and curiously asked, Yang Yu, you just started college and already bought a car. What kind of car is it? A Qian, the top configuration. Su Xiaoxiao's delicate face bore a hint of pride as she blurted it out without a second thought. Chun Kuan was slightly taken aback, his eyes filled with astonishment. That means the image was real. Damn, he never expected that Yang Yu, having just started his freshman year, would drive such a luxury car. No wonder he could have two campus beauties as girlfriends at the same time. Chun Kuan, feeling a surge of excitement, confirmed again, Yang Yu, you really drive a Qian. Yang Yu nodded, a hint of apology on his face. Sorry, Teacher Chun. When we were discussing AI just now, I didn't intend to explain so much, I just followed your cue. I hope you can understand. Understand? Of course I understand. This is nothing, a minor issue. Chun Kuan's face was filled with excitement. Clearly he did not care about such trivial details. What occupied his mind now was whether he could truly drive a Qian and experience the thrill of top-notch driving. Yang Yu, could you let the teacher take a look at the car? Or perhaps allow me to test drive it? No problem at all. Yang Yu appeared very generous. It's parked in the nearby parking lot. If you're not in a hurry, shall we go? Great. Teacher really didn't misjudge you. Chun Kuan's face instantly lit up with joy. He first glanced at the other curious classmates, cleared his throat, and commanded in a counselor's tone. All right, everyone, stop lingering here. You all go order food first. I have a few things to discuss with Yang Yu, and he'll join you once we're done. The classmates, who had been looking around curiously, although eager to know, did not dare to disobey the counselor's order. Reluctantly, they began to head toward the barbecue restaurant in twos and threes. The four of them arrived at the parking lot. The sleek black Porsche Qian Turbo GT was parked right in the center. None of the other cars were parked nearby, all at least one body length away. It was as if they were tacitly adhering to some sort of unwritten rule. Upon seeing the car, Chun Kuan became ecstatic. He rushed forward and circled the vehicle several times. Wow, this shape, these lines. Is this really the Qian Turbo GT? While exclaiming, Chun Kuan carefully touched. His movements were even more gentle than when he touched his wife at night. His eyes were filled with envy and amazement. Yang Yu chuckled and directly took out the car key and handed it to Chun Kuan. Teacher Chun, why don't you give it a try? Chun Kuan was instantly flattered, waving his hands repeatedly. No. Yang Yu, such an expensive car, Though he claimed to be scared, Chun Kuan's hands honestly accepted the key. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his then with great care he opened the car door and slid into the driver's seat. Yang Yu took the passenger seat. Qin Yun and Su Xiao opened the back doors and settled into the rear. As the car door closed, Chun Kuan sat in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Feeling the ultimate touch, he felt a bit lightheaded. He started the engine. Vroom. The deep and powerful roar instantly echoed in the parking lot. Chun Kuan pressed down on the gas pedal, and the Qian Turbo GT surged forward like an arrow. A strong sensation of being pushed back hit him. Chun Kuan felt his adrenaline rush, bringing waves of excitement. This is awesome. So exhilarating. Chun Kuan laughed heartily, his face filled with childlike excitement. He looked nothing like a counselor. After speeding around several times, he finally parked the car back in its spot, satisfied. He then turned to Yang Yu, his face filled with gratitude. Thank you so much, Yang Yu. I've never driven such a good car in my life. This experience is simply fantastic. No problem, Teacher Chun. Yang Yu smiled lightly, his tone casual. A car is meant to be driven after all. By the way, Teacher Chun, I have a question I want to ask you if it's not too inconvenient. At this moment, Chun Kuan was in high spirits and waved his hand. What is it? Just say it. As long as it's something I can handle, I'll absolutely take care of it for you. Even if I can't, I'll find a way myself to make it happen. Yang Yu, not hiding anything now, slowly spoke. Teacher, isn't there military training tomorrow? But coincidentally, I have a bit of an urgent matter. Do you think there's any way? Chun Kuan immediately understood upon hearing this. Doesn't want to participate in military. If it were any other student asking, he would surely refuse on the spot. However, since it's Yang Yu. To be honest, Chun Kuan wasn't a very rigid person. From his perspective, since Yang Yu could drive such a luxury car as a freshman, whether he participates in military training or not was likely inconsequential. Moreover, he had just test-driven Yang Yu's car. One doesn't bite the hand that feeds them. There was no need to make a fuss over such. Chun Kuan appeared quite agreeable. I thought it was a big deal. Don't worry, you'll talk to the school office later and say you need to conduct off-campus practice for some special project. After all, you're the class monitor, so it's right to take on some social responsibility. He'll also help you with a certificate. How about something like the head of the Financial Innovation Practice Group, or the coordinator for the college student entrepreneurship project? Yang Yu silently admired after listening. What a talented person. Not only did this help him get out of military training, but he also came up with so many random titles. Although he didn't care much about having these on his resume. But without a doubt, Chen Kuan executed this beautifully. Thank you, Teacher Chen. You've truly been a great help to me. As Yang Yu spoke, he subtly took out a pack of 1916 cigarettes. Then while patting Chen Kuan on the shoulder, he quietly slipped it into his shirt pocket. Seeing this scene, Chen Kun's heart immediately blossomed with joy. It wasn't that he needed the pack of cigarettes. Rather, Yang Yu's attitude made him feel very comfortable. This kid is really impressive. Wealthy, good-looking, and emotionally intelligent. What's even rarer is that he remains so humble. He completely lacks the arrogance typical of a rich second generation. Chen Kun's opinion of Yang Yu immediately elevated a notch. To be fair, their relationship was supposed to be that of a teacher and student. If Yang Yu acted all high and mighty, flaunting his wealth and power, looking down on him as a counselor, how would he manage to interact with Yang Yu later? And how would he manage this class? But now it seemed he increasingly felt that letting Yang Yu be the class monitor was the best decision he had ever made. Chen Kuan patted Yang Yu on the shoulder, his smile even brighter. Haha, Yang Yu, you're too polite. As teacher and student, it's only natural that we help each other. Yang Yu nodded. Alright, sorry to trouble you, Teacher Chen. Ding. Detected that the host is exempt from military training, feeling pleased. Congratulations, host has received a cash reward, 700,000 yuan. In the back seat, Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao's eyes immediately brightened upon hearing all this. If there was no military training, didn't that mean Yang Yu had a whole 7 days off? Su Xiaoxiao immediately excitedly said, Yang Yu, I want to go out and have fun. Go travel. To the seaside. To the snow mountains. To Disneyland. To all the fun places. Beside her, Qin Yun, though seemingly not as lively as Su Xiaoxiao, had bright sparkling eyes that betrayed her inner desire. Yes, Yang Yu, I also want to go out and have some fun. It's a whole week. That's enough for us to go to many places. The two girls, one on the left and one on the right, chattered. At this moment, Chen Kuan noticed they were whispering and cleared his throat. Ahem, Yang Yu, classmate. The teacher will be leaving first. The other classmates are still waiting at the barbecue restaurant. By the way, are you still going to eat? Yang Yu thought for a moment. He suddenly wasn't very keen on going to the gathering. After all, facing classmates inevitably meant toasting and bragging. On the other hand, he would be facing the two stunning school beauties, Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao. Moreover, night was approaching. Yang Yu was just a worldly person who was greedy for wealth and beauty. Of course, he would choose the school beauties. So he shook his head. It'll pass for now. Please relay my regards to Teacher Chen and tell all the classmates to have fun and enjoy their meal. Tonight's expenses, just put them on my tab. Sure. No problem. Chen Kuan nodded and didn't say much more. He then turned and walked towards the barbecue restaurant. In the car, the discussion continued. Yang Yu, where do you think we should go for fun? How about the beach? Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Sunshine Beach. Just thinking about it feels delightful. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's face immediately flushed. The beach. Doesn't that mean wearing swimwear? Just the thought of running around in such clothes on the sand made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. After all, at her core, she wasn't as open-minded as Su Xiaoxiao. With her face flushed, Qin Yun softly said, I want to go to Disneyland. My parents always said they would take me when I was little, but I still haven't been there until today. I want to see the castle and the fireworks. Oh, Yin, what's so fun about Disneyland? I think it's just a hassle. Just imagine lying on the beach basking in the sun, feeling the sea breeze. How comfortable would that be? Absolutely amazing. But, seeing the two girls chattering endlessly, Yang Yu waved his hand decisively. How about this, we first go to Disneyland, then to the beach? What do you think? After all, we have a whole week. That's enough time to enjoy both. This suggestion immediately garnered agreement from the two girls. Su Xiaoxiao cheered and directly pounced into Yang Yu's arms, giving him a heavy kiss on the cheek. Yang Yu, you're just the best. I love you so much. Though Qin Yun was shy, she couldn't help but lean over and plant a kiss on Yang Yu's other cheek. Her face was flushed and her eyes were filled with longing. Ding. Detected that the host has received active kisses from two stunning school beauties, feeling joyful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash reward of 1 million. Yang Yu felt a surge of delight. He turned to look at the two girls. Then let's not delay, let's book the tickets now and set off tonight. The two girls nodded repeatedly. Yang Yu smiled slightly, took out his phone, and prepared to book the tickets. However, before that, he opened WeChat and found Chen Kun's avatar. While transferring 10,000 yuan, he noted, Teacher Chen, this is for tonight's meal. Thank you for your trouble. If there's any extra, you don't need to return it to me. Please help me donate it to the school as a way to help poor students. Less than 10 seconds after sending the message, Chen Kuan replied immediately. Sure, Yang Yu, classmate. Don't worry, after everything is settled, the teacher will send you the dining receipts and donation proofs. However, this isn't because the teacher has an issue with you, but it's just how things should be. The gift can be accepted, but the extra money the teacher cannot and will not take. After all, you must understand that the teacher values you because of your vision, not because of your wealth. Do you understand? Yang Yu was taken aback. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Don't worry. Yang Yu put away his phone and opened the ticket booking app. He skipped over train and high-speed rail options, directly looking at first-class tickets for flights. However, he hadn't had the chance to look closely when suddenly ding, a WeChat notification sound came through. There was a new Yang Yu clicked in to see. The avatar was a cute pink rabbit pulling radishes in a field looking adorable. The request message read, "Hello Yang Yu, I am Jiang Chuwei." Yang Yu immediately perked up. After all, Jiang Chuwei was also quite attractive, and compared to Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao, she had a completely different style. If you ask him whether he wanted to, of course he did. However, previously Jiang Chuwei had clearly asked for money, but had put on such an attitude which annoyed him. If Jiang Chuwei was willing now to adjust her identity and attitude, he was still willing to give her a chance. Yang Yu casually clicked and accepted the friend request. Jiang Chuwei immediately sent a series of messages. "Hello Yang Yu. I've thought it over carefully and want to discuss what you mentioned about the package. Is actually not impossible, but I was wondering could we try it for a month? Don't worry, I will definitely behave during this month. However, after a month if possible, I still hope we can have a normal and healthy relationship." In the girls' dormitory, Jiang Chuwei bit her lip, nervously staring at her phone. It was unbearable. Ever since she turned Yang Yu down, her brother was about to break down, and even her mother was becoming increasingly unreasonable. Now it wasn't just about making her do something embarrassing. Just a while ago they insisted on finding her a good job, and wanted her to and the result. When she looked at the location sent over, it was at the splendid international KTV. Wasn't this just sending her to be a princess? How could she accept that? With no other choice, Jiang Chuwei decided to contact Yang Yu again to see if there was any room for negotiation. But after a long time, there was still no reply on WeChat. Jiang Chuwei felt inexplicably anxious. She hurriedly edited her message and sent it. "Yang Yu, are you still?" However, what greeted her was a big red exclamation mark. Jiang Chuwei felt as if struck by lightning, as if the sky had collapsed. "This." Yang Yu deleted her. She yelled in frustration, then fiercely tossed her phone aside. Why? Didn't he agree to her friend request? Why delete her again? Couldn't they at least discuss it? Clearly she was one of the three school beauties, while Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao could openly accompany him. And what about her? She could only be packaged. The more Jiang Chuwei thought about it, the angrier she became, and she stomped her foot hard. In the next second, ouch. That hurts. She squatted down, holding her shin, where she bumped into the bed frame, her eyes suddenly turning red. Yang Yu turned off WeChat, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had initially thought Jiang Chuwei had finally come to her senses. Unexpectedly, she remained as stubborn as ever. What does she think this is, a vegetable market? Still haggling. She wants 300,000 cash for just 1 month's time. There are no such good deals in this world. Besides, Yang Yu has a cleanliness obsession. Either she stays as his woman for a lifetime, or she shouldn't get involved at all. Just willing to accompany him for a month. What kind of arrangement is that? Yang Yu shook his head. Forget it, let's not think about it. He switched to another app, preparing to book tickets. However, as soon as he opened it, he couldn't help but frown. Whether it was in Magic City or Nanhai, everything showed sold out. The fastest flight would have to wait until tomorrow morning. Yang Yu was deep in thought. The sensitive Qin Yun was the first to notice his unusual mood. What's wrong? Yang Yu pointed at the screen. All the tickets are gone. The earliest we can leave is tomorrow morning. Oh, they're all gone. Qin Yun's face, which had been full of anticipation, fell. Upon hearing this, the light in her eyes dimmed a bit. However, she still gently bit her lip and comforted him softly. It's okay, Yang Yu, if it really doesn't work out, we can leave tomorrow morning. Honestly, as long as I'm with you, it doesn't matter whether we go on a trip or not. Nearby, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly turned with a mischievous smile. Hey, Yun Yun is right. If it doesn't work out, we can just go tomorrow. As for tonight, how about we stay at that 5-star hotel we went to last time? The floor-to-ceiling windows have an amazing night view, and she deliberately elongated her tone, her eyes glimmering with a teasing hint. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's face instantly turned crimson, and she gently pinched Su Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, what are you talking about? Yang Yu looked at the two charming school beauties who had such different personalities. His inner irritation was significantly eased. However, staying at a hotel? That simply wouldn't do. It wasn't that the hotel was subpar, or for any other reason. Yang Yu felt that since they had planned to leave tonight, they must leave tonight. He disliked the feeling of being forced to compromise due to unforeseen circumstances. Yang Yu waved his hand. Forget the hotel. Don't worry, I have a plan. He directly closed the ticket booking app and opened his. He searched for charter flight. The interface switched. Soon a phone number appeared on the screen. Yang Yu dialed it without. Hello, this is Global Business. How can I assist you? A somewhat mechanical customer service voice came from the other end of the line. Yang Yu spoke straightforwardly. I want to charter a flight. There are 3 of us currently in Han City, and we want to leave from Magic. Can you arrange that? The other party seemed momentarily taken aback before responding. Sir, hello. First of all, I completely understand your urgent desire to depart. However, tonight's private jet schedule is very tight. If you need it urgently, the cost may be quite high. It really wouldn't be economical. If you have some flexibility with your schedule, I would recommend that you travel tomorrow morning instead. We can provide a small business jet, and the all-inclusive cost would be around 300,000. Yang Yu frowned slightly, his tone crisp. The cost is not an issue. As long as the service is good and the timing is quick. The operator was momentarily stunned. After all, chartering now the other party was saying they didn't care about the cost. It seemed they had encountered a wealthy client today. The operator couldn't help but become more respectful. All right, sir, please hold on. I'll check for you right away. Beep. When the phone rang again, it was clear that a different person had picked up. The voice was no longer the ordinary customer service tone, but rather a cool female voice. Hello, I am Lu Shishir, the business supervisor at Global Business. I need to confirm again, you need the charter flight service to take off tonight, correct? Yes. Yang Yu answered without hesitation. Alright, sir. We currently have a Gulfstream G650ER available, and the crew is on standby. If you confirm now, I can help you apply for the flight route, and we can take off within 2 hours. Due to the emergency adjustment, an expedited flight route, the cost is 900,000. Can you accept that? 900,000. To be honest, this price was somewhat beyond Yang Yu's expectations. After all, he had never spent such a large sum of money at once. But it was only a bit surprising. He could easily afford it. As long as he could be happy, what's 900,000? Just spend it. No problem, how do I pay? Lu Shishir on the other end of the line, upon hearing Yang Yu's swift response, felt her breath quicken. To depart a night earlier, he was willing to spend 900,000. It was simply extravagant. Moreover, he could hear it was clear that the other party was not very old. Lu Shishir felt a surge of curiosity. However, she quickly replied, Alright, sir, I need to add your WeChat. Please check the friend request. We can discuss the specifics over WeChat. Yang Yu thought about it. Since it was for the sake of convenience for the trip, he didn't refuse. The call ended. Soon a WeChat request popped up. Yang Yu clicked to accept and opened the profile picture to take a look. It was a candid photo. The woman in the picture was dressed in a sharp professional outfit, a white shirt and a black pencil skirt with black stockings hugging her long legs. Her long hair was styled up, looking both professional and alluring. Her sharp eyes conveyed the shrewdness typical of a career woman, yet still retained charm. Wow, quite beautiful. Upon closer inspection, Yang Yu realized she bore a striking resemblance to a certain red-haired celebrity. Lu Shishir. Interesting. A smile crept onto Yang Yu's lips. Ding. Detected that the host has found a stunning beauty, mood enhanced. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward, 2 million. Yang Yu's mood instantly brightened. This system reward was truly becoming increasingly generous. He had just spent 900,000 and now he was being rewarded with 2 million. This wasn't spending money, it was practice. At this moment, Lu Shishir sent a digital business contract. Along with 2 messages, Sir, please transfer 50 of the deposit to our company account. The number is on the contract. The remaining 50 can be paid after check-in. Yang Yu instinctively replied, Can I pay it all at once? It wasn't that he was trying to put on a show. He just felt that splitting it into 2 payments was cumbersome. After all, it's still the same amount of money, and there were no extra discounts. Lu Shishir was momentarily stunned upon seeing the message from Yang Yu. One-time payment. This is not just 90 yuan, but 900,000. Which kind-hearted person would demand such a large sum to be paid all at once? While feeling astonished, she quickly replied, Mr. Yang, thank you very much for your trust in our company. I completely understand your generous style. However, according to the contract process, we still recommend that you pay a 50 deposit first. Once we ensure that all service processes are correct before boarding, you can pay the remaining amount. After all, a private jet is no small matter. I hope you can understand. Yang Yu saw that she had said this and did not hesitate. All right. He then transferred the 4500 deposit according to the account information in the contract. Done. Yang Yu put away his phone and turned to look at the sparkling eyes of Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao. All right, it's all settled. Shall we head to the airport now? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiaoxiao immediately rushed over excitedly. Yang Yu, you are amazing. Chartering a flight. I never thought I would have a day like this in my life. Qin Yun looked at him with admiration, her eyes filled with deep affection. She knew Yang Yu was wealthy, but she didn't expect him to be so extravagant just to let them leave a night early. This kind of affection made her feel like the happiest woman in the world at that moment. Seeing the surprise and satisfaction in their eyes, Yang Yu felt a wave of joy in his heart. It's just 900,000 as long as everyone is happy. This money is well spent. Just then the WeChat notification sound rang again. He glanced at it and saw it was a message from Lu Shishir. Mr. Yang, the deposit has been received. Thank you very much for your trust. Please send me the identity information of all traveling personnel now. We need to report to the airport to handle your boarding procedures. Moreover, since your spending has reached the Diamond VIP stamp, from now on, I will be your exclusive travel advisor. Should you have any questions during your trip, or if you have other travel needs later, you can contact me directly. I will be at your service. 247. Yang Yu's lips curled into a smile. Diamond VIP. Exclusive advisor. This is indeed interesting. The richest man in town doesn't deceive me. Once you have money, everyone around you will revolve. He casually sent his and Qin Yun's Su Xiaoxiao's identity information. Thank you for your hard work. He then started the car and drove toward the airport. Meanwhile, at the global business headquarters in Longqing, Lu Shishir looked at Yang Yu's identity information on the screen, her gaze first fixing on the age section. 18 years old. She felt a jolt in her heart. Such terrifying financial power at such a young age. 900,000, and he didn't even blink an eye to charter a flight. This is not something an ordinary rich second generation can do. Then she looked at Yang Yu's ID photo. Usually people's ID photos look worse than in real life. But this Yang Yu, with handsome features and outstanding temperament. He was even more handsome than many male stars she had seen. Lu Shishir couldn't help but be startled again. She scrolled down the screen and saw the identity information of Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao. Qin Yun had beautiful features exuding a youthful aura at first glance. Su Xiaoxiao was stunningly beautiful with an incredibly hot figure. Lu Shishir was also recognized as the #1 beauty in the company. With countless pursuers, and having met many big figures she had to admit at this moment, the two of them, whether in appearance or temperament, were on par with her. Even in terms of age, they were even better. A strong curiosity surged in her heart. Who is this Yang Yu? What kind of person is he? Young, handsome, and wealthy, and accompanied by such two stunning ladies on a chartered flight. Lu Shishir thought, then pulled out her makeup case. She carefully began to retouch her makeup in front of the small mirror. A colleague beside her couldn't help but curiously ask, "Supervisor Lu, are you going out to meet an important client?" "Where are you going?" Lu Shishir smiled. "The just now mentioned Diamond VIP client. I will personally accompany them." Her colleague was instantly shocked, unable to close their mouth. "You are personally accompanying them?" "Supervisor Lu, as a supervisor you really don't need to do this. This is beyond your job scope." Lu Shishir did not answer further, and was too lazy to explain. This was indeed not her job scope. But if she said she was interested in Yang Yu and his party, she wanted to see in person what charm this Yang Yu has. At Hanqing Airport, Yang Yu took Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao into the terminal. They were immediately astonished by the sight of the crowd. In the waiting hall, dense passengers were queuing, stretching as far as the noisy voices of people rose and fell. Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao frowned at the sight. "My God, no wonder it's hard to buy a ticket. If we were to take a regular flight, the queue would be endless." Yang Yu smiled. However, they didn't have to queue. Yang Yu held the hands of the two women and directly ignored those long lines heading toward the VIP passage. The ordinary passengers in line immediately cast envious glances. "Wow, bro, look. Beautiful women. Two of them. Damn. I struggle to find a girlfriend, and this guy has one on each side, and they're both so beautiful. Well, if he can walk the VIP passage, it means he's not an ordinary person. This kind of thing can't be envied. What does it mean to not be envious? Is having money so great? Can money monopolize two resources for one person? The social atmosphere nowadays, TSK, TSK, TSK. If you had money, you could too. He didn't cut your line. He's using the VIP passage, which has nothing to do with you. Why are you being sour about it? Well said. Being rich is great. I also want to walk the VIP passage without queuing. I also want someone to hold my hand as I walk through the VIP passage." Yang Yu remained oblivious to these gazes and discussions. He led the two women through the VIP passage and directly arrived at the private tarmac. Under the night, a sleek and beautifully designed Gulfstream G650, all in silver, stood quietly there. The fuselage glimmered with a low-key, yet luxurious metallic sheen. The boarding ladder was already lowered. A tall flight attendant in uniform stood beside it, respectfully waiting for them. A black Dapeng P7 smoothly parked not far from them. The car door opened. A tall figure stepped out of the car. She was dressed in a well-tailored professional outfit, accentuating her exquisite figure. Her long hair was tied up, revealing her slender neck. Under the black pencil skirt, a pair of long, beautiful legs strode gracefully in high heels. It was Lu Shishir. A flicker of surprise flashed in Yang Yu's eyes. This Lu Shishir. She was even more beautiful than in the... Indeed, she bore a striking resemblance to that star who could turn red. At this moment, Lu Shishir wore a standard smile and extended a hand. "Hello, Mr. Yang." Yang Yu reached out his hand in response. "Manager Lu. I didn't expect you to come in person." Lu Shishir replied respectfully, "Mr. Yang, you are our Diamond VIP client. As your exclusive travel consultant, I should accompany you throughout this trip. It's my duty. The plane is ready, please." She stepped aside to lead the way. Yang Yu held the hands of Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao, following her towards the Gulfstream G650. Inside the cabin, it was spacious and luxurious. Genuine leather sofas, premium beverages, and entertainment facilities were all available. Compared to the cramped ordinary flights, this was practically a mobile luxury presidential suite. Yang Yu, along with Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao, directly sat in the most comfortable area. Lu Shishir stood beside them, respectfully reporting on various matters. "Mr. Yang, the plane has been checked and is ready for takeoff. The cabin crew is also prepared, and you can inform them of any needs you may have. The estimated flight time for this trip is about 2 hours. Upon arrival at the airport in Modu, I will also arrange for a special car to take you directly to the hotel." Yang Yu nodded, evidently very satisfied with Lu Shishir's service. "Thank you for your hard work, Manager Lu." Lu Shishir smiled slightly. "You're welcome, Mr. Yang. My job is to ensure your journey goes smoothly. Please rest for now, and if you have any questions, feel free to call for me." Lu Shishir, being very considerate, withdrew and walked to the other side of the cabin, leaving Yang Yu and the other two alone. At this moment, Qin Yun watched Lu Shishir leave her hips, swaying left and right. Yet inexplicably, a sense of crisis surged within her. Lu Shishir was not only beautiful, but also carried the unique charm and grace of a mature woman. She even had the allure of a uniform. Moreover, with her personally accompanying them, Qin Yun felt that things were not that simple. After all, even though she could accept Yang Yu's flirtatious nature, it didn't mean she could accept just any woman. She didn't particularly like Lu Shishir, yet she couldn't directly say so. After all, what was her current identity? She was somewhat confused herself. Though she called herself a girlfriend, their intimate actions had only stopped at kissing. If things went further, Qin Yun took a deep... She felt it was time to consider things carefully during this trip. At the very least, she needed to obtain Yang Yu's verbal promise to feel at ease. Su Xiaoxiao, however, was not as sentimental as Qin Yun. She was as excited as a little sparrow picking up her phone and wildly taking pictures inside and outside the cabin. Oh my, this plane is so luxurious. Just getting to sit in it once in my life is worth it. While taking pictures, she blinked at Yongyu. Yongyu, do you think I should post this on social media? This kind of opportunity might only come once in a lifetime. I must show it off well. Yongyu couldn't help but chuckle at her eager expression, as if she wanted to announce it to the world. He gently patted Su Xiaoxiao's head. Don't worry. As long as you all behave, there will be plenty of such opportunities in the future. Su Xiaoxiao and Qin Yun's hearts both trembled at his words. Especially Qin Yun, who had originally felt uneasy about Lu Shishir. At this moment, Yang Yes' words instantly eased her worries. A strong sense of happiness surged within her. Yongyu the Jr. is really nice to us. A charter flight costing 900,000. He said that as long as they listened obediently, there would be many opportunities in the future. Such a good boyfriend, if lost would she not regret it dearly? Qin Yun thought, increasingly feeling that she should do something during this trip. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao directly rushed over, hugging Yang Yes' arm, and said sweetly, really, Yongyu, you can't lie to me. I will definitely behave and train hard in the future. Whatever you say goes. Qin Yun asked with some confusion, training for what? Yongyu and Su Xiaoxiao exchanged a knowing smile, silently choosing not to speak. Just then a voice came from the intercom. Attention passengers, the plane is about to take off. Please fasten your seatbelts. Lu Shishir heard the announcement and immediately walked over. She first approached Yang Yes' side and personally helped him check his seatbelt. Her movements were gentle, carrying a hint of an almost imperceptible fragrance. As she bent down, a large expanse of her fair skin was exposed. Then she similarly helped Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao check their seatbelts. Throughout the process, her smile was appropriate and her service was attentive, leaving no room for complaints. But Qin Yun did not think so. Looking at Lu Shishi's face, so close, she felt inexplicably annoyed. The sense of crisis increased even more. Su Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, didn't think too much, as she merely found Lu Shishir very beautiful and professional. After the checks were done, Lu Shishir slightly bowed to Yongyu and then returned to her work area. V-room. The engine emitted a loud roar. The plane slowly taxied towards the runway. Su Xiaoxiao tightly grasped Yang Yes' arm, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yongyu, we're about to take off. Qin Yun also nervously tightened her grip on Yang Yes' hand, her breathing becoming rapid. The plane accelerated. A strong sensation pushed them back. Then the nose of the plane lifted high, soaring into the clouds. Outside the window, the city's lights gradually shrank, ultimately transforming into a dazzling sea of stars. Wow, so high. Su Xiaoxiao leaned against the window, excitedly screaming. Qin Yun gazed at the night view outside, her eyes filled with awe. This feeling was entirely different from sitting on an ordinary flight. Here it was quieter, more comfortable, and offered greater privacy. As the plane entered a steady flight state, the two women's excitement gradually mellowed in the comfortable atmosphere. After all, it was getting late. Qin Yun usually went to bed early. Soon she leaned on Yang Yes' shoulder, closed her eyes, and drifted off to sleep. Yongyu also gently squinted, enjoying this rare tranquility. Just as he was about to fall asleep, suddenly a slight itchiness came from his thigh. Yongyu abruptly opened his eyes. He saw Su Xiaoxiao squatting in front of him, her watery big eyes blinking, full of spirit. Practice. While saying this, Su Xiaoxiao beckoned Yongyu with her fingers. In the airplane aisle, Lu Shishir was still meticulously organizing the materials in her hands. However, when her peripheral vision caught sight of two figures walking towards the restroom, one after the other, her attention was immediately drawn. She could no longer shift her gaze. Click. The sound of the door lock turning echoed. Lu Shishi's face flushed instantly, and her heart began to pound inexplicably. Two people, one restroom. And they even had to lock the door. Although she had never experienced anything between men and women, she certainly wasn't an innocent girl who knew nothing. She inexplicably opened her stopwatch. Moments later, the door opened. Lu Shishir quickly lowered her head to look at the stopwatch. 30 minutes. A blush immediately crept onto her cheeks, and her legs trembled slightly. Young people truly are terrifying. At this duration, without considering certain fantastical movie plots, it was enough to defeat 99 of men in the country. With this thought, Lu Shishir instinctively glanced at Yongyu. Seeing his handsome profile adorned with a hint of satisfaction, she felt her body heat up slightly. Yongyu noticed this scene too and asked with concern, Lu supervisor, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Would you like to find a hospital for some medicine, or even a shot after we land? No. I'm fine, Lu Shishir stammered. Then, covering her flushed face, she hurriedly left the aisle. Yongyu smiled, not pursuing any further questions. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao also emerged from the restroom, her hair slightly disheveled. She lowered her head, tidying her collar, while clearing her throat somewhat awkwardly. Ahem. Her throat felt a bit hoarse. She shot a slightly reproachful glance at Yongyu, her eyes filled with a mix of shyness and indignation. Ding. Detected that the host has completed an interaction in the sky and is extremely happy. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward 1 million yuan. Awesome. Not only did we land safely, but also made an easy million. Life should be this colorful. Yongyu returned to his seat, his heart filled with joy. Qin Yun was still sound asleep. Looking at her exquisite features and long eyelashes, he couldn't help but sigh. I wonder when I will be able to. Perhaps next time it won't just be 30 minutes. His combat power should reach a whole new level. After all, anything is most stunning and delicious when experienced for the first time. Bringing his thoughts back, Yang Yu sat down and casually pulled Su Xiaoxiao into his embrace, gently ruffling her hair. Su Xiaoxiao obediently buried her head in Yang Yu's chest, her face flushed. She even felt a slight discomfort, but in comparison, the thrill of having tasted forbidden fruit was even more intense. The plane flew steadily. 2 hours of flight time passed in the blink of an eye. Dear passengers, the plane is about to land at Magic City Airport. Please fasten your seatbelts. Qin Yun slowly opened her eyes. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked out at the dazzling lights, instantly waking up. Magic City, we have arrived. Lu Shishir regained her composed demeanor as a capable career woman. She approached and politely reminded Mr. Young ladies, we have safely arrived in Magic City. The ground transportation has also been arranged. Yang Yu nodded, leading the two women off the plane. As they exited the airport, a long Mercedes-Benz van was already waiting. The driver, dressed in a suit, stepped forward to open the car door upon seeing Yang Yu and the others. Mr. Yang, please. Lu Shishir saw them off until they reached the car door. At that moment, Qin Yun suddenly remembered something. Her expression slightly changed and she tugged at Yang Yu's sleeve, whispering, Yang Yu, it seems we forgot to book a hotel in advance. At this time, it's still Friday night. Those top-notch 5-star hotels in Magic City probably have no rooms left. Where are we going to stay at this late hour? Su Xiaoxiao was also taken aback, then quickly realized. This is a disaster. The arrangements were made too hastily. They focused on the mode of transportation and forgot to book a hotel. Yang Yu chuckled. He indeed hadn't booked a hotel. However, he had glanced through the contract. The 90,000 spent on this charter included not just the plane itself. Of course, there would be accommodations for the driver. He looked at Lu Shishir. Lu Shishir immediately understood. Mr. Young ladies, don't worry. Our company has plenty of high-end channels in Magic City. They'll help you contact them right away. Yang Yu nodded decisively. That would be great. Lu Shishir smiled slightly, took out her phone from her bag, and stepped aside to make a call. Moments later, she turned back, but her gaze carried a hint of apology. Mr. Young, I'm really sorry. I contacted several top 5-star hotels just now, and unfortunately the presidential suites for tonight are fully booked. After all, it's the weekend, and the reservation volume for high-end hotels in Magic City has always been high. However, I do have a private channel for a standalone villa located in the former French concession. The environment is extremely tranquil, and the decor is designed by top-tier designers. Although it's not a 5-star hotel in terms of privacy and style, it surpasses hotels by several levels. What do you think? Would you like to check it out? Yang Yu's interest peaked at the mention of a standalone villa in the former. That was indeed not a place ordinary people could enter. Plus, having already enjoyed a top hotel experience before, a change in style was quite appealing. Sure. Seeing Yang Yu agree, Lu Shishir immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She signaled the driver to start the car while getting into another vehicle to follow behind. The business vehicle exited the airport. Passing through the bustling streets of Magic City, it gradually entered a tranquil avenue lined with phoenix trees. Outside the window, old-style villas appeared and disappeared. The dim streetlights cast dappled shadows of trees. At that moment, the night scene of Magic City appeared particularly enchanting. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a deep courtyard. The courtyard gate was ancient, exuding a strong sense of the Republic of China. Pushing open the gate, the eyes were met with an exquisitely trimmed private garden. At the deepest part of the garden stood a 3-story red brick villa. Mr. Yang, this is it. Lu Shishir stepped forward and handed the key to Yang Yu from her bag. This villa is the private property of one of my elders and is not usually open to the public. I spoke to him about your situation and he agreed to let you stay for up to 3 nights. And as for expenses, you need not worry. I will apply for reimbursement from the company. After all, our charter includes accommodation services. However, if you need to stay longer after the 3 nights, I can only help you book a hotel. Do you need that? Yang Yu took the key, contemplated for a moment, and replied, no need. After all, there were a total of 7 days off. 3 nights in Magic City should be more than enough. After that, he was looking forward to going to the South China Sea. All right, then I won't disturb you and the 2 ladies any longer. I wish you all a pleasant time. Lu Shishir took a step back and turned to leave. Yang Yu watched her figure gradually disappear into the shadows of the phoenix trees before retracting his gaze and pushing open the door in front of him. As the door swung open, a faint aroma of sandalwood wafted in. Yang Yu casually placed the key on the entrance table, his gaze sweeping around. The interior of the house was exquisitely decorated. Though it was an old building, it had been renovated by top designers, retaining the charm of the Republic era while incorporating modern luxury. Expensive crystal chandeliers, a vintage fireplace, and marble flooring. As the lights flickered on, the entire space appeared radiant and exuded an air of nobility. At that moment, a rumbling sound emanated from Su Xiaoxiao's stomach, protesting loudly. She scratched her head in embarrassment, her face flushed with awkwardness. Qin Yun couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Xiaoxiao, are you hungry? How about we go out for a midnight snack? It's a perfect opportunity to stroll through the night scenery of Magic City. She turned to Yang Yu, asking Yang Yu, what do you think? Are you hungry? Yang Yu rubbed his stomach. To be honest, I am a bit hungry. After all, we haven't eaten anything tonight. Shall we head out now? What do you all want to eat? As Qin Yun spoke, her peripheral vision caught sight of an open kitchen not far away. Pots and pans were all neatly arranged. Suddenly an idea struck her. Wait, How about I cook for you? Eating too much takeout isn't good for your health. Su Xiaoxiao, who had been clutching her stomach, instantly flared up upon him. She widened her eyes, looking incredulously at Qin Yun. Oh, you're something, Yun Yun. When I'm hungry we go out to eat, but when Yang Yu is hungry you offer to cook. You're treating us differently. Yang Yu was also somewhat surprised inside. Qin Yun can cook. It's rare to find girls who can cook in today's society. And at Qin Yun's age it's even rarer. A true rarity. You can cook? Yang Yu asked, astonished. Qin Yun puffed out her chest proudly, her eyes gleaming with arrogance. Of course. Don't underestimate me. I can manage both the parlor and the kitchen, proficient in all 18 skills. Oh right. Su Xiaoxiao made a funny face and stuck out her tongue. Yang Yu, let me tell you, Yun Yun's cooking is the last time she made that legendary dish, stir-fried potato shreds with ginger goodness. It's been a whole year, and Yang Yu looked at Su Xiaoxiao's sarcastic expression and couldn't help but laugh. Stir-fried potato goodness. He had thought he would be in for a treat tonight. Little did he know this was some dark culinary art. Qin Yun couldn't possibly be planning to poison him, right? At this moment Qin Yun was so angry that her face turned red, directly chasing after Su Xiaoxiao to hit her. Xiaoxiao. How dare you say that? It was you who sliced the ginger and mixed it with my potato shreds. You were the first to taste it, claiming it was delicious just to trick me into eating it. You know I absolutely detest ginger. Seeing Qin Yun closing in, Su Xiaoxiao immediately took off running. The two ran circles in the spacious living room. Su Xiaoxiao was incredibly agile, laughing as she ran. Help. Sorry Lang. Yang Yu, quickly manage your violent girlfriend. Qin Yun was furious, unwilling to listen, and chased after her. Realizing she couldn't escape, Su Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity, darting upstairs like a rabbit. Then she poked her head out halfway, shouting down, I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm taking refuge upstairs. You two enjoy your love. With that, the sound of a door slamming shut was heard, and the room above fell silent. Yang Yu watched this scene, feeling a warmth in his heart. As a scumbag, he actually found the chaotic situation somewhat tiresome. Unexpectedly, the two girls managed to get along so harmoniously, saving him quite a bit of trouble. Ding. Detected that the host is watching the two girls, playfully feeling pleased. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward, 1 million yuan. In the spacious living room, only Yang Yu and Qin Yun remained. Qin Yun was panting heavily, clearly exhausted from earlier. After a moment, she took out her phone and opened the delivery app. Yang Yu, what do you want to eat? He'll order now. Yang Yu replied ambiguously, anything is fine. As long as it's made by you, I'll love it. Qin Yun's cheeks flushed instantly, then she shot Yang Yu a glare. Humph. All you do is say sweet things. In the midst of speaking, her fingers swiftly placed the order. Not long after, all sorts of meat, vegetables, and seafood were delivered to their doorstep. After receiving the ingredients, Qin Yun expertly rolled up her sleeves, revealing an arm as smooth as jade. She moved swiftly, washing vegetables, cutting meat, and heating the pot, all in one seamless motion. It was clear she was an experienced hand. Yang Yu stood by, watching her busy back. The light pink apron tied around her waist accentuated her delicate figure beautifully. As she bent slightly to wash the vegetables, the curvature of her hips peeked out from beneath her wide-leg pants. Occasionally, when she tiptoed to reach for spices on higher shelves, the hem of her cardigan would lift slightly, revealing a small patch of fair skin on her lower back. A perfect little chef. Yang Yu stepped closer behind her, noticing the strings of her apron, and playfully gave one a tug. What are you doing? Qin Yun didn't turn around, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yang Yu said nothing, only moved a little closer. On the stove, the pot of soup was boiling vigorously. Glug glug. The flames licked the bottom of the pot, and the steam rose, carrying an enticing aroma that spread throughout the air. The rising steam made Qin Yun feel her vision growing a bit hazy. In the next second, Yang Yu wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Qin Yun's body stiffened. The soup in the pot boiled even more cheerfully. Glug glug. The bubbling broth could no longer contain itself, occasionally splattering a few drops onto the stove, sizzling as it hit. Qin Yun's breathing became rapid. It seemed the temperature in the kitchen had risen significantly compared to before. After all, the pot had been cooking for too long, and the heat seeped through the pot's wall, transferring to both of them. It made one feel flustered. Yang Yu. Qin Yun's voice trembled slightly as she tried to turn off the heat. But Yang Ye's hand gently restrained her. Don't turn it off. The timing is just right. Qin Yun bit her lower lip, her gaze slightly dazed. She could sense Yang Ye's desire, as well as the stirrings of her own heart, caught in turmoil and sinking deeper. Gradually, Yang Ye's hand began to wander, no longer satisfied with just her waist. It sought to scale the highest peak. Qin Yun felt her heart racing. Should she stop him or let it be? After pondering for a moment, she steeled herself and chose the latter. Then she turned around, her red lips slightly parted. Yang Yu hesitated not for a moment, lowering his head to kiss. Her hands wrapped around his neck, responding fervently. Their breaths intertwined, neither willing to let go first. A crystal thread snapped between their lips. Qin Yun's cheeks flushed, her gaze dreamy. You're so naughty. Has seen your sister, didn't you ask me to kiss you? I didn't, Qin Yun protested. Then he exerted strength with both hands, directly lifting Qin Yun's waist. His hand rested on her waist, thumb caressing her smooth, fair skin. Suddenly, Qin Yun's expression changed. Wait a moment. She placed her hand against Yang Ye's chest, her expression somewhat embarrassed. What's wrong? I've started my period. Yang Yu frowned. Which one? You know my aunt. Qin Yun's face turned crimson. It's not completely over yet, there's still a bit. Yang Yu was taken aback. He originally thought he could take advantage of the moment tonight to fully win over Qin Yun. Unexpectedly, just at the final step it ended up like this. However, there will be plenty of time in the future. He understood that in such a special situation one should not get angry. Besides, it didn't matter, there was still another upstairs. Excessive frustration had to go somewhere. Yang Yu rubbed her delicate nose. Senior sister, that's just not fair. Then why did you let me kiss you? I didn't expect it to end up like this. Qin Yun lowered her head, her face full of shame. She truly hadn't thought that much. She had only thought it was just a kiss. Who would have known things would turn out increasingly awry? Yang Yu patted her head. Alright, it's fine. Qin Yun lifted her head a bit surprised. You're not angry. Angry about what? Isn't this a special situation? Yang Yu replied calmly and nonchalantly. Qin Yun suddenly felt warmth surge within her heart. She had seen too many boys, the moment they heard they couldn't do something their expressions would change immediately. Some even resorted to cold violence. Others would say it was fine, but then complain to their buddies about feeling cheated. But Yang Yu was so generous. Qin Yun felt a bit moved, yet also a bit guilty. Instead her gaze drifted toward the door from time to time. What time is it now? After hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth. Well, if you really want to, I can try other methods. Saying this, Qin Yun jumped down from the kitchen counter, taking a deep breath as if making a significant decision. Her fingers wove through her hair, quickly tying it into a bun, exposing her fair neck and ears. She slowly crouched down. The steam in the kitchen had yet to dissipate. The pot had long been turned off, but warmth still lingered. The air was stifling hot. Half an hour later, the steam in the kitchen finally cleared. Su Xiaoxiao felt an ominous sensation in her heart. Hadn't Qin Yun already helped her resolve this? Why was Yang Yu still so fierce? Could it be that her judgment was flawed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just as she racked her brain and prepared to escape, she saw Yang Yu's face gradually magnifying before her eyes. Then, Yang Yu looked out the window where countless stars twinkled. Occasionally, a gentle breeze blew in softly tapping the small window that had yet to fully open. The wind picked up speed, and the small window slowly blew open until it was fully ajar. The gale grew ever more ferocious. The window seemed to struggle, beginning to sway back and forth. It occasionally emitted a whimpering sound, as if it had been hurt. After a long while, fine rain finally began to fall from the sky, quickly soaking the area around the windowsill with raindrops trickling down the edges. The fierce wind carried the light rain pouring down for most of the night, as if it were tireless. Ding. Host detected, standing up feeling extremely elated. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward, 200,000 yuan. The next day, in a daze, Yang Yu felt as if someone was watching him. As he opened his eyes, Qin Yun's delicate little face immediately came into view. Yang Yu, you're awake. Qin Yun was leaning over the sofa, holding a bowl filled with an unknown liquid, looking at him with tender affection. Yang Yu was instantly startled awake. Qin Yun blinked in confusion. What's wrong with you? This is the mung bean soup I made early this morning. It's been chilled. You should try it. Yang Yu took the bowl. So it was mung bean soup. He thought it was something else. One sip down, the icy, refreshing mung bean soup flowed down his throat, and he felt a wave of comfort throughout his body. I must say, having a bowl of this in summer is indeed delightful. Qin Yun watched Yang Yu drink heartily, her face filled with satisfaction. By the way, what happened last night? Why didn't you sleep in bed, and instead fell asleep on the sofa? Yang Yu instinctively glanced to the side. Thankfully, Su Xiaoxiao was nowhere to be found. Last night's battle had been excessively intense. In the end, even after taking the kidney tonic, he could barely hold on. Unknowingly, he had fallen asleep on the sofa. But fortunately, Su Xiaoxiao seemed to have returned to her room at some point. Otherwise, the scene would have been quite awkward. Yang Yu smiled and stretched lazily. It's nothing, just a bit tired. I just made do here. This sofa is quite comfortable. Qin Yun pouted. All right then. But you've woken up now, yet that lazy bug Xiaoxiao is still asleep. It's already 9 o'clock. Aren't we supposed to go to Disney today? Aren't you feeling well? Should we skip Disney today and go tomorrow instead? Yang Yu glanced at the wall clock. It was indeed 9 o'clock. A hint of guilt arose in his heart. After all, he was someone who valued time very much. Although there was no specific time set for today, he had promised to accompany Qin Yun to Disney, and 9 o'clock was clearly a bit late. Yang Yu patted Qin Yun's head. What time did you get up? It must have been a while now. Not long. I'm fine. Qin Yun chuckled. I was supposed to be the one having fun with you, Yang Yu. Of course it will follow your schedule. Besides, 9 o'clock is still fine, it's not a problem. But what if I sleep until the afternoon, or even evening? Then he'll just stay at home and wait for you to take me out to play in the afternoon or evening. Qin Yun blushed and answered almost without thinking. Yang Yu fell silent. Then he suddenly threw off the blanket and stood up from the sofa. No. Senior, I must take you out to have— Great. Qin Yun blinked, her big eyes full of anticipation. 10 minutes later, Yang Yu had finished washing up, standing at the door, looking energetic. Su Xiaoxiao was also forcibly dragged out of bed by Qin Yun. Her legs trembled, and the blush on her face still lingered. Yun. I really feel a bit unwell. How about you guys go without me? They'll just stay home and watch over the house for you. Yang Yu saw her like that, and understood his own combat effectiveness. Rarely he chimed in. Yun, if Xiaoxiao really doesn't want to go, then forget it. We can go by ourselves. Qin Yun looked at Su Xiaoxiao. and then at Yang Yu finally nodding helplessly. 2 votes against 1. Although she really wanted Su Xiaoxiao to accompany her if she truly didn't want to go. Perhaps a world for 2 wouldn't be such a bad idea. 10 a.m. In front of the Disney gates in Magic City. Although today was a weekday, countless tourists from other places still carried large bags and formed a long queue of several hundred meters at the ticket booth. The crowd was immense, and the place was extremely crowded. Qin Yun looked at the seemingly endless line, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Yang Yu, there are so many people. Let's hurry and get in line. She grabbed Yang Ye's hand, wanting to rush to the end of the line in the crowd. But Yang Yu pulled, we don't need to stand in line. Qin Yun blinked in confusion. Why? Yang Yu shook his phone, revealing a smile. Because I've activated my cash ability. I purchased the exclusive guided tour service. Let's go. Exclusive guided tour. Qin Yun was a bit confused. You must know that Disney is not like other tourist attractions. At least on the surface, it emphasizes equality for everyone. It directly categorizes all visitors into several levels. The so-called exclusive guided tour is the highest VIP level. Not only is there a dedicated escort, but all attractions are skip the line, and even for watching fireworks there are exclusive spots. It's just that the price. 5,000 per person, almost 10,000 for 2. Clearly it is not something an ordinary family can afford. However, Disney does not care about that. For them, only profit is the most important. At this moment, although Qin Yun had seen Yang Ye's extravagance many times, she still felt sweet inside. Yang Yu, this is too expensive. We can just have fun normally. Standing in line isn't a problem, we can chat while waiting. Yang Yu shook his head. Since we are here to have fun, we must enjoy the best service. There are already so many people, each attraction has a wait time starting from half an hour, and popular ones take 1 to 2 hours. Rather than waste time standing in line, we might as well experience more attractions. Let's go. Yang Yu grabbed Qin Yun's delicate little hand and walked straight into the VIP channel. The exclusive tour guide was already waiting for them at the entrance. Hello, are you Mr. Yang? Yes, I am. Good, then please follow me. The tour guide handed each of them a prestigious badge to pin on their chests. Yang Yu suddenly felt that this scene resembled a pay-to-win game with characters having VIP 999 above their heads, bright and conspicuous. Tron Lightcycle Power Run. This is one of the most popular attractions in all of Disney. A motorcycle-style roller coaster fully loaded with a sense of futurism. As a result, at this moment the line for ordinary visitors stretches at least 200 meters. However, Yang Yu and the others took the guided passage and boarded the ride in less than 5 minutes. Wow! The vehicle surged forward, instantly accelerating. Qin Yun's screams burst in his ears occasionally, mixed with her silver bell-like laughter. Yang Yu sat beside her and gradually felt the infectious excitement. Originally, he had looked down upon Disney, thinking it was better to study Taoist techniques. After all, footwork is also a Tao, and techniques are also a form of law. But now he found it surprisingly enjoyable. He even couldn't help but cheer a few times during the experience. After one ride, Qin Yun was still craving more. Yang Yu, I want to go again. Sure, let's go again. The benefit of their exclusive service lay here. While others waited 1 or 2 hours for just one ride, they could enjoy it repeatedly, until they no longer wanted to play. For the next, while the two of them swept through various attractions with exuberance. Star Wars Hyperspace Mountain, Frozen, Ever After, and more. Until noon, the parade began. Qin Yun enthusiastically waved at every passing performer, taking photos for memories. Yang Yu wasn't particularly interested in these, and just watched from the side. After the parade ended, the two headed to the royal banquet. Upon entering, the grand medieval castle decoration left Qin Yun in awe. The staff wore magical robes. Mickey and Donald Duck even came over to greet and take pictures. The emotional value was high. However, the food, while the plating was exquisite, the taste was even worse than the roadside eateries. Yang Yu really couldn't muster much appetite, and just took a few bites. The afternoon attractions were much more mundane. Most were observational in nature. Yang Yu felt bored. In his view, these anime characters dressed in costumes were hardly worth watching. He might as well enjoy the sight of Qin Yun beside him. Time passed quickly. Night fell. At 9 o'clock, Disney's highlight, the fireworks show, was about to begin. This was also a place countless girls on social media were eager to check in. Yang Yu and Qin Yun sat directly in the exclusive viewing area. Here there was no crowded mass, and the view was superb. At this moment, Qin Yun was exhausted, sitting on the bench and swinging her 2 fair legs. Are you tired? Yang Yu asked with concern. Not tired. Qin Yun turned her head, looking at Yang Yu with joyous eyes. I am very happy to be out with you. Me too. At 9:15 p.m., accompanied by the melodious and familiar Disney music, bang! The first burst of fireworks shot up into the sky and exploded in the night. The dazzling display reflected deep within Qin Yun's pupils. It was both beautiful and dreamlike. This scene, which she had longed for countless times in her childhood, was finally witnessed in person. So beautiful. Yeah, Yang Yu couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Childhood is like these brilliant fireworks, splendid yet fleeting. If it weren't for the system, he would likely be busy with studies, worrying about his future development. There would be no leisure time to enjoy such beautiful fireworks. After all, for most ordinary people, just living is already a struggle. Who has the luxury to appreciate the beauty of flowers and the full moon? Qin Yun stared at the fireworks in a daze filled with happiness. Suddenly she felt her hand gently pulled up. A glance caught her eye. In the light, Yang Ye's gaze was deep, complemented by his smooth jawline. He looked incredibly handsome. Thump, thump. Qin Yun's heart raced wildly, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She didn't know how much merit she had accumulated in her past life to meet such a perfect boyfriend as Yang Yu. Bang! Accompanied by the last few bursts of brilliant fireworks, Yang Yu was about to take out his phone for a photo. Suddenly a warm touch brushed against his cheek. Pout! Qin Yun's face as red as an apple leaned over. Then like a startled little rabbit, she quickly shrank back. Yang Yu was momentarily stunned, then looked at Qin Yun, whose face was flushed to her neck. In the midst of the fireworks, he pulled her into his embrace. Leaning down, he passionately sought her lips. After a long while their lips parted. Qin Yun fell into Yang Yu's arms, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Senior, I drank quite a bit of the iced green bean soup this morning. In the Magic City late at night. In a 5-star hotel just a street away from Disney, the front desk girl was idly scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, bang! The revolving door was pushed open. The front desk girl looked up to see a man and a woman rushing in urgently. The man slammed his ID on the desk, speaking hurriedly. Book a room. I want the most luxurious and comfortable room. The front desk girl immediately understood. After all, having worked here for so long, she had seen plenty of such situations. But just as she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye, her inner gossip fire ignited. The man had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a handsome face with a hint of sharpness, and his clothes looked expensive. The woman, on the other hand, had a flushed complexion, bright and charming eyes, and a hint of shyness in her glances. Who are these two stars? She strained to search her mind. But after thinking for a long time, she couldn't find a match. Yang Yu frowned slightly. Usually a delay wouldn't matter. But now, at such a critical moment. If they kept dilly-dallying, he was genuinely getting impatient and unusually urged, please hurry up. Thank you. The front desk girl finally snapped back to reality. Booking the room, swiping the card, issuing the room key. A series of actions showcased her speed honed over 30 years of solo living. Sir, here is your room key. The elevator is on the left. Swipe to go directly up. Yang Yu grabbed the room key, pulling Qin Yun toward the elevator. The elevator doors slowly opened. As the door closed halfway, Yang Yu couldn't wait to turn around and press Qin Yun against the metallic wall. Qin Yun gasped in surprise. Before she could even speak, her lips were sealed. In the enclosed space, their breathing sounded particularly pronounced. Qin Yun felt her whole body soften. Inside her, it felt like a fire was burning. From the previous night in the kitchen to a whole day spent together today. All the repression, all the anticipation erupted at this moment. Fortunately, thankfully, her relatives had left that. Otherwise, not only would Yang Yu be affected, but she would also be close to suffocating herself. Ding! The elevator doors opened again. Yang Yu immediately bent down, one hand supporting Qin Yun's leg, and the other wrapping around her back. In a princess carry, he held her firmly in his arms. Qin Yun let out an ah, and shyly buried her head in Yang Yu's embrace, her heart racing uncontrollably. The corridor was long. Yang Yu's steps seemed somewhat hurried. After all, compared to the proactive Su Xiaoxiao, he had long been craving this moment with Qin Yun. Plus, after last night in the kitchen, how could he not be anxious? Ding! The door lock clicked open. Once inside the room, Yang Yu casually took out a welding tool from his pocket and welded the door shut. In the room, the unique scent of the hotel's fragrance lingered, exuding an air of intimacy. Yang Yu roughly threw Qin Yun onto the big bed. Just as he was unbuttoning his shirt, Qin Yun shyly spoke up. Wait a moment. What's wrong? Yang Yu panted heavily, suppressing the turmoil within. Qin Yun raised her head, her eyes flickering. Even though she was prepared, nerves crept in at this moment. However, at this very moment, she couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. On the other hand, since it was her first time, she wanted to present herself in the most perfect state. It's my first time. I'm a bit sweaty today. Can I take a shower first? Though Yang Yu felt an intense heat within him at this moment, he couldn't refuse such a request. Moreover, he thought of something more exciting. Sure. Qin Yun softly asked then. Can I go wash up? Yang Yu smiled broadly and picked her up, saying together. Qin Yun's face instantly flushed red, and she slapped Yang Yu's chest with both hands. No way. But Yang Yu had already pushed open the bathroom door without hesitation. No way around that. The bathroom was spacious and bright, with a large bathtub filled with rose petals. Steam had already begun to fill the air. Qin Yun's face was flushed. Yang Yu gently set her down, but did not let go. He looked into her sparkling eyes, a smile blooming on his face. What's wrong? Feeling shy? Qin Yun nervously toyed with her fingers. She stammered for a long time, but couldn't. Yang Yu directly leaned down and kissed her. Their lips, tinged with steam, intertwined in an instant. Qin Yun felt a surge of electricity coursing through her body, leaving her tingling all over. Warm water cascaded down. Their clothes gradually soaked through, sticking tightly to their skin. Qin Yun instinctively closed her eyes. The sound of water, their breaths, and the beating of their hearts amplified in the enclosed space. Her body gradually, she felt as if her consciousness was becoming a bit blurred along with the mist, leaving only instinctive reactions and that irresistible desire deep within her. Uncertain how long it had been, the sound of water in the bathroom seemed to never cease. The frosted glass door was covered with a thick layer of steam, and large smudges of lipstick, messy handprints, and marks from being pressed against the wall. Ding! Detected interaction between the host and the beautiful senior in the bathroom. Extreme happiness. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash reward 5 million yuan. After a long time, the bathroom door was slowly pushed open. Yang Yu carried Qin Yun out. Her face was as red as a ripe tomato. She shyly buried her head in Yang Ye's chest, not daring to look up. Though her body felt a bit sore, her heart was filled with secret joy. She had finally completed an important transformation in her life, truly becoming Yang Ye's woman. She looked up at Yang Ye's deep eyes, her gaze filled with bewilderment. Honey, will you always be good to me? I will. Yang Yu gently placed her on the big bed and kissed her again while reaching for something. Click. The main light in the room was turned off. Only a dim bedside lamp remained. The entire room was instantly enveloped in an intimate atmosphere. That night Yang Yu took out his phone and played an adventure game. Constantly exploring, constantly conquering. Outside the window, moonlight poured down. Inside the hotel room was a tranquil, yet intense battlefield. From time to time, sounds of soft weeping and tender moaning emerged, composing a moving melody. In an old Western-style house. The night was deep in the shadows of the phoenix trees outside. The floor-to-ceiling windows swayed. Su Xiaoxiao lay on the sofa. The TV was on, but she couldn't focus on it at all. Instead, her gaze drifted toward the door from time to time. What time is it now? Still not back. Su Xiaoxiao sighed, her heart filled with mixed. The joy was that someone could finally share the burden of Yang Ye's excessive stamina. Otherwise, she truly felt overwhelmed. The worry was that since Qin Yun and Yang Yu had completed the final step, would that affect her position? After all, she was well aware that most of what she had today was due to her initiative. But Qin Yun was different. She occasionally sensed that Qin Yun was actually more favored and liked by Yang Yu. After all, men of this age were most attracted to pursuing pure school beauties rather than capturing someone as fiery as herself. Lost in thought, Su Xiaoxiao's mood grew increasingly restless. She opened a certain app and distractedly scrolled. Unexpectedly, her gaze fixed on a beautiful anchor's live stream. On the screen, the anchor wore tight yoga clothes, her waist twisting like a snake, her movements flexible and alluring with the live chat going wild. Su Xiaoxiao stared for a long time, suddenly struck with an idea. She was determined not to remain a mere vase forever. If her bodice flexibility could match that of the anchor on screen. Su Xiaoxiao abruptly sat up straight, instantly energized. No, she absolutely could not sit back and wait. Since she couldn't compete with looks and that first love charm, she'd have to work hard in other areas. Saying she would do it, she quickly pulled out a yoga mat and laid it on the floor. Her eyes were filled with determination. Practice. She opened a tutorial video and awkwardly began to imitate. The first move was a backbend. This, as Su Xiaoxiao bent down, a wave of soreness shot through her lower back. She gritted her teeth, beads of sweat quickly forming on her forehead. Damn it. I refuse to accept this. Financial University. In the military training square, it was under the blazing sun. The air was thick with a strong smell of sweat. Li Jiahao and Shui Wang slumped under a tree holding chilled mineral water and gulping it down. Damn it. I just don't understand. Why do we have to have military training? And in this weather? Is it a compliance test? I'm dying in this heat. Shui Wang wiped the sweat from his face. His military training uniform was already soaked, clinging tightly to him, making him uncomfortable to the extreme. Li Jiahao was slumped on the ground. He said nothing, just mindlessly scrolling through short videos to briefly feel alive. Suddenly, Li Jiahao's, it wasn't because he saw some top-tier beauty. Rather, it was because a photo of Yang Yu, Qin Yun, and Su Xiaoxiao in front of a plane appeared on the screen. In the photo, Su Xiaoxiao and Qin Yun were beaming, standing on either side of Yang Yu. The caption read, "Charter flight vacation. Departing. Disney." Li Jiahao exploded instantly. Damn. What's wrong? Shui Wang jumped in surprise, leaning over to look. At a glance, Shui Wang's eyes nearly popped out. No way. Yang Yu. I was wondering why I hadn't seen him during military training these days. The counselor said he was doing off-campus practical activities. What the hell did he go to Disneyland? And he brought Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao with him. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with jealousy. Why should it be like this? Everyone was a freshman. They were here suffering in the heat like dogs, being scolded by the instructor like grandchildren. What about Yang Yu? Not only did he not have to do military training, but he also took two school beauties out on a trip. Maybe he had already had his fun. Damn it. This was so unfair. Li Jiahao forced down his anger and clicked on Su Xiaoxiao's Douyin profile for the latest video. It was another photo and text post. In the photo, Su Xiaoxiao was on a yoga mat practicing various difficult poses. The caption read, "Even when my boyfriend is not around, I must strive to become better." Damn it. Li Jiahao could no longer suppress his inner fury and slammed his phone violently onto the floor. Lately, he had become the laughingstock of the entire school. His public confession had ended in humiliating rejection, not once, but repeatedly. Later he reasoned, aren't there 3 campus beauties? At least Jiang Chuwei remains. What if, just what if, she said yes. Yet when he approached her privately, she demanded 40,000 yuan in cash, up front. Even more brazenly, she admitted having negotiated with Yang Yu first, for 30,000. Naively, Li Jiahao asked, why does it cost 10,000 more for me? Her reply shattered him completely. He still remembered her tone. Calm, matter-of-fact, utterly devoid of remorse, because you're not as handsome as him. So if you want to be my boyfriend, you'll have to pay extra? Silence followed, a suffocating hollow silence. Li Jiahao see the teeth grinding. He couldn't afford 40,000, not that he'd ever hand it over even if he could. Who could bear such profound humiliation? Memories flooded back, the sting of ridicule, the weight of shame, and then Su Xiaoxiao's Douyin post. Li Jiahao felt breathless. What did this image and caption post mean? Weren't all three of them supposed to have gone out together? Su Xiaoxiao stayed home alone while Yang Yu and Qin Yun went off to play fine. But this? She's disciplined. Not angry, just doing yoga. What on earth does that imply? Preparing to unlock new poses. Despicable. Li Jiahao roared, jaw clenched so tightly his molars ached. Shui Wang, seeing his expression, picked up the phone to look. His face turned ashen. Truth be told, his hatred for Yang Yu ran just as deep, if not deeper, than Li Jiahao's. It wasn't only about the class president election. It was also because he too secretly coveted Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao, though he kept it buried quiet, unspoken. Suddenly Li Jiahao shot upright. No. Damn it. I'm reporting him right now. Are you insane? Shui Wang grabbed his arm. Though rage burned within, he knew instinctively in moments like these composure was paramount. Report him. To whom? With what evidence? Stunned by the shout, Li Jiahao's eyes blazed with fury. I'll go straight to our academic advisor. Yang Yu skips military training, and instead takes 2 senior girls on a chartered flight vacation. Isn't that proof enough? Once exposed, the school has to act. Nonsense. Shui Wang sneered. Have you been sundazzled into stupidity? Yang Yu's exemption wasn't some loophole. He got it signed and stamped by the academic advisor himself. And now you plan to march straight to that same advisor to file a complaint. Do you really think that'll work? Li Jiahao froze, genuinely unaware of this fact. Then tell me, what do we do? Just sit here watching him thrive? Flying private jets with 2 stunning women, are we to remain mere lapdogs of the drill instructors? Shui Wang narrowed his eyes, scanned the surroundings, then lowered his voice. Of course there's a way. What does any university fear most these days? Public opinion. And student voices, once stirred, cannot be silenced. Let this blow up online. Let it spiral across campus, then nationwide. And watch how quickly it becomes an inescapable scandal. By then expulsion would be the least of his worries. Even if he were the president's illegitimate son, they'd strip him bare. Li Jiahao shuddered, then surged with exhilaration. He raised a thumb. Brilliant. But then doubt flickered. Still, easier said than done. How exactly do we pull this off? I've got 0 followers. What if my post gets deleted the moment it goes live? Shui Wang scoffed, waving his phone. You clearly don't understand how things work these days. Money moves mountains. Even ghosts will push carts. Spend enough, and whether it's public opinion or paid commentators, we decide the narrative. First, drop these photos into the freshman orientation group. Let him simmer quietly. 3 minutes later, in the CATA freshman networking group. Everyone, check this out. Image. A series of photos landed Yang Yu standing before a private jet flanked by Su Xiaoxiao and Qin Yun. In every frame, their closeness radiated through the screen, an unmistakable cloying sweetness of budding romance. The usually quiet group erupted. No way, that's Yang Yu. Did I read that right? Is that a private jet? Wasn't he supposed to be on an off-campus internship? That's his fieldwork, taking beauties to Disneyland. The contrast is brutal. We bake under the sun while he vacations in luxury. Jealousy bloomed wildly among the male students. Why? They were all freshmen. Why such staggering One group endured scorching drills while another soared across mountains and seas with dazzling companions. Is there no law? No justice? Yet the female students reacted differently. If only I were beautiful enough. If I were a campus beauty, I'd get invited too. Oh wait, where's Jiang Chuwei? Her. That flatland hasn't even seen a runway. Maybe Yang Yu didn't glance at her once. Haha. Whoa sisters, I can't take it anymore. 36D requests deployment. Image. In her dormitory, Jiang Chuwei stared at the group chat, torn, conflicted. Truth be told, regret gnawed at her. Had she accepted Yang Yu's offer, her brother's medical bills would already be covered, and perhaps she'd be soaring toward Disneyland. Private jet. Disneyland. She'd never dreamed dreams so radiant. Meanwhile, the architects of chaos, Li Jiahao and Shui Wang, wore grim, satisfied grins. Excellent. Exactly as planned. Phase 1 complete. Now, to fan the flames higher. Half an hour later on the CATA campus forum, a thread appeared. Quietly, deliberately, shocking revelation, who really is freshman Yang Yu? Elite, heir, or? The post brimmed with fabricated detail. An insider reveals the truth about our so-called young Master Yang. Don't be fooled by appearances. He has no family backing. Every cent he spends comes from predatory loans and shadowy online lending platforms. This man exists solely to flaunt wealth on campus, laying groundwork to manipulate women later. Below the post swarmed dozens of burner accounts, coordinated, rehearsed, relentless. I swear it's true. I'm his high school classmate. Back then he used exactly this trick to scam girls out of money. One girl at our school collapsed under the pressure and jumped. I witnessed it myself. Guaranteed authentic. What? There are still monsters like this. No wonder. His Kian and designer clothes. All rented right. Correct. I'm the owner of the local 4S dealership. I can confirm. Same here. I run the boutique. A post has gone viral. Soon after, the second and third posts followed in quick succession. Rumors spread like a snowball, growing larger by the moment. Li Jiahao and Shui Wang became increasingly excited. To maximize the effect, they decided to withdraw all their remaining living expenses to hire a company to manipulate public opinion. The other party worked with remarkable efficiency. Within an hour, the comments beneath the posts were all orchestrated. Such a person should be expelled from the university. Support thorough investigations. I said it, just look at his eyes, he doesn't seem like a good person. Turns out he has a criminal record. Among all the posts, the most popular one was the secret of freshman Yang Yu for wealth, willingly worked in a club and was supported by a wealthy woman in her 50s. Brothers, I work part-time at a top-tier club, and I once saw Yang Yu serving drinks to a woman in her 50s. He looked so humble, bowing and scraping, even wearing a collar. Otherwise, just think about it, how could a freshman like him have so much money? In my opinion, his outfit and this private Disney trip were all gifts from that wealthy woman. Isn't this just living off a rich woman? This version instantly struck a nerve with everyone. After all, for those still within the school gates. Stories containing keywords like money, wealthy women, and living off others are far more appealing than anything about high-interest loans. In no time, the entire school was abuzz. Everyone was discussing the matter in hushed tones. Li Jiahao and Shui Wang couldn't help but burst into laughter as they watched the students gossiping in small groups. This is great. So refreshing. They could even imagine Yang Yu's grim face when he saw these posts. Public opinion has already risen. Now the whole school knows Yang Yu is a soft rice man relying on wealthy women. Haha, even if the counselor wants to protect him, they can't. The school will definitely expel him for the sake of its reputation. In the early morning in the Magic City at an old Western-style house, Su Xiaoxiao groggily woke up on the sofa. She first looked around. Sure enough, as she thought, Yang Yu and Qin Yun had not returned yet. Oh well, one person is just feeling a bit sulky. Su Xiaoxiao pouted and prepared to get off the sofa. However, ouch. Her waist had not fully recovered, and a wave of soreness surged over her. Su Xiaoxiao's face turned a bit pale. Forget it, it'll take it slow. She chose to continue lying down and took out her phone to scroll. But soon she widened her eyes, filled with disbelief. The forum, the post bar, the freshman group. Everything was filled with insults and rumors about Yang Yu. How could this happen? Su Xiaoxiao bit her red lip, filled with confusion. She couldn't understand how things had escalated after just one night. How could it have turned into this? Her fingertips slid across the screen. Upon reading the content of the post, she felt a surge of anger rise from her feet straight to her head. A wealthy woman supporting him. A club boy, wearing a collar. Is this a joke? She knew Yang Yu too well. Luxury cars, Gucci private flights. Yang Yu has always been extravagant, even his balance she had seen with her own eyes. Now this bunch of fools. We're talking nonsense. How could Yang Yu serve drinks for a wealthy woman just for some money and even wear a collar? Su Xiaoxiao instinctively clicked on the comments, wanting to say a few words for Yang Yu. But after typing a few characters, she saw an overwhelming wave of ridicule and insults. Another one trying to defend him. It seems like all the women around Yang Yu have been brainwashed by him. Sister, open your eyes. Damn. Su Xiaoxiao was so furious she nearly smashed her phone. But at the same time, a wave of worry crept. Public opinion can be terrifying. In today's society, who knows how many people have been ruined by public opinion? Even if one knows it's false, once it spreads, people will only believe what they want to believe. If these rumors were confirmed, the impact on Yang Yu would be. This won't do. Su Xiaoxiao immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. She had to do something. First, she needed to find the source of the issue. But in this search, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but tremble. No way, right? Did he just post a video? Is it necessary to escalate it like this? Su Xiaoxiao immediately realized there must be someone behind the scenes stirring the pot. She no longer hesitated and dialed Yang Yu's number. In the hotel, Yang Yu had just opened his eyes and glanced to the. Qin Yun was still fast asleep, a satisfied smile on her face. She was like an octopus clinging to him. The next second, hello. Yang Yu spoke calmly. Little did he know this only made Su Xiaoxiao more anxious. She worried if Yang Yu already knew about this matter and was blaming her. Su Xiaoxiao felt her eyes redden, her voice carrying a clear sob. Yang Yu, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't know posting a video would cause so much trouble. Those posts, those people. They are all talking nonsense. You mustn't believe them. You know what kind of person I am. I know you best. Yang Yu was completely baffled. What the hell? Wasn't he the one who left Su Xiaoxiao alone in the old house while spending the night with Qin Yun? Why was Su Xiaoxiao the one apologizing first? What is going on? Take your time and explain. Next, Su Xiaoxiao told Yang Yu everything about the incident. After learning the truth, Yang Yu couldn't help but sneer. Public opinion. They like to frame him, huh? Calling him a wealthy woman's dog. He wanted to see who was behind this slander. Yang Yu. I know I was wrong. I won't casually post videos anymore. You. Don't blame me. In the phone, Su Xiaoxiao's trembling voice came through. Yang Yu calmly replied, it's fine, I'm not blaming you. Even without the video, they would find other reasons. Don't worry, they are just a group of clowns. They won't come up with anything. Hearing Yang Yu say this, Su Xiaoxiao felt a bit more at ease, but still felt guilty now that public opinion is so rampant. What about the school? What should we do? Is there any way? Do you need me to cooperate? Should I delete that video? No need. Yang Yu replied calmly. Xiaoxiao, you don't need to worry about this. Don't worry, you'll handle it. The only downside is that this trip we have to end it early. On the other end of the phone, Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback for a moment, then let out a rise. I understand as long as you don't blame me. As for Hainan, maybe next time. By the way, I forgot to tell you in practice. Maybe by the next time we go to Hainan, he'll be able to do many difficult poses and show them to you. Yang Yu, he truly didn't expect that Su Xiaoxiao was so eager to improve. Alright, I'll be waiting. He hung up the phone and put. At this moment Qin Yun rubbed her sleepy eyes, her voice soft and mellow, carrying the laziness of just waking up and the lingering echoes of last night. Honey. What's wrong? Just now. Whose call was it? Yang Yu turned around, gently stroking Qin Yun's head, and said softly, It's nothing, just some issues at school. Some people are just idly spreading rumors about me. Rumors? Qin Yun was taken aback, her mind racing. Although Yang Yu spoke lightly, she instantly realized that things were not so simple. After slightly breaking free from Yang Yu's embrace, she picked up her phone. Let me see. A few seconds later Qin Yun angrily tossed her phone, cursing for the rare occasion. What the heck? Are these people out of their minds? Rich woman. Club. Collar. You must be suffering from a stroke for 30 years to come up with such nonsense. Honey, don't listen to them, don't get angry. It's not good for your health. Yang Yu smiled, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. It's fine, this little matter won't make me angry. However, this trip is likely to end early. I need to meet with them. The three of them chartered a plane again. 2 hours later the plane landed smoothly at Han City International Airport. The cabin door slowly opened. Yang Yu. In Qin Yun's eyes, besides worry, there was also a hint of reluctance. After all, she had just confirmed her relationship with Yang Yu. What was supposed to be a sweet trip to Hainan had to come to an abrupt stop due to those despicable rumors. You? Don't be too angry, she softly reminded. Yang Yu. Su Xiaoxiao also walked over. Those people are just clowns, don't stoop to their level. However, Su Xiaoxiao's tone shifted, a hint of fierceness flashing between her brows. For what needs to be dealt with, don't hold back. These bastards, if you indulge them, they really think they can reach the sky. Yang Yu looked at the two girls, a warmth. He gently patted Qin Yun's hand and nodded to Su Xiaoxiao. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. You two go back first. Oh, I have some matters to handle. Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao exchanged glances. They knew that since Yang Yu said so, it meant he was already fully prepared. All they could do was support him silently. Then you. Take care of yourself. Qin Yun reminded again. Su Xiaoxiao added directly. Yang Yu, if you need help, just say the word. Even if I have to go undercover at the club, I will get the evidence back for you. Yang Yu couldn't help but chuckle at her words. This Su Xiaoxiao really wouldn't stop until she shocked people. He shook his head, signaling them not to say more. Let's go. He'll be back soon. Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao nodded. After bidding farewell to the two women, the smile on Yang Yu's face instantly vanished without a trace. He turned to Lu Shishir beside him. Manager Lu, may I ask if you know any reliable lawyers? Lu Shishir was taken aback for a moment, then quickly replied, Of course, Mr. Yang. Our company has a long-term partner who is a lawyer from Hongchuan law firm. She has a great reputation in the industry, and she has basically never lost a case she handled. What's the matter? Do you need something? Yes, please help me get in touch, or I have something I want to consult in person. The sooner the better. Yang Yu's tone was calm. This was the plan he had in mind long ago. He didn't want to find the school or the counselor to solve this issue. Instead, he chose to go directly to a lawyer to fundamentally resolve the problem. After all this time, these people dared to spread such rumors. If they weren't properly controlled, wouldn't it be a disaster next time? They must pay for what they have done. Lu Shishir didn't ask further. All right, Mr. Yang, please wait a moment, they'll contact you right now. Saying that, Lu Shishir walked aside and took out her phone. She opened her contacts and dialed out. A somewhat lazy voice came from the other end. Hello? Shishir, why did you suddenly think of calling me? Could it be that the outstanding man I've been asking you to keep an eye out for is? Lu Shishir's face flushed, and she glanced at Yang Yu from the corner of her eye. Seeing that he wasn't looking this way at all, she felt relieved. Lawyer Li, are you serious? It's just that I've been single for over 20 years, and now I'm so eager to find a man. Let's talk business. I'm here to refer you a case. Not interested, Li Yan replied decisively. It was late at night, and when Lu Shishir called, she thought she was finally going to be introduced to a boyfriend, but it turned out to be about a case. As a top lawyer at Hongchuan law firm, does she lack cases? Oh, I see, then fine. Lu Shishir said with a mischievous smile. Then I can only tell this young, wealthy, and handsome client of mine that unfortunately you, Lawyer Li, don't think highly of his case. Wait. Li Yan's voice suddenly rose. Clarify what client? Handsome and wealthy. This person has spent 2 million in just 2 days to charter a plane twice. Such extravagance, TSKT. What a pity. You must take it. Is it a divorce case? I must make it happen for him. Seeing that, Li Yan finally became excited. Lu Shishir couldn't be bothered to continue joking with her. Forget it, I'll tell you honestly, what I just said is all true. However, the person who chartered the plane is going on a trip with 2 beauties. We don't have a chance, so just give up on that. Otherwise, how could it be our turn? I would have jumped at the chance myself. Upon hearing this, Li Yan's heart, which had just started to flutter, immediately deflated. All right. Let's get back to business. So what kind of case is it? I don't know either. The person wants to talk in person, and the sooner the better. Do you have time tonight? Li Yan's tone carried a hint of curiosity. I originally didn't, but since you put it that way, I must have some time. Han City, in front of the top restaurant Yuan, a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class slowly came to a stop. The door opened, and a long straight leg stepped out first. Li Yan was wearing a well-tailored champagne-colored professional suit, perfectly accentuating her curvaceous figure. Her hair was meticulously styled into a bun, exposing her elegant swan-like neck. With a delicate light makeup on her face, and paired with a set of rimless glasses, she exuded an air of intellect and shrewdness. Her lips were coated with a thin layer of dusty rose lipstick, full, and alluring, giving off an irresistible charm when pressed together. Her waist was incredibly slim, and the hem of her skirt perfectly hugged her rounded hips. As she walked, it was hard not to steal glances at her. As soon as she got out of the car, she spotted Lu Shirshir standing at the entrance waving at her. Yin over here. Li Yin walked quickly in her high heels. Sure. Hey, why are you alone? What about the client you mentioned? I pushed aside several important social events for tonight. Lu Shirshir rolled her eyes and linked arms with her. They've already gone ahead to order. Order. Li Yin raised an eyebrow, glancing at the opulent entrance of Yuan. Tisk, I must say your client has impressive taste. At Yuan, the average spending is several thousand per person. You really can't step in here without some wealth. I'm becoming increasingly curious about your client. Lu Shirshir shot her a look, exasperated. Come on, they already have 2 girlfriends. Are you really going to throw yourself at them? Don't be so coy here. Li Yin chuckled nonchalantly, gently brushing a strand of hair off her forehead. What's wrong with? To be honest, I'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. For men, the capable ones have more to handle. A capable person tends to have several women around them, that's called charm. The incapable ones have none around them, and that's truly pathetic. Lu Shirshir shook her head helplessly. She knew her friend had spent too much time in high society. Having seen many such sordid affairs, she had unwittingly become accustomed to it. In the past, she would never have spoken so recklessly. While the two were talking, a tall and straight figure walked out from the entrance. Yang Yu was dressed in a casual suit today, with a white shirt underneath and a tie. He exuded a restrained yet powerful aura. His face under the neon lights of Han City appeared even more deep and charming. Li Yan's gaze was instantly captivated. She looked at Yang Yu, her eyes flashing with a hint of barely perceptible shock. Having mingled in high society for years, she prided herself on having seen many handsome men. However, someone like Yang Yu with impeccable looks, temperament, and presence was indeed rare to find. Moreover, he looked far too young. Even if someone said he was a high school student, people would probably believe it. Li Yan couldn't help but murmur inwardly. Is this the client Lu Shirshir mentioned? He's simply walking testosterone. Lu Shirshir saw Yang Yu and immediately stepped forward. Mr. Yang. Yang Yu nodded slightly, his gaze landing on Li Yan. He couldn't help but sigh. Truly like attracts like. Indeed, someone as beautiful and capable as Lu Shirshir would be surrounded by equally impressive people. He revealed a standard smile. You must be lawyerly right. Li Yan stepped forward, extending her hand. Li Yan, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Yang. Yang Yu gently shook her hand, the touch warm, before releasing it swiftly. Lawyerly, I've heard much about you. I've already ordered the dishes, let's head upstairs directly. Li Yan felt even more surprised inside. So young yet so gracious and composed. Even the handshake was... All of this made Li Yan's heart stir slightly. She had initially thought that a wealthy young man like him might be somewhat hedonistic. To her surprise, he was so steady. Okay. Li Yan smiled and nodded, her fondness for Yang Yu increasing a bit more. The three of them walked into the grand entrance of Yuan and headed to the private room. After taking their seats, Yang Yu snapped his fingers. The waiter entered promptly and began serving the dishes. Australian lobster sashimi platter. Premium Wagyu beef. French foie gras. Dishes were brought one after another. At first, Li Yan didn't think much of it, maintaining a professional, but as the dishes kept piling up, nearly filling the table to capacity, Li Yan's smile froze. Was this ordering? This was more like hoarding. As someone who enjoyed reading overseas novels, she almost thought tomorrow was the apocalypse. She put down her knife and fork, feeling somewhat amused and exasperated. Mr. Yang, this is way too much. We only have 3 people, we can't finish this. Won't it be a waste? Yang Yu picked up a napkin and wiped his hands. No worries. Since we're out to eat, it's all about enjoyment. Besides, I didn't know what dietary restrictions lawyerly might have, so I ordered a bit. Consider it a good omen for our upcoming cooperation. Li Yan's cheeks flushed. Mr. Yang, you are too generous. However, can you tell me now what kind of tricky case we are dealing with? Yang Yu smiled, not rushing to answer. No rush, let's eat. We can chat while we eat. At that moment, the door was knocked again. Come in. The waiter entered holding a bottle of red wine. Mr. Yang, the wine has been decanted. Would you like me to open it now? Before Yang Yu could respond, Li Yan's pupils suddenly constricted the moment she saw the wine bottle label. Romanicani. As a lawyer at a prestigious firm, she naturally understood the fine wine as a top-tier social currency. Forget the dishes for now. Oh, just this wine alone costs at least several $100,000. Just for a meal, and the deal isn't even settled yet. To bring out such an expensive wine. Li Yan took a deep breath. Mr. Yang, this is too extravagant. Yang Yu smiled lightly. It's nothing. Wine is meant to be drunk, isn't it? Moreover, for the upcoming case, I'll need you lawyerly to put in some effort. With that, Yang Yu nodded to the waiter. The waiter skillfully opened the bottle, decanted it, and poured the wine. The dark red liquid filled the goblet. Yang Yu raised his glass and gently swirled it. Lawyerly Supervisor Lu, shall we drink a toast first? Li Yan and Lu Shirshir smiled as they raised their glasses. Mr. Yang, please. The three clinked their glasses and took a sip. After putting down the glass, Li Yan's curiosity deepened. Half jokingly and half seriously, she said, Mr. Yang, can you tell me now what case it is? Otherwise, your generous hospitality makes me feel quite apprehensive. Yang Yu said nothing. He picked up a file folder and gently pushed it across the table. These are the materials I've prepared. Take a look first. Li Yan accepted the folder, drew out a thick stack of printed pages, and bent her head to read. The first page was a screenshot of a campus forum post. The time, the title, the posters, ID, the floor. Each item was clearly annotated. Some crucial parts had even been circled in red. The second page collected the replies that had steered the narrative. The astroturfing accounts were listed separately: account names, registration dates, post counts, the sections they targeted. At a glance, their connections were obvious. Li Yan flipped through the pages one by one, growing ever more stunned. When she had finished the entire stack, she looked up at Yang Yu with a trace of surprise. Mr. Yang, these materials. Did you compile them? Not exactly, Yang Yu smiled. My girlfriends helped put them together. At the moment the three decided to return, Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao had volunteered to gather evidence and organize the documents. Yang Yu of course did not refuse. All of this was the fruit of their hard work. Hearing that, Li Yan exhaled unconsciously. She had almost assumed Yang Yu had done it himself. Had that been the case, the dossier was simply too perfect. Not only was the evidentiary chain intact and the timeline clear, even the correlations between each account were marked. One must know that newcomers at law firms sometimes cannot produce this level of work even after 6 months. Curiosity aroused, Li Yan asked, Mr. Yang, pardon my asking, but is your girlfriend trained in law? Not at all, he replied. One studies finance, the other Chinese language and literature. Li Yan fell silent for a moment, a large question mark forming in her mind. Not one in finance, one in Chinese literature. That was a lot to process. Did this mean Mr. Yang not only had 2 girlfriends, but they got along exceptionally well? They were even willing to collaborate to compile the dossier. Li Yan couldn't help but feel astonished. The world truly changes at a bewildering pace. Even having seen all manner of eccentric cases, she had never encountered one like this. Regaining her composure, Li Yan returned the materials to the table and leaned forward slightly. Mr. Yang, to be honest, I can take this case. And it's not difficult, one might even call it straightforward. With this evidence, the people behind it will have nowhere to hide. Yang Yu nodded, indicating for her to continue. Li Yan pushed up her rimless glasses and pressed her lips together. The fullness of her mouth became more defined with that motion. Her rose mauve lipstick gleamed softly under the light. However, Mr. Yang, I have a suggestion. Hear me out without reading too much into it. I suggest you engage a different law firm to handle this matter. Li Yan's expression was grave and earnest, as she was not joking. Yang Yu was somewhat puzzled. Why, oi? Li Yan explained evenly. I'm not sure whether you are aware of our Red Circle firm's fee structure. Consultation is billed hourly with a minimum of 3,000, issuing a lawyer's letter 50,000. If the matter goes to court, preliminary expenses such as evidence notarization, filing, and service alone start at 200,000. Seeing the whole case through could easily cost 4 to 500,000. But with all due respect, your case is essentially an ordinary defamation claim. Hire a lawyer with 3 to 5 years practice, and it could be resolved for 10 to 20,000. The result would be the same. Your money isn't falling from the sky. There's no need to spend lavishly on this. Yang Yu fell into thought. He had not expected Li Yan to eschew cases, not out of principle, but apparently interesting. However, Li Yan had misjudged one thing: his money did seem to come from the wind. Counsel Li, may I ask? Go ahead. What's your usual win rate in litigation? Li Yan was taken aback. She had not expected him to ask. She thought for a moment and answered truthfully. Since last year, I haven't lost a case I've handled. And before that, in 7 years of practice, I only lost twice. What were the causes of those 2 losses? Li Yan hesitated. Once a client concealed crucial evidence, and we were blindsided in court. The other time the evidence itself was flawed, and the court did not accept it. Yang Yu nodded. So tell me, do you think you would lose? Li Yan hardly hesitated. No. The evidence is before us. Its completeness is high, the chain is clear, and every node can be matched. The other side has no chance of turning the tables. Yang Yus' mouth curved slightly. Very well. Lawyerly, remember, I don't care how much it costs, I only care about the outcome. Not only must we win, I need you to win cleanly and decisively, leaving them with nothing to say. An ordinary lawyer could do it for 10 or 20,000, but what if they fail? What if the other side pulls strings, finds influence, or by ill luck we get an inexperienced lawyer who fails to secure the evidence, and the opponent seizes upon a loophole? Yang Yu fixed his gaze on Li Yan. That's why I came to a Red Circle firm and sought you lawyerly. I trust you. I trust you'll handle this matter impeccably. As for money, I can afford it, and I will spend it gladly. The private room was silent for a few seconds. Li Yan took a deep breath, and then said, very well. Mr. Yang, since you have put it so plainly, any further hesitation on my part would be affectation. She extended her hand. I will take the case. Rest assured, I will ensure the other party receives the sternest punishment. Yang Yu held her hand. It felt warm and smooth, her fingers long and elegant. This time the handshake lasted slightly longer than the one at the door, though only a second or 2. Yang Yu released her hand and lifted his glass. To a pleasant collaboration. To a pleasant collaboration. They clinked their glasses. The red wine warmed their throats. When Li Yan put her glass down the corner of her, I couldn't help but glance at Yang Yu. To be honest, if Yang Yu had not already had 2 girlfriends, she might well have felt a sharp, irresistible flutter. After all, he was young and accomplished, poised and handsome. He handled matters with absolute decisiveness. Even Li Yan, who dealt with all manner of people daily, had never met such an exceptional man. Alas, someone had already beaten her to him. Li Yan sighed inwardly, packed the materials, and said, Mr. Yang, you'll draft the lawyer's letter tonight. They'll send it to you tomorrow morning for confirmation. If there are no issues, it will be delivered to the school in the afternoon. Yang Yu nodded. Thank you for taking care of it. It's no trouble, it's what I ought to do. After a satisfying meal and seeing the two women off, Yang Yu stood and was about to check the time. A message popped up on the screen from Feishin. You have a new friend request. Yang Yu clicked to take a look. The familiar avatar belonged to Jiang Chuwei. The application message was no longer as haughty and aloof as before, but rather much more humble. Yang Yu, I am Jiang Chuwei. Can we add each other? I have something I want to tell you, don't worry, it won't take too long. In the dormitory, Jiang Chuwei tightly clenched her phone, nervously pacing back and forth. She was just short on money, but she wasn't foolish. When she learned that Yang Yu had taken Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao to rent a private jet for travel, she felt a deep sense of regret. However, due to pride, she didn't know how to approach Yang Yu at that time. But later, when she saw the public opinion at school, Jiang Chuwei understood that an opportunity had come, as long as she could uncover the truth. If everything was fake, if it was fabricated rumors, then if she could organize the evidence and present it to Yang Yu to help him solve this problem, perhaps not only would she get the money, but she could also escape the stigma of being a kept woman and maybe truly become Yang Yu's girlfriend. On the other hand, if everything was true, if Yang Yu really was the plaything of some rich woman, then how could that be? Jiang Chuwei stomped her foot in frustration. Actually, she was baffled. Oh, what were those people thinking? A normal person, if they just used their brains a little, wouldn't think that these rumors were real. After all, even if Yang Yu was kept by a rich woman, he wouldn't spend money so recklessly. Was the result just to win the hearts of Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao? As far as she knew, both of them came from very ordinary backgrounds, not the daughters of wealthy families at all. There was simply no benefit to gain. It was completely impossible. Or perhaps the power of online rumors was just too overwhelming. Later, after verification, it indeed turned out as she suspected. The real instigators behind everything were Li Jiahao and Shui Wang, manipulating things from the shadows. And now she was preparing to use this as leverage to gain a bit of benefit from Yang Yu. But ultimately it all depended on whether Yang Yu would accept her friend request. Thinking of this, Jiang Chuwei became even more anxious. Her bright, watery eyes blinked non-stop, and the tip of her delicate nose glistened with beads of sweat. Her small face was tightly strung, her lips pressed into a line. Finally, the phone screen lit up. You have added you can now start chatting. Jiang Chuwei hurriedly typed, sending a message. Are you there? Yang Yu saw the message and immediately switched pages. He opened the game Lands of Chaos. Are you kidding me? If you don't tell me what it is, how would I know whether I'm available or not? Besides, he just recently realized why he suddenly found the game uninteresting. That's because he had previously only played games like Honor of Kings and Battle Royale games. Everyone started on the same line, emphasizing fairness and justice. But if that's the case, then wasn't his system useless? So he made a painful decision to choose the mindless pay-to-win games he had previously looked down upon. This time it directly opened the door to a new world. Pay-to-win games, being wealthy, is indeed super enjoyable. A few powerful moves can wipe out everything. No need for development, no need to think, just crush everyone directly. Isn't this more interesting than pure competitive games? In the dormitory, Jiang Chuwei became increasingly anxious as Yang Yu delayed his response. Is he still angry? Does he not want to talk to me anymore? Oh no, I finally mustered the courage. Her mind was in a jumble, unsure how to continue. As time ticked by, she finally gritted her teeth and typed again. Yang Yu, I really have something important to tell you. It's regarding those posts at school. I found out who is behind the scenes. It's Li Jiahao and Shui Wang. They even hired a reputation management company. I have all the specific chat records and evidence here. After sending the message, Jiang Chuwei let out a sigh of relief. Initially, she had intended to tease Yang Yu a bit, waiting for him to become curious and gain some commitment before she but seeing that Yang Yu was still not responding, she had no choice but to lay all her cards on the table. This was her last piece of leverage. Whether Yang Yu remained silent or replied, at least she had given it her all. Yang Yu saw the message and raised an eyebrow. Oh, not bad. This Jiang Chuwei seems to have some capability. At least before they figured out who was behind it, Jiang Chuwei had already learned of it. However, a beautiful woman does indeed have it easier in many situations. This is understandable. Yang Yu closed the chat window and continued playing Lands of Chaos, replying immediately. That's something only someone who has too much free time on their hands or a sycophant would do. He always waited a while before responding. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chuwei sat dejectedly on her bed, her gaze vacant. The last trace of hope in her heart was gradually fading away with the passage of time. It seemed that all her efforts had been in vain. She had even held her nose and sought help from a few sycophants from the computer science department to gather this evidence. She never expected Yang Yu to genuinely not want to deal with her anymore, even though she was one of the 3 school beauties of the finance university. But it made sense. She had clearly rejected his proposal face-to-face before. Now trying to curry favor, who wouldn't? Just as she was about to give up, suddenly the phone screen lit up. Yang Yu's message was short and to the point, elaborate. Jiang Chuwei instantly felt a surge of excitement, nearly bursting into tears. There was no choice. Ever since she rejected Yang Yu that day, she had been regretting it deeply. She had tried live streaming to earn money, engaging in fundraising, even trying to do side gigs. Everything was just a drop in the bucket. It was nowhere near enough to solve her family's problems. Until later, when Li Jiahao came knocking, she finally felt a glimmer of hope. But unexpectedly, Li Jiahao, who looked seemingly decent, couldn't even come up with 400,000. Compared to the magnanimous Yang Yu, it was like heaven and earth. At this moment Jiang Shui took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Her fingers trembled slightly as she typed on the screen. I can agree, but I have one condition regarding what you mentioned before. Does the arrangement for being kept still stand? Just as she was about to hit send, she suddenly thought of something. No, now was not the time for her to make demands. What right did she have to negotiate? If she angered Yang Yu and lost this last chance, would she really end up being picked up by her own mother to be a kept woman? Jiang Shui gritted her teeth and deleted all the words she had typed. She re-entered a single word, okay. Then she sent all the evidence she had painstakingly collected. Yang Yu glanced briefly. He had to admit this Jiang Shui, looking so delicate and petite, surprisingly had some capability. Although not as professionally organized as Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao, she had all the necessary evidence. She even managed to obtain contacts for a few reputation management agents. It seemed she had put in significant effort. Yang Yu smiled and typed, go ahead, what do you really want to do? Don't tell me you suddenly developed a kind heart and decided to help me gather this evidence. Jiang Shui stared at the message from Yang Yu and instinctively took a deep breath. She knew this was her final chance. No matter the outcome, she had to seize it. She typed, swiftly abandoning all pretense. Yang Yu, that arrangement you mentioned earlier, your offer to support me, does it still stand? She tapped send. Clutching her phone tightly, Jiang Shui's heart leapt into her throat. Upon reading the message, Yang Yu's lips curved upward in an involuntary smile. Humph. So she couldn't hold out after all. He'd thought Jiang Shui possessed some measure of pride. Turns out she was no different from the rest. He didn't reply immediately. Instead, he opened the strategy game, The Realm of Conquest, and scanned the battlefield. That night he had stormed cities and seized territories with overwhelming dominance, leaving his opponents utterly decimated. After several minutes, Yang Yu replied leisurely, have you come to your senses, eh? Yes. At the thought of what lay ahead, Jiang Shui's cheeks flushed crimson. Fine then. Truth be told, I'd already decided not to honor that earlier proposal. Reading those words, Jiang Shui's heart, just moments ago fluttering with shy hope, plummeted into icy despair. It was over. Utterly irrevocably over. She believed there was still time, only to realize that once missed opportunity vanished forever. Regret, resentment, desperation. A torrent of emotions surged within her, when suddenly Yang Yu's WeChat notification flashed anew. With hollow resignation, Jiang Shui lifted her gaze to the screen. However, since you went to such lengths compiling this evidence for me, I'll uphold our agreement. After all, regardless of your motives, these materials do prove useful. Jiang Shui stared fixedly at the screen. Relief, exhilaration, all. Life truly swung between dizzying heights and crushing depths. The sheer emotional whiplash overwhelmed her. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. In the end, 1,000 words condensed into 2. Thank you. I dislike empty verbal gratitude. It rings hollow. I'll send you the hotel room number in about half an hour. Come yourself and thank me properly, in person. Jiang Shui's pulse skipped. A hotel, and she had to go alone. Wasn't this tantamount to delivering herself, willingly, into his arms? Even having steeled herself beforehand, she couldn't suppress her sudden nervousness. More importantly, she longed to experience the luxury of a Qian, just as Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao did. Yet almost instantly she caught herself. She wasn't officially Yang Yu's woman, not yet. In his eyes, she likely ranked far below Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao, no comparison whatsoever. Thus she lacked the standing to make demands. But there would be time, plenty of time, to change that. She typed rapidly, understood. I'll head there the moment I receive the address. Yang Yu smiled faintly upon reading it. Good. Jiang Shui understood her place well. She grasped her identity and position swiftly, her earlier arrogance now entirely gone. Still perhaps, Yang Yu sensed that Jiang Shui required more than ordinary handling. Unlike Qin Yun or Su Xiaoxiao, she needed firm discipline. He picked up his phone, paused thoughtfully, and sent another message. By the way, you've never been in a relationship, have you? Are you a fresh start? After all, when purchasing a vehicle, one must first assess its condition. In her dormitory, Jiang Shui's cheeks blazed crimson upon reading it. An overwhelming wave of shame crashed over her. A fresh start. Assessing condition. She'd never imagined Yang Yu could be so brutally direct, reducing her in effect to little more than a vehicle. Fury nearly drove her to delete him outright and unleash a scathing tirade. Yet once reason returned, she chose instead to vent her frustration, pathetic yet inevitable. Biting her lower lip, she replied obediently, I've never been in a relationship. Yes, I'm a fresh start. Yang Yu stretched contentedly. He'd assumed tonight, after acquiring the system, would finally afford him a rare night's rest. Now it seemed unlikely. Wealth, it turned out, brought no respite. Only relentless demand. Were it not for Zichao's endorsed kidney tonic, he doubted he'd endure. Very well, so be it. I'll send the address shortly. Arrive promptly. The chat ended. Jiang Shui trembled, elated yet trembling. Elated because her gamble had succeeded. Trembling because her identity was about to transform irrevocably. She would no longer be the pure, unblemished university student she once was. She would become someone kept. Strangely, even amid this profound shift in status, a quiet thrill stirred deep within her. But there was no time for reflection. Before the address arrived, she had mere moments left to prepare herself meticulously. Didn't everyone harbor dreams? She refused to remain merely kept. Instead, she yearned for the day she might stand proudly beside Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao as Yang Yu's acknowledged girlfriend. Jiang Chuwei rushed to her wardrobe and flung open every drawer, scattering clothes across the floor. Which outfit was most exquisite? Which best accentuated her figure? Or, more pointedly, which would ignite a man's primal desire to possess? Then, her dorm door burst open. A plump girl strode in, clutching a McDonald's bag. Wei Wei, I just bought some McDonald's. Want a bite? Wei Wei, what on earth are you doing rummaging around like this at this hour? Jiang Chuwei flushed scarlet and stammered. No, nowhere in particular. Just trying on clothes. The girl nodded unconcerned and resumed her enthusiastic, oh, but Wei Wei, put that aside for now and come taste it. It's McDonald's new release. My boyfriend bought it for me. Absolutely delicious. Jiang Chuwei shook her head. No thank you. Even as she spoke, a quiet thought flickered in her mind. Her boyfriend bought it. Had she chosen an ordinary boyfriend, would she too find fleeting joy in fast food? Would a single McDonald's meal become her modest triumph? Not that McDonald's was unworthy. She'd always enjoyed it. Yet somehow that life, the quiet, predictable, modest life, no longer appealed. At that moment, Jiang Chuwei felt a quiet surge of gratitude for having chosen Yang Yu. Even if it meant being kept, it was worth it. Soon she wouldn't just dine at McDonald's. She'd move freely through the world's most exclusive hotels. She hadn't noticed it herself, but on this night, she discovered something astonishing. She could feel genuine joy and eager anticipation at the very prospect of being kept. Once she had picked out her outfit, Jiang Chuwei nodded in satisfaction at her reflection in the mirror. She had chosen a white waist-hugging dress with a neckline that wasn't too low, but when she leaned slightly forward, a glimpse of her delicate collarbone could be seen. The dress clung to her waist and flowed down, outlining her slender figure, then gently flaring out at the hips, resembling a white magnolia just beginning to bloom. The dress was short, ending right at mid-thigh. Her exposed legs were straight and fair, with dainty kneecaps and slender ankles that could easily be grasped by a single hand. She turned around and looked at herself from the side in the mirror. The back of the dress revealed a patch of skin as white as snow, so perfect it made one want to pinch it. She tucked her long hair to one side, exposing the gentle curve of her nape. Although she looked very beautiful, a frown appeared on her face. Strangely, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Jiang Chuwei pondered for a moment, then took a lip glaze from the drawer and applied a layer while looking in the mirror. The thin, glossy layer made her lips look plump and moist, resembling ripe cherries that made one want to take a bite. Yet it still felt somewhat lacking. What exactly was the issue? Her chubby roommate, munching on a hamburger, curiously asked, "Why are you going on a date? Oh, so you're not telling us you have a boyfriend? Come on, spill. Which handsome guy is it?" Jiang Chuwei's cheeks flushed. She didn't have a boyfriend. She was just dressing up beautifully to go be kept. The thought brought a wave of shame. Jiang Chuwei felt a warmth rising in her lower abdomen. Just as she was tangled up, unsure of how to respond to her roommate, fortunately her roommate's phone rang, saving her from the situation. Jiang Chuwei no longer wanted to stay in the dormitory. She grabbed her bag and dashed out the door. Just as she stepped outside, she suddenly realized what felt off, that something was missing. Han City Wanjing Yenting Hotel. Jiang Chuwei stood at the hotel entrance holding a shopping bag. Fortunately, after realizing what was wrong, she hurried to buy some items. Inside the shopping bag were several pairs of stockings in different colors, black, white, nude. As she was unsure of Yang Ye's specific preferences. Moreover, she had heard that some men enjoy tearing these things. So she prepared several pairs of each kind, aiming to please Yang Yu as much as possible tonight. At this moment, looking at the grand hotel before her, and the 2 rows of straight-standing receptionists, Jiang Chuwei felt a shock in her heart. Wanjing Yenting is one of the most luxurious hotels in Han City. It is said that even the most basic room costs several thousand for a night. It was something she had never even dared to dream of before. And now she was actually going to walk in here to meet a man who was about to become her benefactor. Jiang Chuwei took a deep breath. She tightened her grip on the shopping bag, as if drawing strength from it. Then she straightened her back and stepped forward. As the 2 rows of receptionists saw her approaching, they bent down in unison, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Their voices were sweet and perfectly synchronized. "Welcome to Wanjing Yenting." Jiang Chuwei was momentarily startled by this display. At the same time, an unprecedented sense of vanity flooded her heart. When had she ever received such treatment? In that instant, she felt like the leading lady in a movie, shining brilliantly. As she stepped into the lobby, her heart was once again filled with amazement. A massive crystal chandelier hung from the dozens of meters high ceiling, radiating dazzling light. The air was filled with a faint aroma of fragrance. Luxurious, elegant, and exuding opulence. This is the life I yearn for. Jiang Chuwei couldn't help but marvel in her heart. In comparison, she remembered her chubby roommate. Even when she went out with her boyfriend joyfully, she would compare prices on various platforms, trying to find the cheapest option. Moreover, she often asked Jiang Chuwei to help register and contribute to various coupon deals. Jiang Chuwei suppressed her inner excitement and walked to the elevator. The message Yang Yu had sent earlier was quite simple. Wanjing Yenting room, 888. As she entered the elevator and looked around, she was instantly dumbfounded. The elevator only had floors from 1 to 7, with no 8th floor. Strange. Jiang Chuwei frowned. Could it be that Yang Yu made a typo? She felt embarrassed to ask directly. She had no choice but to press the 7th floor button, thinking she would look around. However, upon arriving at the emergency exit, she found a locked door in front of her. She searched around several times, but still found nothing. Jiang Chuwei felt a bit bewildered. In desperation, she could only exit the elevator and go to the front desk for help. The receptionist was dressed in a well-tailored uniform, with a professional sweet smile on her face. "Hello, how can I assist?" Jiang Chuwei shyly asked. "Hi, could you please tell me which floor room 888 is on?" The receptionist paused for a moment, then looked her up and down. In her gaze a hint of surprise flashed. "Are you looking for room 888? Jiang Chuwei nodded. The receptionist's smile became even more enthusiastic and respectful. "Madam, hey, race the thing. Room 888 is our hotel's presidential suite located on the top floor. It has a private elevator separate from the regular elevators. By the way, you must be the guest, Mr. Yang specifically mentioned, right? You're truly beautiful." To be honest, the last time the receptionist saw Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao, she was already amazed. Now seeing Jiang Chuwei, she realized that there was no ordinary person around Yang Yu. This girl, although looking a bit inexperienced, had a charmingly delicate aura that was simply captivating. Even as a woman, she felt a bit moved. Jiang Chuwei's face flushed at the compliment, yet she was also filled with surprise. A presidential suite. A private elevator. She instinctively looked up at the room rate chart hanging on the wall. When she saw the string of 8s following the presidential suite, she couldn't help but gasp. She felt the temperature around her rising several degrees. Startled, she immediately stopped her action, not daring to gasp again. After all, global warming is everyone's responsibility. 88,888 yuan per night. This price. Many ordinary families, even after a whole year of hard work, wouldn't be able to save such an amount. And now it was just for one night's stay. Jiang Chuwei felt a thrill in her heart. It seemed that Yang Yu was treating her quite well. At least he was willing to spend so much money on her. Besides, no girl would want her first time to happen in a restroom or a dirt. Only this presidential suite could match such a precious first night. This was also the first time Jiang Chuwei learned that the hotel's presidential suite was such a special existence. Even the elevator had to be separated from the ordinary ones. Under the guidance of the receptionist, Jiang Chuwei arrived at the entrance of the exclusive elevator. The elevator doors were gilded, adorned with intricate carvings. A waiter in a tailcoat wearing white gloves stood by the door and respectfully pressed the button for her. The elevator door, the interior setup made Jiang Chuwei's eyes widen once again. The elevator was carpeted with soft Persian rugs, and unknown oil paintings hung on the walls. On a small bar in the corner, various fine liquors were displayed. Even the sofa was luxurious. Is this really an elevator? Jiang Chuwei had lost count of how many times she had been shocked tonight. She felt that her worldview was being refreshed at every moment. Mamma mia. No wonder wealthy people tend to have living such a divine life every day. How could their tempers be bad? The elevator ascended slowly. Jiang Chuwei looked at her reflection in the mirror, her face a mix of nervousness and excitement. For a moment, she didn't know where to place her hands, until the elevator doors slowly opened. A corridor lined with a red carpet appeared before her. At the end of the corridor was a heavy wooden door. Room 888. Jiang Chuwei suppressed the throbbing in her heart and adjusted her skirt. Then she raised her hand and rang the doorbell. At that moment, her heart reached its peak. The door slowly opened. Yang Yu was wearing a soft silk bathrobe, his hair still damp from the shower. He didn't let Jiang Chuwei enter directly, but leaned against the door frame, not hiding the aggressive glint in his eyes as he scrutinized her. Jiang Chuwei felt uneasy under his gaze. She felt like an item on display awaiting a buyer's appraisal. Finally, Yang Yu nodded, then stepped aside to let her in. Not bad, come in. Jiang Chuwei lowered her head, softly murmuring, "Oh," as she walked inside. She dared not lift her head nor look around. Click. The door closed. Yang Yu curiously glanced at her bag and asked, "What do you have there?" Jiang Chuwei tensed up instantly, her face turning crimson. "Silk stockings." "Oh." Yang Yu raised an eyebrow, a playful smile creeping onto his lips. He stepped forward and naturally took the shopping bag from her. Upon opening it, he found it filled with stockings. Black, white, skin-colored, and even a few with lace edges. Yang Yu chuckled lightly and casually tossed the bag onto the sofa. "You're quite considerate." "Considerate?" Jiang Chuwei felt a mix of humiliation and excitement. Just then Yang Yu pointed at another beautifully packaged gift bag on the coffee table. "However, I also prepared something. You can change into it." Jiang Chuwei looked in the direction he pointed. It was a pure black bag embossed with a logo she didn't recognize, but it looked very high-end. She felt a wave of nervousness. Yang Yu had even prepared clothes. She just didn't know what type they were. Cosplay outfit, nurse uniform, or perhaps a swimsuit. At least she didn't need to wear what she had bought. Jiang Chuwei quickly walked over, ready to grab the bag and change in the bedroom. She was far too anxious at that moment. She couldn't wait to escape Yang Yu's line of sight, even if just for a brief moment, to catch her breath. But just as she took a step forward, she heard, "Wait." Yang Yu's voice rang out from behind her. Jiang Chuwei couldn't help but stop and turn around. She saw Yang Yu pulling something from her shopping bag. A condom. Yang Yu held the condom up, a teasing glint in his eyes as he asked, "What is this?" Jiang Chuwei's face instantly flushed red, utterly embarrassed. She had specifically bought it when passing by the pharmacy. Just in case Yang Yu hadn't prepared any, at least she had some here. After all, she just wanted to protect herself. After all, as a university student, even though she was already of age, what would she say to her family if she got pregnant? Wouldn't she become the laughingstock of everyone? Jiang Chuwei's voice trembled slightly. I prepared it myself. Hearing this, Yang Yes' expression darkened suddenly, his tone cold. I don't like this thing. As he spoke, he casually tossed the condom, which arced through the air before landing solidly in the trash can. Jiang Chuwai's heart sank to the bottom. Don't like it. What does that mean? Just as she feared, what if he wanted? Jiang Chuwai's anxiety grew. Honestly, she could barely accept being a kept woman. But getting pregnant and having a child was a path she had never imagined. She was still so young, not having had enough fun yet. How could she possibly become a mother? At that moment, Jiang Chuwai's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Yang Yu stepped closer, reaching out to gently lift her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Jiang Shui, you only have one that is to take the pill in front of me. Otherwise, you can leave. Leave? Jiang Shui felt a chill run. After all her efforts, she was on the verge of the final step. How could she just walk away? Her brother was still lying in the hospital bed, while her harsh mother continued to urge her. She couldn't leave, nor could she walk away. But taking the pill, once or twice might be fine. But too many times could cause significant harm to her body. Inside, Jiang Shui was in a fierce struggle. Her body told her to turn around and leave as far away as possible. However, as her gaze swept across the luxurious presidential suite and the dazzling city night view outside the window, she hesitated. Was it worth it to exchange her most precious thing for all of this? Just a few seconds later, she gave herself an unbearably clear and utterly sad answer in her heart. Worth it. With that thought, the struggle, fear, and hesitation on Jiang Chuwai's face vanished. What replaced them was a deep calm. She lifted her head, meeting Yang Yes' gaze with a smile. Okay. Yang Yu looked at her with satisfaction flickering in his eyes. To be honest, he had considered that Jiang Shui might refuse. But he couldn't help it, he truly disliked the feeling of doing things from a distance. Moreover, he hadn't used a condom with Qin Yun or Su Xiaoxiao before. Of course, he hadn't made them take pills either. Yang Yes' thoughts were simple. What if she got pregnant? He would take responsibility, right? After all, wasn't Long Country encouraging childbirth now? This was also his way of contributing. As for Jiang Shui, he needed to investigate further. After some time, he would decide whether to stop the medication. Alright then, go ahead. The pills are in the bag. Take it in front of me right now. And then change your clothes. Jiang Shui nodded slightly. She then walked to the coffee table and took out a small pill from the bag. The pill was light, yet it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds to her. Yang Yu proactively handed her a cup of water, simply watching her. Jiang Chuwai's face turned even redder. She steeled herself and swallowed with a gulp. As the pill slid down her throat, Yang Yu smiled with satisfaction. He reached out to pat Jiang Chuwai's head, as if caressing a well-behaved puppy. Not bad, good girl. Jiang Chuwai's expression stiffened, and she said nothing. She picked up her clothes and turned, preparing to head. However, just after taking a few steps, Yang Yes' voice came from behind him. Where are you going? Jiang Shui was taken aback. Wasn't she going to change clothes? Could it be? She replied, her face full of disbelief. I'm going to change clothes. Yang Yes' tone was flat. Change right here. Jiang Shui instantly felt as if struck by lightning. Change here. In front of him. What? You unwilling? Yang Yes' voice echoed again. As I said, if you're unwilling, you can leave right now. After all, in a transaction, it's all about mutual consent. Jiang Chuwai's body trembled uncontrollably. She understood. This was Yang Yu deliberately asserting his dominance in front of her, who made her disobedient before. If she had agreed at the start without bargaining, how would there be so many issues now? So if there was someone to blame, she could only blame herself. With this thought, Jiang Shui slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, a renewed determination shone in her gaze. She extended her hand and took out the clothes Yang Yu had prepared for her. It was a set of Japanese JK uniform, a deep blue ultra-short skirt, so short that it barely covered her thighs, a white top with a bright red bow tie, and a pair of knee-high white stockings. A wave of intense shame washed over her like vines, instantly engulfing Jiang Chuwai's entire being. She lifted her head and stole a glance at Yang Yu. Yang Yu was just looking at her, wearing a smile. Their gazes crossed in the air, then immediately separated. Jiang Shui slowly turned, facing away from Yang Yu. This was the last bit of dignity she could preserve for herself. The zipper of the dress was slowly pulled down. Jiang Shui took a deep breath. After a brief hesitation, she continued to pull it down. As the zipper slid down, the evening breeze flowed in through the open window. Carrying a hint of coolness, it brushed against her smooth back. Jiang Shui couldn't help but shudder. At that moment, the white dress piled at her feet. In the room, only her slender figure and tight-fitting garments remained. Under the illumination of the crystal lamp, her skin appeared almost translucent. Her curves were exquisite. Jiang Chuwai's body trembled slightly. She could clearly feel the burning gaze from under the scrutiny of that gaze. She closed her eyes, took the JK uniform and the knee-high white stockings, then sat on the edge of the sofa, lifting one leg to slowly roll the stockings up. The top of the stockings pressed into her thigh, leaving a shallow indentation. The pleated skirt was so short that she scarcely dared to bend over. The zipper on the side made a zip sound as it closed. Lastly, it was the top. A white shirt with a bow at the collar. Her hands trembled slightly as she fastened the buttons, having to repeat the action several times before succeeding. All done. Jiang Shui stood there with her head down, her hands helplessly hanging by her sides, unsure of where to place them. The living room was quiet, only the air conditioner emitted a faint buzzing sound. After about 10 seconds, Yang Yu finally spoke. Look up. Jiang Shui slowly lifted her head, yet her gaze still dared not meet his, remaining fixed on the ground. Yang Yu lay on the sofa crossing his legs and commanded again, turn around. Jiang Chuwei took a deep breath and slowly turned around. The hem of the skirt fluttered up and then fell back down. The shirt on her back was slightly sheer, faintly revealing the straps of her underwear. Finally, just as she felt she could hardly withstand it any longer, Yang Yu said with a hint of approval, not bad. Jiang Chuwei instantly felt a weight lift off her shoulders. The feelings of suppression she had been experiencing also relaxed significantly. However, the next moment Yang Yu beckoned her, come here. Jiang Chuwei obediently walked in front of him and stood still like a primary school student who had just heard their teacher's command, not daring to move. Yang Yu smiled. Why are you so nervous? Relax. As he spoke, he reached out and tugged at the bow tie on her collar. With a gentle pull, the bow tie came undone. A small section of her delicate collarbone was exposed. Jiang Chuwei's body stiffened, but she did not shy away. Yang Yu did not continue but pointed to the red wine on the coffee table. Jiang Chuwei, you're so tense like a dead fish, it's really boring. Pour the wine. Jiang Chuwei was taken aback for a moment, then forced a smile. She picked up the wine bottle and began to pour. Due to her clumsiness, her hand shook a little, causing some wine to spill. She quickly set the wine bottle down and took a tissue to clean it up. Her movements were somewhat frantic. After wiping the floor clean, Jiang Chuwei held out the wine glass towards Yang Yu. Yang Yu did not take it. You drink first. Jiang Chuwei hesitated for a moment, brought the rim of the glass to her lips, and took a sip. To be honest, she had never drunk red wine before, so it felt a bit bitter. She was not used to it. But seeing that Yang Yu remained silent, she continued to sip it little by little, until half a glass was down, her complexion slightly flushed. Yang Yu then patted the spot beside him. Sit. Jiang Chuwei sat down, legs together, hands resting on her knees. Due to the short skirt, it hiked up a bit when she sat down. Her thighs, tightly wrapped in white stockings, were instantly exposed. She tugged at her skirt, trying to cover some of it, but it was. Yang Yu extended his hand, naturally placing it on her thigh. Smooth, warm, delicate. Jiang Chuwei immediately. Then Yang Yu reached out, gripping the collar of her shirt. One by one, he slowly began to undo the buttons. The first one, the second, the third. Jiang Chuwei closed her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled violently. However, she did not shrink away or block. She understood that as long as she got through this barrier, everything would be fine. Finally, the shirt was completely opened. Yang Yu yanked the shirt off and tossed it aside. At this moment, Jiang Chuwei was left with only a lace-edged white bra on her upper body. She instinctively wrapped her arms around her chest. Yang Yu glanced at her before continuing his advance. The skirt slid down. Now Jiang Chuwei was left with only her underwear and knee-high white stockings. She curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees. She looked rather pitiful. Yang Yu felt that it should be about time. To be honest, he had long been unable to contain himself. If it weren't for Jiang Chuwei daring to bargain before. Now that she had turned back, he had to make her realize that being kept meant being kept, and not to apply the standards of a romantic relationship. If he was pleased, perhaps he could give her more. But if he was not pleased, yet at this moment the goal was evidently achieved. Yang Yu lowered his head and kissed the rosy spot. The next morning, the sunlight leaked through the gaps in the curtains, casting a golden line on the floor. Yang Yu opened his eyes, feeling incredibly comfortable all over. He turned his head to take a glance. Jiang Chuwei was still asleep, her breathing steady, eyelashes gently lowered, and her lips slightly swollen. As for the bag she had brought, it was already completely empty. All that remained were scattered scraps of fabric. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash reward, 4 million yuan. Yang Yu's lips curled into a smile. 4 million. He was one step closer to his dream of buying a top-tier villa. Comfortable. He looked down at Jiang Chuwei in his arms. Just then Jiang Chuwei stirred, furrowing her brow for a moment before slowly opening her eyes. Their eyes met. Jiang Chuwei was initially startled, then recalled the wildness of last night. Her face flushed instantly. She wanted to sit up, but her body was incredibly sore, and she couldn't muster the strength. Yang Yu reached out, pinching her cheek. You performed well last night. Jiang Chuwei's face reddened further, mumbling softly, of course I did. Some people don't know how to cherish beauty. Yang Yu chuckled. Weren't you quite enjoying it at the time? Jiang Chuwei fell silent, gradually raising her head, and when she looked back at Yang Yu, her gaze was no longer filled with the tension and fear of the previous night. Instead, it brimmed with a sense of attachment and admiration. After all, women are drawn to strength, and Yang Yu was undoubtedly strong. At that moment, Yang Yu took out his phone and swiped a few times. A few seconds later, Jiang Chuwei's phone vibrated. She picked it up, and her eyes instantly widened. 420,000 has been credited. This. Looking at the number on the screen, Jiang Chuwei's eyes turned. She had never seen so much money in her life. To be fair, the two of them had previously discussed 30,000. But now, a full 420,000. Sensing Jiang Chuwei's confusion, Yang Yu slowly explained, of that 400,000 is for your brother's medical treatment, so don't go borrowing any loans. As for the remaining 20,000, it's a reward for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuwei blinked rapidly to hold back. Then she suddenly pounced, wrapping her arms around Yang Yu's neck and giving him a fierce kiss. Thank you. You're so wonderful, Yang Yu. Jiang Chuwei's voice was nasally, a mix of crying and laughing. Yang Yu was caught off guard and leaned back, supporting himself with his hands on the bed. She felt soft in his embrace. He hadn't expected the system reward to be this substantial. 4 million in cash. Perhaps due to Jiang Chuwei's cooperation, or for some other reason, Yang Yu was in a remarkably good. With a casual gesture, he transferred a bit more. It was just a little over 10 of something he could easily handle. The main point was to do as he pleased and to be happy. Don't worry, as long as you obediently listen to me in the future, there will be plenty of opportunities like this. Jiang Chuwei nodded vigorously, her face filled with determination. I will definitely be obedient in the future. Feeling the softness in his arms, Yang Yes' body gradually grew warm. His hands began to wander. Seeing this, Jiang Chuwei's face turned red. Having just promised to be obedient, it was time to show it. Without hesitation, she grabbed Yang Yes' hand and placed it on her. Just as the enchanting atmosphere began to rise, suddenly, buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone rang. Yang Yu frowned as the caller ID showed Li Yan. Hello, Mr. Yang, good morning. Li Yan's voice was crisp and clear, carrying the unique decisiveness of a lawyer. As per your instructions, I am currently on my way to the financial university. The lawyer's letter is also prepared in 2 copies. One for the school, and one to be handed directly to those 2 students. Do you have any other instructions? At this moment, Jiang Chuwei wisely moved aside, giving Yang Yu space. Though she was dying of curiosity, she didn't plan to eavesdrop. It was better to wait until he was done speaking before asking. That way, if Yang Yu was willing to share, he would, and if he wasn't, it wouldn't seem like she was overstepping. Yang Yu silently observed everything while replying, no. Lawyerly, just proceed at your own pace. Thank you for your hard work. All right, Mr. Yang, you're too polite if this is what I should do. Shall I sync with you once I arrive? The call ended. Jiang Chuwei nestled back into Yang Yes' arms, her eyes sparkling. Hubby, can I ask what exactly is going on? It's nothing. Yang Yu set the phone down. The lawyer I arranged is on his way to the school to send a lawyer's letter to Li Jiahao and Shui Wang. I want to go too. Jiang Chuwei immediately perked up, raising her little hand. Let's go together, okay? I want to see the expressions of those 2 losers. Yang Yu looked at her, his expression a mix of amusement and intrigue. He knew exactly what Jiang Chuwei was thinking. Whether she truly wanted to watch the show was one thing, but she likely wanted to ride in her own Qian to the school so everyone could see. She, Jiang Chuwei, was now with Yang Yu. You just want to ride and to take the opportunity to announce it, right? Yang Yu spoke directly. Jiang Chuwei dropped the act, smiling cheekily. Getting a ride is just a bonus. Besides, there are so many flies at school always bothering me, it's so annoying. Hubby, my wonderful hubby, just take me along. While pleading, Jiang Chuwei blinked her eyes and gently shook Yang Yes' arm. Yang Yu looked at her, feeling good at the moment. After all, her playful demeanor was much more pleasant than when she had been rebellious. Moreover, she had indeed done well by being obedient. Last night's performance was quite impressive. Fine. Yang Yu threw off the blanket and got out of bed. Hurry up and get ready. We're getting ready to leave. Jiang Chuwei exclaimed joyfully, her face brimming with excitement, and she bounced off the bed. However, her legs weakened. Thud. With a sound, she knelt down in front of Yang Yu. Yang Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. My beloved, why this grand gesture? Please rise quickly. Your Majesty. Jiang Chuwei pouted, now fully in character. She raised her little fist and gently punched Yang Yes' calf, pouting and twisting her body. Isn't it all your fault? You tormented me last night. It was so intense. Yang Yu laughed, then reached out, lifting her up. Looking at her shy and charming face, he teased, isn't that just because my beloved is too enchanting? Ding. Detected that the host and Jiang Chuwei had completed a role-playing game, feeling delighted. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash reward, 1 million yuan. At the entrance of the university, people come and go in a bustling scene. A sleek black Qian drives in at a leisurely pace, eventually coming to a steady stop in the most prominent spot. Instantly, this luxury car, which clashed with the simple style of the campus, attracted everyone's attention. However, their gazes were no longer filled with envy or jealousy. Instead, they were thick with disdain and mockery. Wow, isn't that Yang Yes' car? TSK Tiska, kept boy toy by a wealthy woman, still has the face to come to school. Perhaps this Yang Yu was tormented enough last night. The discussions rose and fell. Click, the driver's door opened. Yang Yu stepped out slowly, his expression calm. However, the more he maintained this demeanor, the more excited the onlookers became. One boy whose face was covered in acne directly confronted Yang Yu, his voice loud enough to ensure everyone heard. Hey, isn't this young Master Yang? Last night, did the wealthy woman wear you out? Are your legs weak? Laughter erupted around them. Yang Yu glanced at him. He did not recognize him. He couldn't be bothered to pay much attention. Debating with such a brainless fool who merely believed whatever others said would only be a waste of time. Seeing that Yang Yu remained silent, the boy thought he had been intimidated and continued teasing. What? No response. Did I hit the nail on the head? Feeling guilty, Yang Yu looked at the boy indifferently, still saying nothing. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds later, Yang Yes' lips curled into a slight disdainful smile. Move aside. The boy, who had just been grinning, suddenly turned red. Hey, you bastard. As soon as he finished speaking, another car door opened. Everyone immediately craned their necks to look. They wanted to see what the wealthy woman who supported Yang Yu looked like. Was she in her 40s or 50s? With a face full of wrinkles? Was she getting into a tank? However, when the person in the car stepped out, everyone was dumbfounded. Jiang Chuwei was dressed in a JK uniform, a white shirt, and a deep gray pleated skirt with a bow tie at her collar. The hem of her skirt just reached above her thighs, revealing a section of her fair and delicate legs. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, accentuating her petite, adorable face, innocent and sweet. Her expression carried a hint of languor and a rosy glow from satisfaction. As soon as she got out of the car, she naturally linked her arm with Yang Yes. The affectionate gesture made it evident that she was the mistress of the luxury car. The entire entrance fell into a dead silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's eyes widened, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Jiang Chuwei. The campus bell of the university, the white moonlight, and countless boys' hearts actually got out of Yang Yeskian. And look at her delicate demeanor. What the hell is going on? Wasn't it said that Yang Yu was being kept? Did they expect the passenger to be an old lady in her 70s or 80s? But this, Jiang Chuwei, how did she end up with Yang Yu? It must be an illusion. It has to be an illusion. My university's 3 major campus bells all ended up with a kept boy. What a mess. Jiang Chuwei, are you out of your mind? Yang Yu, no brother, can you introduce me to your wealthy woman? It's not for money, I mainly want to care for the elderly. While everyone was in disbelief, the acne boy was struck by lightning. Why we you? How could you be with him? Didn't you say you weren't interested in dating for the time being? Don't let him fool you. He's just a kept boy willing to do anything for money. Hearing this, Jiang Chuwei suddenly turned her head, her eyes instantly turning cold. Lu Lei, am I giving you face? And why we? Who allowed you to call me that? What are you? You dare to call my name? Besides, is it wrong for me to suddenly want? Do I need to report this to you in advance? Someone like you looking like the surface of the moon wearing a 9 yuan t-shirt every day thinks everyone else is a kept boy when they see a luxury car. Is there anything else in your mind besides these filthy things? All right. Jiang Chuwei looked him up and down, her lips curling into an unabashed smirk. After all, with your abilities, you can only rely on fantasies to touch a life that you can never have. The acne boy's face turned green and white, his mouth agape, but he couldn't utter a single word. The surrounding crowd was also stunned. Jiang Chuwei, who frequently participated in debate competitions, truly lived up to her reputation. She may look petite, but her retort was fierce. At this moment, Jiang Chuwei turned back once again, linking her arm with Yang Yu, her face returning to that gentle and sweet smile. Darling, let's ignore this trash. Talking to him lowers our class. The way she called him darling was both sweet and crisp. The sound of countless hearts shattering echoed around. Yang Yu affectionately tapped her nose and smiled. It was perfect, he didn't even need to intervene. Jiang Chuwei perfectly acted as his mouthpiece. It seemed that last night's training had been quite effective. Just then 2 discordant voices came from the back of the crowd. Oh, I thought it was someone important. So it's just the useless Yang Yu putting on a show with that shameless Jiang Chuwei. Everyone turned to look. Li Jiahao and Shui Wang approached with disdainful expressions. Li Jiahao's gaze fixed on their intertwined hands, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. He never dreamed that this last chance would be snatched away by Yang Yu. Thus he had not managed to approach any of the 3 major campus bells. In his anger, Li Jiahao began to curse Jiang Chuwei. You shameless woman. How could I, Li Jiahao, be unworthy? You actually preferred to be with a useless kept boy. Shui Wang chimed in, fanning the flames. Exactly. Jiang Chuwei, are you out of your mind? What can this little Yang Yu give you? Driving a wealthy woman's car and taking you for a ride, and you fell for it. Just wait, once the wealthy woman tires of him and kicks him to the curb, let's see what you both do. The 2 of them echoed each other, weaving a tapestry of malicious curses. Jiang Chuwei trembled with rage, ready to retort, but Yang Yu gently pressed down on her hand, signaling her to remain calm. He lifted his gaze calmly, looking at the 2. Are you done? Li Jiahao snorted coldly. What? Yang Yu, do you still want to make a move? I tell you, this is school. If you dare to touch me, I guarantee you'll regret it. Make a move. Yang Yu waved his hands repeatedly. How could I possibly make a move? We are in a society governed by law. We are all civilized people. How can we just start fighting? Right? Lawyerly. Yang Yu glanced not far away. Tap, tap, tap. A crisp and rhythmic sound of high. Everyone instinctively turned to look. They saw a woman in a black fitted suit walking towards them. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, sporting a neat shoulder-length bob and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Her eyes behind the lenses were calm and sharp. The well-tailored suit accentuated her curvaceous figure beautifully. Below her skirt, 2 long and slender legs were wrapped in black stockings. On her feet were a pair of red high heels. With each step, she walked with a graceful sway, emanating a powerful aura that kept others at bay. Sensual yet professional. These 2 contrasting qualities merged perfectly within her. As Li Yan passed by, the surrounding students unconsciously made way for her, until she walked straight up to Yang Yu without glancing aside. Then with an apologetic tone she said, Mr. Yang, I apologize for being late, there was a bit of traffic on the way. This scene instantly stunned everyone present, especially Li Jiahao and Shui Wang. Who is this woman? She seems to be someone close to Yang Yu. Could it be that this is the rich woman supporting Yang Yu? But this rich woman is so young, so beautiful, and so charismatic. She could easily compete with the 3 campus beauties of their finance department. If that's the case, they would also love to have a taste of such soft rice. But wait, what did Yang Yu just say? Lawyerly. Li Jiahao's heart trembled, a sense of foreboding right. He looked at Yang Yu, his tone uncertain. Yang Yu, this. Who is this? Yang Yu smirked slightly and glanced at Li Yan. Lawyerly, please introduce yourself. Lawyer. Li Jiahao and Shui Wang exclaimed in unison. Li Yan gracefully produced a gold-foiled business card and handed it to the 2 of them. Hello, you must be Li Jiahao and Shui Wang, right? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mr. Yang, yes, private lawyer Li Yan. Li Jiahao took the business card and gave it a quick glance. The words Red Circle Law Firm top lawyer immediately caught his attention. He couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. What does Yang Yu need a lawyer for? Could it be that he wants to sue me? Li Jiahao instantly panicked. Come on, I just posted a few things online and made a— Is there really a need to hire a lawyer? Why make it so formal? But now that it has come to this, admitting it is definitely out of the question. Li Jiahao quickly calmed down, then sneered, pretending to be composed. A lawyer? Yang Yu, you really have a sense of humor. Hiring a lawyer is your way of intimidating me. I tell you, I'm not someone easy to mess. I can afford a lawyer too. Shui Wang chimed in, shouting, exactly. Yang, you don't think that hiring a lawyer can scare us? Li Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. She looked at Li Jiahao and Shui Wang as if they were fools. Gentlemen, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I'm not here to scare you today. I'm here to inform you about some legal facts. With that, Li Yan pulled out 2 bound documents from her briefcase. Li Jiahao, Shui Wang. According to Article 246 of the criminal law, to publicly insult others through violence or other means, or to fabricate facts to defame others if the circumstances are serious, shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of less than 3 years, criminal detention, control, or deprivation of political rights. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Li Jiahao and Shui Wang instantly changed. Defamation. Less than 3 years in prison. They exchanged glances filled with terror. What are you telling us this for? Li Jiahao retorted. I didn't defame anyone. Shui Wang echoed. Exactly. What's wrong with you? Why are you quoting legal texts? Who are you trying to scare? Li Yan adjusted her glasses and said, Gentlemen, whether or not it's defamation is not for you to decide with words. It's determined by evidence and court judgment. I have here evidence from 2 gentlemen who starting yesterday published false statements about Mr. Yang Yu on the campus forum Weibo and various social media, as well as personal attacks against my client, including but not limited to screenshots of chat records, post screenshots. These will serve as evidence in court. Li Jiahao and Shui Wang were immediately stunned. A wave of fear washed over them. No way. There really is evidence. They were only venting their emotions at the time, never considering that they would leave behind so much evidence. Moreover, they never expected that Yang Yu would take the matter to court. A layer of cold sweat had already formed on Li Jiahao's forehead. He panicked. Although his family had a little money, if this turned into a criminal case with a record, his life would be ruined. He was just a harmless university student. If his family found out, his father would definitely break his legs. He looked at Yang Yu, his tone trembling slightly. Yang Yu, don't go too far. We are all classmates. Why escalated to this point? Yang Yu glanced at him expressionlessly, clearly having no intention of backing down. Li Yan aptly added, Li Jiahao, the law doesn't care about that. As long as you are in Long Country, you must abide. Li Jiahao's face turned completely pale. He knew that Yang Yu was serious this time. He didn't want to go to jail. Li Jiahao gritted his teeth as if making a significant decision. His posture instantly softened. Yang Yu, brother Yu, this matter was our fault. We were careless with our words. We will pay you. Slap. He slapped his own face hard while pleading, whatever you say, just name your price. As long as you don't sue us. Shui Wang also reacted, forcing a smile more hideous than crying. Brother Yu, we will compensate you. If it doesn't work, I can be your servant. This scene left the surrounding students utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? Defamation. Evidence. Could it be that those previous posts? What the hell? Were those posts all fabricated? Are these 2 just spouting nonsense? I've said it long ago. How could Yang Yu be that kind of person? Right. These 2 scoundrels are truly inhuman, relying solely on their mouths to say whatever they like. Junior Yang Yu, I have a bit of understanding of the law. Would you like to discuss it tonight? Sister can teach you step by step. At that moment, the wind changed direction completely. The way everyone looked at Yang Yu returned to their initial envy. Even more intense than before. After all, in the eyes of many students, they were all university students. But Yang Yu had already begun playing the lawyer and dealing with the law. How could they have come into contact with such things in their daily lives? It felt more like a plot from a novel. They were simply not on the same level. At the same time, they also wanted to see, in the face of the 2's pleas, how would Yang Yu choose? Would he accept compensation and let it go? Or would he go for total annihilation? Li Yan silently cast her gaze towards Yang Yu, waiting for his instructions. Yang Yu's face showed no ripples, only a gentle shake of his head. Li Yan immediately understood. She turned to the 2, who looked ashen, and said coldly, Sorry, you 2. My client refuses to settle. The last glimmer of hope for Li Jiahao and Shui Wang was shattered. No, please. Li Jiahao completely broke down. He rushed over, attempting to grasp Yang Yu's leg, but Yang Yu skillfully sidestepped. Thud. Caught off guard, he missed and fell clumsily to the ground. Yang Yu, please, let me go. I really know I was wrong. Shui Wang was even more tearful. Brother Yu, I beg you, don't sue us. We'll apologize to you. We'll publicly apologize. We'll do whatever you say, whatever you ask of us. Yang Yu looked at their pitiful state, his eyes showing no disturbance at all. He couldn't even be bothered to retort. He merely took Jiang Chuwai's hand and left without looking back under the astonished gazes of everyone. Li Yan also put away her documents and elegantly followed behind in her high heels, leaving behind Li Jiahao and Shui Wang, one lying on the ground and the other kneeling, both weeping uncontrollably, filled with regret. Ding. Detected that the host has protected himself through legal means. Feeling pleased, Congratulations host, you have received a cash reward 1 million yuan. The system notification sound rang out. The arc at the corner of Yang Ye's mouth became increasingly pronounced. Once they reached a place with no one around, Jiang Chuwei hung directly onto Yang Yu, her small face flushed, and her eyes filled with stars. Hubby, you were so handsome just now. She lowered her voice, her tone filled with unabashed admiration. Originally, she had been wondering how Yang Yu would resolve the— Who would have thought it would happen so quickly? How long has it been? The lawyer has already been found. Just that scene earlier made even her who was following beside him feel immensely relieved. Especially the moment Yang Yu calmly shook his head and refused to settle. He was simply incredibly cool. She couldn't help but feel that she had indeed chosen the right person. Moreover, although the two were nominally in a relationship, Yang Yu had been quite good to her in every aspect except for being overly vigorous last night. He didn't even refuse to be public on campus. As for Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao, Jiang Chuwei didn't want to think too much about that for now. She just wanted to enjoy the current beauty and happiness. While pondering, Jiang Chuwei clung to him even tighter. Yang Yu smiled and looked towards Li Yan behind them, saying, "This is just basic operation for me. This time I must thank lawyer Li, you've worked hard." Li Yan smiled and shook her head. "Mr. Yang, you're too polite. It's my honor to serve you. Moreover, with such a high lawyer's fee, I have to show some real skills." As she spoke, her gaze subtly shifted towards Jiang Chuwei, genuinely admiring. "I've long heard that Mr. Yang's girlfriend is exceptionally capable. Seeing her today, she truly lives up to her reputation. Not only is she beautiful, but her temperament is also outstanding, truly a rare beauty." Being praised so directly by Li Yan, Jiang Chuwei suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, her face turning even redder. No, lawyer Li, you flatter me." Li Yan waved her hand. "Miss Jiang, you are too modest. Not to mention looks. In this matter, I was just responsible for following the legal procedures. But ultimately it was because you provided such comprehensive information that we could complete the evidence chain in such a— You really are very capable." With those words, Li Yan looked at Jiang Chuwei, her eyes filled with a hint of admiration and curiosity. However, Yang Yu interjected, "Lawyer Li, did you get it wrong? The information I gave you wasn't done by her." "My." Li Yan was momentarily taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes behind her glasses. "Didn't they say that the information was prepared by Yang Ye's two girlfriends working together?" This Jiang Chuwei clearly exhibited behaviors that indicated she was one of Yang Ye's girlfriends. So, this wasn't done by her. Even the usually shrewd Li Yan found her brain momentarily crashing. Just as Yang Yu explained, "Lawyer Li, the information I provided to you was prepared by my previous two girlfriends. As for she's my girlfriend that I just started dating last night." Li Yan. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. What the hell? Previous two girlfriends. This one is a new girlfriend from last night. So Yang Yu has three girlfriends simultaneously. And what's with Jiang Chuwei's proud expression? As if this was something honorable. Li Yan as a lawyer prided herself on having seen countless storms and handled all sorts of bizarre and dramatic cases. But someone like Yang Yu, just having entered university and already holding three girlfriends, each of whom was both beautiful and capable. This was her first time witnessing such a thing. She looked at the proud Jiang Chuwei and then at the calm Yang Yu. For a moment, she didn't know what expression to adopt. Shock, absurdity, or admiration. Li Yan took a deep breath. "Mr. Yang, you really—" Halfway through she got stuck. "Really impressive. That didn't quite fit. Really playful. That would be even less." After thinking for a long time, Li Yan could only push her glasses up and say dryly, "You're really amazing." Yang Yu looked at Li Yan's shocked expression and couldn't help but smile lightly. What are the three school beauties? He had realized long ago that his life goal was to have nothing to do with gambling and drugs. To be an ordinary person greedy for wealth and lust. Now that he had a system, he need not worry about wealth. So what was left? With this thought, Yang Yu squinted as he looked at Li Yan in front of him. To be honest, her features were not of the delicate beauty type, but rather carried a sense of heroism. Her brows were slightly arched, the corners of her eyes slightly lifted, and her gaze held a glimmer of shrewdness and competence. Her nose was straight, her lips thin, and when pursed her lip line was distinct, exuding a decisiveness that left no room for argument. The pair of gold-rimmed glasses further showcased her mature woman's charm. Yang Ye's gaze slid from her face to her collarbone, then to her waistline, and finally to the small calves beneath her skirt. He couldn't help but admire her. Although Li Yan's beauty was slightly inferior to that of the three women, the aura of an elite woman she possessed was something the three women could never emulate. Indeed, she had a unique charm. Li Yan naturally sensed this gaze and couldn't help but furrow her brow. To her, men were merely stumbling blocks that hindered her pursuit of success. She had no interest and no time. That's why she had remained single from birth until now. However, today, Yang Ye's gaze seemed different from others. There was no lewdness, no peeping, only pure admiration and a desire to conquer. If it were someone else, Li Yan would have already shot a cold glare their way, even directly warning them. But at this moment she found that she couldn't get angry. In fact, a strange feeling, one she had never experienced before, began to spread within her heart. This guy. Li Yan adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and boldly met Yang Ye's gaze. "Mr. Yang, are you—" Yang Yu seemed oblivious to the deeper meaning behind her words and generously nodded. "Yes, I am looking at you. After all, lawyer Li, you really are beautiful." Boom. Li Yan felt her face flush instantly. She had prepared quite a few reprimands. But unexpectedly Yang Yu had candidly admitted it. He truly did not hold back. However, strangely enough, she felt not. Instead, a wave of unexpected joy surged uncontrollably within her heart. But soon reason helped her suppress. Li Yin straightened her face and feigned coldness as she said, Mr. Yang, please conduct yourself properly. Our relationship is merely that of client and lawyer. I do not wish to hear such jokes that border on harassment again. Though her words were stern, Li Yin could feel that her tone lacked any deterrent force. I'm sorry, Lawyer Li. I was too forward. I apologize for my previous remarks. Yang Yes' apology was straightforward and crisp without any hesitation. This left Li Yin, who was prepared to continue the confrontation, momentarily taken aback. For a moment, she couldn't distinguish whether Yang Yu was sincerely apologizing or simply retreating to advance. However, it was not suitable to linger here any longer. The longer she stayed, the more she feared her Dao heart would shatter completely. Since the matter is settled, I will take my leave. I will communicate with you via phone for any future developments. All right, Lawyer Li, take care. Yang Yu nodded, showing no intention of keeping her. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Watching Li Yin leave hurriedly in her high heels until her figure completely vanished around the corner, Yang Yu then withdrew his gaze. Looking down, he met Jiang Chu Weiss' bright, slightly resentful eyes. Hubby, Jiang Chu Weiss' voice dragged out, laced with a hint of sourness. Were you just flirting with that Lawyer Li? Yang Yu raised an eyebrow, pinched her little face, and unabashedly admitted yes. Why? Are you jealous? Upon hearing his direct answer, Jiang Chu Weiss' mood instantly became complicated. There were Qin Yun and Su Xiao in front, and chasing soldiers behind. But she knew that given her identity, she had no right to meddle in Yang Ye's personal life. If she forced the issue, it might even cause Yang Yu to be displeased, which would be counterproductive. She could only choose to accept it all. Jiang Chu Wei bit her lip and put on a pitiful expression. How could I have the right to be jealous? I'm just someone you support with your money. That resentful little expression, combined with her pure JK uniform, was simply heart-melting, instantly igniting any man's protective instincts. However, Yang Yu was not fooled. He watched Jiang Chu Wei's performance and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Alright, those little thoughts of yours can't escape my notice. Jiang Chu Wei, being exposed on the spot, stopped pretending. She pouted and lightly hit Yang Ye's chest, complaining, so annoying. What I said is also the truth. After Yang Yu had laughed enough, he reached out to pull her into his embrace and whispered, don't worry, just remember that here with me there are no strict rules. As long as you behave and make me happy, I can give you whatever you want. Warm breath brushed against her ear, causing Jiang Chu Wei to instantly soften. She lifted her head and looked at Yang Yu with dreamy eyes. Really? Really? Yang Yu nodded with a smile. After all, isn't it just about money? As long as he was happy, giving a little to Jiang Chu Wei was no big deal. Of course, the premise was that she had to behave. Hearing Yang Ye's promise, Jiang Chu Wei immediately fell. She stood on her tiptoes and proactively kissed Yang Yu on the lips. Then a sly smile appeared on her face. Then, hubby, do you want me to help you? Help you pursue that Lawyer Li? Moi. Yang Yu truly did not expect this. Jiang Chu Wei actually took the initiative to offer her help in dealing with other women. He looked at the little fairy in his arms with great interest. Sure. Then tell me, how do you plan to help me, eh? Jiang Chu Wei's thoughts were quite simple. Since she couldn't stop Yang Yu from seeking new conquests, she might as well take the initiative to help him. This way, not only could she please Yang Yu, but she might also elevate her status in his heart, letting him know that she was not just an ordinary woman who could only compete for affection, but a sensible, broad-minded partner who could help him expand his horizons. However, when it came to specifics, she had not. Ultimately, even after racking her brain and frowning, she could only tentatively say, how about I chat with her more often, to probe her preferences? Yang Yu shook his head. She doesn't seem to be the type to engage in casual chats. Then, how about I use the case as an excuse to ask her out more? Wouldn't we get familiar with each other? Yang Yu still shook his head. The case is already closed. Finding reasons would seem forced. Jiang Chu Wei got anxious. Then what should we do? Yang Yu reached out and pinched her cheek. Just take care of yourself for now. You don't need to worry about my matters. Jiang Chu Wei pouted, knowing she didn't have any good ideas for now. Finally, she could only say then, hubby, if you think of something and need my help, just let me know at any time. All right. Yang Yu habitually patted Jiang Chu Wei's perky rear, finding it quite pleasant. Shall I take you back to your dorm now? Jiang Chu Wei felt a bit reluctant as she wanted to stay with Yang Yu a little longer. What else could we do? Yang Yu raised his eyebrows. Do you want to go to a hotel with me? Jiang Chu Wei's face flushed instantly. Remembering the craziness of last night, her legs were still trembling. No, I think I should go back to the dorm. Yang Yu looked at her shy and scared and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ding. Detected that the host has discovered Jiang Chu Wei's fear of her own strength, feeling pleased. After sending Jiang Chu Wei away, Yang Yu turned back to his car. Inside the car, it suddenly became quiet. Yang Yu leaned back in his seat, unsure of where to go next. Back to the dorm. There wasn't much to do there. Should he study foot techniques? Forget it. Not to mention the exorbitant prices for vegetarian dishes, he also had a cleanliness obsession and didn't particularly like those places. After thinking for a while, he simply lay back and took out his phone. He prepared to enjoy this rare peace. On WeChat, there were already quite a few unread messages. One was from Qin Yun and the other from Su Xiao. Qin Yun, hubby, are you with Jiang Chu Wei now? Qin Yun, but I miss you so much. Poor thing, the message was sent half an hour ago. Yang Yu could imagine Qin Yun's anxious and worried expression. He chuckled, quickly typing on the screen. Yang Yu, yeah, what are you jealous? Yang Yu, don't worry, senior sister, your place in my heart will never change. I will take responsibility. As soon as the message was sent, it was almost instantly replied to. Qin Yun, yes. You're the best hubby. Love you. Kiss kiss. Yang Yu kiss. After sending the emoji, he transferred another 20,000 yuan. After calming Qin Yun, Yang Yu then closed the chat window and opened Su Xiaoxiao's. Su Xiaoxiao, hubby, are you there? Su Xiaoxiao, I started learning yoga today. The teacher said I have talent. Attached was a photo. In the photo, Su Xiaoxiao was wearing a tight black yoga outfit performing a difficult stretching pose. The yoga outfit accentuated her already stunning figure, making it even more breathtaking. With a slim waist, a perky peach-shaped bottom, and those long, straight, beautiful legs. It was clearly a very healthy sports posture, yet it exuded a provocative sexiness. Yang Yu chuckled, saving the picture. Yang Yu, not bad, keep up the good work. Su Xiaoxiao, yes, I'll work hard. Image. This one had a more tricky angle taken from above. It perfectly showcased the grandeur in front of Su Xiaoxiao and her. Su Xiaoxiao, this pose is so difficult, hubby, do you think it's standard? Yang Yu, it looks fine, quite standard. Yang Yu, but this picture is a bit unclear, I'll personally check it out for you one night. Su Xiaoxiao, you pervert, shy. Su Xiaoxiao, well, I'll wait for you to check it out. Let's just say Su Xiaoxiao remained as she always was. She was still so hardworking and ambitious. Yang Yu felt happy and transferred another 20,000 yuan. Su Xiaoxiao, thank you, hubby. Mua. Yang Yu contentedly put away his phone. The days of being a happy tycoon were indeed simple and unpretentious. While expanding his territory, he also soothed his backyard. Aside from some discomfort in a certain organ, life was truly colorful. Ding. Detected that the host is savoring the pleasures of life, feeling pleased. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward housing voucher. You may use this voucher when purchasing real estate, and all funds will be covered by this system, requiring you to spend not a... The sudden system notification ringing in his mind left Yang Yu stunned. A housing voucher. The system will cover the... Not spending a single penny. Wow. After repeatedly confirming that he hadn't misread it, a wave of ecstasy surged through him. Awesome. This is fantastic. Yang Yu had always wanted to buy a big villa. First, the dorm conditions were limited. Second, it was also for future convenience. After all, living in hotels all the time was somewhat inconvenient. Having a private space of his own was the way to go. He could decorate it however he wanted, by as big a bed as he wished. Even a bathroom, a swimming pool, floor-to-ceiling windows, large mirrors. All could be arranged just the way he liked. Previously, he was still calculating what kind of house his money could buy. He didn't expect the system to give him a royal flush directly. Free home purchase. Doesn't this mean that as long as it's a house available on the market, no matter how expensive, he can get it? Yang Yu couldn't help but laugh in the car. He eagerly opened the real estate app on his phone, starting to search for villa information. Han City, no. 1 courtyard. Townhouse, 300 square meters, total price, 12 million. Yang Yu shook his head. A townhouse means sharing walls with neighbors. Oh, no matter how good the sound insulation, he could still hear the noise next door. Clearly inconvenient. What he wanted was at least a standalone villa so he could do whatever he pleased. Green City, Peach Blossom Source. A traditional Chinese courtyard, 500 square meters, 28 million. Yang Yu opened the real scene picture. The pavilions and flowing water, the landscaping was indeed beautiful. But when he flipped to the indoor page, his brows furrowed. Redwood furniture, carved partitions, antique floor tiles, it all exuded an old-fashioned Chinese style. It simply did not match his college student vibe. This decoration would make even my grandmother say it's outdated. New Garden International. Riverview, large flat, 600 square meters, total price, 36 million. The Riverview was indeed unbeatable, and Yang Yu quite liked it. But after thinking for a moment, he still rejected it. 600 square meters was still a bit small. Boring. He continued flipping. 9-room hall. Standalone villa covering 2 acres, property certificate area, 450 square meters, total price, 50 million. Yang Yu paused his finger. This looked decent. Standalone, good privacy, and a spacious yard. Upon opening the details page, he saw a modern Chinese style, with a facade of gray stone and dark metal, clean lines, unlike the retro vibe of Peach Blossom Source. The yard had a swimming pool, a lawn, and a patch of bamboo forest. He enlarged the picture to examine the details. The decoration was in rough condition, allowing him to design it according to his preferences. This is somewhat interesting. However, when Yang Yu looked at the location, it was 40 minutes by car from the financial university and also far from the city center. He hesitated for a moment and decided to swipe away. It's still too remote. Even ordering takeout would be a hassle. He looked at several properties again. Either they were too small in area or the buildings were too old. Some even had exorbitant property fees costing hundreds of thousands a year, but the services provided were merely to collect packages. After much deliberation, he still couldn't find one that truly caught his eye. After all, this voucher could only be used once. If he was going to buy, he had to get the best, the most top-notch, the one that truly satisfied him. He absolutely couldn't settle for less. Saihan City still lacks a bit of charm. Yang Yu tossed his phone onto the sofa and sighed. House hunting is honestly more exhausting than selecting a consort for the emperor. Disappointed, he closed the app and casually opened Douyin. He searched for luxury apartments in Han City, hoping to find some hidden gems. CEO, today we are looking at a French manor located in Donghu, Han City. Folks, this new Chinese-style villa has a yard bigger than the house itself. Oh, can you handle that? In the short video, various real estate vloggers enthusiastically introduced the properties. However, after watching for a while, you still couldn't muster any interest. To ordinary people, these houses might seem like unreachable dreams. But to him, they always felt somewhat lacking. It's not that the houses were bad, they just lacked that spark that would make his heart race at first sight, always having some minor detail that left him dissatisfied. This feeling of having a voucher but not finding the right house was quite frustrating. Yang Yu closed Douyin. Just when he was feeling utterly disappointed and casually opened his moment, suddenly something caught his eye. A freshly posted moment instantly captured all his attention. Posted by Lu Shishir. The caption was simple: Emperor Manor embracing mountains and water, the top private garden in Han City, sincerely for sale. Below it were 9 accompanying photos. Each one was shot to look like a movie poster. Yang Yu clicked on the first image. The photo depicted a classical Chinese garden, grand and majestic, nestled between mountains and waters. Pavilions and towers, flowing streams and small bridges, peculiar stones and artificial hills, ancient pines. All enclosed within a 3-meter-high green brick wall. From the second aerial shot, the entire manor covered an area of over 1,400 square meters. The main building was a royal-style mansion with a forecourtyard layout featuring upturned eaves and intricately carved beams. It formed a stark contrast to the surrounding modern buildings. The interior photos were even more extravagantly luxurious. The furniture was carved from agarwood, and the murals featured precious pearls and agate. Even the flooring was made of a single slab of Han white jade. What truly made Yang Yu's heart race was that deep within the manor there was even a natural hot spring pool. Surrounded by steaming heat and rocky formations, it appeared like a paradise on earth. Wow, this is it. Yang Yu's heart began to race uncontrollably. This was the house he had always wanted. This was a true luxury villa. The properties he had seen before were simply worlds apart from this one, not even on the same level. However, Yang Yu slightly furrowed his brows. Isn't Lu Shishir a supervisor at an airline? When did she also start dealing in such top-tier luxury properties? Moreover, how could a manor of this caliber be listed for sale on Moments? Yang Yu couldn't be bothered to think too much. He clicked on Lu Shishir's profile picture and directly called her on WeChat. After a couple of rings, the call was quickly connected. Hello, Mr. Yang. On the other end of the line, Lu Shishir's voice was lazily laced with a hint of surprise. Her voice was pleasant, carrying the unique magnetism of a mature woman gently scratching at the heart like a cat's paw. Supervisor Lu. Yang Yu got straight to the point, unwilling to waste words. Is that manor you posted on Moments handled by you? My. Mr. Yang, are you interested? Lu Shishir was clearly a bit taken aback. To her, although Yang Yu had booked flights through her twice, he was just a college student. Still asking about such a property seemed more like curiosity. After all, the price of a private garden at this level the price was simply astronomical. Yang Yu's tone was calm. Yes, quite satisfied. Is this house yours? Of course not, Lu Shishir quickly denied. As someone who only receives a fixed salary, how could I afford such a place? This belongs to one of my VIP clients. Recently, he has encountered some business issues and is tight on cash, so he is reluctantly selling the manor to liquidate assets. I'm just helping to list it on Moments. Mr. Yang, you wouldn't actually be serious about buying, would you? Lu Shishir's tone carried a hint of disbelief. How much? Yang Yu directly asked the most critical question. There was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the line. The asking price is 100 million. Moreover, it's cash only, no loans accepted. 100 million. Cash. This number, while just a small target in old Wang's eyes, was unfathomable wealth to 99 of people in the world. What's more, the condition of cash only undoubtedly blocked out most potential buyers. Wealthy individuals often had most of their funds tied up in companies or projects. To casually take out 100 million in cash to buy a house, such individuals were undoubtedly rare. Thus, Lu Shishir never truly considered that Yang Yu was genuinely interested. She thought he was just asking out of curiosity. Even if it was curiosity, having inquired about the price, that should suffice. She didn't believe Yang Yu could come up with such a large sum. However, what Yang Yu said next completely stunned her. Okay, I want that house. Supervisor Lu, could you help me get in touch with the seller? When would it be convenient to see the house? Hello, Supervisor Lu. Hello, are you still there? At this moment, Lu Shishir's expression was blank. She even doubted whether her ears were malfunctioning. 100 million. Yang Yu didn't even furrow his brows and just wanted it. And it was cash. Usually, even when she went to the market to buy some vegetables, she would haggle a little. How could Yang Yu so casually decide on a 100 million deal? At this moment, Lu Shishir's heart was in turmoil. After working at the airline for so many years, she had seen all kinds of wealthy individuals. But she had never seen someone like Yang Yu who treated 100 million so lightly and with such decisiveness. This kind of boldness and financial power was simply unprecedented. She had to admit that she had underestimated Yang Yu, this college student, from the beginning. Strange. Supervisor Lu, can you hear me? Yang Yu's voice pulled Lu Shishir back to reality from her. Oh, yes, I'm here. Lu Shishir quickly collected herself, her tone still carrying a hint of uncontrollable tremor. Mr. Yang, do you want to see the house now? Yes, the sooner the better. Yang Yu replied without a moment's hesitation. All right, please wait a moment, I will contact them right away. Lu Shishir took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. After all, this is a 1 billion deal. If it really goes through, Just the commission would be quite a substantial amount. Not long after hanging up the phone, Lu Shishir called back again. Mr. Yang, it's all set. The other party is available now. Where are you? No need, just send me the address, I'll go directly. Alright, I'll send you the location right away, see you soon. See you soon. After hanging up, Yang Yu quickly received the location sent by Lu Shishir. He pressed the gas pedal, and the black Qian sped towards the estate like an arrow released from a bow. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the estate, Lu Shishir was dressed in a fiery red professional suit. The skirt was well-tailored, perfectly outlining her voluptuous figure, especially the prominent fullness at her chest, which was quite eye-catching. She wore delicate light makeup, and her long black hair was elegantly tied up, exposing her slender and fair neck. Her eyes carried a hint of coolness and warmth, yet also a touch of the poise and confidence of a workplace elite. Beside her stood a man in his 40s with a head full of white hair. The two were conversing while frequently glancing towards the intersection. Manager Lu, are you sure that after mentioning 1 billion, the other party still agreed to pay in full? The man's tone was filled with disbelief. After all, he knew the market situation. Given the current economic climate, those willing to pay such a large sum in cash for a house were even rarer. This property had been on the market for over half a year, and no one had inquired about it. Now Lu Shishir suddenly told him that someone was willing to pay in full, and so readily. It made him doubt its authenticity. Lu Shishir sincerely replied, Mr. You, to be honest, when I first heard this news, I was just as incredulous as you. However, the other party's tone and their eagerness are unmistakable. I believe there's a good chance that this time your property can be sold. Ha ha ha, that would be the best outcome. The man smiled, but quickly composed himself. Clearly, Lu Shishir's brief words did not convince him easily. Instead, he curiously probed, Manager Lu, may I ask who the other party is? After all, someone who can come up with 1 billion in cash must not be an unknown figure. Although I am down on my luck now, I still know most of the wealthy individuals in Han City by name. Perhaps I actually— Lu Shishir responded. His name is Yang Yu. Yang Yu. Ye Kai's brow furrowed as he quickly searched his mind for— It seemed there were no prominent wealthy individuals with the surname Yang among the old tycoons. Could he be a rising star who recently made a fortune? Or perhaps he was from out of town. Ye Kai pondered for a long time, but couldn't make sense of it. The upper-class circle in Han City was quite small. He knew all the influential families and their backgrounds, and which family had produced an extraordinary successor. But this Yang Yu, he could swear, was someone he had never heard of before. The smile on Ye Kai's face instantly faded, replaced by evident disappointment. He looked at Lu Shishir with a hint of dissatisfaction. Manager Lu, I truly have never heard of this person. Could you introduce him to me? Although his tone was calm, Lu Shishir immediately sensed the pressure and hurriedly explained. Mr. Yi, you misunderstood. This Yang Yu, although not very well known, is definitely not to be underestimated. He has chartered private jets for me twice. Upon hearing this, disappointment became increasingly apparent in Ye Kai's eyes, even tinged with a hint of anger. Chartered a private jet? Ye Kai sneered and interrupted her mercilessly. Manager Lu, how much does it cost to charter a private jet? Just a few $100,000. Hundreds of thousands compared to 1 billion in cash are two different concepts. Although Ye Kai am down on my luck, I am not someone to be trifled with. Manager Lu, if this deal doesn't go through today, I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation. Ye Kai grew increasingly agitated, clearly convinced that Lu Shishir was playing him. Lu Shishir was left speechless by his rebuttal, her pretty face flushed red. She couldn't help but feel anxious inside. Yang Yu, please don't be boasting. If not, I'll be humiliated today. Just as the atmosphere fell into a stalemate, a low rumble of an engine approached. A sleek black Qian slowly drove up. Its imposing front and distinctive four-point headlights immediately drew the attention of both. Ye Kai's eyes brightened instantly. A Porsche Qian Turbo. It must be worth over 2 million, right? He mentally— someone who drives such a car must have some capability. Perhaps there could still be a turnaround. A glimmer of hope reignited within him. The Qian parked steadily at the entrance of the estate, and Yang Yu stepped out from the driver's seat. However, the moment Ye Kai saw the newcomer, the faint glimmer of hope he had just ignited was doused like cold water. Instantly extinguished. It was simply because Yang Yu looked far too young. He appeared to be barely in his early 20s. Dressed in simple casual, where his face still bore a hint of youth. He looked like a university student who hadn't even graduated. Him. With 1 billion in cash. What an internet— Ye Kai's expression instantly soured. He felt his intelligence insulted like never before. Manager Lu, is this the capable buyer you mentioned? At this moment, Lu Shishir felt extremely awkward, but could only force a smile and say, Mister, you please don't rush. Look, he's here now, it's not too late to talk. However, Ye Kai merely snorted coldly, clearly losing hope in this transaction. After getting out of the car, Yang Yu's gaze immediately fell on Lu Shishir's alluring figure, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Manager Lu, long time no see. You really are becoming more beautiful by the day. Let's not mention the lawyer matter from last time. Oh, I need your help again this time. Lu Shishir's pretty face flushed. Oh, Mr. Yang, it's all part of my job. By the way, let me introduce you. She turned to point at Ye Kai behind her. This is the owner of the Imperial Estate, Mr. Ye Kai. Yang Yu politely nodded and extended a hand. Mr. Ye, hello. However, Ye Kai couldn't even be bothered to extend his hand, merely nodding as a form of acknowledgement. His eyes were filled with disdain. He didn't want to waste a single extra word. He just wanted to finalize the deal quickly. If it could be done, great. If not, then so be it. He simply had no mood or time to engage in childish games with a university student. So you're Mr. Yang, Yi Kai stated bluntly. I'll be straightforward. My estate is priced at 1 billion cash, only no bargaining. If you really want to buy, we can go in and take a look. If you just want to come and have a look, take a few photos for social media, then I'm afraid I can't accommodate you. The words were spoken extremely rudely. Lu Shishi's face turned pale instantly. She tugged at Yang Ye's sleeve, signaling him not to get angry. However, Yang Yu not only did not get angry, but instead smiled. To be honest, he was in a pretty good mood on his way here. After all, he had encountered a house he admired. Thinking about the life he would have living there made him feel incredibly content. But now he realized that among the wealthy there were quite a few who looked down on others. This also made him rare, feeling anger towards a man for the first time. He sized up Yi Kai from head to toe. He was not old, yet his hair was completely gray and his eyes were filled with fatigue. Clearly he had fallen on hard times, otherwise he wouldn't be selling such a manner. With this in mind, Yang Yu did not continue the conversation, but asked an unrelated question. Mr. Yi, how long has this manor been on the market? Yi Kai was taken aback. Half a year. No one has inquired in half a year. Yi Kai's expression darkened. What do you mean? I just find it interesting that a house that hasn't sold in half a year still has you so proud. You, what about me? Yang Yu interrupted him. Do you think I came here to take pictures for social media? If so, how come not even a photographer has come by in these 6 months? Yi Kai's face instantly turned the color of liver. Lu Shishir stood by, not daring to breathe. She had seen Yang Ye's gentle side, his lazy side, but she had never seen him confront someone like this. Without any vulgarities, yet every word struck home. Yi Kai took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Young man being sharp-tongued is useless. Can you take out 100 million? Yang Yu did not answer. He looked at Yi Kai, his gaze calm, as if he were watching a jumping. Mr. Yi, how much did you pay for this house when you bought it? Yi Kai did not understand why he asked this, but still replied, you bought it for 50 million, now selling for 100 million. You've doubled your investment. Yang Yu nodded, his tone very flat. Your way of making money is far superior to your judgment of people. Yi Kai's face turned ashen. He understood what Yang Yu was implying. Yang Yu was accusing him of being blind. Lu Shishir, anxious, quickly tried to mediate. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yang, why don't we? Let's go inside and take a look at the house. Since we're here. Yi Kai gritted his teeth, staring at Yang Yu for Yang Yu stood there, neither dodging nor evading, even sporting a smile. The atmosphere froze for about 10 seconds. Yi Kai finally relented. Fine, let's go in. He turned and walked inside, taking large strides, clearly suppressing a bellyful of anger. Yang Yu followed leisurely. Lu Shishir leaned close to his ear, whispering, Mr. Yang, you were too aggressive just now. It's fine. Yang Yu patted her shoulder. With people like this, if you don't confront them, they will think you're easy to bully. Lu Shishir forced a smile. The manor's gate was made of pure copper, intricately carved with complex patterns, clearly worth a lot. Yi Kai pushed the gate open and walked ahead without looking back. Passing through a pathway paved with blue stone slabs, the bamboo forest on both sides was neatly trimmed. As they walked further in, the view suddenly opened up. A French-style manor appeared before them. The exterior was a creamy white with arched doors and windows and wrought iron railings. In front was a large lawn with a fountain in the center, the sound of water gently flowing. Yang Yu glanced around, silently nodding in approval. Yi Kai then began to introduce. This manor occupies a total of 3 acres with a building area of 800 square meters. It has 2 floors above ground and 1 basement. 7 bedrooms, 8 bathrooms. It has a garden, swimming pool, media room, wine cellar, all the necessary amenities. Yang Yu ignored him, continuing to walk inside. He pushed open the door. A huge crystal chandelier hung down from the ceiling. The floor was made of imported marble with inlaid designs depicting irises. The living room was spacious with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the garden. The lighting was excellent and sunlight poured in, making the entire space bright. The fireplace was carved from pure stone with a painting hanging above it. The kitchen was open plan with a central island made of a solid piece of granite. He went upstairs to look at the bedrooms. The master bedroom had a walk-in closet and a bathroom, the closet larger than an average living room. The bathroom had a massage bathtub and sauna, all top-notch configurations. Most importantly, the bed was quite large, probably capable of comfortably accommodating 3 to 5 people. Yi Kai looked at Yang Ye's back and finally couldn't hold back. Mr. Yang, after looking for so long, could you say something? Are you buying or not? The house is nice. Yi Kai's eyes brightened. But your attitude makes me uncomfortable. Yi Kai's face darkened again. What do you mean? Nothing much. Yang Yu put his hands in his pockets, looking down at Yi Kai. I just think that spending 100 million on a house, while having to consider the seller's mood, seems a bit unfair. This transaction seems a bit one-sided. Yi Kai's fists instantly clenched. He gritted his teeth, squeezing out 2 words slowly. Kid. Don't go too far. Too far. Yang Yu smiled. Mr. Yi, have you ever seen me as an equal buyer? You know the answer in your heart. In your eyes, I'm just a poor student here to cause trouble, right? Yi Kai's pupils suddenly constricted. He opened his mouth, but realized he couldn't say a word. Because what Yang Yu said was the truth. That's exactly how he wanted to argue but couldn't find the words. Yang Yu, however, did not give him the chance, and continued, so now you ask me what I mean. My meaning is very simple. I've taken a liking to the house. But your attitude today has made me very unhappy. Now I don't want to buy it anymore. After saying that, he no longer looked at Yi Kai's astonished face and turned to Lu Shishir, who was already in shock, saying, "Supervisor Lu, let's go. Please help me find some other properties. Price is not an issue. What's most important is that the seller's attitude should be better. At the very least, they should understand what respect means." After finishing, he took a step forward, walking towards the door without looking back. His demeanor was carefree and resolute without a hint of reluctance. Yi Kai immediately panicked. It had been over half a year, and he finally found a buyer. If he really let Yang Yu walk away, then his company's hole would be irreparably deep. Those employees waiting for him to rescue them, those creditors eyeing him, it would be a miracle if they didn't skin him alive. This was 100 million. 100 million in cash. Miss this opportunity, and there might not be another. Dignity. Face. To hell with dignity and face. In the face of survival, these things are worthless. Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang, please wait. Yi Kai scrambled forward, nearly tumbling as he lunged and seized Yang Ye's arm. Mr. Yang, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I was blind to virtue. My tongue spewed nothing but filth. You are magnanimous beyond measure, like a chancellor whose belly can sail ships, so please do not hold my petty transgressions against me. As he spoke, he raised his hands and struck his own cheeks, left then right, with brutal force. Slap. Slap. The sharp, crisp echoes reverberated through the vast hollow hall. Each blow made Lu Shishir's heart lurch violently. She stood utterly dumbfounded, her mind suspended in disbelief. The formidable Mr. Yi, the very embodiment of prestige and hansheng, was now publicly slapping himself raw, all to beg a young man to buy his estate. This world had grown surreal beyond comprehension. Her gaze upon Yang Yu unconsciously softened into quiet reverence. Meanwhile, Yang Yu paused mid-stride and glanced back at Yi Kai. His eyes held no trace of pity. Truth be told, I preferred you when you were defiant and unyielding. Brother Yang, Master Yang, I was wrong, utterly wrong. Yi Kai wept uncontrollably. I was blind, blinder than a dog. My attitude was unforgivable. I beg your forgiveness. I offer my deepest, most sincere apology. As he spoke, his knees buckled, and he truly began to kneel. Enough. Yang Yu frowned slightly and finally intervened. It wasn't compassion that stayed his hand, but rather a superstitious aversion. Having a man over 40 prostrate before him felt inauspicious. Given your extraordinary sincerity, Yang Yu drew out his words deliberately. Both Yi Kai and Lu Shishir held their breath, heartbeats hammering against their throats. I'll take the estate. A sharp exhale escaped Yi Kai, his limbs instantly drained of strength, his body threatening to collapse entirely. He gasped like a drowning man, breaking the surface for his first breath of air. Thank you, Father Yang. Thank you. You are my savior, my second parent. Lu Shishir exhaled deeply, her spine drenched in cold sweat. This house viewing had been more harrowing than any roller coaster ride. 100 million, correct? Yang Yu pulled out his phone, asking the question as casually as one might inquire about the way. Yes, 100 million. Yi Kai nodded frantically, terrified Yang Yu might retract his offer. In his mind, he'd already braced himself. Even if Yang Yu demanded a discount of 10 or 20 million, he would accept it without protest. Yet Yang Yu's next words left him utterly speechless. Fine, let's sign the contract. I'll transfer the funds. Yi Kai froze. Right now, he wasn't negotiating. Not even a token haggle over price. Just like that, he bought it outright and transferred the sum on the spot. 100 million in cash, transmitted without hesitation. Not only Yi Kai, but even Lu Shishir felt her mind short-circuit. She had spent years in this profession serving countless tycoons. Purchasing a property worth tens of millions typically involved weeks of contractual negotiation and financial coordination. But Yang Yu, acquiring 100 million yuan estate with the same effortless finality as buying a head of cabbage at the market. Such a phenomenon defied her entire professional experience. Don't tell me. You forgot the contract. Yang Yu arched a brow. No, I have it. I have it. Yi Kai jolted awake, fumbling desperately in his briefcase for the contract and seal paste. His hands trembled so violently he could barely grip the document. Yang Yu accepted it, scanned each clause, carefully confirmed its integrity, then turned to the final page and signed his name in bold sweeping strokes. Then before their very eyes, he opened his mobile banking app, entered the recipient's account number and the amount 10000. He tapped, transfer. Ding. Coupon applied. This transaction will be covered by the system. Ding. Detected host acquiring desired luxury residence. Mood elevated. Congratulations. Host awarded cash bonus, 10 million yuan. What the hell? Not only did he not spend a single cent of his own money, on top of that he earned an additional 10 million. Exquisite. Almost simultaneously as Yang Yu lowered his phone, ding. A crisp notification chimed from Yi Kai's device. With trembling fingers, he opened the bank's SMS alert. When his eyes fell upon the long, staggering string of digits overflowing the screen. Your account ending XXXX received RMB 100 on X month X day at XXXX. 100 million. An entire 100 million. Confirmed, fully deposited. Truly undeniably deposited. Gulp. Yi Kai swallowed hard. His heart pounding so fiercely he feared it would burst from his throat. He pinched his thigh hard. It hurt. This was no dream. Every detail was real. His company's financial abyss had just been filled. He had been saved. Father Yang. From this day forth, you are my true father. No, my grandfather. Whatever you command I Lao Yi will scale mountains of blades and wade through seas of fire without hesitation. So overcome with gratitude, he nearly prostrated himself on the spot. Yet Yang Yu merely waved dismissively, clearly unimpressed by such effusive declarations. Enough, no more empty flattery. When can you remove your belongings? Immediately. I'll arrange it this very— Ye Kai pounded his chest in solemn pledge, then pausing added hastily, no, I won't remove them at all. All furniture, appliances, every item in this estate, I gift them to you. Consider it filial devotion. That won't be necessary. Yang Yu glanced around the living room's interior design and shook his head. I dislike these pieces. I'll have them all replaced. Please remove everything yourself. Spare me the expense of hiring cleaners. A flicker of frozen discomfort crossed Ye Kai's face. 100 million yuan estate purchased on impulse. Top-tier furnishings discarded without a second thought. Only now did he grasp with chilling clarity the chasm separating him from this young man. Ye Kai bowed repeatedly, his deference deepening with every nod. Yes, I'll dispatch movers immediately. Then hesitating, he ventured cautiously, by the way, Mr. Yang, this estate is immense. The daily maintenance alone is no small undertaking. Have you selected a suitable estate manager yet? My former management team is highly professional, loyal, experienced, thoroughly vetted. Might I recommend them to you? This was the sole remaining avenue he saw to forge a lasting connection with Yang Yu. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu fell silent, contemplating. Indeed, he hadn't considered this matter yet. A manager, Qin Yun, Su Xiaoxiao, or Jiang Chuwei. None seemed quite fitting. After all three were still university students, and none held driver's licenses. Daily commutes would mean Yang Yu would need to ferry them constantly, a prospect he found profoundly tedious. Moreover, managing an estate of this magnitude struck him as far beyond the capabilities of undergraduates. A seasoned corporate professional was required. Perhaps, as the thought formed, his gaze drifted, unintentionally, to Lu Shishir, who stood beside the floor. Sunlight poured in from outside, bathing her silhouette in luminous clarity. Her fiery red business suit clung flawlessly to her form. Her waist cinched to exquisite narrowness, her hips flaring beneath the skirt into a voluptuous, elegant curve. She tilted her head slightly, revealing a delicate collarbone and a sliver of chest veiled by crimson lace. Undeniably captivating. Yang Yu withdrew his gaze and addressed Ye Kai calmly, no need. I'll handle the selection myself. Outside the manor, the once clear sky had unexpectedly turned overcast. Thick clouds rolled in from the horizon, resembling spilled ink. The air was filled with a damp and oppressive atmosphere. A torrential rain seemed imminent. Lu Shishir followed behind Yang Yu, gazing at his upright back, her emotions still unable to settle. The impact of everything that had happened today was overwhelming for her. Mr. Yang. Yang Yu paused and turned around. Congratulations on purchasing your desired house. Lu Shishir said somewhat shyly, and thank you. With this commission I will receive quite a substantial sum. 1 billion in transaction value. Based on the industry standard, my commission is an astronomical figure I never dared to imagine. This amount of money would suffice for her to strive for several years. No need for formality. If it weren't for you this time, I wouldn't know how much effort I'd have to expend to acquire such a desirable house. Therefore this money is what you, Supervisor Lu, rightfully deserve. Yang Yu smiled lightly, appearing indifferent. He looked at Lu Shishir and suddenly asked, by the way, Supervisor Lu, how much do you earn as a supervisor at the airline? Oh. Lu Shishir didn't expect him to ask this, suddenly paused for a moment, and honestly replied, including various bonuses and benefits, it's around 200,000. This income is already considered a high salary among ordinary people. Saying it beats 99 of others would not be an exaggeration. 200,000. Yang Yu nodded, and then sincerely said, Supervisor Lu, have you considered changing jobs? How about coming to be my personal housekeeper? Oh. Lu Shishir's face immediately turned red, and she even thought, What did you say? Yang Yu looked at her dazed expression and found it amusing, patiently repeating, I said, why not quit your current job and come work as my housekeeper? This manor needs someone to manage it. I think you would be quite suitable. Housekeeper. Although Lu Shishir was indeed a bit weary of her current job and had considered changing careers, becoming Yang Yu's housekeeper felt like too big of a leap. Mr. Yang, please don't joke around. Lu Shishir shook her head with a bitter smile. How could I be a housekeeper? I might end up making a mess of your manor. She felt that Yang Yu must be joking. However, Yang Yu's expression was quite serious. Who said I'm joking? How about this? I'll double your salary to 400,000, and the working hours will be flexible. What do you think? Will you consider it? For 100,000. Lu Shishir was completely stunned. She toiled at the airline for a year, working herself to the bone, and only earned around 200,000. More importantly, she had long seen through that she had no upward mobility. To advance further, she would either need to have a relative in a high position or pay some price. But now Yang Yu was offering twice the amount, and the working hours were flexible. To be honest, she was tempted. Very tempted. No one would turn down money, especially after witnessing Yang Yu's extra. She was well aware that this 400,000 might just be the base salary. If he was pleased, year-end bonuses and holiday red envelopes would likely not be few. However, Lu Shishir still felt some worry and hesitation. Abruptly abandoning a career she had worked so hard for all these years to become someone else's housekeeper. What if something went wrong? Wouldn't she be losing both her husband and her troops? I. She was about to speak, looking for a reason to decline politely. Suddenly, boom, a deafening thunderclap erupted from the horizon. The entire ground seemed to tremble slightly. "Ow!" Lu Shishir screamed, her face instantly turning as white as a sheet. Like a startled deer, she instinctively lunged towards Yang Yu. Her soft body, carrying a faint fragrance, crashed into a warm and sturdy chest. Yang Yu instinctively reached out to steady her. The delicate figure in his arms was still trembling slightly. Yang Yu could even feel the astonishing softness and elasticity of her skin through the fabric. At the same time, he was somewhat surprised. It was just thunder. Why was she so scared? Yang Yu looked down and saw Lu Shishi's usually confident face was now filled with terror and helplessness. Pitter-patter. Large raindrops poured down, instantly shrouding the entire world in a white curtain of rain. Boom. The thunderclaps followed one after another, growing louder and more frequent. With each explosion, Lu Shishir in his arms trembled even more. It wasn't entirely her fault for being timid. It was just that when she was a child, her parents had a huge fight right in front of her. Of course, they divorced not long after. Since then, Lu Shishir had been left with psychological trauma. Even after all these years, encountering thunder still made her feel anxious. "Don't be afraid." Yang Yu gently patted her back, unconsciously softening his voice a bit. "It's just thunder." This simple comfort seemed to possess some kind of magic. Lu Shishi's body, which had been shaking violently, gradually began to calm down. She still tightly grasped Yang Ye's sleeve as if it were her only support in this thunderstorm-filled world. Yang Yu looked at Lu Shishir in his arms. The rain fell heavier, soaking her long hair. The thin clothing on her body became increasingly transparent. Yang Yu withdrew his gaze, took off his jacket, and draped it over Lu Shishi's shoulders. "It's raining too heavily. Let's go inside to avoid the rain." Saying this, he turned around, using his body to shield Lu Shishir from most of the rain. The two walked back toward the manor. Outside, the world was filled with flashes of lightning and torrential rain. Inside the manor, however, it was warm and serene. Suddenly, boom, another loud crash sounded as if it erupted right outside the window. The massive crystal chandelier in the living room swayed slightly. Lu Shishir had just stepped back from Yang Ye's embrace and had not steadied herself yet. She was startled again, her whole body trembling as she instinctively leaned closer to him. She bit her lip, closed her eyes, her entire weight leaning against Yang Yu. She could feel that although Yang Ye's hand rested at her waist, he wasn't forcing it or taking advantage of the situation. He was merely supporting her, as if afraid she would lose her balance. Lu Shishi's mind was now a chaotic mess. On one hand, she felt a bit embarrassed. It was just thunder, yet she kept diving into Yang Ye's arms, and if word got out, people would think she was doing it on purpose. On the other hand, she had to admit that Yang Yu was warm. In fact, she started to subconsciously enjoy this sense of security. A few minutes passed again. The thunderstorm gradually subsided. The rain pattering against the floor-to-ceiling window was much gentler than before. It was only then that Lu Shishir realized she was still hanging on Yang Yu, her face instantly turning crimson. She quickly released her grip and took 2 steps back, softly saying, "Thank you." "It's nothing," Yang Yu replied casually. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, drew the curtains, completely shutting out the terrifying scene outside. The light instantly dimmed. Yang Yu turned on a few warm-colored wall lamps in the living room. The soft light filled the entire space, adding a touch of warmth. "Have a seat." Yang Yu gestured towards the sofa. Lu Shishir nodded and sat down cautiously at the edge of the sofa. Seeing her like this, Yang Yu couldn't help but chuckle, then turned and went to the kitchen. When he came out again, he was holding a cup. "Drink some hot water, it might help a bit," he said, placing the cup on the coffee table in front of Lu Shishir. "Thank you," Lu Shishir said softly, cupping the water cup with both hands. The water was just the right temperature, and through the glass cup it felt warm against her palms. She lowered her head to watch the steam rising from the cup, and her eyes suddenly felt a bit sore. Since her parents' divorce, it had been so long since anyone had treated her like this. She had always relied on herself. When she fell ill, she went to the hospital alone. When moving, she carried her boxes by herself. Working overtime until dawn, she took a taxi home alone. She thought she had long gotten used to it. But just now, when Yang Yu poured her water, for some reason her heart suddenly softened. It felt as if something had been touched. Lu Shishir sniffed, not wanting Yang Yu to see her like this. She opened her mouth again, saying, "Thank you." "You've said thank you several times today," Yang Yu smiled. "No need to be so polite. After all, we've interacted several times. We can at least be considered friends, can't we?" Lu Shishir raised her eyes to meet Yang Ye's sincere gaze, feeling even more touched. In her years of work, she didn't know how many wealthy clients she had served. But those people either openly displayed their desires, thinking that money could buy everything, or they maintained ordinary cooperative relationships. Almost no one had ever been as considerate as Yang Yu, giving her ample care and respect. Thinking of this, Lu Shishir nodded seriously. Yang Yu suddenly stood up, saying, "So, Director Lu." "No, Shishir. You stay here for a bit, I'll go check upstairs." Hearing this title, Lu Shishi's face turned red immediately. However, she did not protest, tacitly accepting it. Her heart tightened, and she instinctively looked up at Yang Yu, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. Was he leaving her alone? Seemingly sensing her fear, Yang Yu added, "It's too quiet here, a little noise would be better. He'll be back soon." After saying this, he went upstairs. Soon melodious music drifted down from upstairs. It was a soothing piano piece. The sound of the piano flowed gently through the hall, cleverly masking some of the thunder and rain outside. Lu Shishi's fear dissipated significantly under the music's soothing influence. Shortly after, Yang Yu came down with a brand new thin blanket. He walked in front of Lu Shishir and gently draped the soft blanket over her. Lu Shishir was stunned. She looked up, just meeting Yang Yu's deep-set eyes. She could even smell the faint, pleasant scent of a man emanating from him. Lu Shishir's heart raced inexplicably. Her cheeks began to flush slightly. "Thank you." Yang Yu nodded and returned to his seat, picking up his phone and quietly watching without disturbing her. Time passed second by second. The torrential rain outside, although reduced significantly, still showed no signs of stopping. Wrapped in the warm blanket, listening to the soothing music and having a reassuring presence nearby, Lu Shishir's tense nerves from the afternoon finally relaxed completely. A wave of drowsiness washed over her. Her eyelids began to feel heavy. Eventually her head tilted, resting against the sofa, and she fell soundly asleep. She didn't know how much time had passed. When she opened her eyes again, she saw an unfamiliar ceiling. She was momentarily stunned. Then all her memories came flooding back, the manner the thunderstorm Yang Yu. She sat up abruptly, causing the blanket to slide off her. She looked down at herself, letting out a long sigh of relief. Her clothes were still intact, the buttons fastened properly, and there was no sign of her skirt being disheveled. Her body felt completely fine. At this moment the sky outside had turned completely dark. The thunder had completely faded away. Only the gentle patter of raindrops continued to tap against the window. The wall lamps in the living room were still lit. Yang Yu was sitting on the carpet not far away, leaning against the sofa, seemingly afraid of waking her up, wearing headphones while looking at his phone. The soft light outlined his handsome profile, calm and focused. At this moment Lu Shishir felt as if something had gently stirred her heart. Perhaps sensing the movement, Yang Yu looked up and took off his headphones, asking, "Awake?" Lu Shishir sat up a bit, shyly tidying her somewhat messy hair. "How long did I sleep?" "Not long." Yang Yu stood up, stretching his somewhat stiff body. "The rain has lessened, but it seems it will rain again soon. Are you hungry?" "There's nothing to eat in this house. Should I order some tea?" "Oh, no need to trouble yourself." "It's no trouble," Yang Yu replied, pulling out his phone and opening the takeout app. "What do you want to eat?" Seeing Yang Yu's natural demeanor, Lu Shishir no longer refused. She thought for a moment and softly said, "Anything." Yang Yu shook his head, a smile in his eyes. "There's no anything's fine option here. Just boldly say what you want. Tonight all expenses will be covered by young Master Yang." As he spoke, Yang Yu raised his hand, his movement appearing somewhat Lu Shishir couldn't help but chuckle at this scene, her defenses slowly lowering. After pondering for a few seconds, she tilted her head and said, "I want fried chicken, barbecue, marinated dishes. And it would be best to get some 81. Yang Yu feigned surprise, glancing at her. "Wait, Shishir, you're so fat, and you still want to eat these things?" Lu Shishir also recognized that Yang Yu was joking. Hands on her hips and head held high, she retorted, "Where am I fat? Where am I fat?" As she spoke, she straightened her waist, making the curves of her chest more pronounced due to the movement. The fabric of her pencil skirt immediately tightened, then bounced back. Yang Yu's gaze lingered for a heartbeat upon that breathtaking curve. Then, as if nothing had happened, he calmly looked away. He cleared his throat, lightly feigning nonchalance. "Ahem. Just kidding, purely joking." Even as the words left his lips, his fingers were already flying across the screen. Fried chicken, grilled skewers, marinated delicacies. None of them can be missing. 8+1, right? Consider it done. Lu Shishir watched the scene unfold, and an unmistakable self-satisfied smile curved at the corners of her mouth. The last vestiges of caution and restraint dissolved quietly amid such effortless banter. Soon after the door, Yang Yu rose to open the door and strode in, arms laden with several large shopping bags. "Midnight feast has arrived." He placed each bag carefully onto the coffee table. The bold aroma of fried chicken, the earthy fragrance of cumin-laced grilling, and the rich savory depth of braised dishes instantly fused, flooding the entire living room. Wow! Lu Shishir's eyes lit up. She couldn't recall how long it had been since she'd indulged so freely. Ordinarily, she kept these high-calorie delights at arm's length, strictly for the sake of maintaining her figure. But tonight she refused to overthink it. Yang Yu popped open a chilled craft beer and handed her a can. Then clink. The glass bottles met with a crisp, crystalline chime. Lu Shishir took a generous gulp, the icy liquid gliding smoothly down her throat, delivering instant, exhilarating relief. After swallowing, she seized a skewer of perfectly charred sausage and devoured it without a trace of self-consciousness. Between bites, she mumbled, half laughing, "Delicious. Slow down, you're not racing anyone." Yang Yu watched her cheeks puff out like a little hamster's, his eyes crinkling with unrestrained warmth. He hadn't expected it. Lu Shishir, the polished corporate elite, was not only terrified of thunderstorms, but also possessed this disarmingly tender, utterly charming side while eating. As Yang Yu ate, he occasionally pulled a tissue from the box and offered it to her without prompting. A small, unassuming gesture that warmed her heart all over again. Suddenly, she swallowed too hastily and choked on a chili pepper, erupting into violent, gasping coughs that turned her face crimson. "Cough, cough, cough. Are you all right?" Yang Yu immediately set down his beer, leaned forward, and gently patted her back with one broad hand, while holding a glass of water to her lips with the other. "Drink some. Help settle it." His movements were tender, unhurried. Yet Lu Shishir froze entirely, feeling the broad, warm palm through the thin fabric of her blouse rhythmically soothing her spine. An unfamiliar tenderness stirred within her. After 2 sips, her breathing steadied. "Thank you. Why rush so much?" His reprimand carried no edge. only quiet concern. Then he reached for another This time, however, he didn't hand it to her. Instead, he drew nearer, voice low and steady, "Don't move." Her pulse leapt, but she didn't pull away. She simply stayed still, breath held as the soft paper brushed delicately across her lips, wiping away the faintest trace of food. Though just a simple act, she couldn't recall the last time someone had done something so quietly intimate for her. Perhaps never. Or perhaps it had never happened at all. Lu Shishir's cheeks flushed deep rose. "There, we're done." Yang Yu withdrew his hand, crumpled the tissue, and dropped it into the bin. His motion was casual, as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. Yet the moment shifted the atmosphere, subtle and irrevocable. Lu Shishir no longer devoured her food with abandon. Instead, she nibbled slowly, her gaze darting, furtive, fleeting, toward Yang Yu. He noticed, of course, yet said nothing, merely pivoting to a new subject. "You've been with the airline for quite some time, haven't you?" I joined right after graduation. Many years now. Must be exhausting, though." Lu Shishir gave a wry smile and took a sip of beer. "Not really. I've grown accustomed to it. Ours is a profession that appears glamorous, soaring through the skies day after day. Yet truly, what occupation is ever easy? When I first started, I endured countless indignities, from passengers and from those utterly senseless superiors." As she finished, she instinctively glanced at Yang Yu, expecting at best a polite, perfunctory murmur of sympathy from a man of his privileged background. But Yang Yu listened intently, then spoke slowly, deliberately. "That wasn't your fault. It was theirs." Lu Shishir stared, stunned. "What?" "I mean precisely that. Their flaws, their failures, not yours." His gaze held hers, unwavering, each word measured and clear. "Hard work is inevitable, but being subjected to unjust treatment is not. You could, and should, learn to refuse boldly. Never diminish yourself for others' sake. To absorb another's error as personal trial is the most foolish form of self-deception." Boom. His words struck her like a hammer blow, reverberating deep within her chest. For years everyone had told her, "Just endure, it'll pass. The customer is king. What harm is a little humiliation? For youth, hardship is blessing. To climb higher, you must swallow your tears whole." Yet no one, absolutely no one, had ever spoken to her with such unflinching certainty. "You are not wrong. They are. Never shrink yourself to fit their cruelty." In that instant, she felt the most resilient and most vulnerable, part of her soul pierced with uncanny precision. All the loneliness of forging ahead alone, the forced smiles, the bitter ache of silent nights spent licking old wounds, rose unstoppable in a single tide. Lu Shishir's eyes brimmed uncontrollably, heavy tears fell soundlessly to the floor. She believed herself forged unbreakable, impervious to blade or flame. Now she realized she'd only lacked someone who could see past her armor, who would stand unwaveringly beside her. "I'm sorry." I. She tried to apologize, but her throat tightened, words dissolving into choked silence. Yang Yu remained silent. He simply slid the tissue box toward her, then sat quietly, offering her the rarest of gifts, space to feel wholly and without judgment. After a long, quiet pause, Lu Shishir finally stilled. Embarrassed, she wiped her eyes, her voice thick with lingering emotion. "Sorry you had to see that." "It's nothing." He passed her a fresh can of beer. When the heart aches, tears are the cleanest release. The chill of the can grounded her, her scattered thoughts slowly regaining clarity. She looked at the man before her. Someone who could have treated her as just another client, aloof and entitled, someone who could have dismissed her past with disdain. Yet he did neither. Instead, he regarded her as an equal, no, as a friend, offering respect, care, and quiet strength. And in that moment, Lu Shishir's heart shattered and began irrevocably to reassemble. Lu Shishir knew that Yang Yu had a girlfriend, and in fact 2 of them. She had witnessed their intimate moments during the private flight. But now, perhaps under the influence of alcohol or the ambience, she found herself captivated by Yang Yu, her eyes filled with longing. "He is truly wonderful. Better than any man I've ever encountered." Lu Shishir took another sip of her drink. A wild thought emerged in her mind, clearer and more resolute than ever before. "I don't want to be a mistress. I don't want to intrude on someone else's relationship. But tonight, just tonight, I only want to fulfill this sweet dream. Once the dream is over, I will return to being myself, and he will remain who he is." Thinking this, Lu Shishir lifted her head and gazed intently at Yang Yu. "Yang Yu, are you as kind to your girl as you are to me? I truly envy them." As she spoke, Lu Shishir smiled to herself. Her smile carried a sense of desperate determination and allure. Opportunities like this are fleeting. Such a wonderful man, though he is not hers. Yet if she could just have a little piece of him, even if only for one night, that would be enough. Lu Shishir set down the bottle and walked over to Yang Yu. Then in the midst of Yang Yu's surprised gaze, she slowly sat on his lap and asked, "Aren't you hungry? I feel like you haven't eaten much of this meal." Lu Shishir picked up a sausage from the table and held it to his lips. Yang Yu looked at the sausage near his mouth, then glanced at her flushed, dewy face. He opened his mouth and took a bite. Lu Shishir laughed. She took a bite herself, finishing the remaining half, like a sigh. After eating, she didn't leave, but gently rested her head on his knee, her movements tender and reliant. In the living room, only the sound of rain outside and their intertwined breaths remained. "Yang Yu." Lu Shishir tilted her head back, looking at him with dreamy eyes like a cat seeking shelter. "I think I might have had too much to drink. Can I stay tonight?" Yang Yu looked down at Lu Shishir in his arms. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, a few strands sticking to her rosy cheeks. Her large eyes glistened like a deep pool reflecting only her own image. Dazed, fragile, yet imbued with a reckless bravery. Yang Ye's throat bobbed slightly, and his body began to heat up. He reached out his hand. Seeing this gesture, Lu Shishir instinctively stiffened, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. Is he going to push me? But he already has 2 girlfriends, and they are both so young and beautiful. Why would I think Lu Shishi's heart sank to the depths. However, Yang Ye's hand did not push her away. Instead, it glided through her hair, landing on her cheek, gently caressing her smooth skin. It's still raining outside. If you don't stay here, where do you plan to go? Just stay here tonight. Lu Shishir felt as if a bolt of happiness had a surge of joy rose within her, overwhelming like a tide. She lifted her head, gazing dreamily at Yang Yu, captivated by the unmasked desire in his deep eyes. Yet Lu Shishir did not feel repulsed. She understood that Yang Yu was reciprocating. Unable to control herself any longer, she slightly lowered her head. Their faces drew nearer. Finally, a soft rosy kiss landed on Yang Ye's lips before quickly pulling away. But in that fleeting moment, Yang Yu suddenly grasped the back of Lu Shishi's head tightly. The gentle, tentative kiss transformed into something more fervent. What replaced it was a storm-like fervor infused with a strong sense of possession. Lu Shishi's breath was instantly. She felt like a leaf tossed about in a stormy sea, at any moment on the verge of capsizing and being swallowed. Her mind went blank. She could only instinctively and clumsily respond. Alcohol, emotions, desire. Everything ignited at that moment. The temperature in the entire living room seemed to rise sharply. Time passed, and their lips parted. Both were a bit breathless. Lu Shishi's legs went weak, nearly collapsing into Yang Ye's embrace. Her cheeks were as red as if they might bleed. Her eyes appeared misted over, dreamy and alluring. She murmured his name, Yang Yu. After Yang Yu responded, he lifted her effortlessly and strode towards the bedroom upstairs. Lu Shishir instinctively wrapped her arms around Yang Ye's neck, burying her face deep into his solid chest. Listening to the steady, powerful beat of his heart, Lu Shishir felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction, and with a kick the bedroom door swung open and then closed behind them. The sound of the door shutting cut off the rain outside and the chaos of the living room. Yang Yu tossed Lu Shishir onto the mattress. Elasticity made her bounce lightly twice. Lu Shishir opened her eyes to see Yang Yu standing at the edge of the bed looking down at her. He began to unbutton his shirt. 1 button, 2 buttons. Under the soft light of the wall lamp, Yang Ye's solid chest and defined abs were fully revealed, exuding a sense of power. Lu Shishir swallowed hard, feeling a bit parched. This physique is simply too good. And he is so young. Lu Shishir stared blankly, even forgetting what she was supposed to do next. Until Yang Yu unfastened the last button and casually tossed his shirt aside. Then he stepped closer to her, placing his hands on either side of her body. The mattress sank slightly under his weight. Yang Yu looked at Lu Shishir and softly asked, "Are you scared?" Lu Shishir almost involuntarily shook her head. Then she nodded again. Yang Yu was amused by her mixture of fear and anticipation. "So are you scared or not?" Lu Shishir bit her lip and remained silent. She reached out her arms, pulling Yang Yu closer around his neck, responding to his question with action. Yang Yu chuckled softly. "This is something you brought upon yourself." After saying this, he lowered his head and kissed her again. But this time it was no longer just a simple intertwining of lips. The rain outside the window gradually stopped. The dark clouds dispersed, and a bright moon peeked out from behind the cloud. The cool moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, spilling into the room and casting a silvery hue on the floor. It was unclear how much time had passed. Lu Shishir slowly regained consciousness. She felt as if she had been run over by a heavy truck, every part of her body. After attempting to move her fingers, she realized she was tightly embraced by someone. Behind her was a broad and a sturdy arm rested around her waist, exuding a strong sense of possession. Yang Ye's steady and even breaths were right by her ear. The warm breath sprayed on her face was ticklish. Lu Shishi's face instantly flushed red. The scenes from before replayed in her mind like a fast-forwarded movie. Every detail was vividly clear. Lu Shishir quietly turned around little by little. She wanted to take a closer look at what the first man in her life looked like while he was asleep. Under the moonlight, Yang Ye's sleeping face was peaceful and gentle. His long eyelashes cast a small shadow beneath his eyelids. His high nose and well-defined lips were striking. It was completely different from the wild and fierce appearance just moments ago. Instead, every feature seemed like the most perfect masterpiece created by God. Lu Shishir found herself captivated. She couldn't help but reach out her fingertips, gently caressing Yang Ye's face. From his brow bone to his nose, and then to his lips. Just as her fingertip was about to touch Yang Ye's lips, his eyes suddenly opened without warning. Those pitch-black eyes were clear, not at all resembling someone who had just woken up. "Hey." Lu Shishir was startled, retracting her hand, as if shocked, her heart racing. You are awake. Please. If you keep touching me like this, it will be hard for me not to wake up." Lu Shishi's face turned even redder as she stammered an explanation. I didn't mean to." "Oh." Yang Yu raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Then what would be considered intentional?" As he spoke, he flipped over and pressed her down again. "Is it like this?" Yang Yu lowered his head, and in a voice only the two of them could hear, asked ambiguously in her ear. Lu Shishir felt her body soften again, pleading, "Don't. Stop." It's almost dawn. Dawn is the perfect time. Yang Yu chuckled softly. I have a habit of morning exercises. Listening to the system's notification in his mind, Yang Yu felt elated. He turned his head to glance at Lu Shishir beside him. She was enveloped in a rosy glow, curled up in the blanket, sleeping soundly. There was even a trace of moisture at the corner of her eye. Clearly the night and the morning had been quite a workout for her. Yang Yu smiled, getting up quietly from bed. He walked into the bathroom and took a shower. By the time he emerged wrapped in a towel, the day was already bright. The sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the entire room with a golden warmth. Lu Shishir on the bed was still sleeping sweetly. Yang Yu didn't wake her. Instead, he walked downstairs to prepare something to eat. Just a few steps and his phone rang. It was when he answered the phone, Jiang Chuwai's clear yet slightly aggrieved voice came through. Hubby, I miss you so much. I sent you so many messages, but you didn't respond. I thought you had been kidnapped. Yang Yu couldn't help but laugh. When this person got busy, she often had no time to check her phone. Something happened last night, though I didn't see them. Jiang Chuwei said playfully. Could it be, hubby, that you have already taken care of Li Yan? No, not at all. Hearing this response, Jiang Chuwei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if he had actually succeeded, that speed would be quite astonishing. But before she could think much more, Yang Yu's voice came through. But you have gained a companion. Huh? Jiang Chuwei was stunned for a moment, then excitedly exclaimed, Did you buy me a kitten, hubby? How did you know that I love cats so much? Wow, hubby, I really love you to death. Before she could finish her sentence, what nonsense, it's not a cat. It's a person. Would you like to meet her? You can communicate with her more and share your insight. On the other end of the line, there was silence. After a long pause, Jiang Chuwei finally asked in shock, Yang Yu. You? Me? Am I the third sister? Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Lu Shishir slowly opened her eyes in the brilliant sunlight. A hangover combined with exhaustion made her head throb painfully. Her body felt weak. She groggily propped herself up and looked around. The unfamiliar environment, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the luxurious decor. Memories flooded back like a tide. Scenes flashed before her eyes. Lu Shishir's face instantly turned from her ears to her neck. She really had been with Yang Yu. She lowered her head, looking at the bruises on her body, the evidence of last night's passion. Lu Shishir's heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions. There was shyness, sweetness, and satisfaction. But more than that, there was an overwhelming sense of confusion. Where was Yang Yu? She turned her head to look around. The room was empty with no one else but herself. She touched the other side of the bed. The warmth still lingered. Lu Shishir's heart sank suddenly. Had Yang Yu already left? Yes, he had gone. Perhaps with the dawn the dream should end. Yang Yu had his own life and his beautiful schoolflower accompanying him. And she was merely an accidental passerby in his long life, a fleeting encounter. Last night, he said stay the night rather than be with me. A mere difference in phrasing, but worlds apart. From that moment, he had drawn a clear line. It was her naivety, her foolishness, her insatiable greed to hope to turn a fleeting romance into a Cinderella fairy tale. Lu Shishir smiled self-deprecatingly. Her eyes, however, uncontrollably reddened again. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to hold back the tears. Lu Shishir, what right do you have to cry? Isn't all of this your own doing? You have already obtained what you wanted, a perfect dream-like. That's enough. There shouldn't be any more unrealistic fantasies. Lu Shishir lifted the quilt, enduring her discomfort, and got out of bed. On the floor lay her clothes from the previous night. The professional skirt, soaked by the rain, was now wrinkled and a complete mess. Just like her current mood, Lu Shishir picked up her clothes, putting them on one by one. Once dressed, she walked to the dressing table and looked at herself in the mirror. Her lips were swollen and her neck and collarbone were marked with ambiguous traces. How could she go out looking like this? She let out a bitter laugh, rummaging through her bag for foundation and concealer to touch up her makeup. She wanted to cover up everything that had happened last night, as if nothing had occurred, as if this was just a dream. Once her makeup was done, she transformed back into the exquisite, capable Lu manager, flawless in every way. Lu Shishir picked up her bag and took one last look at the room. The sunlight was bright and warm. On the bed, it seemed as if the lingering affection of the previous night still remained. Goodbye, Yang Yu. Goodbye, my only beautiful dream, Lu Shishir silently said in her heart. Then she turned around, straightened her back, and opened the bedroom door. She was going to leave, quietly, while Yang Yu was not around. No farewells, no entanglements. This was the last dignity she could leave for herself. However, just as her hand touched the doorknob, a lazy, smiling voice came from behind her. Awake. Aren't you going to sleep a bit longer? Lu Shishir's body stiffened suddenly. She felt like a thief caught in the act, completely frozen. As she slowly turned around, she saw Yang Yu leaning against the wall, not far away, dressed in casual clothes, holding a glass. Leave? Yang Yu raised an eyebrow. This is my home. Where could I go? Lu Shishir was at a loss for words. Voice was a bit hoarse. Leave? Yang Yu raised an eyebrow. This is my home. Where could I go? Lu Shishir was at a loss. But you? Yang Yu stepped forward, inching closer. The overwhelming sense of pressure made Lu Shishir instinctively retreat until her back was pressed against the cold door with nowhere else to go. So early in the morning, your makeup is so exquisitely done, and you've got your bag ready. Yang Yu reached out, pinching her chin, forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. Lu manager, are you planning to clean me out and not take responsibility? Although Yang Yu's tone was relatively calm, Lu Shishir instantly sensed a trace of danger in his words. I didn't. I just. I just feel that I should leave. Should leave, eh? Yang Yu sneered. The person who slept with me thinks they can just walk away like that. Lu Shishir, do you think I'm that easy to dismiss? As he spoke, Yang Ye's face moved even closer. The heated breath brushed against Lu Shishi's face. She felt so tense that she could barely breathe. Looking at Yang Ye's impossibly handsome face just inches away, her mind went blank. Could it be that he wanted her to take responsibility? The moment that thought crossed her mind, Lu Shishi's heart rippled. Did he, perhaps, not just see it as a casual fling? Instead, was he hoping for her to become one of his women? Although she knew it was like flying into the flame, Lu Shishir surprisingly felt a hint of anticipation rising within her. Finally, she mustered up the courage to speak. Then, what do you want? Yang Yu looked at her expression of both fear and expectation, finding it somewhat amusing. He released Lu Shishi's chin, took a step back, and increased the distance between them. Then, without any preamble, he said, I'm hungry. Huh? Lu Shishir was taken aback, unable to comprehend. I said I'm hungry. Yang Yu repeated, hurry, make me something to eat. Make food. Lu Shishir was completely bewildered. What kind of situation is this? Why did it suddenly turn to cooking? In a daze, she started to unbutton her clothes, but Yang Yu interrupted her, saying, what I mean is a proper meal. Huh? Oh. Lu Shishi's face turned crimson as she lowered her head, not daring to look at Yang Yu. What's wrong? Yang Yu laughed at her dazed expression. Don't want to. No, it's not. Lu Shishir hurriedly shook her head. I am not very good at cooking. She was a woman who spent most of her time working outside, either ordering takeout or attending social gatherings. Where would she find the time to learn cooking? At most, she could boil instant noodles. Can't cook. Yang Ye's brows furrowed slightly. Lu Shishi's heart immediately rose to her throat. Did he think she was useless for not being able to handle such a small matter? However, Yang Ye's next words left her completely. If you can't cook, then you should learn. After saying that, Yang Yu took her hand and led her downstairs. He'll teach you. Lu Shishir was pulled along, stumbling behind him, her mind filled with questions. Teach her to cook. What kind of new interest is this? In the manor's kitchen, all kinds of cooking utensils were complete and brand new, as if they had never been used. Yang Yu opened the massive double-door refrigerator. Inside, various fresh ingredients were packed tightly. Vegetables, fruits, meat, seafood. A dazzling array. What do you want to eat? Yang Yu asked. He'll eat anything. Lu Shishir was still in a dreamlike state. Then let's make something simple. Yang Yu took out eggs, tomatoes, and a bunch of scallions from the fridge. Can you wash vegetables? I can. This Lu Shishir could still manage. Good, then you wash the tomatoes and scallions. Yang Yu handed her the items and started cracking the eggs. His movements were very skilled. He cracked the eggs with one hand, perfectly separating the egg whites and yolks. As he whisked the eggs, his wrist was steady and consistent. While Lu Shishir washed the vegetables, she secretly watched him. Sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating his serious profile. Yang Yu, dressed simply in casual wear with sleeves rolled to his elbows, revealed his strong forearms. As she watched, Lu Shishi's eyes gradually became hazy. She thought of the man who had been decisive and wild on the battlefield. At this moment, he was actually wearing an apron, washing his hands, and cooking in the kitchen. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. But she had to admit the serious Yang Yu was indeed charming. If Yang Yu didn't have those two girlfriends, she would definitely pursue him without hesitation. But now, although they had developed a substantial relationship, ultimately, what was she now? A mistress hidden from the light. Her heart gradually sank. Lu Shishir no longer had the heart for the task at hand. She let the water wash over the scallions in her hands, not even noticing when they were swept away. Yang Yu also noticed her emotional change and asked, what's wrong? Lu Shishir lowered her head, remaining silent. Yang Yu let out a sigh. He certainly knew what Lu Shishir was thinking. Originally, he had planned to engage in other interactions to deepen their feelings before mentioning these matters. Because Yang Yu actually couldn't accept the fact that she had become his woman, yet turned around and fled. He had a system that allowed him to effortlessly interact with various beautiful women. But this did not diminish his possessiveness. Once he interacted with someone, he would not accept them running away. Except for certain bizarre green types. Yang Yu cupped Lu Shishi's face, making her look at him, his expression unusually serious. Lu Shishir, listen. I am not one for pretenses. I admit I have more than one woman by my side, and you might care about that. But if you choose to, I cannot guarantee you a title, but I can offer you everything else I have besides that: money, a house, resources. As long as you speak up, as long as I can provide it. I promise you will have everything you could possibly want. The moment he finished speaking, a tremendous wave surged within Lu Shishi's heart. Money, a house, resources. Weren't these precisely the things she had desperately sought for so many years, yet were always— what had she endured with her boss and clients for? Wasn't it for that meager commission? To be able to buy her own small apartment in this cold city as soon as possible to improve her life. For this goal she had sacrificed so much. And now, with just one casual statement from Yang Yu, all that she had longed for was about to be presented to her. All she had to do was nod and choose to stay. It would be a lie to say her heart wasn't stirred. Yet Lu Shishir still had her own concerns. She did not want to be a mistress and intruder in someone else's relationship. But faced with this overwhelming opportunity, she found it hard to casually refuse. Lu Shishi's lips couldn't help but tremble slightly. She knew this was a choice that could change her life forever. If she chose wrong, there would be no turning back. If she chose right, perhaps she could rise to great heights. Should she take the gamble? Bet her future on Yang Yes' sincerity and the weight of his promises. Lu Shishir took a deep breath and voiced her final concern. If I agree. What about them? Your two girlfriends. What will happen if they find out about my existence? I don't want to one day be pointed at and called a mistress, then be thrown out. By then I would lose my job, my reputation would be ruined, and I would really end up with nothing. After asking, Lu Shishir anxiously fiddled with her hands, waiting for Yang Yes' response. These were her greatest fear. It was also her final bottom line. She could be indifferent to the title, but she could not accept ending up in a tragic situation where she had nothing left. She couldn't afford to lose. When Yang Yu heard this question, he not only did not show impatience, but instead smiled them. Don't worry. They won't reject you. In fact, they might even welcome you. You might even become good sisters in the future, shopping together, having afternoon tea, doing spa. By the way, it's not 2 girlfriends, it's 3. So you would be the 4th. Upon hearing this, Lu Shishir was instantly stunned. She stood there in a daze, her mind buzzing. What was going on? She was the 4th. Wasn't it just a few days ago that Yang Yu only had 2 girlfriends? Did that mean he had found another one before her? In this day and age, is it that easy for rich people to find partners? Moreover, did she hear wrong? Good sisters. Shopping together. What the hell is this wolfish talk? She had imagined countless possibilities. The 2 girlfriends would probably argue, fight, and create a scene upon finding out. She never expected that Yang Yes' answer would be to become good sisters. Are they really playing such a big game? Are you joking? Lu Shishir stammered as she asked. Yang Yu, however, smiled calmly. I never make such jokes. To be honest, Qin Yun and Su Xiaoxiao, including another you haven't met, Jiang Chui, they are all very understanding and generous. They all know that I cannot belong to just one of them. Therefore, rather than competing and causing unpleasantness, it's better to coexist peacefully. This way everyone can get what they want, and it would be a win-win situation, wouldn't it? Yang Yu spoke as if it were the most natural thing. Lu Shishir, however, listened in dumbfounded silence. She felt her worldview shatter completely at that moment. It could actually be this way. Wasn't this just like the emperor's harem in ancient times? Although she felt it was absurd, there was no denying that the last shred of doubt in Lu Shishir's heart had completely dissipated. Indeed, if she were the only one facing this situation, perhaps she would still hesitate. But now, since there were already 3 people before her who could accept this arrangement, then what was there for her to refuse? Understanding this point, Lu Shishir's heart settled completely. No longer was there any hesitation or struggle. Yang Yu seemed to have anticipated her psychological change. He paused, his actions turned around, and looked at Lu Shishir again. So what do you think? Have you made your choice? Will you return to your old life, or quit your job and come work for me? Speaking of which, my estate is quite large and is in need of a housekeeper, or rather a mistress. As Yang Yu spoke, he took step by step until he was in front of Lu Shishir. Then he reached out and gently stroked her cheek. As long as you agree. From now on, you won't need to watch anyone's expression, nor will you need to bow down to anyone. You only need to be responsible to me. I will support you. Lu Shishir could no longer hold back. She gazed at Yang Yu with dazed eyes. What morals, what to hell with all of that. She didn't want to struggle anymore. She just wanted to lay back. With this thought, tears blurred Lu Shishir's eyes once more. But this time it was not out of grievance or heartache. Rather, it was an overwhelming joy and gratitude after being completely released. She stretched out her arms and tightly hugged Yang Yu's waist. Then with a hint of sobbing she spoke. I am willing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting the desired female housekeeper, feeling comfortable. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash reward, 15 million. The system prompt sounded, and Yang Yu felt a rush of joy. One must admit the system was becoming increasingly generous. The rewards were growing at an exponential rate. At this pace, buying a few more estates wouldn't be a problem. Even getting an island. Bringing all my girlfriends to the island for a vacation. Yang Yu thought about it, and felt quite content. However, for now he should first win over Lu Shishir. Feeling her trembling and dependence in his arms, a satisfied smile crept onto his lips. He gently patted Lu Shishir's back, soothing her like a frightened kitten. There, don't cry. They'll quit my job soon. From now on, with me around, no one will dare bully you again. Lu Shishir nodded vigorously, her heart filled with joy and happiness. After a while, they slowly released each other. Yang Yu pinched her tear-streaked nose. All right, wipe your tears. It's almost noon, and we haven't even had breakfast yet. Off. Lu Shishir felt a bit embarrassed at Yang Yu's. Moreover, when breakfast was mentioned, she recalled that Lu Shuren once said to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his. As the mistress of the estate, if she couldn't even cook for her man. Thinking of this, Lu Shishir's gaze gradually became determined. She turned to Yang Yu and said earnestly, Yang Yu, from now on, I want to learn to cook. I want to learn many dishes and cook for you every day, okay? Yang Yu looked at her shining expectant eyes and smiled. Then he shook his head. Not good. Off. Lu Shishir's expression instantly fell. She couldn't understand why Yang Yu would refuse. Was it because he didn't want her to tire herself out? Or did he not trust her cooking skills? Lu Shishir couldn't help but start to overthink. However, Yang Yu saw through her thoughts at a glance. He reached out and tapped her nose. Silly, that's not what I meant. For cooking, I can just hire a chef outside. As for you, I have other ideas. As he spoke, Yang Yu's gaze gradually became more intense. Lu Shishir felt her heart quicken at his look and instinctively asked, then, what do you need me to do? I want to eat something else. Yang Yu leaned closer, his warm breath spilling over Lu Shishi's sensitive earlobe. She felt herself go weak, almost losing her balance, and her mind went blank. What? What to eat? Yang Yu didn't answer. Instead, he straightened up, took her hand, and walked out of the kitchen. Follow me. Lu Shishi, full of doubts, was led by Yang Yu up to the second floor. They returned to the bedroom where they had gone wild the night before. Yang Yu released her and walked to the entrance of the cloakroom. He then took out a delicate gilded gift box from inside. The box was small and appeared square. Lu Shishi curiously asked, "What is this?" Yang Yu's lips curved into a smile. "This was delivered to me. It's also a special uniform for the new housekeeper." Upon hearing this, Lu Shishi felt a bad premonition arise in her heart. A uniform? Do housekeepers generally need to wear uniforms? Without time to think further, she blankly took the box and opened it. The next second, her face flushed with a bang as if it had been ignited, turning red from her cheeks down to her neck. Inside the box lay the qipao was a vivid red, passionate and enchanting like burning flames or the most tempting poison. The fabric was top-grade Suzhou embroidery silk. Under the sunlight, it shimmered with a flowing watery sheen. On it, large peonies were embroidered with golden thread. Regal and luxurious, yet with an indescribable allure. What was most striking was the style. The classic high collar and knotted buttons showcased a woman's modesty and restraint brilliantly. Yet the slits on both sides were alarmingly high, almost reaching the thighs. One can imagine as soon as the person wearing it moves slightly, the subtly revealed scenery would be utterly captivating. Lu Shishi looked at the qipao before her, her hands trembling slightly. This? How could this be a uniform? It could even be called an intimate apparel. What? Don't you like it? Yang Yu's voice rang in her ear. No. Not. Lu Shishi stammered an explanation. It's just that this dress seems a bit too revealing. Is it too revealing? But don't worry, I already said this is work attire, you can just wear it at home. As Yang Yu spoke, he picked up the qipao and mimed how it would look on her. And I actually think it suits you very well. Yang Yu's gaze traveled from Lu Shishi's flushed face downwards. Her delicate collarbone, full bosom, and finally it landed on her long, straight, beautiful legs. His gaze grew increasingly heated. Lu Shishi, moi. Lu Shishi instinctively replied. Yang Yu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Didn't you say you would turn red? Now show me. Hey. Lu Shishi's mind exploded. She finally understood what Yang Yu meant by wanting to eat, but this. How many times has it been already? Are college students' bodies really this responsive? Hurry up, change. I want to see how you look when you turn red. Yang Yu shoved the qipao back into Lu Shishi's hands, his tone filled with excitement and a commanding edge. Lu Shishi bit her lip, her face burning hot enough to fry an egg. The sense of shame washed over her like a tide, yet deep inside, she felt a hint of satisfaction and anticipation. At the very least, Yang Yu acknowledged that he wanted to see her after changing clothes. This indicated that she still held significant weight in Yang Yu's heart. Not someone he would quickly tire of. On the other hand, she was also somewhat curious. She wanted to see Yang Yu's expression after she changed. Would he lose control, be excited, or go completely crazy? As she pondered, Lu Shishi stopped hesitating. She took the qipao and walked into the bathroom. Then with a click, she locked the door. In the bathroom, Lu Shishi leaned against the cold door, gasping for breath. She looked at herself in the mirror. Full of rosy cheeks, her eyes shimmering, looking flirtatious. There was no trace left of her usual competent and shrewd appearance. She was clearly a little wife who had been pampered by a man to the extreme. Lu Shishi took a deep breath, started undressing, and then put on the red qipao. The touch of the qipao was cool and silky like a second skin. It perfectly conformed to every curve of her body, accentuating her exquisite figure. Lu Shishi looked at her reflection in the mirror and couldn't help but be momentarily dazed. The woman in the mirror, her skin white as snow, dressed in a fiery red attire. The high collar of the qipao accentuated her neck, making it seem even longer like a swan. Her tightly cinched waist made it appear as though it could snap at any moment. Beneath the high slit, a pair of snow-white, beautiful legs peeked out straight and slender. Classical yet sexy, these two contrasting qualities perfectly blended together in her at this moment, carrying a unique allure. Is this really me? Lu Shishi couldn't help but reach out, gently caressing her reflection in the mirror. Clothes make the man. There was no doubt that the outfit Yang Yu provided could not be mediocre. This was the first time she could actually be this beautiful, this stunning. Outside the door, Yang Yu's voice suddenly rang out. Aren't you ready yet, my lady butler? If you don't come out soon, I might just have to come in myself. Lu Shishi was startled, quickly responding. Okay. All right. She bit her lip like a warrior preparing for battle. Finally, she pulled open the bathroom door. When she appeared before Yang Yu clad in fiery red, Yang Yu's breathing noticeably quickened, though Lu Shishi resembled that celebrity quite a bit. At this moment, Yang Yu felt that perhaps Lu Shishi was even more outstanding. After all, seeing her in person was a completely different experience than watching her on video. Stunning. Shocking. Yang Yu could hardly contain himself. Come here. Lu Shishi's charming face turned red. She lifted her skirt and walked step by step toward Yang Yu. With each step, the slit of the qipao revealed a breathtaking expanse of white. The atmosphere in the room grew thicker and more heated with her every move. Finally, she arrived in front of Yang Yu. Just as she was about to say something, Yang Yu reached out, and pulled her into it. Then he lowered his head and fiercely kissed her lips. Time seemed to blur. Outside, the sun was gradually setting. Golden rays filtered through the curtains, casting light into the disheveled room. Yang Yu slowly opened his eyes, feeling completely at ease, his spirit invigorated. He turned his head. He saw Lu Shishir had already woken up. At that moment, she lay beside him, propping her head up with one hand, staring at him intently. Her eyes carried a hint of shyness, a touch of curiosity, and a deep sense of grievance. Yang Yu smiled and reached out, pulling Lu Shishir into his embrace. How long have you been awake? Just staring at me. Lu Shishi's face flushed suddenly. She buried her face in Yang Yu's chest, her voice muffled and teasing. How can you still say that? Lu Shishir complained, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. This feeling of satisfaction, which she had never experienced before, made her feel both at ease and indulgent despite her fatigue. It's my fault, my fault. Yang Yu chuckled, planting a kiss on her smooth forehead. Next time I'll be more careful and gentle. Who wants to talk about next time with you? Lu Shishir lightly punched him. The two of them lingered together in bed for until Yang Yu's hands began to move restlessly across her smooth skin. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Detected deep interaction between the host and Lu Shishir, mood extremely pleasant. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward, Porsche 911 Turbo, 50th Anniversary Edition. The car is parked in the manor garage, and the host can go to collect it. Upon hearing this reward, Yang Yu, then a surge of joy erupted from the depths of his heart, like a volcanic eruption. Holy moly, it's actually this. The system is amazing. Yang Yu was so excited he nearly jumped out of bed, completely forgetting about the nearby Lu Shishir. After all this reward, if it were money. To be honest, he had become indifferent to money by now, unless the system sets several small targets at once. But this car was completely different. The Porsche 911 Turbo 50th Anniversary Edition. This is something that can't just be bought with money. To commemorate the 50th anniversary of the 911 model, Porsche released this special limited edition in 2013, with only 1963 units sold worldwide. This number corresponds to the year the 911 model was born. Each one has its own unique number. Its unique graphite gray metallic paint, retro Volkswagen-style wheels, and the 91150 badge on the rear are its distinctive identity symbols. This car is almost a perfect work of art for all car enthusiasts. It has infinite collectible value. Yang Yu had been extremely envious when he saw this car. But back then he didn't have the system, he was just an ordinary high school student. He could only envy others' review videos. This had always been a regret of his. But now, the system actually rewarded him directly with one. And it was a car that was completely ready and delivered to the garage. This was even more exciting than just giving him several million. Lu Shishir, who had been slightly teased by Yang Yu earlier, was suddenly startled by his unexpected reaction. Seeing Yang Yu more excited than the night before, she was filled with confusion. What's wrong with you? Suddenly, Yang Yu laughed heartily, not bothering to explain further. Instead, he embraced Lu Shishir and kissed her fiercely on the lips. Let's go. We'll take you to see a big treasure. Without caring that Lu Shishir was still undressed, he picked her up and dashed downstairs. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. I'm not dressed yet. Lu Shishir exclaimed, both embarrassed and anxious, yet powerless to resist. In the end, she could only cling to Yang Yu like an octopus, fearing she might expose herself. Fortunately, the two reached the garage on the first floor via the elevator. This alluring scene was completely hidden from outside view. At this moment, beside the Cayenne, a brand new beast appeared. It was a sports car that presented a unique metallic gray color throughout. Its lines were elegant, yet filled with power. Under the garage lights, the car body reflected a charming sheen. Yang Yu set Lu Shishir down and proudly asked, "Look, what do you think?" Lu Shishi's gaze was instantly captivated by that car. Though she didn't understand cars as well as Yang Yu, she still had a basic sense of aesthetics. She immediately recognized the famous shield emblem on the front of the car. Then with wide eyes, she covered her mouth in shock. Heavens, this is Porsche 911. The answer is correct, but not entirely so. Yang Yu shook his head and began to explain, this is not an ordinary. This is the 911 Turbo 50th Anniversary Edition, limited to 1963 units worldwide. I used to dream of owning one. Hearing this number, Lu Shishir was completely stunned. Only 1963 units worldwide. Although she didn't know the exact price of the car, the mere fact that it was limited was enough to indicate its value and rarity. Moreover, it is limited to so few. Lu Shishir felt her heart racing wildly. She cautiously stepped forward, reaching out her hand to touch it, yet hesitated. Do you like it? Yang Yu asked with a smile. I like it. Lu Shishir nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. No woman can resist a handbag. Similarly, no woman can resist a stunning top-tier sports car, especially when this sports car belongs to her man. That sense of vanity and satisfaction is simply overwhelming. If you like it, go ahead and sit in it. Yang Yu pressed a button on the key. The car door slowly opened upwards like a pair of wings unfurling. Lu Shishir could no longer hold back. She excitedly sat in the passenger seat. The interior of the car was also filled with retro and homage elements. The seats featured a classic houndstooth pattern. The dashboard displayed green scales and red pointers. Every detail paid tribute to the classics. So cool. Lu Shishir exclaimed excitedly, instinctively pulling out her phone. Even if the sky were to... She had to post on her moments to show off. No, Not to show off. To record. To capture this dreamlike day, Lu Shishir took out her phone, opened the camera, and aimed the lens at herself. Just as she was about to press the shutter, her smile suddenly froze. In the next second, a rush of blood surged to her head. Her face turned bright red from her cheeks to her ears. Oh no. I'm not wearing any clothes. She suddenly remembered that she had been carried down from the bedroom by Yang Yu completely. At this moment, she was sitting in this globally limited top-tier sports car, completely unclothed, although there were no outsiders in the garage. This is too embarrassing. Besides, how can I take a picture like this? Lu Shishir thought of how she had been dancing around completely naked just moments ago. Hadn't Yang Yu seen everything? She hurriedly covered her chest with her hands and shyly said, I'll go put on some clothes first. As she spoke, she reached for the car door. However, Yang Yu's voice came from beside her. Take the shot just like this. Lu Shishir's eyes widened. Are you crazy? I'm not even wearing clothes. That's exactly why we should take the shot. Yang Yu turned to look at her, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Just don't post it on your moment, send it to me privately. Lu Shishir's face turned crimson. She wanted to refuse. But looking at Yang Yu's amused face, the words of refusal just wouldn't come out. Finally, she managed to say, You pervert. Lu Shishir bit her lip and raised her phone again, aiming the lens at her. Under the lens, her snow-white skin was mostly exposed. She tilted her head to one side, sweeping her hair aside to reveal her ear and neck. She pressed the shutter. After taking a look, she felt somewhat dissatisfied. Changing angles, she took another shot. Still not quite satisfied. Lu Shishir moved around the car, trying several angles. Some with her head slightly lowered, some with her lips pouted, and others making a peace sign. Each shot exuded a lazy and ambiguous vibe, as if just waking up. Combined with the large areas of exposed skin, it appeared quite tempting. Lu Shishir hesitated for 2 seconds before opening Yang Yu's WeChat. She sent all the pictures she had just taken. Ding. Yang Yu's phone rang. He picked it up, took a glance, and felt immensely satisfied. He even swiped his finger to zoom in on the pictures. Lu Shishir caught a glimpse of his action, her heart racing like a drum. Oh, by the way. Have you finished looking? If you're done, can you delete them? Yang Yu looked at her curiously. When did I say you had to delete them? Delete. Why should I? Keep them. Lu Shishir suddenly felt both shy and anxious. Alright, I've seen you in all sorts of states. Yang Yu tucked the phone into his pocket. Although he might not take the time to appreciate these photos later, he also didn't want to delete them, considering it a keepsake. Go change your clothes. I'll wait for you downstairs. Seeing that she couldn't argue with Yang Yu, Lu Shishir stopped insisting. Instead, she opened the car door and dashed upstairs as fast as she could. Watching her hurried back, Yang Yu's smile grew wider. Not long after, Lu Shishir came back down from upstairs. She had changed into a simple yet elegant white dress. The style of the dress perfectly highlighted her perfect coupled with her already stunningly beautiful face and the blush that had not fully faded from her cheeks. She looked pure, yet carried a hint of allure. A flash of amazement crossed Yang Yu's eyes. He couldn't help but admit that Lu Shishir's appearance was indeed top-notch. Whether in that enchanting red cheongsam or this pure white dress, both showcased a completely different yet equally deadly charm. You look beautiful. Yang Yu didn't hold back his praise. Although Lu Shishir felt a bit shy under his gaze, her heart was sweetly delighted. She sat back in the passenger seat and took out her phone. This time she could finally take pictures without any reservations. A shot of the steering wheel, one of the dashboard, and then several. She didn't want to miss any angle. After finishing, she carefully selected the 9 most satisfying photos. Opening her moments, she began to edit the caption. Caption: a new day, a new surprise. Heart, no names mentioned, no direct boasting. But the omnipresent Porsche logo in those 9 pictures already said it all. Click send. Just a few seconds after posting, likes started pouring in. Comments came one after another. Whoa. Is this a... Sure, did you buy a car? Wait, is this the 911 Turbo? Is it a limited edition? Sister, did you win the... Lu Shishir looked at these envious comments and couldn't help but smile. This was exhilarating. It felt even better than receiving a year-end bonus. Especially those colleagues who usually had issues with her. Now they were all clearly extremely jealous, yet pretending to congratulate. Just watching made Lu Shishir feel incredibly comfortable. Let you all look down on me usually. My current life is at a height you could never imagine. This feeling. It was simply exhilarating. Lu Shishir put down her phone with satisfaction. She then turned her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at Yang Yu, her tone laced with a hint of pleading and anticipation. Can we go out for a drive? Of course. Even without Lu Shishir saying it, Yang Yu had long been unable to contain himself. He was eager to try it out. What difference did it make to drive this top-tier supercar compared to a Kian? Hold on tight. After fastening his seatbelt, Yang Yu pressed the accelerator. The Porsche 911 immediately let out a deep roar like a ferocious beast awakened charging out of the garage. A strong sensation of being pushed back hit Lu Shishir, and she couldn't help but let out a sharp scream. Followed by an uncontrollable burst of laughter. This was her first ride in a sports car. The feeling was simply exhilarating. It was countless times more comfortable than her. Previously, when she drove her BYD, people often waved at her on the roadside, mistaking her for a rideshare. But now, the Porsche was cruising down the road. Passing vehicles all avoided them, clearing a path. Even the pedestrians on the roadside paused, taking out their phones to take pictures, casting looks of envy, jealousy, or awe. Lu Shishir even saw a nearby car where a young girl was pointing at their car, loudly complaining to her boyfriend about something. The boy, on the other hand, wore an expression of helplessness and embarrassment, nearly losing grip of the steering wheel. Seeing this scene, a tremendous sense of satisfaction surged in Lu Shishir's heart. Once upon a time, she was that girl enviously watching others drive luxury cars. And now she had become the one who was. This shift in identity left her feeling a wave of disorientation and unreality. But more than that, it was pride, it was a sense of honor. Because the man driving this top-tier sports car was her man. At this moment, Lu Shishir was immensely glad about her decision. The car sped along until a red light, where Yang Yu gradually brought the vehicle to a stop. His hand naturally rested on Lu Shishir's leg. Lu Shishir's cheeks flushed instantly, but she didn't refuse. Instead, she moved her leg a little closer. It seemed this way would make it easier for Yang Yu to feel. Lu Shishir blinked her eyes and mustered the courage to ask, "Is it smooth, eh?" Yang Yu was also in high spirits. Smooth. However, just as he was about to make a further move, his hand shifting slightly upward. The phone rang. The sudden ringtone shattered the intimate and ambiguous atmosphere inside the car. Yang Yu's mood was interrupted, and he felt a bit annoyed. He took out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. On the screen, 2 words flashed: old man. Seeing this name, the annoyance on Yang Yu's face vanished without a trace. What replaced it was a mix of helplessness and warmth in his smile. Without thinking, he directly answered the call. As soon as the call connected, a loud, thunderous roar came from the other end. "Yang Yu, what the hell?" The voice was so loud that even Lu Shishir beside him could hear it, clearly startling her. "What the hell? Who is this? Why are they swearing right off the bat?" She looked at Yang Yu in some fear, worried he might get. However, Yang Yu not only didn't get angry, but instead smiled. Before he could say anything, the roar from the other end continued. "You bastard, you don't recognize me as your father now that you're in college, huh? It's been how many days? Not a single call. Your father thought you were dead out there." Yang Yu held the phone a bit farther away. It wasn't until the volume gradually decreased that he leisurely replied, "How could I possibly be dead? You promised you'd come back and personally pull out my oxygen tube. Pull out your ass. If you keep barking, I'll come to your school and beat you up." The voice on the other end laughed and scolded, then obviously softened. "All right, let's talk business. How's college going? Are you getting used to it? Those city brats haven't bullied you, right? Need any money? If you need it, call me Dad, and I'll send you some support." Listening to the familiar yet awkward concern from the other end, Yang Yu felt a warm current flow through him. "This is my dad, Yang Zhangwo. Ever since he was very young, his mother ran away with someone. It was Yang Zhangwo who took on both roles of father and mother, relying on a few acres of thin farmland and dozens of free-range chickens, raising him to adulthood and even supporting his college education. Their relationship, rather than a typical father-son bond, was more like that of brothers. They had always bickered like this growing up. He felt fortunate to have such a father. Yang Yu replied calmly, "No need, I have enough money. I'm currently so poor that all I have left is money." "You have enough money?" Yang Zhangwo laughed on the other end. "I still don't know you. You look all prim and proper, but your mind is full of dirty thoughts. You think dating girls in college is free. I'm counting on you to bring me grandkids. Let me tell you, if you don't bring back 2 girlfriends during the new year, I won't let you through this door." Yang Yu fell silent for a moment. He didn't expect his old man to understand him so well, but he really didn't lack money. All right, got it. Don't worry, when I graduate, I'll bring back 10 girlfriends for you." "Just you? 10? Yang Zhangwo mocked. "You must have gone to Vietnam to import 10 back, huh? All right, I won't waste your time. I need to go feed the chickens. Remember, give me a call when you have time. Got it?" "Got it, stop nagging." Yang Yu complained, but his tone softened considerably. "You two drink, less smoke, less take care of your health. Get lost, who's taking care of you?" The voice on the other end cursed, but there was a hint of cheerfulness in it. "Hang up." After saying that, he decisively hung up the phone. Inside the car, silence returned. Lu Shishir, is this a conversation between father and son? Why does it sound like they're using swear words as commas? But to be fair, she envied this atmosphere. At least it was better than most families that suppress their feelings and dare not express affection. The only thing she found puzzling was that she had always thought Yang Yu was a rich second generation. After all, what kind of college freshman earns so much money by himself? But the comments from his dad on the phone didn't sound like a wealthy person's at all. He even mentioned going to feed chickens. Lu Shishir couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity in her heart. "Yang Yu, what exactly does your family do?" Lu Shishir blinked her eyes, unable to resist asking. Yang Yu shot her a puzzled glance. "Didn't you just hear it? Just feed chickens and farm a bit. My dad, although he talks like a jerk, works really hard. I was raised by him alone since I was little." As he spoke, Yang Yu fell into deep thought. Lu Shishir, though even more confused, chose not to press further. She was smart enough to know when to ask and when to be silent. Although Yang Yu's tone was sincere, she still found it. Feed chickens. Farm. If those two could earn so much money, farmers would have run out of land to cultivate. She always felt that Yang Yu was hiding something from her. However, since Yang Yu was unwilling to elaborate, she wouldn't press him. All she needed to know was that the Yang Yu in front of her was someone she had to hold on to tightly in this lifetime. Meanwhile, Yang Yu's thoughts had drifted far away. That recent phone call had stirred a sudden impulse within him. He wanted to go home and take a look. Since obtaining the system, his life had been like fast-forwarding. Money, beautiful women, luxury cars. He was so immersed in the immense pleasure these things brought him that he almost forgot he still had a home and an old father in that small mountain village eagerly waiting for him. It wasn't easy for the old man to raise him alone. Now that he had money and capability, it was time to go back and show him some filial piety. Thinking of this, Yang Yu began to calculate in his mind. When he went home, he had to bring a gift. What should he bring? A thought suddenly jumped into his mind. A car. You have to know that the old man's biggest dream in life was to own a BMW 530. He didn't know where he heard it from, but he had fixed his mind on this model, even dreaming about it. In his QQ signature and WeChat nickname, it was all about the BMW 530. But in reality, the old man had been riding that dilapidated Udea for over 10 years and wouldn't even change it. Yang Yu still remembered how his dad loved to brag when he was young. He said that when he was younger, a childhood friend from the village went to Hong Kong, got rich, and wanted to come back to help a few fellow villagers venture out. His dad was so passionate at the time that he packed his bags. But right before leaving, his grandfather stopped him with a shoulder pull. If you dare step out that door, I'll break your legs today. His dad, fearing that his father would really act, ultimately didn't go. Thus, in that small mountain village, he spent his life farming and raising chickens, wasting away most of his life. Meanwhile, the few who went out with that childhood friend returned in suits looking prosperous. So his dad always taught him one thing. A good man's ambition lies in the world. Staying at home brings no success. Get out there and make a name for yourself. Those with guts thrive while the timid starve. Thinking of this, Yang Yu's eyes became increasingly determined. He couldn't wait to go back and see. To see that old man who scolded but treasured him like a gem. To see that shabby yet warm little courtyard. Once this thought arose, it spread like wildfire, impossible to suppress. Yang Yu stepped on the brakes, steadily stopping the car by the roadside. He turned his head to look at Lu Shishir beside him. I need to go home for a bit. There's something urgent. Off. Lu Shishir's little face suddenly fell, her tone filled with disappointment and reluctance. Now, are you leaving? Was this dreamlike day really going to end like this? She hadn't had enough of this gorgeous sport. She hadn't enjoyed the envious glances from passersby enough. Most importantly, she hadn't spent enough time with Yang Yu. Can't you stay a little longer? Lu Shishir bit her lip, looking at him with a pitiful gaze. Her big, watery eyes were filled with pleading. Seeing her like this, Yang Yu felt a stir in his heart. He didn't say anything, just suddenly leaned forward. Lu Shishir's eyes widened suddenly. Before she could react, his warm lips had already pressed down domineeringly, leaving her brain blank for an instant. A few seconds later, Yang Yu released her, looking at her pretty face that had turned rosy from lack of oxygen, and gently ruffled her hair, like soothing a kitten. Be good. Wait for me to come back. Just a simple sentence instantly calmed Lu Shishir's heart. Yes, Yang Yu was just going home, not leaving forever. She should be more understanding and not add to his troubles. Lu Shishir, don't act unreasonable. Thinking of this, Lu Shishir took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Okay. He'll wait for you. Then he'll give you some money. You can take a taxi back yourself. Yang Yu said, pulling out his phone and making some operations. Lu Shishir just shook her head, preparing to refuse. After all, it's just a taxi, as she didn't need that money at all. But when she saw the number on the phone screen, she was suddenly shocked, and the words she wanted to say were swallowed back. 100,000. Is this for a taxi? That's enough to buy a new energy vehicle. Lu Shishir swallowed hard. Although she wanted to accept the payment, she still recognized the difference between being well-fed and being full. I'm just taking a taxi, or I don't need this much. I don't want it. Lu Shishir shook her head, about to click for a but Yang Yu snatched her phone and forcefully clicked to accept the payment. Just take it. It's only 100,000. Consider it in advance on your salary. Remember, take care of the estate while I'm away. Oh, and buy some nice clothes. I want to inspect them when I come back. Lu Shishir was stunned by his words, her heart racing. Buying clothes. Inspecting them when he returned. Although it felt somewhat embarrassing, Lu Shishir felt an inexplicable sweetness and satisfaction swell in her heart. She no longer refused, but looked at Yang Yu reluctantly. Then, be careful on the road and message me when you arrive. Once the words were spoken, Lu Shishir opened the car door and stood by the roadside, reluctant to part. From the front passenger seat of the top-tier sports car to standing on the bustling street, the huge contrast left her feeling a bit empty inside. However, seeing the extra 100,000 in her account made her excited again. Yang Yu waved at her as a goodbye, then rolled up the car window and drove away. Watching Lu Shishir's graceful figure grow smaller in the rearview mirror until it disappeared, Yang Yu let out a gentle sigh of relief. Just now he indeed had a fleeting thought of whether to take Lu Shishir home with him. However, that idea was quickly extinguished. After all, he hadn't forgotten that his nominal girlfriend was not just Lu Shishir. At best, Lu Shishir could only be considered the fourth. If he took Lu Shishir back first, what about Qin Yun Su Xiaoxiao and Zhang Shuwei, who were ahead? And in the future, what if there were Li Shishir and Wang Shishir? What then? A playful smile curled at the corners of Yang Yu's mouth. No, everything must be balanced. Until all relationships were thoroughly settled and they could coexist harmoniously, it was best not to bring anyone back. After all, bringing someone home had a different meaning. In the eyes of most, it was a step towards discussing marriage. Yang Yu had never thought about marriage. He had plenty of money and abundant youth. Why would he want to find himself a prison? Eating, drinking, and living indulgently every day was not enjoyable. With his mind made up, Yang Yu no longer hesitated. His gaze sharpened as he engaged the gears. With a stomp on the accelerator, he took off. Vroom. The Porsche 911 Turbo S 50th Anniversary Edition's horizontally opposed six-cylinder engine erupted into a deep and terrifying roar. The entire car shot out like an arrow released from its bow. The immense force pressed Yang Yu firmly against the seat, yet he only felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. The sports car transformed into a silver lightning bolt, leaving trails of afterimages on the city's main roads. This drew exclamations from bystanders rising and falling. Wow, what car was that just now? It was so fast. It's a Porsche 911. Wow, that sound is amazing. Whoever's driving that must be some kind of deity. All the discussions and astonishment were far behind Yang Yu. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Home. Ning City. Yang Yu found a BMW 4S dealership and got out of the car. Hello, I want to buy a car. Do you have the BMW 530? I want the top model. Sure, this one will do. Just swipe your card and we'll handle the paperwork. After paying, Yang Yu propped his legs up, idly lying back, while scrolling through his phone, quietly waiting for the staff to complete the paperwork. There was no bargaining, no test drive, and not a single extra word. There was no other reason. It was simply that the staff at this store were very ordinary. None were particularly attractive, which made it hard for him to muster any interest. After wrapping up the car deal, Yang Yu thought for a moment and casually parked the Porsche, then drove the BMW. It wasn't that he didn't want to show off. The problem was that while the BMW could at least be explained the limited edition Porsche, he was afraid others would report that his family lived in a tower. In life, it's enough to show off appropriately. Being low-key is never wrong. If you show off too much, that would really be foolish. After spending about an hour or so, it was the hottest part of the afternoon. Under the old banyan tree at the village entrance, someone had pulled a power line from a nearby house to connect to an old fan that was lazily spinning. A table of men were gathered around playing mahjong, and the sound of tiles clattering could be heard from afar. Beep! Yang Yu honked the car horn. His gaze was locked on a figure beside the mahjong table. Yang Jiangwo had dark skin, a thin frame, tousled hair, and a half-burnt cigarette in his mouth. Although his eyes were filled with longing, he dared not approach the table and just silently watched from the side. Hearing the honk, Yang Jiangwo glanced this way, but perhaps due to the distance he couldn't see clearly and returned his gaze. Beep, beep, beep. Yang Yu pressed the horn harder a few more times. Yang Jiangwo became impatient, this time exhaling a puff of smoke, cursing as he shouted towards the car, "Damn it, stop rushing me." Just as he finished speaking, his gaze suddenly sharpened, as if he had discovered a new world. Ignoring the mahjong table, he dashed over in flip-flops. The closer he got, the clearer the face in the driver's seat became. Yang Jiangwo's wrinkles instantly blossomed into a beaming smile, more joyful than winning the lottery. "Son, what the hell? Why the hell did you suddenly come back?" Yang Yu nearly choked on his drink. He felt that Yang Jiangwo's words sounded both like a curse and a statement of some truth. "I came back to see if you were still alive." Yang Yu turned off the engine and got out of the car, proudly patted the shiny hood. "Look, BMW 530. Do you like it?" Yang Jiangwo's eyes lit up, immediately unable to hide his excitement. He walked around the car, touching the body. "Wow, have you struck it rich? Is this a new car?" Yang Yu nodded proudly and leaned in with a smirk. "I bought it just for you. However, I have a condition. Dad, can you call me Dad too?" Yang Jiangwo. The next moment, a big slap landed on the back of Yang Yu's head. "Damn you, Yang Yu." Not only did he not get to be called Dad, he nearly got beaten into a grandson. Yang Yu rubbed the back of his head, looking utterly disillusioned. This old man really hits hard. Meanwhile, Yang Jiangwo, looking at his son getting into trouble and that brand new BMW 530, found his smile grew even wider. He felt a sense of comfort in his heart, a sense of pride. In his life, he had never been so glorious in the village. The next moment, he suddenly turned around and robustly shouted at the group of stunned mahjong players under the old banyan tree. "What the hell are you all staring at? Come over here. Come see my son who bought me a new car." His shout was like a thunderclap, instantly bringing everyone's clatter. The sound of mahjong tiles being pushed over echoed. The few middle-aged men at the table all dropped their tiles and rushed over. "Wow, Jiangwo, this is really a BMW. This must cost a lot of money, right?" Yang Jiangwo stood with his hands on his hips, wearing an air of invincibility. "Of course, it's the top model. BMW 530. Over 500,000 after tax." Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, a chorus of gasps filled the air. Over 500,000. For families in this small mountain village, it was almost the highest configuration imaginable. They would need to save for years without eating or drinking to accumulate that amount. My goodness. Over 500,000. Little Yu has really made it big. Jiangwo, where did you get such good luck? Did your ancestors' graves smoke? At this moment, all the neighbors wore expressions filled with envy, jealousy, and shock. Their gazes toward Yang Yu had changed. No longer did they look at him as a junior with scrutiny and appraisal, but rather with a truly equal and even reverent. Surrounded by such gazes, Yang Yu felt no discomfort. He simply smiled modestly and said, "You are all too kind. It's just good luck that I made a little money doing some small business with friends." Before he could finish, Yang Jiangwo beside him chimed in discontentedly. "What the hell are you being modest about? What nonsense about good luck?" Yang Jiangwo's eyes widened as if he was the one who had struck it rich. "My son is simply amazing. Can't you see who Yang Yu? Dealing with such an old man, there's simply no reasoning with him. But there is an upside, at least he doesn't have to go through the trouble of explaining so much." Otherwise, if it were an ordinary parent who suddenly saw their college son gifting them a BMW, they would definitely have to contact Uncle Mao. The crowd burst into laughter at this. Right. Your Yang Jingwo's genes are the best. A tiger father has no dog son. Old Yang, you've made it big, don't forget us in the future. Yang Jingwo laughed heartily, waving his hand. How could I? Let's go, who wants to take a ride? They'll take you. Count me in. Damn it, I've lived over half my life without riding a horse, let alone a BMW. I want to go too. Yang Yu watched as the old man called his old buddies to go for a ride, while he himself sat back down on the rattan chair under the tree, a satisfied smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. Returning home in glory clad in fineries is nothing short of this. The pleasure derived from such vanity is truly indescribable. Moreover, this is one of the few forms of vanity that is universally accepted in society among the Chinese. Ding. Detected that the host helped his father fulfill his dream, feeling happy. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash reward, 20 million yuan. The system notification sounded. The money just spent on the BMW immediately returned with an extraordinarily high rate of return. Yang Yu couldn't help but sigh. This is life. Not long after Yang Jingwo came back. However, by the time he returned, none of the old buddies were in the car, having been dropped off at some corner. Instead, the passenger seat was occupied by a lady in leopard print. She looked to be around 40, sporting stylish curly hair with makeup so clearly visible in the dim light, sitting in the passenger seat with a broad smile. Yang Yu couldn't help but feel amused. Now he understood where his playboy tendencies came from. It's a family trait. Son, get in the car. Dad is taking you to the best KTV in the county to have fun. Yang Jingwo parked the car and poked his head out, laughing heartily. His demeanor was akin to a modern version of a proud horse galloping swiftly, having seen all the flowers in Chang'an in a single day. Yang Yu chuckled helplessly and shook his head. I want go and be a third wheel. Just be careful and pay attention to safety on the road. By the way, everything you need is in the trunk, so don't spend your own money to buy anything. Upon hearing this, Yang Jingwo's eyes lit up. My son really knows how to be considerate. It was hard for him to find a leopard print beauty, and of course, he was just being polite, not truly wanting Yang Yu to join. But did Yang Yu prepare something for him? Yang Jingwo curiously opened the trunk and his eyes widened. What the hell? Inside the trunk were 3 big boxes of liquor and 7 packs of cigarettes. All of them were the fine goods he had long dreamed of. He rarely got a chance to see such things. Even during the new year, he only hoped to be able to bum a stick from someone else. But now Yang Yu made such a generous offer. Yang Jingwo immediately burst out laughing. Awesome. Son, it's worth all the effort I put into raising you. As he laughed and scolded, Yang Jingwo eagerly pulled out a cigarette ready to light it. But just as he picked up the cigarette, a black plastic bag hidden underneath slipped out. Yang Jingwo curiously opened the bag and peeked inside. Good heavens. A condom. To be honest, his son was truly one of a kind. What kind of son gives his dad this? Yang Jingwo calmly tucked the item into his pocket and then returned to the driver's seat. The father and son exchanged an unspoken understanding in their gazes. Everything was understood without words. Then Yang Jingwo laughed heartily and drove away with the leopard print lady. Yang Yu watched the car fade into the distance, feeling a surge of emotions. In fact, the 3 boxes of liquor and 7 packs of cigarettes were quantities he had pre-ordered. It wasn't that he was stingy, he was just worried that his dad might go overboard and harm his health. After all, these 2 habits were ones that Yang Jingwo would never quit in his lifetime. So he figured he might as well get some good stuff to minimize the damage to his health. On another note, he also knew his dad had raised him alone all these years, enduring hardships. Now that he had finally made it to college, it was normal for his dad to have some other thoughts, and he had no objections. At least while he wasn't at home, there was someone to help take care of him, allowing him to have peace of mind while out enjoying himself. As for taking his dad to the city, to be honest, Yang Yu had thought about it, but ultimately gave up. After all, his dad had lived here his whole life, and was already too familiar with it. If he really brought him to the city with no friends or brothers, he might even end up feeling lonely and sick. It was better to spend some money to renovate the small house back home. That would be enough to repay his debt of gratitude for raising him. Thinking of this, Yang Yu found himself both amused and exasperated. The extent to which he worried about his dad. It has to be said, Dad, you really should call me Dad. He guessed that his dad wouldn't be back for a while, maybe not even tonight. Yang Yu stretched lazily, preparing to go home and take a look first. However, just as he took a step, a voice came from beside. Little Yu. The person was Zhao Dahai, Uncle Zhao, also Yang Yu's neighbor. He could almost be said to have watched Yang Yu grow up, and their families had always had a decent relationship. At this moment, Zhao Dahai rubbed his hands together, his face beaming. Little Yu, you look like. Are you planning to head back? Isn't your dad out? There's nobody home. At this moment, Zhao Dahai rubbed his hands together, his face beaming. Little Yu, you look like. Are you planning to head back? It's already dinner time. How about this? Come with me to my house. Let my wife cook you some good dishes, and let's have a Zhao Dahai said as he forcibly pulled Yang Yu toward his home. Yang Yu couldn't help but feel amused. Uncle Zhao, really no need. I'm not hungry. Not hungry. You still have to eat. Zhao Dahai's face suddenly turned serious and his tone darkened. He let go of his hand and pretended to be angry as he looked at Yang Yu. You've come back with great difficulty. What's wrong with having a meal at Uncle's house? Why? Now that you've made it big, you look down on me, Uncle. What the? Yang Yu was stunned. This moral coercion was truly unexpected. If he refused again, various versions of gossip would probably spread throughout the village by tomorrow. This rural intelligence station is no joke. On the other hand, considering that Uncle Zhao had always treated him well, Yang Yu had no choice but to agree. How could that be, Uncle Zhao? What are you talking about? I'm just worried about causing you trouble. Alright, let's go. I must try Annie's cooking today. That's more like it. Zhao Dahai's expression instantly brightened. He cheerfully put his arm around Yang Yu's shoulder, as affectionate as if they were family. Trouble. You used to come over to our house every day for meals when you were young. I'm glad for your success today, my boy. Don't worry if it's just a meal. You know what kind of person I am. If I even mentioned borrowing money, Zhao Dahai would be struck by lightning today. With that, Yang Yu was half pushed and half dragged into the Zhao family's courtyard. Zhao Dahai's home was a typical two-story house in the countryside. The exterior tiles were peeling in places, and some farming tools were piled up in the yard, while a few clucking hens were kept. Wife, we have guests. Zhao Dahai shouted into the house. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of freshly scrambled eggs. It was Aunt Zhao. She saw Yang Yu and broke into a simple smile. Oh, little Yu is back. Come in and sit. You've grown so tall, even more handsome than your father. As she spoke, she tried to usher Yang Yu into the house. But after just 2 steps, her arm was pulled back by Zhao Dahai. What are you pulling me for? Being all mysterious. Aunt Zhao turned back and shot an annoyed glance at her husband. Little Yu is still here. Zhao Dahai, however, ignored her and poured a glass of water, smiling at Yang Yu as he said, Little Yu, why don't you sit and play for a while? I need to discuss some matters with your Aunt Zhao. We'll be eating soon. Yang Yu nodded and didn't bother to ask further, watching the two. In the corner under the eaves, Zhao Dahai lowered his voice, excitement glowing on his face. Wife, let me tell you, little Yu is remarkable this time. What do you mean by remarkable? Aunt Zhao was puzzled. Hasn't he just become a bit more handsome? I haven't even reacted yet. Did you really just come back from Chengdu to be this excited? Zhao Dahai's face instantly flushed red. What's there to react to about Chengdu? Do you know what little Yu did when he came back today? Just a moment ago, at the village entrance. He gave his father a car as a gift. Aunt Zhao remained unimpressed. What kind of car? The latest Yachty plus extended version. A BMW. Zhao Dahai nearly bit his tongue, forcing those 2 words through clenched teeth. A BMW 530. Fully equipped. I saw it with my own eyes. Everyone in the village saw it. What? Aunt Zhao immediately stood straighter, her eyes wide with disbelief. What did you say? A BMW. Fully equipped. Instinctively, she turned her head and stole a glance at Yang Yu. My goodness. What kind of virtue did Yang Zhangwo accumulate in his past life to have such a successful son? Is this really the same Yang Yu I remember? Aunt Zhao's breathing quickened a bit. She instantly understood why Zhao Dahai insisted on bringing him back for a meal. She pinched Zhao Dahai's arm fiercely. You old fool. Why didn't you say something about such a big deal earlier? Hurry. Go. Bring out that bottle of wool Yang you hid under the bed. And where's Yu? Tell her to hurry out. Zhao Dahai scolded, chuckled, and nodded repeatedly. Aunt Zhao glanced at the plate of scrambled eggs again, her brow. No way. This dish is too shabby. She decisively turned around and walked toward the corner where the old hens were kept. We must have more dishes today. I'm going to slaughter the fattest hen. Zhao Dahai watched his wife's decisive figure, a sly smile appearing on his face. He turned around and went to another room, and when he returned to Yang Yu's side, someone was following him. Yang Yu was originally bored, fiddling with his phone. When he looked up and saw Zhao Dahai, his eyes widened unconsciously. But not because of Zhao Dahai. It was because a girl stepped out from behind Zhao Dahai. The girl was wearing the simplest white t-shirt, slightly faded. A pair of light blue jeans accentuated her long On her feet were a pair of ordinary white canvas shoes. There were no extra decorations, yet she was clean like an She stood there quietly. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the eaves, casting dappled shadows on her. Her fair skin was especially striking in this rural setting. With a standard egg-shaped face and exquisitely perfect features, her eyes resembled 2 black jewels submerged in clear spring water, pure bright, and without a trace of impurity. At that moment, her clear gaze, filled with curiosity and a hint of shyness, was examining Yang Yu. When their eyes met, she resembled a startled deer, quickly lowering her lashes, a faint blush blooming on her fair cheeks. That appearance was utterly heart-melting. What the? Yang Yu had to admit. The impact this girl brought to him was not any less than that of Qin Yun or Su Xiao. After all, girls from big cities always carry a bit of societal air. But the one before him was pure to the extreme, as if she were made of blank paper. It made one want to doodle freely on her, leaving behind their own mark. Yu. Yang Yu tentatively called out a name buried deep in his memory. Upon hearing this name, the girl suddenly looked up, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. Yang Yu, go. Do you remember me? Her voice was soft and light like cotton candy, sweetening Yang Yu's heart. Of course I remember. Yang Yu smiled. He remembered. Zhao Yuning, Zhao Dahai's daughter, 2 years younger than him. When they were young, she was a little dark and thin, always trailing behind him with a runny nose. During the holidays, their families would visit each other, and they would occasionally see one another. However, later on, he went to high school in the county town and rarely returned. Oh dear, you two still remember. Zhao Dahai slapped his thigh, laughing uncontrollably. That's great. He pushed Zhao Yuning in front of Yang Yu and chuckled. Yuning, look, this is your brother Yang Yu. Now he has made something of himself. Although he had just started college, he was already doing big business. Today he even bought his dad a big BMW. Weren't you worried about finding a good job? Quick, learn well from your brother Yang Yu. Let him guide you. Yang Yu looked at Zhao Dahai, whose face was flushed with it. He understood now. Zhao Dahai truly had no intention of borrowing money. He just wanted to be his father. That old Yang Yu felt speechless inside, but his face still wore a calm and carefree smile. He looked at Zhao Yuning, who was blushing, and took the initiative to break the slightly awkward atmosphere. Yuning, long time no see, you've become even more beautiful. Zhao Yuning blushed even more at his compliment, bearing it. She fiddled with the hem of her clothes, her voice as soft as a whisper. Brother Yang Yu, you too have changed. Changed so much I almost didn't recognize you. This was indeed true. In her memory, Yang Yu was considered somewhat handsome, but just an above-average guy. How could he compare to now? With sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his features were deep and his posture upright. Especially those eyes filled with confidence and tranquility. Every gesture exuded a certain masculine charm. Ha, you two stop standing there, complimenting each other endlessly. Seeing the atmosphere was about right, Zhao Dahai hurriedly stepped in to mediate. He called to Yang Yu while giving his daughter a knowing glance. Yuning, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry, go help your mom serve the dishes. Oh, okay. Zhao Yuning felt as if a great burden had been lifted and rushed into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Aunt Zhao was skillfully putting the freshly chopped chicken pieces into the pot. Upon seeing her daughter rush in with a flushed face, she instantly understood. She nudged Zhao Yuning with her elbow and whispered, raising her eyebrows. How is it? Seeing your brother Yang Yu, aren't you feeling especially spirited? Zhao Yuning became even shyer, stuttering and unable to articulate her thoughts. For her, since she could remember, Yang Yu had always had good grades and was amiable, often praised by neighbors. As a child, naturally she admired Yang Yu, through constant exposure developing a fondness. Yet this affection remained buried deep within her, never to be revealed easily. She had thought that as time passed this feeling would fade. But upon seeing him today, she realized that not only had it not faded, but it had erupted like a geyser. Upon seeing her bashful expression, Aunt Zhao immediately understood. While stirring the chicken in the pot, she earnestly said, this is a good opportunity, my dear. Look at Yang Yu, so young, yet so capable. His future is limitless. He is good-looking, polite to elders, and crucially, he knows your family well. If this works out, you could be set for life. Mom. Zhao Yuning felt both shy and anxious. What are you saying? It's not even on the horizon. How is it not on the horizon? Aunt Zhao lowered the heat and leaned in closer to her ear. As the saying goes, proximity to water allows one to catch the moon first. You two have known each other since childhood and are neighbors. This affection. Moreover, my daughter is so beautiful. Why wouldn't Yang Yu like you? Remember, when we sit down to eat, be smart. Serve him more dishes, smile more. Got it. Zhao Yuning felt her face flush, only able to nod awkwardly. Meanwhile, Yang Yu had already sat down at the table with Zhao Dahai. Zhao Dahai enthusiastically introduced Yang Yu to the family situation, chatting about everything from the neighbors to how many eggs their old hen laid this year. Yang Yu listened with a smile, nodding occasionally, showing great patience. This made Zhao Dahai increasingly satisfied, as expected of a college student. He even bought his dad a BMW. Just look at him. Even with such capabilities, he remains composed and unassuming. Zhao Dahai secretly praised him, further solidifying his thoughts. Soon Aunt Zhao and Zhao Yuning brought out roasted chicken and several other dishes. Although it wasn't rare delicacies, it was evident they had put in some thought, making it appetizing. Come sit down. Zhao Dahai courteously pulled out a chair for Yang Yu and deftly took out a bottle of high-end white liquor from under the bed. Upon seeing it, Yang Yu couldn't help but smile. Well, Yang Yu. It seemed they had spent quite a bit on this. Soon the food. Zhao Dahai filled a glass of white liquor for both Yang Yu and himself. Cheers. Zhao Yu. For the first cup, I toast you. May you achieve academic success, have prosperous business, and abundant wealth. After saying this, he tilted his head back, finishing the entire glass. Yang Yu also smiled, raising his glass and downing it in one go. The spicy liquor slid down his throat, but he remained composed. Zhao Dahai's eyes lit up, nodding to himself. Good, being able to drink makes him a man. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere at the dining table became lively. Zhao Dahai and Aunt Zhao finally revealed their intentions. Zhao Yu, you are truly the golden phoenix that has flown out of our village. Not only are you a college student, but you're also so accomplished. Aunt Zhao picked up a chicken leg and placed it in Yang Yu's bowl, her face full of a kind smile. Unlike our Yuning, who can't even find a proper job, staying home every day, it's driving me crazy. Zhao Yuning felt a bit ashamed and indignant. It's not that she couldn't find a job. Every time she worked well at a place, what happened? Her mom would frequently visit the shop, asking about this and that, and even helping her with tasks. This was why she could hardly keep a job for long. Even if the boss had no objections, she herself couldn't bear to stay. Now seeing her mom say such things again, Zhao Yuning immediately wanted to refute. However, Zhao Dahai shot her a glance that silenced her. Then he continued, sighing, alas, yes. Actually, Yuning has always been sensible and never caused us trouble. During school, she received scholarships every year and rushed to do household chores at home. Tell me, how could such a good girl not find a decent job? Yang Yu listened to the interplay of words between the two. Though his heart was as clear as a mirror, he feigned ignorance. He spoke up to offer comfort, saying, Annie, what you're saying is a bit off. Yuning is so talented, there's no rush with work, she can take her time. Good things come to those who wait. I believe in her. She will definitely find a good job in the future. Yang Yu's words were he praised Zhao Yuning while seemingly genuinely discussing the topic of work. However, the atmosphere at the dining table visibly grew cold. This kid, is he pretending to be clueless with us? Zhao Dahai felt a surge of anger, but seeing Yang Ye's calm demeanor, he forcibly suppressed his irritation. He said nothing, simply poured himself another full glass of Wu Yang Ye from the table, and then tilting his head back, drank it down, as if it were water. The spicy liquor burned his throat, making his face flush even more. Cough, cough. Zhao Dahai coughed heavily twice, slamming his glass onto the table, creating a dull thud. The entire table shook slightly. Seeing this, Aunt Zhao knew her husband's patience was wearing thin. She quickly stepped in to smooth things over, also changing the direction of the conversation. She no longer mentioned work, but instead sighed softly, her gaze filled with affection for her daughter, who had her head down. The quality of work is actually secondary. A girl's youth lasts just a few years, that passes in the blink of an eye. No matter how good a job, or how much money, nothing compares to having a caring man by her side. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Yang Yu, the implication in her words unmistakable. Zhao Yuning's cheeks burned fierce. She could feel the tension in the atmosphere between her parents and Yang Yu. She felt like a commodity on a shelf being fervently promoted by her parents, which filled her with immense shame and embarrassment. At the same time, however, there was a faint glimmer of anticipation within her. Meanwhile, Zhao Dahai also chimed in. Indeed, a girl should ultimately get married. What's the use of thinking about work all day, eh? Zhao Yu, don't you agree? Listening to their conversation, Yang Yu felt a sense of helplessness. He could only continue to play dumb, saying, yes, I feel the same way. Silence, a long silence. It wasn't until a while later that Aunt Zhao quickly picked up the conversation. Isn't that right? While she served Yang Yu some food, she sighed, berating her daughter. Xiao Yu, you have no idea, our Yuning is just too stubborn. We tell her to go on blind dates, and she refuses. We tell her to learn how to dress up, but she doesn't listen. Tell me, besides her looks, what other merits does she have? Yang Yu chuckled awkwardly, but didn't seem inclined to join the conversation. However, Zhao Yuning was unable to sit still, her pretty face now flushed. She tightly grasped her pant leg, her head bowed low, wishing she could hide her face under the table. Mom, please, if you keep talking, they'll just go back to my room. Oh, you child. Aunt Zhao shot her a glare, but her tone softened as she turned to Yang Yu and smiled. Look at her, so shy with this temper. Actually, our Yuning has many strengths. She can cook, do laundry, and clean. She's proficient in everything. From childhood to now, her certificates have covered half the wall. She is obedient and has a kind heart. Zhao Dahai cleared his throat and concluded, she can handle the home and the kitchen. That's exactly what our Yuning is like. Whoever marries her will be truly blessed. After finishing, their eyes locked onto Yang Yu as if they were two spotlights. The implication was clear. Yang Yu felt that the roast chicken in his bowl suddenly lost its flavor. This was no longer a hint, it was a blatant suggestion. They were trying to directly package and hand Zhao Yuning over to him. If he continued to play dumb, it would really seem ungrateful. Yang Yu set down his chopsticks, raised his glass, and wore a wry smile. Uncle Zhao, auntie, are you treating me as an outsider? How could I not know how good Yuning is? We've grown up together since childhood. Ooh, I know her better than anyone else. She is kind, innocent, and beautiful. Who wouldn't like her? Yang Ye's series of praises encompassed Zhao Yuning from head to toe. This made Zhao Dahai and Aunt Zhao beam with joy, their faces filled with smiles. Even Zhao Yuning, who had her head down, couldn't help but steal a glance at Yang Yu, her lips unconsciously curling up. Then, like a startled deer, she quickly averted her gaze. That fleeting moment of shyness and delight was captured. Oh no, don't take it seriously. He quickly shifted the topic, hitting the brakes at the moment they were most expectant. So I feel even more that we must find the best match for Yuning. An average man is not worthy of our Yuning. This matter must be handled with care. It absolutely cannot be taken. He spoke with righteous fervor, more invested than Zhao Dahai, her own father. It was as if he were not the party involved, but rather a concerned relative helping to advise. Zhao Dahai and Aunt Zhao's smiles instantly froze. Their mouths opened, but the words that followed were abruptly choked back by Yang Ye's outburst. This kid. After all that talking, it was all nonsense. Zhao Dahai felt a pang of anger and poured himself another glass, drinking it down in one gulp. The atmosphere at the table fell back into an awkward silence. Only the sounds of chewing and the light clinking of chopsticks remained. Zhao Yuning seemed to sense that something was off as she anxiously squirmed in her seat, glancing at her parents' grim faces, then at the innocent-looking Yang Yu, her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. Silence spread in the air. Finally, Aunt Zhao could no longer bear it. She put down her chopsticks, sighed deeply, her eyes becoming slightly red. Zhao Yu, let me speak to you from the heart. Your Uncle Zhao and I are getting older, and our health is not great. In our lifetime, we haven't achieved much. We just hope that Yuning can find a good place to settle down. We are neighbors, and know this child, we watched you grow up. Your character, looks, and abilities are all top-notch. To be honest, in our village, or even in the entire county, Aunt Zhao can't find anyone more suitable than you. As she spoke, she actually started to wipe away tears. We don't care about your family's wealth. We just hope you treat our Yuning. Mom. Zhao Yuning could bear it no longer and cried out urgently. Yet, just as she prepared to speak again, Zhao Dahai cut in first. Yang Yu, Uncle has drunk his fill today, spoken his mind, and even sacrificed his dignity. I won't beat around the bush any longer. Give me a straight answer, now. What exactly is your stance toward our Yu? Do you consider her suitable, or not? If you find her suitable, if you truly value Yu, then let us settle this matter tonight. But if you deem her unworthy, if you look down upon our humble family, speak plainly. Uncle will never force you. Consider this meal merely a welcome feast for you." As the words fell silent, the entire room sank into deathly stillness. Aunt Zhao ceased weeping. Yuning held her breath. 3 pairs of eyes, 6 piercing gazes, fixed upon Yang Yu alone like spotlights converging on a single figure. Yang Yu set down his wine cup with quiet deliberation. He did not reply, immediately retreating instead into profound silence. Truth be told, indifference toward Zhao Yuning would have been a lie. Such an exquisitely pure beauty, like a flawless white lotus, would stir desire in any man. Under ordinary circumstances he would long since have seized the initiative and claimed her effortlessly. But this moment was different. He simply couldn't bring himself to act. Firstly, she was his neighbor. They saw each other daily. How unbearable would it be should they unite only to part later over some triviality? Decades of amicable kinship between the two families would surely crumble to dust. Secondly, and most crucially, Zhao Yuning was utterly untainted, pristine as untouched parchment. And what of himself? For women already occupied his past. Qin Yun, Su Xiaoxiao Jiang Chui Lu Shishir, and more would surely follow. To entangle Yuning in such a life, to stain that innocent soul, left him with a gnawing sense of guilt. Moreover, given Uncle Zhao's and Aunt Zhao's deeply traditional mindset, how would they react upon learning he intended to make their daughter his 5th or 6th mistress? They'd likely chase him from one end of the village to the other, cleaver in hand. The scandal would explode beyond containment. Why invite such ruin? Better a swift, clean severance than prolonged agony. Sometimes refusal is the greatest act of compassion. With that thought, Yang Yu's resolve crystallized. He raised his head, offering first a gentle apologetic smile, then slowly, yet unshakably, shook his head. "Uncle Zhao, Aunt Zhao, I'm truly sorry. Yu is wonderful, truly exceptional. But at present, I am not ready to consider matters of the heart." His words hung in the air. Uncle and Aunt Zhao's expressions froze instantly, all prior excitement and anticipation evaporating, leaving only stunned disbelief. They could not comprehend it. How could Yang Yu refuse Yu, a girl of such rare beauty, especially with their own enthusiastic endorsement? Why? Hearing Yang Yu's rejection firsthand, Yuning felt the world plunge into darkness, her entire reality collapsing around her. She knew well enough, not ready was merely a graceful pretext, designed to spare her humiliation. At its core it meant only one thing. He deemed her unworthy. In that instant, waves of sorrow, shame, indignation, and despair crashed over her like a relentless tide, drowning her utterly. Tears brimming, she pushed back her chair and stood abruptly. I'm full." Without glancing back, she fled straight, bang, as the door slammed shut with violent finality. The dinner party disintegrated completely. Uncle and Aunt Zhao sat motionless, staring blankly at the untouched dishes strewn across the table, speechless. The newly opened bottle of Wulianya now glared accusingly from the center of the table. The atmosphere had curdled into suffocating awkwardness. Yang Yu knew remaining would only deepen the mortification. He rose slowly, his apologetic smile now softened into serene detachment. "Uncle Zhao, Aunt Zhao, I've finished my meal. Thank you for your hospitality. I'll take my leave now." Uncle Zhao's lips trembled as if to speak, but no sound emerged. He merely waved listlessly, shoulders slumped. Aunt Zhao kept her gaze lowered, refusing even to meet Yang Yu's eyes. Her face aged 10 years in an instant. Yang Yu uttered nothing more and walked quietly out of the Zhao household. Night had deepened. A cool summer breeze brushed his face, carrying the faint sweet scent of grass and foliage. He drew a long cleansing breath, feeling instantly refreshed. Returning to his modest courtyard, he found his father still absent. He fetched a reclining chair and settled beneath the vast star-strewn sky. Cicadas chirped, the frogs croaked, the familiar symphony of rural night. Such profound tranquility could never be found in the city. Truthfully, he harbored not a trace of regret over today's choice. Only a quiet, lingering sense of loss remained. Yuning's flawless, delicate features paired with her shy, innocent charm were indeed extraordinary. Any man confronted with such effortless opportunity would struggle mightily to decline. Yet Yang Yu understood clearly. Qin Yun, Su Xiaoxiao Jiang Chui Lu Shishir. They had tacitly accepted his wandering affections, never demanding exclusivity. But Yuning, given Uncle and Aunt Zhao's traditional values, accepting her as his girlfriend would inevitably trigger relentless pressure to propose to marry to produce heirs. He could offer neither fidelity nor marriage. Her family would never tolerate his entanglements elsewhere. The outcome would be inevitable rupture, scorn, estrangement, annihilation of decades-long neighborly bonds. A true dead end. Why risk it? To bind himself irrevocably to one woman and ignite chaos in the process was simply not worth it. He could be a cad, but never a monster. Unless the Zhao family somehow accepted it all. Yang Yu shook his head. Such acceptance was implausible. He understood rural life well. Its people cherished simplicity and sincerity. They wouldn't merely reject such a notion. They'd likely never even have heard of it. His personal creed remained unchanged. To glide through a garden of countless blossoms, never letting a single petal cling. He sought only carefree indulgence, pleasure drawn from wealth and beauty, unburdened by weighty commitments or emotional chains. Once this clarity settled within him, even that last wisp of regret dissolved entirely into the night air. He stretched languidly, withdrew his phone from his pocket, and dialed his father's number. It rang several times before, "Hey, what's up? Spit it out already." His father Yang Jingwo's voice came through, rough, breathless, and faint suggestive sounds echoed distantly in the background. Yang Yu was of course very familiar with all of this. He still feigned ignorance and asked, "Oh Dad, running, why are you breathing so heavily?" MMM. In between gasps, Yang Jingwo managed to reply, "Well, I just finished eating and came out to It's important to exercise in middle age." "Oh, is that so?" Yang Yu elongated his tone, "Where are you running? I could swear I hear someone else running too." There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. Following that came a roar, "You nosy brat, why are you meddling? If you have nothing important, I'm hanging up." Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy tone on his phone, Yang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. The old man really is something. He's nearly 50, yet has more energy than young people. He shook his head and put his phone back into his pocket. The night breeze was gentle, and the lounge chair swayed back and forth. Beneath the quiet night sky, as Yang Yu breathed in the unique scent of the countryside, he unknowingly fell asleep. The next day, Yang Yu was startled awake by a cacophony of voices. He suddenly opened his eyes and realized he had spent the night in the lounge chair. At the moment, there was a small group of villagers gathered at the entrance of his yard, pointing and discussing what was happening inside. "Who is that?" "I don't know, but early in the morning someone came to Yang Jingwo's door, crying, claiming to be Yang Jingwo's wife." "What nonsense. Wasn't Yang Jingwo's wife taken away by someone ages ago?" "That was years ago. Who knows? She doesn't seem like a good person." Yang Yu frowned and sat up from the lounge chair. Following the gazes of the crowd, he looked towards the center of the yard. He saw a middle-aged woman wearing a floral dress and sporting fashionable curly hair, sitting on the ground, slapping her thighs and crying loudly. "My son, my life has been so hard. I'm sorry, Mom. I've suffered so much over the years while trying to find my way back. Please come out and see your mother." Yang Yu watched this scene in disbelief. Mom. His mind went blank in an instant. The memories associated with the word mother were vague, distant, and even tinged with resentment for him. Ever since he could remember, this woman had always argued with his father. In the end, she ran off with a wealthy man from the city because she was dissatisfied with their poverty and Yang Jingwo's lack of ambition. Years passed. There had been no news. Yang Jingwo raised him all alone, fulfilling both parental roles. He thought he would never see that woman again in his lifetime. But now, what was going on? Was the village's gossip spreading this quickly? He had just earned some money and returned home. Just as he arrived, this long-lost mother who had disappeared for over a decade appeared right at his doorstep. What a coincidence. A trace of coldness flashed in Yang Ye's eyes. He stood up and looked at the woman. She seemed to sense someone approaching and raised her head, gazing at Yang Yu with her swollen, tear-streaked eyes. When she clearly saw Yang Ye's handsome, yet somewhat distant face, she froze for a moment. Then a wave of overwhelming joy erupted in her eyes. "Son, you must be Xiao Yu, my son." She scrambled up from the ground, opened her arms, and attempted to rush towards Yang Yu. The affectionate gesture was even more exaggerated than something out of a movie. Yang Yu instinctively sidestepped, perfectly dodging the embrace. The small movement caused the woman to freeze midair. The scene became quite awkward. She looked stunned for a moment, and then quickly replaced it with an expression of hurt and grievance. "Son, do you not recognize your mother anymore?" She pressed her hand to her chest, appearing utterly heartbroken. "I am your mother, Ho Guifan, your real mother." Yang Yu looked at her and inexplicably felt a twinge of disgust. As for Ho Guifan's true identity, let's set that aside for now. Even if she were truly his biological mother, to be honest, he felt nothing for her. She had given him life, but never raised him. He did not, and would never forgive such a mother. After all, if Ho Guifan truly cared for him, and this family, how could she have been silent for so many years? However, Yang Yu did not lash out for the time being. He simply looked at her coolly and slowly nodded. Just one word. Neutral, devoid of any emotion. Yet that single word sent Ho Guifan into a frenzy of joy. She thought Yang Yu had accepted her. Seeing that Yang Yu did not directly curse her or drive her away, her courage suddenly grew. The earlier awkwardness vanished like smoke. She immediately took a step forward, grasped Yang Ye's arm, and with tear-filled eyes said, "Son, you've grown so tall, so handsome. Let me take a good look at you. Oh, it's so good, so good. Over the years I have suffered so much and felt so wronged, never a day went by without thinking of you." She began to pour out her tragic experiences, portraying herself as a victim trapped in misfortune. Yang Yu he remained silent and did not interrupt, instead silently judging what Ho Guifan was truly trying to achieve. After crying and lamenting for a long while, seeing Yang Ye's lack of reaction, Ho Guifan began to feel anxious. She changed her tone, wiped her eyes with her sleeve, and pulled Yang Yu toward the house. "Come on, son, it's too noisy outside. Let's go inside to talk. Let me see how our home is doing now." As she spoke, she seemed to casually survey the dilapidated yard. Deep within her eyes, a flicker of disappointment and confusion passed. Yang Yu remained expressionless, allowing her to pull him into the main room. The room was still the same old style. The old wooden furniture and the worn walls showed no signs of change. Ho Guifan's lips twitched slightly, and the enthusiasm on her face visibly waned. How strange. Didn't her best friend call yesterday and say that Yang Yu had struck it rich? That she had even bought Yang Jingwo, that useless man, a BMW? Why did the house still look this poor? Although doubts lingered in her heart, Ho Guifan did not show it. Instead, she looked at Yang Yu with concern. Son, how have you been all these years? Is it tough? Are you exhausted? Don't blame your mother. Back then, I really had no choice. As she spoke, Ho Guifan's eyes turned red again, as if she had indeed suffered a great injustice. Choking back tears, she continued, it's all your father's fault. He drank every day, and even hit me. Your mother originally wanted to take you along, but he wouldn't let me. You mustn't blame your mother. I have thought of you all these. I promise. Mother will make up for all the maternal love you have missed all these years. Yang Yes lips curled into a cold smile. If Ho Guifan had found some other excuse, he might have believed it. But to say that Yang Jiangwo was an alcoholic and abusive, he absolutely did not believe it. Based on his many years of understanding of his father, Yang Jiangwo had always worked hard during the day and would only occasionally drink a little at night. In fact, in the months leading up to the college entrance exams, Yang Jiangwo was so afraid that drinking would affect him that he refrained for several months. Such a person who could give up his only hobby for his son. Could he really be the debauched drunkard that Ho Guifan described? Yang Yu found it laughable. If he believed that, he might as well believe he was Qin Shi Huang. As for domestic violence, that was even more absurd. Over the years, although the father and son had occasional arguments, they had never resorted to violence. Yang Jiangwo was merely a bit reckless with his words. Throughout the years apart from slaughtering pigs during the New Year, Yang Yu had never seen him fight with anyone. Thinking of this, his dislike for Ho Guifan deepened. However, seeing that Yang Yu was silent, Ho Guifan assumed he was moved by her genuine feelings, reminiscing about childhood and digesting the maternal love that had come a decade too late. She even slightly reddened her eyes and wiped the corners with her hand, looking quite convincing. Those who didn't know would think she was the victim abandoned for many years. At this moment, assessing the timing, Ho Guifan revealed a motherly smile. Son, I know you've suffered these past years. Don't worry, I'm back this time to make it up to you. From now on, it will just be the two of us, and I won't let you suffer even a bit. At that time, I'll cook delicious meals for you every day, making you plump and healthy. As she spoke, Ho Guifan outlined a beautiful future. The way she acted seemed as if she genuinely cared for Yang Yu. Yet he shook his head internally. This acting. He even suspected that Ho Guifan had gone to Hongdian for training all these years. At that moment, while Ho Guifan continued her incessant babbling, Yang Yu felt a wave of nausea in his stomach. It was truly very nauseating. He didn't want to listen any longer. Just as Yang Yu was about to interrupt, Ho Guifan suddenly changed the subject, glancing at the quartz clock on the wall and then slapping her thigh. With a concerned look, she turned to Yang Yu. Oh no. It's already this late. Son, you haven't eaten breakfast yet, have you? Look at those dark circles under your eyes. Did you not sleep well last night? You must have slept outside on a lounge chair and caught a cold. Wait, I'll go make you breakfast right away. What do you want to eat? How about egg noodles? I remember you loved them when you were little. Without waiting for Yang Yu to respond, Ho Guifan rolled up her sleeves and, looking like a devoted wife, headed straight into the small dark kitchen. In the kitchen, soon there was a clatter of pots and pans. Then came Ho Guifan's shout. Ouch. Why won't this gas stove? This pot is all rusty. How can it be used? Where's the rice? Where's the noodles? Why is there nothing here? Ho Guifan's eyes revealed intense disgust. Her complaints came one after another. Finally, she chose to give. Stepping out of the kitchen, she calmly said, Son, there's nothing at home, so we can't make noodles. How about I go out and buy you some breakfast? Yang Yu looked up at her, non-committal. Ho Guifan rubbed her hands together, her face bearing a hint of eagerness and testing, but in the end, she couldn't hold back. She pretended to casually chat. By the way, son, where's your dad? What has he been up to so early? I heard from Aunt Wong at the village entrance. He seems to have gone out driving. Here it comes. The fox's tail is fine. Yang Yu sneered inwardly, but on the surface he calmly replied him. Upon receiving his affirmative response, Ho Guifan's eyes immediately lit up. Her breathing quickened, her body slightly leaned forward, eagerly asking, So, was the car really a BMW? My girlfriend said. That car costs tens of thousands. Did you buy it, son? You really are something. You're making your mom proud. Quickly tell me, what big business are you running outside? How much can you earn in a month? At this moment, Ho Guifan's face was filled with greed and fervor. Her eager expression seemed to envision countless banknotes beckoning to her. Seeing her grotesque facade, Yang Yes' last shred of patience was completely worn away. Indeed, he should not have held any expectations. A person who could abandon their family for money as a child. Now, seeing the family's wealth, it was normal for her to return with her tail between her legs. Yang Yu slowly straightened up. The faint smile on his face completely vanished, replaced by indifference. Everything you said is, the car is mine, a BMW worth tens of thousands. Hearing this, Ho Guifan immediately clapped her hands in excitement. I knew it. I'm so happy for you, son. However, Yang Yu shook his head. You're a bit too early in your joy. Everything you said is indeed true. But the car was a gift from my dad and has nothing to do with you. Yang Yu paused, his gaze sharp as it pierced into Ho Guifan's eyes. Her smile froze for a moment before she shamelessly nodded. Oh, I understand. That was your gift for your dad. Why would I think about it? Speaking of which, I actually want a car too. Nothing too fancy. I heard that Lamborghini is pretty good. Son, you see, I think you've eaten too much of your dad's cooking. You've lost your mind. Yang Yu replied bluntly. He truly couldn't understand where Ho Guifan got her audacity. Lamborghini. How could a woman in her 40s know about that? Ho Guifan's smile instantly froze, and she stuttered, Son, what do you mean? How are you speaking to your mom? What do you mean? Yang Yu took a step forward, looking down at Ho Guifan. What I mean is whether I have money or bought a BMW has nothing to do with it. Since that moment over a decade ago when you abandoned me and my dad, we have had no relationship whatsoever. By the way, I am not your son, and you are not my mother. Now, please just get out. No. Ho Guifan instantly shrieked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She could not believe it. After all her careful scheming, all her elaborate performance, this was the outcome she received. The crushing collapse of hope shattered her composure entirely. She lunged forward, attempting to grasp Yang Ye's thigh, only for him to recoil with palpable disgust. Off balance from her failed lunge, Ho Guifan stumbled, then collapsed with a heavy thud onto her knees. This time she truly knelt, wailing uncontrollably. Son, you can't treat your mother like this. Mother knows she was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please forgive me just this once, please. Mother promises. She'll treat you well from now on, and treat your father well too. We'll live as a proper family. I'll do anything you ask. Just don't cast me out. Her sobs swelled louder and louder, drawing curious villagers outside the courtyard who now pointed, whispered, and debated among themselves. How can this boy treat his own mother so cruelly? Exactly. It's still his birth mother after all. Every household bears its own unspeakable burdens. Yet Yang Yu seemed utterly deaf to it all, unmoved even by her kneeling. Even if she bowed twice before him today, he would never forgive her, not even if she were his flesh and blood mother. Or perhaps that phrase itself was misleading. A mother who bore, but never raised him was no different from a stranger. What is a stranger? Someone who is neither brother nor friend, merely a passing face in life's crowd. This resolve was not only for himself, but also to honor Yang Zhengwo's decades of quiet sacrifice and unwavering devotion. If he accepted Ho Guifan without hesitation, would that not implicitly condemn Yang Zhengwo's lifelong efforts as futile? Yang Yu lowered his gaze, a cold, mocking smile playing upon his lips. A family? You dare call us that? One final warning. Let go, and then, get out. Seeing her please yield nothing, Ho Guifan's wails gradually subsided. She lifted her head. The bloodshot eyes no longer held sorrow or remorse, only boundless venom and unbridled madness. When pleading failed, she resorted to coercion. Yang Yu. Ho Guifan shot upright from the ground, jabbing her finger toward his nose and erupting into furious curses. Ungrateful, heartless ingrate. Disobedient wretch. I carried you for 10 months. I bore you in agony. And this is how you repay me. Listen well. I won't leave unless you acknowledge me as your mother. I'll die right here, so the whole village can witness your monstrous ingratitude. You wealthy scoundrel who cast aside his own mother the moment fortune smiles upon him. You care about reputation? Then I'll ensure you never lift your head high again in this village. And I'll sue you for abandonment. The law mandates children's duty to support their elders. You'll compensate me. You'll provide for my old age and arrange my funeral. Her voice, shrill and piercing, tore through the courtyard like broken glass. Her shameless, hysterical demeanor laid bare for all to see. Faced with Ho Guifan's frenzied threats, Yang Yu's response defied everyone's expectations. He did not rage, he laughed. Fine. I'll wait for your lawsuit. Perfect. We might as well settle all accounts, old and new, in one place. Ho Guifan froze, then screamed anew with redoubled fury. Fine then, Yang Yu. You monster. Suing your own mother. How vile you are. Yang Yu frowned. Are you insane? Wasn't it you who demanded a lawsuit? At that moment, vroom. A thunderous engine roar surged closer, detonating violently at the courtyard gate, followed immediately by a screeching halt. Scree. All eyes snapped toward the sudden commotion, revealing a gleaming brand-new BMW 5 Series parked with brazen arrogance at the gate. The door swung open. Out leapt a middle-aged man, wearing a sleeveless vest, flip-flops, and a broad, satisfied grin. It was Yang Zhengwo, still chewing something, clutching a bulging bag of breakfast steamed buns, fried dough, stick, soy milk, all clearly meant for Yang Yu. But when he took in the tense standoff, and the crowd of villagers gathered around his home, he paused, puzzled, and called out, "What are you all doing? Why's everyone gathered at my front gate so early?" His voice boomed across the yard as his gaze swept the crowd. Then his eyes locked onto the woman standing at the courtyard center, pointing accusingly at his son, her face twisted with malice, and he froze, struck speechless. Truth be told, if Ho Guifan had come for him, his anger might have simmered lower. But she'd targeted Yang Yu with such aggressive contempt. Even without thinking, Yang Zhengwo knew trouble loomed. The breakfast bag slipped from his grip, thudding to the ground, and a volcanic surge of wrath erupted from deep within his chest. Damn it. In 3 strides, Yang Zhengwo charged into the courtyard, staring daggers at Ho Guifan, raising slap. Ho Guifan. You shameless whore. How dare you show your face here again? God damn it. The sudden violence stunned everyone, especially Ho Guifan. Caught completely off guard, she absorbed the full a vivid red handprint bloomed across her cheek. Her face paled instantly, as if reality had cruelly mirrored her earlier slander of domestic violence. Trembling with fear, she instinctively retreated 2 steps, then clutched her burning cheek, disbelief trembling in her voice. Why, Zhengwo, you dared strike me. What, you? I struck you, and I'll strike you again. Yang Zhengwo, now seething beyond reason, spat words like shards of glass. You wretched woman, what filth did you utter to my son? Speak up. When she remained silent, he turned sharply toward the villagers, listening to their hushed murmurs, piecing together exactly what had transpired moments earlier. After all, Yang Yu had returned triumphantly just yesterday, and today Ho Guifan appeared like clockwork. Clearly the village's rumor mill had already spun into overdrive. As for her purpose, no guesswork required. Yang Jingwo knew this woman had arrived to twist truth, distort facts, and poison perception. If he didn't speak plainly now, his son Yang Yu would bear the stain of unfilial disgrace for life. Everyone, listen carefully. Yang Jingwo thrust his finger toward Ho Guifan, his voice trembling, not with weakness but with righteous fury. Do you know who this woman is? She is my ex-wife, and Yang Yu's biological mother. Yes. But tell me, how has she ever been a mother? At this the villagers leaned in, their expressions alight with mounting fascination. Some had already begun selling sunflower seeds, cola, and snacks among the crowd, munching eagerly while straining every ear to catch every word. Back then it was all because they despised my poverty, despised my lack of ability. That damn bitch not only ran away, but also stole all the savings from our home. That was the money I saved to pay Yang Ye's tuition. I collected it piece by piece. And what happened? That damn bitch just stole it. After stealing, she immediately ran off with some wild man driving a Santana. For over a decade. A full decade. Did she ever call home? Did she ever send her son even a single cent? No, nothing at all. I, Yang Jingwo, raised my son alone through thick and thin. How much hardship has my son endured? How much suffering has he faced? Some of you witnessed it with your own eyes. And now Yang Jingwo suddenly pointed at the brand new BMW at the door, his voice rising sharply. Now my son has succeeded. He has made a name for himself. He returned driving a BMW. And hurry, she just caught a whiff of money and came back like a dog. Yang Jingwo became increasingly agitated, even trembling slightly all over. At this moment all the onlookers could hear everything clearly. The truth was revealed. The villagers' gazes towards Ho Guifan instantly changed, from sympathy to disdain, anger, and contempt. What the hell? Why didn't you say this earlier? So that's how it is. She's truly a piece of work. Ran away with the money back then, and now she wants to come back and take advantage because we're doing well. How shameless. How can there be such a mother in the world? I said she didn't look like a good person. A face full of bitterness. Ho Guifan, you're ruthless. In the crowd, Aunt Zhao was the first to step forward, hands on her hips, pointing at Ho Guifan and scolding. Ho Guifan, do you have no shame left? We old neighbors all saw how Jingwo treated you back then. You ran off with some wild man, and now you have the face to come back and slander him. And you say he drinks and hits you. We the neighbors know Yang Jingwo best. In his life, who has he ever hit? When has he ever missed something because of drinking? Now that you can't keep up the act, you want to accuse him of abandonment. Do you even dare to mention the laws? When you ran away with the money back, then did you think about the law? Get lost. Our village doesn't welcome scum like you. Aunt Zhao's words heightened the anger in everyone's hearts once again. The crowd was incensed. The villagers' curses surged towards Ho Guifan like a tide. Right? Get out. Go. Ho Guifan was utterly panicked. She never expected Yang Jingwo to suddenly return, nor did she anticipate him to expose the ugly past before the entire village. Damn, doesn't he feel ashamed? Looking at the villagers' angry faces, she knew that today this matter was probably only going to end here. If it continued, whether she could walk out of here alive was already a question. All right. Ho Guifan took several steps back, her malicious gaze fixed on Yang Yu and Yang Jingwo. You wait for me. Yang Jingwo. Yang Yu. You two are ganging up on me. We'll see each other in court. I won't let you off. After leaving those, Ho Guifan no longer dared to linger, shoving through the crowd, fleeing in disgrace. The farce finally came to an end. The villagers spat a few more curses at Ho Guifan's retreating figure and slowly dispersed when there was no more spectacle to watch. Zhao Dahai and Aunt Zhao came over to comfort Yang Jingwo, telling him not to be angry, then took the silently observing Zhao Yuning from the corner and left for home. The crowd came quickly and dispersed just as fast. The large courtyard soon only held Yang Yu and his father Yang Jingwo. At this moment Yang Jingwo's chest was still heaving violently, clearly very angry. He plopped down onto a lounge chair, took out a cigarette from his pocket. Lighting it, he took a deep drag. Amidst the swirling smoke, Yang Jingwo's weathered face was filled with anger. Yang Yu remained silent, quietly waiting. The courtyard fell into silence for a long time. Only the sound of Yang Jingwo vigorously inhaling the cigarette was heard. A cigarette was quickly finished. After Yang Jingwo's heart slowly calmed down, he couldn't help but feel some worry. To be honest, he was ultimately just a farmer who had lived an honest life in the countryside for most of his life. Hearing the word court out of the blue always made him a bit naturally fearful. Son, what do you think if that damn bitch really goes to court against us? What should we do? Will there be trouble? Looking at his father's anxious expression, Yang Yu felt an inexplicable softness in his heart. In his memory, Yang Jingwo rarely showed fear about anything. It seems that unknowingly his father had aged too. Sigh. Yang Yu silently sighed in his heart, but showed a relaxed smile on his face. Dad, what's the big deal? Isn't it just a lawsuit? What are you afraid of? Don't worry, she won't win against us. The law is about evidence. She abandoned her husband and child for over a decade with no news, and now she comes back asking for alimony. Does she even have the face to cause a scene in court? Fine, even if we take a step back and she really has the ability to file a lawsuit. I can also find the best lawyer to crush her down on the ground. Yang Zhengwo relaxed a bit at these words, although he didn't understand all this messy stuff. But he could still see the confidence that Yang Yu displayed. However, after thinking for a moment, he felt a bit worried. The best son, how much will that cost? We won't lose money, right? Don't worry. Yang Yu smiled, patting his shoulder. This lawyer has worked with me several times. It's not expensive. You don't need to worry about money. Just relax and boldly enjoy yourself outside. He'll handle this matter. Seeing his son so confident, the last shred of Yang Zhengwo's worry dissipated. He suddenly slapped his thigh and sprang to his feet. The frown on his face cleared away in an instant. What replaced it was a face full of joy and excitement. Damn, I knew it. My son is amazing. He pulled Yang Yu into an embrace, patting him vigorously, grinning from ear to ear. Since you said that, why should I be afraid of her? Let that damn bitch sue. If she doesn't, she's a coward. I also want to see just how badly that dog will end up. Yang Yu smiled upon seeing his father's indignant expression. He then took out his phone and scrolled to Li Yan's number. Right in front of his father, he dialed the number. The call was almost instantly answered. Mr. Yang. Li Yan's voice was serious and steady, sounding exceptionally professional. How can I help you? Is there something you need? Lawyerly, thank you for your help with the school's matter last time. This time I have another case I would like to consult you about. Is it convenient for you? It's convenient, go ahead. Li Yan readily agreed. After all, she was somewhat curious and fond of Yang Yu, especially since he paid promptly and generously. What reason did she have to refuse? Yang Yu glanced at his father Yang Zhengwo, who was eavesdropping, and smiled. It's hard to explain over the phone. Can you come over? I'm at my hometown village. They'll send you the location now. All right. Li Yan was silent for a few seconds, and as she saw the location, she immediately felt a bit puzzled. In her perception, wasn't Yang Yu a wealthy second generation? But the location sent over, clearly a remote village. Mr. Yang, are you sure this is the right location? I'm sure. Okay. Li Yan no longer hesitated. He'll set off now. It should take me a little over an hour to get there. Thank you for your effort. Call me when you arrive. After saying that, the call ended. Yang Zhengwo leaned over, looking. She just agreed like that. Didn't even ask what the matter was. There's nothing to ask about. Yang Yu tucked his phone back into his pocket, appearing quite confident. She has worked with me before, as she's from Hongchuan law firm and has hardly lost a case. Yang Zhengwo opened his mouth wanting to say something, but he couldn't find the words. What was going on? What was this He didn't understand how his son had become so impressive. Just one phone call, and the lawyer was already on her way from the city. So, is this lawyer reliable? Reliable. You can rest assured. After Yang Yu responded, he changed the topic. By the way, last night. As soon as he mentioned this, Yang Zhengwo perked up completely, throwing the lawyer's matter aside. A smug smile crossed his face. Last night's competition was quite challenging. Just the track, it was like a winding mountain road. Yang Zhengwo made a face relishing the memory. But your dad, I am still as sharp as ever. From the starting point, I sprinted the whole way. I didn't slow down even once. In the end, even the judges couldn't take it anymore and begged me to slow down. How was that? Did I embarrass you? Yang Yu looked at his proud father, who was even somewhat disrespectful due to age, and couldn't help but laugh. Finally, he could only give a thumbs up. All right, you're the best. Of course. Yang Zhengwo laughed heartily. Then he seemed to remember something, suddenly patted Yang Yu on the shoulder and handed him the car keys. Take these and go. Get the drinks from the trunk. Let's have a good drink together. Celebrate. Celebrate what? Yang Yu asked knowingly. Of course, to celebrate that scoundrel leaving. And also to celebrate my son finding me a top lawyer. Yang Zhengwo waved his hand grandly, looking quite proud. Seeing his father regain his former spirit, Yang Yu finally felt relieved. All right. He smiled and went to the trunk to get things. Yang Zhengwo casually prepared some snacks, and the two of them. Not long after, Yang Ye's phone rang. Mr. Yang, I've arrived. The location you sent. There's a large banyan tree at the village entrance, right? Yes. Just wait for me. He'll come out to meet you. No need, he'll drive in. Just tell me which way to go. Yang Yu provided the directions and hung up. Dad, the lawyer is here. Let's go out and meet her. Yang Zhengwo, who had initially looked tipsy, quickly extinguished his cigarette and stood up. He instinctively adjusted his collar and looked down at the flip-flops on his feet. Is this outfit okay? Yang Yu almost burst out laughing. Dad, she's a lawyer. She's here for work, not for a blind date. But I can't embarrass. As he spoke, Yang Zhengwo rushed back inside to change into a pair of leather shoes. Yang Yu watched silently, but he silently decided to protect his father well. The two of them walked out of the yard. A black Mercedes slowly turned into the village road and stopped at the entrance. The car door opened. Li Yan got out and stood still. Today she wore a well-tailored cream-colored suit skirt. The tailored suit jacket perfectly accentuated her slender waist, while the fitted skirt showcased her long, straight legs beautifully. Her fair skin seemed to glow under the sunlight. The black high heels emphasized her already tall stature even more. Her neat shoulder-length hair exuded an air of professionalism. What drew the most attention was her pair of gold-rimmed glasses. They not only didn't hide her exquisite features, but also added an air of intelligence and allure. Yang Zhengwo was stunned on the spot. Having lived nearly 50 years, he considered himself to have seen many beautiful actresses. But compared to the one before him, those stars seemed utterly unimpressive. Yang Zhengwo was stunned on the spot. Having lived nearly 50 years, he considered himself to have seen many beautiful. Then in a voice only the two of them could hear, he warned in a low tone, "Dad, tone it down. Where are you looking? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. She's mine." To his surprise, Yang Jiangwo completely dismissed his warning. He glanced at Yang Yu and retorted without backing down, "What do you mean yours? Did she admit it? It's all based on abilities." After saying that, Yang Jiangwo raised his eyebrows provocatively. Yang Yu almost laughed from his father's antics. This old man. As soon as Li Yin got out of the car, the first thing she sensed was the unique, earthy smell of the countryside. Then, it was the smell of chicken droppings. She slightly frowned, but quickly regained her composure, glancing around at the rundown yard. The weathered earth walls, the rickety wooden door, and the visibly aged lounge chair in the yard. This is Yang Ye's home. She found it hard to believe. In her impression, Yang Yu was undoubtedly a wealthy second generation. How could he come from such a family? Could it be? For a moment, Li Yan's curiosity about Yang Yu reached its peak. "Attorney Li, thank you for your hard work." Yang Ye's voice gently pulled her thoughts back to the present. Li Yan instantly regained her composure and offered a professional practice smile. "Not at all, Mr. Yang." She extended her hand with quiet confidence. Yang Yu reciprocated, his grip light, brief, and impeccably courteous. "And who is this?" Li Yan's gaze shifted toward the man standing beside Yang Yu. "My father, Yang Jiangwo." Yang Yu introduced him. "Uncle, it's an honor to meet you." Li Yan inclined her head slightly, a gesture both graceful and reserved. Oh, pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to meet you." Yang Jiangwo beamed and nodded vigorously in response. Yang Yu gestured politely toward the house. "Attorney Li, it's sweltering outside. Shall we continue indoors?" "Certainly," Li Yin replied with a calm, affirmative nod. As the three stepped into the main hall, Yang Jiangwo sprang into motion, pouring water, arranging fruit, fussing with restless hospitality. "Attorney Li, please have some tea. It's steeped in mountain spring water, sweet and pure. Attorney Li, try these apples, just plucked from the tree, crisp and fresh." His demeanor was so earnest one might mistake him for a matchmaker. Li Yin sighed inwardly, glancing fleetingly at Yang Yu. He understood instantly and issued a gentle but firm dismissal. "Father, would you mind stepping outside for a moment? Li Yin and I need to discuss matters of importance." "Hey, you ungrateful whelp." Casting aside the millstone once the grains ground, Yang Jiangwo shot him a mock scolding glare, reluctant yet compliant. He picked up his teacup and retreated to the courtyard's reclining chair. Still his ears pricked upright, attuned to every syllable from within. At last the main hall settled into silence. Without preamble, Yang Yu recounted, calmly, meticulously, the morning's events and Ho Guifen's conduct over the past 14 years, leaving nothing unsaid. His tone remained detached, as if narrating a stranger's tragedy. Yet Li Yin sensed a suffocating weight beneath. She had never imagined Yang Yu, not a scion of privilege, but a child forged in hardship. His origins were less a privileged beginning than a cataclysmic collapse. That realization only deepened her resolve to stand by him. Li Yin adjusted the gold-rimmed spectacles perched on her nose, her gaze sharp, incisive. "Mr. Yang, may I confirm? When Ho Guifen left, she took the family's savings, the very funds earmarked for your tuition." "Yes." Yang Yu nodded. "That was all our family had, and she carried it away without a trace." A faint, icy smile flickered across Li Yan's lips. "Then this is straightforward." From her leather briefcase, she withdrew a tablet and a stylus, movements fluid assured. "Mr. Yang, your concern about abandonment charges is unfounded. Per the Civil Code, adult children bear filial obligations, but only if their parents fulfilled their duty of upbringing. Ho Guifen gave birth, but withheld care, and abandoned you while you were still a minor. That act itself constitutes abandonment. Her lawsuit against you holds no legal ground. No reasonable judge, not even one leaning toward judicial leniency, would uphold her claim." In the courtyard, Yang Jiangwo exhaled, deeply relief washing over him. Truly a master of her craft. Every word rings with irrefutable logic. Li Yan's voice continued clear and resonant. She lifted her eyes to meet Yang Yu's, bright, unwavering, and utterly confident. "Moreover, we need not merely defend ourselves. We may countersue. First, abandonment charges. Though statutes of limitation may complicate prosecution, this charge serves as potent leverage, morally and publicly, to dismantle her credibility entirely. Second, and far more decisive, we may pursue theft." With deliberate emphasis, Li Yin tapped the tablet screen with her stylus. "The sum she seized belonged to your father's marital property, and was expressly designated for your education. Her appropriation meets the legal definition of theft. If the amount satisfies statutory thresholds, this becomes a criminal case. Today's provocation, her threats, intimidation, and public defamation against you and your father, is witnessed by villagers. We have testimony. So Mr. Yang, forgive my candor, but your priority isn't defense. It's determining the price she must. Shall it be a formal apology, compensation for emotional harm, a permanent ban from this village, or shall she spend several years behind bars? Time enough perhaps to reflect on whether she ever deserved the title of mother." Yang Yu paused, thoughtful. After a long silence, he spoke slowly. "Just several years. Could it not be longer?" Behind her lenses, Li Yan's eyes flickered, barely perceptible, with surprise. Frankly, she rarely encountered clients willing to pursue such uncompromising justice against their own mother. Yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Unless Ho Guifan was thoroughly and permanently silenced, neither Yang Yu nor his father would ever know peace. Only relentless invasive harassment. At that moment Li Yin felt no disapproval, only deeper respect. As a preeminent attorney who had witnessed humanity's darkest trials, she knew well. Mercy toward one's enemy is cruelty toward oneself. Absolutely. Leaning forward slightly, Li Yin enunciated each word with crystalline precision. Mr. Yang, both theft and abandonment carry evidentiary challenges and statutes of limitation, especially for incidents over a decade old. Even if conviction were possible, sentencing would likely be mild. Thus, we cannot anchor our strategy in the past. Our focus must be the present. Preparation, precision, and in the present. Yang Yu's eyebrows lifted, intrigued. Precisely, Li Yin replied, her gaze glinting like tempered steel. A charge unassailable in evidence, undeniable in guilt, and severe in consequence. That charge is extortion. Recall Ho Guifan's purpose today: money. She believes you value reputation above all, and fear scandal. So Mr. Yang, if you consent, we will follow her logic precisely. Her voice lowered, almost conspiratorial. We do nothing, except wait. Wait for her to contact us again. If she does not, we will ensure she does. Then we tell her we are afraid. We wish to avoid litigation. We agree to settle privately. Her greed will compel her to demand exorbitantly, 50,000, 100,000. Li Yin let out a quiet, disdainful laugh, and shook her head. The figure is irrelevant. What matters is this: the moment she names her price, and accepts our payment. We hold irrefutable proof of extortion. Witnesses, physical evidence, bank transfers, call recordings, every element secured. Under Chinese law, extortion involving substantial sums or aggravated circumstances carries a minimum sentence of 10 years imprisonment, and fines. She met Yang Yu's gaze unflinchingly, her voice resolute, final. 10 years, minimum. Does that satisfy you? Yang Yu fell into deep thought. To be honest, Li Yan's move was quite ruthless. In the end, he was very satisfied with the result. The only thing he was somewhat dissatisfied with was that he actually had to act, and even pay for it. He really didn't want to give it. Yang Yu tapped his fingers on the table and slowly spoke. Lawyerly, I am very satisfied with the result you mentioned. But this process. Li Yin immediately understood. You don't need to worry about the process. Ooh, I can handle everything. Then it's settled. Yang Yu no longer hesitated and made the decision right away. Good. Li Yin nodded and put away. As for the remuneration, offer me your highest standard. Yang Yu interrupted her directly. Money is not an issue. Ooh, I only want results. I understand. Li Yin looked at Yang Yu deeply, her eyes filled with joy and gratitude. He truly deserved it. As expected, he was as generous as before. Only such clients were worth her rushing over. With that, the discussion was concluded. The atmosphere in the room shifted from tension and scheming to relaxation. Ding. Host perfectly completed the counterattack plan, feeling pleased. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of 22 million yuan. Li Yin stood up straight in her suit jacket. She glanced at the sun, which was starting to set, and then looked at Yang Yu. Behind her golden-rimmed glasses, her beautiful eyes seemed to flash with a different light. She suddenly spoke, her tone casual. Mr. Yang, the discussion is over. Are you free now? Yang Yu was taken aback for a moment. Yes. What's up? Li Yan's lips curved into that smile softened her professional demeanor, adding a touch of languor, an allure typical of her age. Would it be convenient to grab a drink together? Consider it an early celebration of our pleasant cooperation. This sudden invitation caught Yang Yu off guard. After 2 seconds of silence, he smiled and nodded. Sure. But I have a request. Go ahead. That is, since you came all this way, I must treat you and hope lawyerly that you won't refuse. Hearing Yang Yu's words, Li Yin smiled. Then, I will graciously accept. The two stepped out towards the courtyard. However, as soon as they stepped outside, both paused slightly. The brand new BMW 5 Series that had been parked at the door, the lounge chair in the yard, was also completely empty. Where was Yang Zhangwo? Damn, that old man. Yang Yes' mouth twitched involuntarily. He didn't even need to guess to know where his father, who was so disrespectful of his age, he must have eavesdropped earlier, and hearing that everything was resolved, couldn't contain his restless heart, drove off to such speed, such execution. Ahem. Yang Yu cleared his throat with a slightly helpless smile. Lawyerly, my dad. He probably had some urgent matter and left first. Although Li Yin was somewhat puzzled, she didn't dwell. She pointed to her black Mercedes. Then, shall we take my car? I guess that's the only option. Yang Yu shrugged, looking a bit embarrassed. My car is still at the dealership. I haven't picked it up yet. I need to trouble you to take me to get it. No problem. Li Yin readily agreed, pressing the car key. She walked to the driver's seat, elegantly opened the door, and sat inside. The fitted suit skirt drew an astonishing curve as she bent over. Yang Yu also opened the passenger door and got in. Inside the car, a faint scent of high-end perfume wafted in, lingering at the tip of the nose. It smelled delightful. Li Yin skillfully started the car, shifted gears, and turned around. The black Mercedes smoothly left the secluded little mountain village, heading towards the town. Before long, under Yang Yes' guidance, Li Yin navigated through the twists and turns to reach their destination. This was an open-air parking lot next to the dealership. At this hour, the parking lot was empty, with hardly any cars. Li Yin unbuckled her seatbelt, turned to Yang Yu, and curiously asked, "Where's your car? Which one is it?" As she asked, she scanned the parking lot. In her mind, Yang Yes' car must be the black Cayenne she saw. After all, such a luxury car wasn't something you could easily replace. However, Yang Yu pointed in a direction there. That's the one. Li Yin followed his finger and looked over. The next second she froze in place as if struck by lightning. The beauty behind her golden-rimmed glasses had disbelief written all over her pupils. In the corner of the parking lot, the low-slung chassis exaggerated aerodynamic Kit's massive rear wing and powerfully broad wheel arches. Every line, every detail was so perfect. A Porsche 911. Moreover, look at that unique paint job and rear wing design. This was a limited edition. What the hell? Li Yin, as a partner at a top law firm, was naturally no stranger to luxury. She recognized the car's value at a glance, which couldn't be measured with money. After all, this was a limited edition. A top supercar limited edition. She abruptly turned her head to look at Yang Yu, her eyes filled with shock. This. Didn't Yang Yu drive the Kian last? How many days has it been? Has he changed cars again? Or did he originally have two? The Kian and the 9111 is top configuration, the other is limited. But Yang Yu's family background looked so poor. Li Yan's curiosity piqued at this moment. This was also the reason why she actively invited Yang Yu for drinks. She couldn't wait to uncover what secrets Yang Yu was hiding. Yet the instigator Yang Yu was completely unaware of it. Or rather, he simply didn't care. Thanks, lawyerly. He casually waved at Li Yin in the car. Then he walked straight towards the 911, pressing the key. Beep beep. The lights of the 911. Yang Yu opened the car door and got in. Vroom. Roar. Accompanied by a deep and violent engine roar, this performance beast was thoroughly awakened. The Muse Bar, the most upscale venue in town. Under the night sky, the neon lights at the entrance flicker as groups of young men and women come and go. Yang Yu parked the car and walked in with Li Yin. As soon as they entered, the deafening music hit them like a wave. The colorful lights wildly swept across the dance floor. A waiter in a vest approached them. Good evening, sir, madam. How many guests? 2. Yang Yu glanced around the noisy hall, slightly frowning. Do you have private rooms? Yes, sir. The waiter immediately nodded and smiled broadly. We have private rooms on the top floor, very quiet with the best view. However, sir, our private rooms have a minimum consumption requirement. All right, got it. Yang Yu casually replied. However, the waiter's mouth twitched slightly. Sir, I haven't told you how much the minimum consumption is yet. The minimum consumption is 8,800. Okay, I said I got it, no problem. Yang Yu's tone was slightly impatient. He had already said he understood. Why was this waiter still chattering on? Did it really matter how much the minimum consumption was? It's just a bar in a small town, how expensive could it be? This was also the reason Yang Yu was too lazy to ask. The waiter quickly caught on to his demeanor. Tonight he had encountered a true big spender. The smile on his face instantly became more flattering and respectful. Certainly, sir. He led them to the largest and most luxurious private room on the top floor. Pushing the door open, the room was spacious. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the entire town's nightscape. The waiter presented 2 gilded drink menus and respectfully stood aside. Sir, madam, what would you like to order? Yang Yu casually glanced over and found himself lacking interest. To be honest, he used to be quite interested in these things. But after truly tasting those top-tier drinks, he had started to look down on these lesser ones. His palate had become spoiled. Yang Yu silently sighed and then pushed the drink menu in front of Li Yin. Lawyerly, why don't you order? Order whatever you want. Li Yin was not one to be polite. She was not the type of woman to act coy. After taking the drink menu, her slender fingers casually skimmed over it. Let's start with 10 bottles of Ace of Spades, the pink gold version. Also a fruit platter and a snack platter. Li Yin closed the drink menu. That'll do for now. We can order more if needed. Certainly, madam. The waiter nodded repeatedly, his eyes sparkling. After all, while Li Yin's order was not many each item, especially that bottle of pink gold Ace of Spades champagne, just one bottle already exceeded the minimum consumption. Not to mention 10 bottles. This commission. He quickly noted it down, then bowed and exited, closing the door to the private room behind him. Instantly the room, only the soothing jazz music flowed gently through the air. Yang Yu and Li Yin sat across from each other at a wall. The ambiguous lighting cast a soft glow on both of them, adding a touch of romance to the atmosphere. Li Yin took off her high heels, freeing her delicate feet that had been confined all day. She leaned lazily against the sofa, her long, beautiful legs casually crossed. Her stunning eyes behind the golden-rimmed glasses quietly watched Yang Yu. With a hint of curiosity, a touch of intrigue, and a trace of dazedness she herself was unaware of. You. They both spoke simultaneously, and then stopped at the same time, exchanging smiles. Yang Yu gestured for her to go ahead. You first. Li Yan's lips curled slightly upward. She looked at Yang Yu and straightforwardly asked, Mr. Yang, I actually have a question. I wonder if it's appropriate to ask. Then don't ask. Yang Yu replied without hesitation, a mischievous smile on his face. Li Yin rolled her eyes at him as if she didn't hear it, and continued, I'm quite curious. What exactly do you do? What? Do you live in such a house, but drive a car worth several million? This is her biggest question in her mind. She doesn't believe that someone would be bored enough to deliberately experience a life of poverty. Hearing this, Yang Yu chuckled. Have you heard of the Dragon King? Li Yin raised her eyebrows in confusion. Yang Yu sighed. What if I said that's the real situation at my home? I just received an order not long ago. The 10-year agreement is up. The Dragon King returns to his position. Li Yin was stunned for 2 seconds, and then immediately pretended to stand up. Then he'll leave first, mister. Yang Yu can find someone else for this case. Hey. Yang Yu quickly reached out to stop her. I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Only then did Li Yin sit back down, pouting in annoyance as she glared at him. Yang Yu's expression became a bit more serious this time, his tone carrying some sincerity. Lawyerly. Just consider me. An ordinary person with good luck. Yang Yu shrugged, clearly not intending to elaborate further on this. However, the more he acted this way, the more curious Li Yin became. What could allow a first-year student to possess such terrifying wealth without relying on any family or background? Could it be a system? Li Yin thought for a moment and shook her head inwardly. What kind of nonsense was that? Is there really a system in this world? This isn't an online novel. Just a knock knock knock. The door to the private room was knocked on. The waiter pushed in on the cart were an iced bucket champagne and various exquisite snacks. Sir, madam, your drinks have arrived. The waiter skillfully opened the bottle of pink gold ace of spades, and the bubbles joyfully danced at the bottle's mouth. He was about to pour drinks for both of them. However, just as he turned to grab the champagne glasses, an accident occurred. For some unknown reason, the waiter stumbled unexpectedly. He toppled towards Li Yin. But that wasn't even the most dangerous part. The most dangerous part was that the bottle of ace of spades in his hand was slipping from his grasp. Unerringly, it was flying directly towards Li Yan's head. Watch out. Yang Ye's pupils suddenly constricted. At that critical moment, he sprang up from the sofa and dashed forward. He pushed the waiter aside, then extending his long arm, he directly lifted Li Yin from the sofa, cradling her tightly in his arms. Almost at the same time, a loud bang echoed as the expensive bottle of ace of spades crashed down onto the spot where Li Yin had just been seated. The chilled champagne splashed everywhere, soaking a large area of the genuine leather sofa. The entire process occurred in the blink of an eye. When everything settled down, the private room fell into a deathly silence. The waiter, terrified, sat on the ground, pale-faced and dumbstruck. Li Yin found herself tightly embraced by Yang Yu in an extremely ambiguous posture. Her back pressed firmly against Yang Ye's broad and solid chest. She could even clearly feel Yang Ye's scorching body heat and the strong scent of male hormones. Her mind went completely blank. Yang Yu instinctively tightened his embrace due to the delicate and soft sensation. Their bodies pressed even. After a long moment, Li Yin slowly came to her senses, her pretty face flushed a deep crimson. She struggled a bit, trying to free herself from Yang Ye's embrace. Yang Yu also appropriately loosened his arms and took a step back. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward, yet also ambiguous. Sorry. Yang Ye's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. It's fine, Li Yin replied shyly. I should be the one thanking you. After saying that, Li Yin prepared to sit back down. However, when her gaze fell on her seat, she couldn't help but frown. The drinks had already soaked her seat. For a moment, Li Yin felt embarrassed, stuck between standing and sitting. Yang Yu noticed her predicament and shifted aside, leaving a space for her. Come over and sit here next to me. Upon hearing this, Li Yan's face flushed bright red. Sit over there. Isn't that? The sofa wasn't large, and if two people sat down, they would inevitably shoulder to shoulder, legs touching. Did it have to be such close contact? What kind of development was this? Watching Li Yin stand there looking flustered and helpless, Yang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't she the decisive elite lawyer who had just made fierce negotiations at the table, ready to send someone away for 10 years? This contrast was a bit too stark, wasn't it? A hint of amusement flickered in his eyes as he provocatively patted the seat beside him. What's wrong? Afraid to sit? Afraid I might eat you? Who is afraid? Li Yin retorted, feeling defiant. She straightened her chest, trying to maintain her composure. I'm joking. Who am I? The ace lawyer of the Hongqiu Association. What big scenes have I not seen? Could she really be scared by such a trivial matter? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Yin took a deep breath and stepped over to Yang Yu. Then she sat down somewhat stiffly. She desperately tried to scoot over, attempting to leave a clear boundary between them. However, the sofa was too soft. As soon as she sat down, her body uncontrollably sank a little, and then she slid down the slight slope towards Yang Yu. Hiss! Li Yin involuntarily gasped. She could clearly feel their arms and even their thighs as if they were making contact. Just when her heart was filled with the waiter who caused the accident finally snapped back to reality. He crawled and knelt before them, his face streaked with tears and snot, unable to articulate. I'm sorry, sir, ma'am. I didn't mean to. Please don't file a complaint against me. I'll be fired. I'll pay for this bottle of wine. I promise I will. He cried heart-wrenchingly. What a joke. This was ace of spades. Selling him wouldn't cover it. Li Yan's professional instincts kicked in. She was about to explain the legal and compensation responsibilities to the waiter, but Yang Yu spoke first. Enough, stop crying. It's just a bottle of wine, no need for you to pay. Get up and clean this, then go open another bottle and bring it here. The waiter looked up abruptly, his face filled with disbelief. No need to pay. And get another bottle. He could hardly believe his ears. Happiness came too quickly, like a whirlwind. He looked at Yang Yu, his eyes filled with gratitude, almost wanting to bow down on the spot. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Happy Children's Day. Happy New Year. Wishing you prosperity. Never die. He thanked them in a jumbled manner. Then he quickly got up and hurriedly cleaned up the mess on the floor before rushing out of the private room. The private room returned to silence once more. However, this time the atmosphere became even more delicate. Li Yin turned her head to look at Yang Ye's profile. The dim light outlined his perfect features, the high nose bridge, distinct jawline, and those deep eyes as starry as the night sky. Li Yan's heart raced faster. She felt her proud rationality and self-control crumbling bit by bit. Why are you looking at me like that? Yang Yu suddenly turned his head to meet her gaze. Their eyes locked in the air. Li Yin wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. In the end, she could only panically look away. Her mind was a blank. Seeing her like this, Yang Yu didn't press further, but lifted his glass. Cheers. Okay. Cheers. After downing the drink, Li Yin felt a bit more relaxed. She set her glass down and began to steer the conversation. That Porsche. Is that your new purchase? Yang Yu nodded. It looks great, Li Yin praised sincerely. Do you like it, eh? Yang Yu suddenly asked. Off. Li Yin was taken aback. Well, it's okay. After all, what girl could refuse a limited edition 911? Then I'll give it to you. Yang Yu said casually, as if it were true. Cough cough. Li Yin had just taken a sip of champagne and hadn't swallowed it yet when she sprayed it out. She choked, tears streaming down her face. What? You want to give it to me? This is a limited edition 911, not something you just give away like a chicken egg. Li Yan's mind completely crashed. She abruptly turned her head, looking at Yang Yu in disbelief. What kind of joke is this? Yang Yu looked at her adorable face, which was scared pale, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Just teasing you. You looked so nervous, just a little joke. Here. Yang Yu reached out, pulled out a tissue, and handed it to her. Look. Li Yan suddenly realized that she had been played. Her face instantly flushed crimson, filled with both shame and anger. She snatched a tissue and hastily wiped the corners of her mouth before shooting a fierce glare at Yang Yu. Yang Yu looked at her expression, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. He discovered that once Li Yin shed her armor as an elite lawyer, she possessed a different kind of charming innocence. Especially those eyes filled with shame and fury sparkling with tears. The usual sharpness and shrewdness now transformed into a pouty and adorable demeanor. For any man, this undoubtedly had a high level of allure. Yang Yu picked up his wine glass and took a sip of champagne, attempting to suppress the inexplicable heat rising within him with the cold liquid. As for Li Yin, after the initial shame and anger, she gradually calmed down. However, her curiosity only grew stronger. This Yang Yu. One moment, he was a poor kid living in a farmhouse. The next, he was a rich man driving a limited edition 911. He always enjoyed teasing her with such wicked jokes. Damn it. I must uncover his true identity today. Otherwise, I definitely won't be able to sleep at night. Alcohol is the catalyst for courage. Li Yin set down the tissue, her enchanting peach blossom eyes locking onto Yang Yu once again. She leaned slightly forward, closing the distance between them. All right, the joke's over. Now can you answer my question seriously? Mr. Yang, what kind of person are you? Your family looks unimpressive, yet your assets are so substantial. Li Yin paused and added, by the way, don't even think about saying something like, I just inherited family wealth. I don't believe that. Yang Yu raised an eyebrow, a playful smile appearing on his lips. He set down his wine glass, leaned back against the sofa, and shifted into a more comfortable position. He said leisurely, my secret is quite valuable. Want to know? Sure. Yang Yu pointed to the wine bottle on the table. Drink. As long as we both enjoy ourselves tonight, I'll even tell you the color of my underwear. Get lost. Who cares about your underwear? Li Yan's pretty face flushed, and she shot him a glare. Then banging on the table, she said proudly, drink. Are you sure? My nickname is the one who never gets drunk in the legal world. I've never fallen down in all these years. You want to compete in drinking with me? Yang Yu smiled lightly, not backing down. Sorry, but even when I was a kid, I had to mix a little bit of thunder flower in my milk powder. Would I be afraid of you? Li Yan's competitive spirit was instantly ignited. She let out a cold laugh, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. You're quite arrogant, little brother. Fine, I accept your challenge. She raised her wine glass and downed the remaining champagne in one go. Then she slammed the empty glass on the table, producing a crisp sound. However, let me make it clear beforehand. If you end up passed out later, don't expect me to take care of you. At most, I'll just call 120 for you. Heh. Yang Yu was amused by her feigned fierceness. He also picked up a glass, downed it in one go, then shook his head. Don't worry. I've never learned how to get drunk my whole life. Oh really? Li Yin picked up the bottle of Ace of Spades and filled 2 large glasses for herself and Yang Yu. Then today you finally met a master. She drank one of the glasses and pushed the remaining one in front of Yang Yu. Come on. Today I'll show you what it means to never fall down after 1,000 cups. And so the drinking session began. At first Li Yin was still handling it with ease. After all, it was champagne, and its alcohol content was low. For her, it was no different from drinking soda. While drinking, she tried to pry information out of Yang Yu. Are you really a freshman? You don't look like one. So what else do you do besides studying? Does your dad know you're this wealthy? However, Yang Yu was like a slippery eel. No matter how Li Yin asked, he simply smiled and remained silent, raising his wine glass to signal her to continue. A bottle of Ace of Spades quickly reached its end. Li Yan's cheeks were already flushed with a lovely pink hue. Her gaze began to become somewhat dazed. Her words gradually increased. She started questioning Yang Yu, but it turned into boasting about her own glorious achievements. Let me tell you. Back in the day at the table, I single-handedly took down the entire legal department of the opponent. There were 7 people, all men. They all collapsed. Just me. Li Yin waved her arms, speaking animatedly. She looked both cute and funny. Yang Yu quietly listened, occasionally nodding, then silently called for another bottle of wine. This time it was Hennessy XO. The amber liquid poured into the glass. The strong aroma of the liquor instantly filled. Yang Yu pushed the glass in front of her. Let's change the flavor. Change it. Who's afraid of who? Li Yin was completely tipsy at this moment, as she no longer cared about what kind of wine it was. She lifted it, and took a big gulp. Cough, cough, cough. The spicy liquid immediately made her eyes tear up, but she still forced herself to swallow it down. While coughing, she stubbornly declared, Good wine. It's your turn. Yang Yu also didn't back down, expressionless as he downed a glass. The spicy liquid slid down his throat instantly, bringing a burning warmth that rushed to his head. Yang Yu couldn't help but admit that the aftereffect of this Hennessy XO was indeed much stronger than champagne. This is getting interesting. His gaze deepened as he looked at Li Yin, whose cheeks were already flushed. And seeing Yang Yu remain unfazed only ignited more fire within her. She suddenly grabbed the bottle again and filled their glasses to the brim. However, her pouring was slightly clumsier than before, and some of the liquid accidentally splashed out. Come on, little brother. Li Yin raised her glass. Didn't you say you didn't know how to write the word drunk? Today I must teach. After saying that, she threw her head back and finished another glass. Although her movements were bold, her drunkenness made them somewhat lacking in elegance. Yang Yu watched her, a subtle smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He also picked up his glass and gently swirled it. It seems that Lawyer Li's drinking capacity is indeed unfathomable. However, I'm just afraid you might collapse before you even learn how to get drunk. Li Yin shot him an unhappy glare, but she could actually feel it herself. Her head seemed to be starting to feel a little heavy. The Yang Yu in front of her also began to look a bit blurry. As for Yang Yu, although he appeared calm on the surface, he knew that he had indeed become a bit tipsy. He noticed that Li Yan's gaze began to waver, and her complexion turned abnormal. In the end, he couldn't help but advise, all right, enough drinking for now. Should we take a break? Little did he know this remark instantly set Li Yin off. Don't you dare talk. I must conquer you today. No. Yin Jia, are you really going to conquer me? Why don't you check if you finished your drink? Yang Yu pointed to the cup in front of her and continued, So how's it? Can you still see clearly? Li Yin squinted, her eyes scrutinized for a long time, and finally reached a conclusion. It seemed she had a little left from her last sip. You. Don't worry. I still have some decency when it comes. After speaking, Li Yin boldly lifted the cup and downed the remaining liquid. Immediately after, with a thud, she leaned back and fell onto the sofa. Yang Yu was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, she was fiercely declaring her intentions to conquer him, and now she had completely shut down. What is this? Wasn't it promised that she wouldn't get drunk? Her skills in this regard were lacking. Yang Yu felt a weight pressing in his chest, stuck in limbo. What the heck is this? The big move hadn't even been unleashed, and the opponent's crystal simply exploded on its own. He helplessly shook his head and gently nudged Li Yan's shoulder. Hey, can you hear me? No response. Only the steady sound of breathing tinged with a hint of alcohol. Yin GF. Yang Yu applied a bit more pressure. However, Li Yin merely swayed softly, her head lolling to the side, sinking deeper in. On her exquisite face, the flush of intoxication resembled the finest rouge, beautifully breathtaking. Truly astonishing. Yang Yu completely gave up. He sighed, preparing to stand up and call a waiter for assistance. However, just as he got up, buzz, a sudden feeling of dizziness hit him. The entire room seemed to sway before his eyes. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance, and quickly reached out to steady himself against the coffee table. What the hell? This alcohol has such a strong after effect. Yang Yu shook his slightly heavy head. He felt as if his body was enveloped in a fiery warmth, burning hot. No way. He needed to leave this place quickly. Yang Yu pressed the service bell. Soon the waiter he had seen earlier pushed the door. Upon seeing the scene in the room, the waiter was momentarily stunned, especially when he saw Li Yin collapsed on the sofa unconscious. His gaze towards Yang Yu instantly changed. With utmost admiration he spoke, Sir, how may I assist you? Check please. Yang Yu replied succinctly. He took out his phone and casually scanned the bill presented by the waiter. A long string of numbers crossed his view, and without even looking he entered his password and made the payment. With a beep, the payment was successful. The entire process was smooth and fluid without even a blink. After settling the bill, Yang Yu glanced at Li Yin on the sofa. He took a deep breath, bent down, slipped one arm under her knees, and wrapped the other around her back. Then, using his waist strength, he effortlessly lifted Li Yin in a standard princess carry. Li Yin was slender, yet she had enough curves in all the right places, holding her clothes warm and soft with a substantial weight. She seemed to feel the change in position, uncomfortably murmuring a few times, rubbing her little head against Yang Yu's chest, seeking a more comfortable spot to continue her slumber. That warm breath through the thin shirt sprayed gently against Yang Yu's chest. It was ticklish. It made his body feel even hotter. Carrying Li Yin, Yang Yu walked expressionlessly out of the room. On the way outside, he instantly became the center of attention in the entire bar. Countless gazes focused on him. Admiration, jealousy, astonishment, speculation. What the heck? Who is that guy? So handsome. The woman in his arms. Oh my god, her figure is just too stunning. So envious. A rich guy carrying a stunning beauty. What kind of idol drama plot is this? The lively music in the dance floor seemed unable to drown out the whispers circulating around. But Yang Yu was deaf to it all. His mind was consumed by a single thought. Find a bed and lie down. Quickly. Finally, he stepped out of the bar. Ooh. A cool night breeze blew against him. Yang Yu instinctively thought that this breeze might help clear his head a bit. However, things did not go as he hoped. In the alternating hot and cold, the alcohol in his blood seemed to be instantly activated. With a roar, it surged up to his brain. The world before his eyes began to shake violently. The neon lights along the roadside morphed into swirling fuzzy halos spinning and leaping. He felt as if he were walking on a cloud with every step alternating between deep and shallow. His entire body felt like it was about to ignite from the heat. Oh no, this time, he was truly a bit drunk. Yang Yu leaned against the door of his Porsche 911. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Forget about drunk driving. He could hardly tell which side the car door was on. He needed to find a place to rest urgently. Yang Yu lifted his head and looked around. The sign of a budget hotel caught his eye. He couldn't care less about the quality or environment. As long as there was a bed, he carried Li Yin straight into the hotel. At the front desk, a sleepy young lady was dozing off. She looked up sleepily, glancing at Yang Yu, then at Li Yin. Her eyes instantly filled with understanding. A room. Please. Yang Yu panted, slamming his ID and bank card onto the counter. 1. Large bedroom. The young lady quickly processed the request. As she worked, she kept casting flirtatious glances at the two of them. Yang Yu pretended not to see. He took the room card, went up the elevator, and found the room number. Beep. The door swung open. Yang Yu almost used up his last ounce of strength to walk to the bed. Then he carefully laid Li Yin down on the bed. Who? When the weight on his arm disappeared, Yang Yu let out a sigh of relief. He felt as if his bones were about to fall apart. He straightened up, shook his numb arm, and prepared to wash his face with cold water in the bathroom. However, just as he turned around, an unexpected event occurred. He suddenly felt a soft yet firm little hand gripping tightly around his wrist. Yang Yu was startled and spun around. He saw Li Yin, who had been sleeping like a dead pig just moments ago, slowly open. In her enchanting peach blossom eyes there was now a hint of intoxication, a touch of clinginess, and a hint of flirtation. Awake! Awake! Yang Yu felt somewhat dazed. He stared blankly at Li Yin, who had not fully regained consciousness. She was merely disturbed by the sensation of weightlessness. In her subconscious, she had been enveloped in a wide and warm embrace. That embrace had relaxed the nerves that had been tense for over 20 years, granting her an unprecedented sense of relief. She even had a beautiful dream. In the dream, she was no longer the ace lawyer who needed to maintain her rationality and strength at all times. She was just a little girl who could freely act spoiled. But suddenly that warm embrace vanished. In its place was the coldness of the sheets. A massive sense of loss and insecurity instantly engulfed her. She instinctively opened her eyes and reached out, grabbing Yang Yu. In the light, Yang Yu's outline appeared somewhat blurry. Yet the alcohol had numbed her brain, making it impossible for her to think clearly. Scenes from earlier flashed wildly through her mind. The first time Yang Yu entrusted her with a case, his generosity as he ordered food in the restaurant. The embrace that had just rescued her from the bottle, and the teasing when he jokingly said, "I'll gift you a Porsche." All rationality, all defenses, all restraint, at this moment catalyzed by alcohol, crumbled completely. Only the most primal pure impulse remained. "Don't go," Li Yin murmured, her voice a bit hoarse. In the next second, she suddenly pulled with all her might. Yang Yu, already unsteady from the alcohol, was caught off guard and pulled in. In an instant, he lost his balance. Bang! He fell heavily forward, landing squarely on top of Li Yin. Feeling the softness beneath him, Yang Yu's mind went blank. But before he could react, a pair of warm, soft arms wrapped around his neck. Then a pair of slightly fragrant red lips precisely pressed against his. What the hell? Was it intentional or accidental? He instinctively tried to push Li Yin away, wanting to figure out what was. However, the arms around his neck tightened even more. Li Yin's movements were chaotic, even somewhat clumsy. But they were also incredibly frantic and intense. Yang Yu could even feel her burning cheeks pressed tightly against his face. A current of electricity surged through his entire body. Damn it, has it come to this? If he retreated now, wouldn't he be worse than a beast? Yang Yu could no longer suppress the fiery passion within. He began to respond greedily. He didn't know how long it had been. Finally, it seemed Li Yan's strength was exhausted, and the arms around his neck gradually loosened. Then with a thud, Li Yan's head fell back softly, landing back onto the pillow, and her eyes closed. The sound of even breathing arose once more, as if that proactive and domineering kiss had merely been an illusion. Yang Yu retracted his hand, which had been poised to strike. He stared blankly at the sleeping face just inches away from him, still feeling the softness and warmth lingering on his lips. The air was filled with an ambiguous and intoxicating aura. Yang Yu couldn't help but question his life. What the hell? Are you kidding me? What is this? A kiss, and then you run. No, a kiss, and then you sleep. For the first time, Yang Yu felt a sense of being taken advantage of. He looked at Li Yin with a mix of amusement and exasperation. At that moment, she was still dressed in her professional suit, with high heels on her feet. What a mess. Yang Yu shook his head, no longer dwelling on what had just happened. After all, he was a streamer. He could never truly lose out. On the contrary, Li Yin would surely be uncomfortable if she kept sleeping like this. Yang Yu hesitated for a moment. Finally, he sighed and bent down. He carefully helped Li Yin take off her shoes. When those flawless jade-like feet wrapped in stockings were exposed to the air, Yang Yu felt his throat dry up a little. He dared not look too long, placing the shoes by the bedside. Then he pulled the blanket over her. After everything was done, Yang Yu stood up and unconsciously frowned. He glanced around the room and finally focused on the air conditioner. He turned it on, adjusting it to a comfortable temperature, and nodded in satisfaction. Looking at Li Yin still deep in sleep, Yang Yu couldn't help but curse. Damn it, you sleep so soundly. I'm the one who's... After saying that, he turned and walked into the bathroom. Splash. The cold tap water continuously washed over his. It also slightly cooled his body, which was on the verge of exploding. Yang Yu quickly shook his head as if trying to shake off the chaotic thoughts. After a full 10 minutes, he felt that the fiery sensation within him had at last been subdued by more than half. Only then did Yang Yu turn off the tap and walk out. On the bed, Li Yan was still sleeping deeply. The cold air from the air conditioner gently blew over her forehead, while the room was silent save for the hum of the air conditioner and her steady breathing. Yang Yu stood in place watching her, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Now the question arose. Tonight, if he just left like this, then went to book a room, or went home, Yang Yu felt it would be a bit of a loss. Damn it, after being forced to kiss, shouldn't he collect some interest? Moreover, his head felt a bit dizzy, clearly not suitable for wandering around. But if he really wanted to do something, Li Yan's identity as a lawyer was no joke. After a moment of entanglement, Yang Yu took a deep breath. Fear nothing. Life is but a fleeting moment. After all, he had no intention of doing anything serious, he just wanted to rest. Once he came to this realization, everything seemed to fall into place. Yang Yu walked to the other side of the bed, took off his coat and shoes, and then with utmost care lay down. At first, he deliberately left some distance between himself and Li Yan. Then he closed his eyes, commanding himself to sleep quickly. But how could he possibly sleep? Lying beside him was a stunning beauty, and she had just forcefully kissed him. Yang Yu could even feel the incredible heat radiating from Li Yan, along with the faint scent of her perfume mixed with alcohol, like an invisible feather continuously teasing his already fragile nerves. Yang Yu's body began to heat up uncontrollably again. Damn, was this really for sleeping? Or was it for facing a worldly tribulation? Yang Yu opened his eyes, irritably staring at the ceiling. Time passed second by second. The after effects of the alcohol and mental exhaustion gradually took over. His eyelids began to droop, and his consciousness gradually blurred. Just as he was about to fall asleep, Li Yan seemed to feel cold, and instinctively leaned closer to him, the source of warmth. A soft arm draped directly, a fluffy head nestled on his shoulder. Warm breaths once again brushed against his neck. Yang Yu. The sleepiness he had just cultivated vanished in an instant. No way. Can we still get a good night's sleep? He looked at Li Yan with a bit of annoyance, a surge of impulse suddenly rising in his heart. But when he thought of her identity as a lawyer, he obediently lay back down. Damn it. What is this all about? Just as Yang Yu was about to drift off to sleep, Li Yan moved again. She first nudged into his arms like a cat looking for a nest. Then her brows furrowed, and she mumbled indistinctly. The next second, Li Yan abruptly threw off the thin blanket covering her. Her eyes remained tightly closed, and her long eyelashes cast small shadows in the dim light, as she groggily began to unbutton her clothes. Yang Yu's eyes widened instantly. Even though his mind told him to look away, his eyes simply wouldn't obey. Li Yan's movements were incredibly swift. Almost in the blink of an eye, with a few buttons popped open, a large expanse of delicate white skin was exposed to the air. Yang Yu swallowed hard, taking a deep breath. Li Yan. No response. Lawyerly. Still no response. If you keep this up, I won't hold back. Yang Yu tentatively asked. However, Li Yan turned over casually, draping a leg. Damn it. A provocation. A blatant provocation. Yang Yu turned to his side, staring intently at Li Yan's face. Under the influence of alcohol, her cheeks flushed, her lips slightly parted, and her eyelashes trembled gently. It was particularly captivating. Yang Yu no longer hesitated. Ding. A strong interaction detected between the host and Li Yan. Mood extremely pleasant. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of 50 million yuan. Morning. Sunlight streamed in through the curtains, piercing his eyes painfully. Yang Yu groggily opened his eyes. Before he could clearly see anything, a shrill scream rang out. Ah! Yang Yu sat up suddenly. He saw Li Yan curled up at the head of the bed, wrapped in a blanket, her face filled with terror. Yang Yu first looked down at himself. He was bare-chested with red marks all over his body. He then glanced at Li Yan. Her dress was wrinkled and thrown on the floor, revealing a section of her bare shoulder beneath the blanket. Fragments of memories flooded back into his mind. You. Li Yan's eyes were red, her voice trembling slightly. Her lips quivered, yet she couldn't form a complete sentence. Yang Yu rubbed his temples, his tone somewhat helpless. No, you need to calm down first. Calm down. Li Yan's voice suddenly escalated. How can I calm down? Just don't get agitated first. Yang Yu tried to keep his voice steady. How much do you remember about last night? Li Yan bit her lip, falling silent. In her mind, countless fragments of memories were piecing together. Last night. Drinking blackout, princess, carry, passionate kiss. And then it seemed like something naturally occurred. Thinking of this, Li Yan's face instantly turned crimson. You beast. Me a beast. Yang Yu shrugged helplessly. If I hadn't acted, wouldn't that be worse than a beast? Plus, Sister Yan. He pointed at the red marks on his body. Wasn't I not the one who took the initiative first? Look at this, didn't you do all of this? Li Yan opened her mouth, unable to find her words. Although she indeed had some feelings for Yang Yu beforehand. But she clearly remembered that Yang Yu was not a devoted person. In fact, he had a plethora of girlfriends. This was her first. Was she so easily giving it away? She felt both shy and angry, tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing her like this, Yang Yu's heart softened. After all, no matter what, he was a man. So after considering for a few seconds, he sincerely said, I can take responsibility. However, Li Yan still remained silent, biting her lip tightly. The room fell silent for over 10 seconds. Then she took a deep breath, as if making a significant decision. Let's just pretend this never happened. Yang Yu shook his head. Since things had come to this, how could he let Li Yan leave? So, what if Li Yan found another man in the future? He absolutely couldn't accept that. So without any hesitation, Yang Yu rejected her. That's not going to happen. Li Yan, wrapped in the blanket, looked at him in disbelief. This guy, how dare he? After something like this happened, shouldn't he feel guilty and try to smooth things over? Why was he becoming so assertive? Yang Yu ignored her fiery gaze, lifting the blanket and standing up from the bed. Morning sunlight streamed through the curtain gap, outlining a golden edge on his well-defined back. The ambiguous red marks stood out starkly in the light. He calmly picked up the pants from the floor and put them on. You? Li Yan looked at him, her chest heaving angrily, momentarily at a loss for words. Yang Yu put on his shirt, leisurely buttoning it up while turning around to look down at her huddled in the corner of the bed. Li Yan, listen carefully. What happened before I can overlook. But now, since you are already my woman, then I cannot pretend that this never happened. Upon hearing this, Li Yan's brain momentarily crashed. What the hell? His woman? Immediately, an unparalleled sense of shame and anger surged through her. Li Yan screamed, on what basis? Yang Yu, who do you think you are? We were just a one-night stand. What do you take me for? Your person? What a ridiculous joke. Who is Li Yan? The ace lawyer of the Red Circle, a well-known beauty in the industry. For over 20 years, the words submission and dependence had never existed in her lives dictionary. But now Yang Yu dared to say such things. This was absolutely unacceptable to her. However, in the face of her hysterics, Yang Yu's expression showed no change. He leaned down, hands planted on the bed, completely overshadowing Li Yan's petite frame. Then he stared into her eyes, enunciating each word. So you don't intend to take responsibility for me? You. Li Yan was at a loss for words, completely unsure how to retort. What does it mean to not plan to take responsibility? Isn't this morally blackmailing her? Emotions and rationality collided violently within her heart. In the end, Li Yan turned her head sharply. You must be dreaming. Yang Yu, I'm not going to take responsibility for you. What do you want? And don't forget you yourself. Halfway through her words, she abruptly stopped. Li Yan originally wanted to say, you still have other women. But upon reflection, if she actually said that, wouldn't that mean admitting that she was jealous, that she was feeling possessive? No, she absolutely did not want to give Yang Yu that satisfaction. Yang Yu looked at her stubborn demeanor, a playful curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. What's wrong with me? Do I have other women? Is that it? He reached out a hand, gently pinching Li Yan's delicate chin, forcing her to turn her head and meet his gaze. Yang Yu's tone grew a bit heavier. Sister, Yin, have you forgotten? Last night, who was it that initiated the kiss? Say, who was it that cried while clinging to me? And Yang Yu's gaze, subtly glancing at the evidence left on his chest and back, continued, who left so much evidence on me? Li Yan's face instantly flushed to her ears. She wanted to refute, but what Yang Yu said was all too. Those fragmented, frenzied, and chaotic images replayed uncontrollably in her mind. She felt her cheeks burning hot enough to fry an egg. Ultimately, she spat out, I was just drunk. If you were drunk, does that mean you don't have to take responsibility? Yang Yu chuckled softly. Besides, could it be you didn't like it? Li Yan's body stiffened suddenly. To be honest, the feeling from last night was quite extraordinary. One could even say it left her wanting more, especially when she woke up in Yang Yu's arms and saw his bare, sturdy chest. She surprisingly didn't feel scared at first, but rather a twinge of comfort. The moment this thought crossed her mind, it startled Li Yan herself. She's gone mad. She must be mad. Otherwise, how could she develop such feelings for such a fickle man? I don't like. Li Yan nearly shouted, as if she wanted to use the strength of her voice to cover up the turmoil within her. Yang Yu, don't be so self-important. You? Just average. Seeing her adorable yet fierce demeanor, Yang Yu finally couldn't help but chuckle. Sister Yin, you can't deceive me. Your body won't lie. Last night, when you sent me that lawyer's letter, you were certainly not in this. As he spoke, Yang Yu also released his grip on her chin, sitting up straight. He just quietly stared at her without saying a word. That gaze seemed to say, continue your performance. Li Yan felt uncomfortable under his gaze, and that stubbornness within. She gritted her teeth, lifted a corner of the blanket, and prepared to get out of bed and get dressed. She had made up her mind. Today's incident would be treated as if it never happened. From now on, she would have no ties with Yang Yu. After all, no matter how good Yang Yu was, he already had several girlfriends. How could she possibly interfere? However, as soon as her feet touched the ground, Li Yan's legs went weak. Her whole body uncontrollably slipped towards the floor. She couldn't help but exclaim. Just as she thought she was about to have a close encounter with the cold floor, a strong hand swiftly caught her by the waist, tossing her back onto the soft bed. Have you surrendered? Yang Yu's teasing voice came from above her. Li Yan lay on the bed, burying her face in the pillow, feeling so ashamed and angry that she wished to die. It's over. Now she had lost even the last bit of dignity. Perhaps it was shyness, perhaps confusion, or perhaps anger. Li Yan couldn't help but start to sob softly. In the room, a long silence fell, leaving only Li Yan's sobs. Yang Yu stood by the bed, ultimately feeling a bit. He sighed and sat down. His tone softened considerably. All right, stop crying. Li Yan ignored him, still burying her face in the pillow and crying even harder. Yang Yu rubbed his temples in a bit of distress. How to deal with a woman who appears strong on the outside but is soft on the inside? Being forceful was obviously not the best approach. He pondered for a moment, seemingly coming up with an idea. He changed the topic and casually asked, are you feeling indignant? Do you feel wronged? Li Yan's crying paused for a moment. Of course, how could she not feel wronged? Her innocence was lost so the other party was a fickle playboy, and now he had to declare his ownership over her with such a domineering attitude. She felt like her more than 20 years of life was simply a joke. Can't figure it out, can you? Yang Yu seemed to see through her thoughts. He looked at the back of her head and suddenly changed the subject, throwing out a suggestion that Li Yan could never have imagined. How about this? Instead of crying here with me, why not go find someone to talk to? Li Yan raised her head, her red eyes filled with vigilance and doubt. Find someone to talk to. Who could she talk to about this? Does she have no pride? Yang Yu looked at her defensive hedgehog-like appearance, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he slowly uttered a name. Go find Lu Shishir. Li Yan felt as if she had been struck by lightning, instantly freezing in place. Her brain crashed again. She couldn't have heard wrong, right? Yang Yu was telling her to go find Lu Shishir. What was she supposed to talk about with Lu Shishir? After all, isn't this a matter between her and Yang Yu? What does it have to do with Lu Shishir? Yang Yu looked at her ghostly expression, seemingly feeling that wasn't enough stimulation, casually added, just go. I actually think that she would understand better than I do how to make you see things clearly. In the manner. The afternoon sun was warm, yet not blinding. In the enormous outdoor swimming pool, the water was a clear blue glimmering in the sunlight. By the pool, on a pure white lounge chair, Lu Shishir wore oversized sunglasses, dressed in a sexy bikini, leisurely enjoying the sun. Her long fair legs were casually crossed. The perfect curves radiated a deadly allure under the sunlight. Was truly beautiful. She picked up a glass of chilled lemonade from the small table beside her, her red lips parted slightly as she took a sip. The cool liquid slid down her throat, taking away the last trace of heat. Just then a crisp ringtone broke the Lu Shishir furrowed her brows slightly. Who is it? So lacking in tact. Hasn't she already resigned and blacklisted all her former colleagues? Impatiently she picked up her phone. When she saw the name Yang Yu flashing on the screen, all her impatience vanished without it. In its place was a charming smile. Lu Shishir cleared her throat and answered the call in a lazy, flirtatious tone. Hello, darling, what made you think of calling me? Do you miss me? What do you think? Yang Yu chuckled softly. I've been away for a while, but bro has missed you dearly. Ugh. Lu Shishir laughed coyly, her heart bubbling with joy. After all, this sudden massive change in her lifestyle was exhilarating. No work, no facing a foolish boss, just indulging in food and drinks at the estate every day. If she felt good, she'd take a swim. If not, there was a massive projection screen that rivaled a cinema, perfect for lounging and resting. It was simply a celestial existence. The only slight imperfection was that, while enjoying this, she worried that Yang Yu might gradually lose interest in her. Thus, seeing Yang Yu take the initiative to call made Lu Shishir incredibly happy. She almost wished to open a video call to share her joy in detail. However, Yang Yu suddenly shifted the topic. Alright, I have something to discuss with you. Lu Shishir's heart sank instantly. Her smile faded a bit as she straightened her posture. Go ahead. In the next moment, Yang Yu got straight to the point. Your good friend Li Yan. I've won her over. Lu Shishir. She felt her mind go blank instantly. The lemon water cup in her hand almost slipped from her grasp. What? Li Yan, that fierce woman in court with an aura of 2 meters tall. Yang Yu managed to win her over. Lu Shishir was completely stunned. She and Li Yan had been good friends for many years. She knew better than anyone how tough Li Yan was. Outwardly beautiful, but inwardly cold and proud. Countless rich heirs and young talents had tried to pursue her. But what was the result? Aside from work, she barely exchanged a word with Li Yan. Yang Yu. She had only introduced them a few days ago, right? And he managed to win her over. Lu Shishir even doubted her own hearing, incredulously repeating, What? You? What did you say? Yang Yu seemed unperturbed by her reaction, speaking in a flat tone, the literal meaning. However, she is throwing a tantrum right now, refusing to admit it. Lu Shishir. Throwing a tantrum. Refusing to admit it. This plot. Why does it feel so familiar? It was as if she could see her past self. Hadn't she gone through something similar? For a moment, Lu Shishir felt a mix of emotions, shock and jealousy. But more than that, there was an indescribable sense of absurdity. So, why are you telling me this? Li Yan took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. It couldn't be. Just to show off to her, right? Sure enough. Yang Yu's next words confirmed her suspicion. Moreover, it was even more outrageous than she had imagined. Aren't you best friends? So help me have a good talk with her. Make her see reason. Lu Shishir fell silent again. She took off her sunglasses and a hint of disbelief flickered in her beautiful eyes. Help Yang Yu deal with his new woman. Why should she? What does Yang Yu take her for? The chief steward of his harem. A wave of anger surged from her heart. Lu Shishir almost blurted out a direct refusal. But, just as the words were on the tip of her tongue, she swallowed. She looked up at the dreamlike estate in front of her. She glanced at the luxurious bikini she was wearing. Then she thought of her celestial days these past few days. That anger was doused like being splashed with cold water from head to toe. It was instantly extinguished. She was very clear about who had given her everything she had now. And she understood that throwing a tantrum with Yang Yu would lead to what kind of outcome. Forget it. Lu Shishir recalled that Yang Yu had already hinted at her that there would be other women in the future. So, whether it was another woman or Li Yan, what did it matter? Her current dissatisfaction was merely because Yang Yu had asked her to step in for such matters. But at this point she had no reason to refuse. Lu Shishi's gaze returned to calm. All right, I will do my best. Meanwhile, Li Yan dragged her exhausted body out of a city hotel. She felt uncomfortable all over. Her legs were still weak. Her mind was a tangled mess. Yang Yes' overbearing and shameless face and Lu Shishi's bright and charming face kept alternating in her mind. Why should Yang Yes' words be taken as truth? Just because he told her to find Lu Shishir, she had to go. This had nothing to do with Lu Shishir. Or was there another hidden reason? Countless thoughts surged in Li Yan's mind. In the end, her unyielding spirit, go. She must go. She wanted to see what kind of tricks Yang Yu was up to. Li Yan pulled out her phone and asked for Lu. However, Lu Shishir seemed to have known in advance, responding instantly. She sent a completely unfamiliar address. This deepened Li Yan's confusion and curiosity. This address wasn't where she usually stayed. Forget it. Li Yan was too lazy to think too much. After all, everything would become clear when they met. She hailed a taxi and gave the driver the address. The car started and headed towards the suburbs. The tall buildings around became fewer. In their place were increasingly wider roads and more lush greenery. Li Yan's heart grew heavier. This place, why is it so remote? She remembered that Lu Shishir had previously rented an apartment in a high-end building in the city center, right? How could she end up in such an isolated place? Finally, the taxi slowed down in front of an area that looked heavily guarded. The driver pointed ahead. Miss, we've arrived. This is private property, we can't go in. Li Yan paid the fare. She looked up. Then she froze in place. In front of her was a grand black wrought iron gate, imposing like a medieval European castle. On either side of the gate were towering walls stretching endlessly. Through the gaps in the gate one could vaguely see extravagant fountains, neatly trimmed lawns, and a distant white villa resembling a palace. Li Yan, what kind of international joke is this? She blinked hard, doubting whether she was hallucinating due to a hangover. She took out her phone again, double-checking the address sent by Lu Shishir. No mistake. This is the place. What? A manor. If Lu Shishir could rent a place like this by herself, even a sow could climb a tree. At this moment, Li Yan stood at the door, feeling her head buzzing. Until with a creak the small door in the security booth opened. A security guard dressed in a smart black uniform and white gloves approached her with measured steps. Excuse me, are you? Li Yan nodded blankly. After receiving her confirmation, the security guard said softly into his earpiece. Confirmed, it's Miss Li Yan, should I let her in? A faint crackling sound came from the intercom. Following that, Lu Shishi's voice echoed. Yes, let her in. The security guard nodded and gestured for her to enter. Miss Li, please follow me. The heavy black iron gate slowly opened to both sides with a deep mechanical sound. Li Yan's throat involuntarily swallowed. She followed the security guard inside. Only when she fully entered the manor did she truly understand what it meant to have poverty limit one's imagination. Under her feet was a small path paved with pristine white marble. On either side of the road were enormous gardens trimmed to resemble works of art. In the distance, that white palace-like villa reflected a sacred glow under the sunlight, with each window exaggerated. There was even an outdoor swimming pool, a golf course, everything one could wish for. Is this not shooting? Such scenes only existed in online novels. Li Yan had only seen them in the extravagant stories. Could it be that Lu Shishir had hooked up with some significant figure? Li Yan's heart sank little by little. She felt that the developments were slowly slipping out of her control. The security guard led her to the outdoor pool before bowing out. Li Yan stood still, spotting Lu Shishir lying by the pool enjoying a sunbath. At that moment, Lu Shishir was wearing a bikini that barely covered her, fully showcasing her stunning figure. The sunlight poured onto her smooth and delicate skin as if coated in a layer of golden glow. She appeared lazy, elegant, yet exuded a deadly allure. An inexplicable sense of envy surged within Li Yan. She then looked down at herself. The expensive professional outfit from yesterday now appeared crumpled. Her hair was disheveled, her complexion haggard. In comparison, Li Yan felt a sense of inferiority for the first time before Lu Shishir. Lu Shishir seemed to have noticed her arrival. She slowly removed her sunglasses, her alluring peach blossom eyes lazily sweeping over. With her red lips slightly parted, there was no joy in their reunion, only a calm indifference. You're here. Li Yan bit her lip. Taking a deep breath, her voice came out hoarsely. Shishir. What on earth is going on? Where is this? Lu Shishir did not rush to answer her question. Instead, she raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Immediately, a maid hurried over from the shaded area, bowing respectfully. Miss Shishir, what do you need? Go pour this young lady a glass of iced water. And bring a clean towel. Lu Shishi's tone was casual, clearly not her first time doing this. This was the team of housekeepers Yang Yu had arranged for her before departing. Having spent these days, she had grown increasingly accustomed to their presence. Yes. The maid responded and withdrew. Watching this smooth operation made Li Yan's eyelids twitch. Miss Shishir, she isn't a tenant. She is the owner here. Sit down. Lu Shishir pointed to another lounge. However, Li Yan did not move, still standing there in a daze. Because she suddenly realized that her good friend had seemingly undergone a tremendous change. She was no longer the Lu Shishir she once knew. Stubbornly, Li Yan stood her ground and said, You must answer my question first. Lu Shishir looked at her wary yet stubborn demeanor and suddenly chuckled. That laughter held an indescribable meaning. There was sympathy, pity even. A hint of understanding from someone who has been there. A question. Isn't the question in your heart supposed to be only one? Lu Shishir put her sunglasses back on, leaning back, letting herself sink into the soft lounge chair. Yang Yu sent you here, didn't he? Li Yan's body stiffened suddenly. How do you? No. Heh. Lu Shishir smiled. Not only do I know, I also know what you are thinking right now. You must feel very angry, very wronged, very humiliated, right? You believe you've been tricked and bullied by a heartless scumbag. You feel that the pride and self-esteem you've built up for over 20 years have collapsed overnight. You are even wondering what his intention was in calling you here, am I right? Li Yan's face instantly turned pale. She stared wide-eyed, looking at Lu Shishir in disbelief. No. How could Lu Shishir know so clearly? You don't need to look at me like that. Lu Shishi's voice remained calm. Because everything you are experiencing right now, I have experienced it all. That statement detonated like a deep-water bomb in Li Yan's already confused mind. What does she mean she has experienced it? Could it be that she and Yang Yu? An absurd thought uncontrollably surged. You? What is your relationship with Yang Yu? Li Yan's voice trembled slightly. Lu Shishir finally sat up straight. She removed her sunglasses and looked directly at Li Yan. Relationship? Yin, you are a lawyer, a smart person. Haven't you already guessed what our relationship is, eh? Do I still need to say it out loud? What do you think I am to him? His girlfriend? Lu Shishir shook her head, smiling self-deprecatingly. I am indeed his girlfriend. But not. Upon saying this, Lu Shishir suddenly extended her hand, pointing to the pool in front of them, then to the gardens and buildings not far away. How much do you think this place is worth? Li Yan instinctively replied, I don't know. But undoubtedly it's very expensive. Exactly. Lu Shishir. Then do you know who owns this manor? Li Yan's heart suddenly constricted. An answer slowly emerged in her mind. But she couldn't believe it. Or rather, she was unwilling to believe it. She stared intently at Lu Shishir, hoping to see a hint of a joke on her face. However, there was none. Lu Shishi's expression remained calm and composed. In the end, she looked at Li Yan's pale face and said word by word, this place belongs to Yang Yu. Boom. Li Yan felt her entire world collapse at that moment. Her mind went blank. All she could hear was the frantic acceleration of her heartbeat and the buzzing sound of blood rushing. Yang Yes. This manor is Yang Yes. How is that possible? Even though she had witnessed Yang Yes but such an extraordinarily luxurious manor, is it really his? And he actually let Lu Shishir live here. This implies that Lu Shishir had already been taken by Yang Yu before her. So Yang Yu had her come to find Lu Shishir. It was to have Lu Shishir, her best friend, persuade her to make both of them willingly become his canaries. Thinking of this, Li Yan staggered back 2 steps and sat down heavily on the recliner behind her. It's over. Completely over. She felt like a huge joke. A self-righteous, pitiful clown. You are crazy. You all are crazy. What did he give you to make you follow him so wholeheartedly? You don't even want a title? Lu Shishir, wake up. You're degrading yourself. Li Yan yelled loudly. She couldn't understand. Lu Shishir was clearly the supervisor of an airline company, and logically her life shouldn't be bad. Why would she make such a choice? Yet now she was even helping Yang Yu persuade her. However, in the face of her hysteria, Lu Shishi's reaction was She simply looked at Li Yan quietly and shook her head. Yin, the one who needs to wake up is actually you. You might be wondering why I am doing this. Well, let me tell you why now. Do you remember the apartment I used to live in? Paying 20,000 a month, I thought it was an exorbitant. But what about now, eh? Lu Shishir smiled, pointing to the marble floor beneath her feet. Just maintaining this lawn and pool costs as much as I would spend to rent a similar apartment in the city center for a month. In the past, I had to endure drinking with greasy executives and clients for work, listening to their colored jokes. Even if I felt nauseated inside, I still had to smile on the outside. Now I no longer need to work, nor do I have to care about anyone's face. And back then, when I went shopping and saw a bag I liked, I had to first check the price tag and calculate how much I could save this month. Now, Lu Shishir paused, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. My wardrobe is bigger than my entire I don't even know the prices of everything inside because I don't need to know, I just know they are all luxury items. As for dining, I can eat whatever I want every day, completely at my own leisure. Lu Shishi's tone grew increasingly excited as she spoke. She turned around and grasped Li Yan's arms, shaking her. Yin, doesn't everything I said sound appealing? Anyway, we are all going to marry and grow old. And Yang Yu is so handsome, so generous, and treats me so well. The only flaw he has is perhaps being a playboy, so why can't I accept that? Instead of choosing someone else, I think it's better to choose him. At least my current life is quite good, and I really like it. Having said that, Lu Shishir calmly watched Li Yan, waiting until Li Yan's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face. Yes, what was she working so hard for every day? For some so-called ideals. Or, to buy a little house of her own in this city. And then bear decades of mortgage. She applied exquisite makeup every day, wore expensive business attire, and walked in 10-centimeter heels, disguising herself as an invulnerable, strong woman. Yet only she knew that every time the night was quiet, when she returned to her empty home, took off her high heels, and looked at her blistered feet while eating cold takeout, everything was utterly unhappy. Moreover, as Lu Shishir said, how many years of youth did she have left? Until perhaps even Yang Yu was just a wish. At this moment, Li Yan suddenly felt that the belief that had supported her all the way collapsed with a bang. Whoa! Li Yan could no longer hold on. She covered her face with her hands and lay on the recliner, crying out loud like a child. All the grievances, unwillingness, anger, and confusion erupted at that moment. Lu Shishir looked at her breakdown, and her eyes flickered with complexity. She did not comfort her, because she knew that some paths must be understood by oneself. Some hurdles must be crossed by oneself. She simply stood quietly by waiting. Until a long time later, Li Yan's cries gradually subsided, leaving only intermittent sobs. She slowly raised her head, looked at Lu Shishir, and hoarsely asked the last question, "Does he treat you well?" Lu Shishir was silent for a moment. Then she nodded. "Yes. Yang Yu never lies to me, nor does he give me any unrealistic fantasies. He has openly told me that his previous girlfriends could accept his playboy nature. He also said that he would find other women. However, he also promised that as long as I behave, he can give me everything I want. Just like now." Saying this, Lu Shishir paused, and a smile unexpectedly appeared at the corner of her mouth, a smile she herself had not noticed. How should I put it? Other than not being able to give me exclusive love, he has satisfied all my perfect fantasies about a partner. So what reason do I have to refuse? Li Yan looked at the smile on Lu Shishir's face, and was completely stunned. She knew that such genuine happiness could not be faked. Yes. What was she pursuing? A person who truly loves her. But what about the men she encountered? Either they were after her money, her looks, or wanted to treat her as a trophy to show off. True feelings. How absurd. In the end, she realized that the most unreliable and flirtatious Yang Yu had given her the most sense of security. Li Yan slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the confusion and struggle in her gaze had faded considerably, replaced by a calm acceptance. She took a deep breath as if exhausting all her strength. At that moment, Yang Yu was driving his car, humming a tune on his way home. Suddenly his phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Lu Shishir. Done. Just those two simple words. A smile involuntarily crept onto Yang Yu's lips. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully won over Li Yan, feeling pleased. Congratulations, host, for receiving a cash reward of 10 million yuan. Listening to the system's notification, Yang Yu felt an immense sense of comfort. It wasn't about the 10 million, but rather the feeling of rewards being available at any moment. This is quite nice. Since Lu Shishir handled her task so beautifully, he certainly wouldn't be stingy. Yang Yu held the steering wheel with one hand, while quickly operating his phone with the other. Soon in the estate, both Lu Shishir and Li Yan's phones chimed with WeChat notifications. Transfer 30,000 yuan. Just as Li Yan hesitated, Lu Shishir had already clicked to receive the payment without a moment's pause. After all her persuasive efforts hadn't been easy, when she came to her senses and saw Li Yan still in a daze, Lu Shishir couldn't help but say, "Just accept it. What's there to feel embarrassed about?" However, Li Yan's finger remained suspended above the phone screen, stuck in indecision. To accept, or not to accept? Accepting would mean she fully acknowledged and accepted everything. But what would happen if she didn't accept it? What significance would that hold? Li Yan took a deep breath as if she had made a certain resolution. Her trembling finger finally pressed the receive button. Ding. A soft sound. The balance in her WeChat wallet instantly jumped. At that moment, Li Yan felt not, but rather an unprecedented sense of liberation. It was as if the heavy shackles named elite and independent woman that had always bound her were shattered in that instant. In that moment, the feeling of lying back was so easy, so refreshing. Watching the relieved expression on Li Yan's face, Lu Shishir smiled with satisfaction. She knew it would be this way. No one could resist such temptation, especially someone who had been beaten down by reality countless times. Shortly after, another WeChat message from Yang Yu arrived. This time it was sent to Lu Shishir. After reading it, Lu Shishir raised an eyebrow and handed her phone to Li Yan. "That's your pocket money. Shishir, make sure she settles and well familiarizes herself with the estate, and take her for a bath. And remember, you two should go to the best mall and buy a few decent outfits from top to bottom. If the money isn't enough, just let me know. I'll come back to check in a few days." Li Yan looked at the words on the screen, her cheeks, especially the last sentence about checking, and made her recall the madness of last night. "What are you still dazed for?" Lu Shishir patted her ample rear. "Come on, let's go take a look around, and then let's take a hot bath together. Once we're done, we'll go on a shopping spree." Hearing this phrase, Li Yan's eyes momentarily glazed over. She remembered. Back when they had just graduated, she and Lu Shishir were cramped in a tiny rental apartment. At that time, their biggest dream was to hold hands and visit the most upscale malls once they earned big money. They wanted to buy things without looking at prices, to purchase whatever they desired. But what happened later? She became a lawyer, too busy to even find time to eat. Lu Shishir joined an airline and became an air stewardess, working without breaks throughout the year. That once simple and pure agreement was shelved just like that. And it had been shelved for several years. Unexpectedly, it would be brought up again today in such a dramatic manner. Sure. Li Yan's voice was a bit choked. "It seems like we haven't shopped together in a long time." "Yeah." Lu Shishir also felt a bit sentimental. "You're busy, and I'm busy too. In the end, we almost forgot why we worked so hard in the first place." She turned her head to look at Li Yan and suddenly smiled. "But now it's different. We have all the time in the world." Li Yan was, "What do you mean?" Lu Shishir winked at her and asked back, "Are you planning to go back to that crappy law firm? Go back to work?" Li Yan's mind instantly conjured the greasy face of her Mediterranean boss and the mountain of case files that never seemed to end. All sorts of ridiculous clients who quibbled over trivial matters. She instinctively shivered. In the past, she thought it was a career, a place to realize her self-worth. But now, Li Yan shook her head vigorously. "No, I'm not going back. With money, who the hell would want to go to work? That's right. Lu Shishir snapped her fingers. Now, immediately, right now. Message that bald boss of yours. Tell him I quit. Li Yin looked at Lu Shishi's excited demeanor and felt herself get swept up in it. The long-repressed rebellion and impulse erupted completely at that moment. She took out her phone, not even bothering to draft a message. She directly opened her boss's WeChat Mediterranean. I'm on an early shift. Just so you know, I quit. Screw you. Big. Building. B. Send. Block. All done in one breath. After finishing all this, Li Yin felt every pore in her body filled with relief. Ha ha ha. She could no longer hold back, exchanging a glance with Lu Shishir, and both burst into laughter, laughing so hard that tears streamed down their faces. It was as if they were laughing away all the grievances they had suffered over the years. Meanwhile, as they were in high spirits preparing to go out, Yang Yu was driving smoothly into the flow of traffic in the city. He rolled down the window, allowing the afternoon breeze to brush against his face, feeling quite good. He had successfully dealt with Li Yin the lawyer. Not only had he resolved the concern, but he had also gained 10 million for free. This deal was quite profitable. It was about time he went home to check in, say goodbye to his father, and then return to school. After all, he hadn't forgotten that ultimately his identity was still that of a university student. Being a university student is great. Yang Yu recalled that he had heard there would be a group of international exchange students arriving at the school in a few days, and each of them would be assigned a study buddy. He wondered if he would be assigned one of them. Just as Yang Yu was lost in thought, a red light appeared at the intersection ahead. He slowly stopped the car, resting one hand on the steering wheel, and casually glanced out the window. Suddenly, a figure not far away caught his attention.